I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me waiting, I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. faces, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my face. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you I'm flying. When I'm with you I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side, yeah, yeah. When I say it I'm not lying. That every time we touch it feels like.
Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This feels like.
Oh, it feels like home.
Every time we touch, it feels like.
Oh, yeah.
Every time it feels like.
Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you, I want to love you. To love you, I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you, I want to love you. To love you, I want to love you. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like, you have my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you, love got you, love got you. Welcome back to Arena Tachikawa Tachi here in Tachikawa, Tokyo, Japan. Day 1 of the Champions Clash delivered, and we couldn't be more excited for day 2. I am Zoe, and I'm joined by lovely Ash and the one and only Mr. X.
I don't get a lovely. Did you notice that? I just get the one and only.
One and only is pretty sick, though.
That's pretty
true.
good.
That's true. They only reserve that in the UFC
For
for
you
like
specifically.
champions. And me now, obviously.
That's right. And some of our teams, they might get that as well. But for now, he's our guest of honor here, as Ash and I have been holding down the fort on this desk. Let's talk about day 1. I don't think it had a lot of surprises in him per se. Like, a lot of it just kind of played out as we expected. But I do feel like we learned a lot about the teams.
We really did. I think that it was such a grueling first day to have those first twos. We learned a lot, but also some teams kept things a little bit hidden if we got our eyes on Crazy Raccoons and Zeta in that kind of regard. Some of the Mizuki coming out to be played there too. And we saw some of the weaknesses and strengths of these squads, right?
Some custom paid actors playing the I thought VP was really interesting yesterday.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit in the back, like, about how their game against Weibo, obviously the closest game of the day, but I thought they actually looked really good. And EMEA and Asia, right? The kind of 2 regions now that are really ascended amongst our global regions, and like NA and China. These internationals now just battle to see who doesn't go home first, because EMEA and Korea are just so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station Gaming, one of the teams that it was kind of sad to see how they went out of the tournament, but you already said it, Ash. It was the games were such high stakes. First to 2 in that first round in the upper bracket and also in the lower bracket. So 2 of our teams only really got to play 2 matches, and then they were out of the tournament. I hope they have a great time here in Japan, though. I hope they're staying some extra days and just enjoy the surroundings and take it all in. We certainly have been doing that. Matt, what's your favorite thing so far?
Oh, I mean, me and Danny hit at the Crane place a few times now. I followed him around. No. We were like, hey, we got to keep these Suga cards to get to the venue in the morning. So I've had a great time. I mean, the food has been unbelievable. Like, just everywhere you go, it's just top notch.
Yeah, top-notch Overwatch, top-notch food, top-notch people, top-notch desk talent. We got it all here in Tokyo, Japan. Let's talk about our lower bracket, because for these teams, it's on. The pressure is on in order to stay alive and make that lower bracket run. We did see both of our NA and both of our Chinese teams falling to the lower bracket, and the second seed of the respective regions is already out of the running. So now we got Dallas and Weibo remaining.
Yeah, Weibo, they were able to repeat history from last year, knocking SSG out once again. I think that this is a squad that we're looking at to be, a bit more of a dark horse in this competition. Dallas Fuel, we didn't really get to see them playing to their strengths as much. They did try that in their matchup the day beforehand up against Crazy Raccoons, but overall, it was tough, right? Like, you saw Chorong really taking the style that they wanted to emulate to them as well, but we're looking at a bit more of hopefully a comfortable start here for Dallas in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think Dallas is a team that could potentially go pretty far. I think SSG look a really rough meta for them, a rough draw. Weibo just kind of doing the Weibo gaming special here. They lose winner round 1. They somehow find themselves at the end.
And Classico.
Like, they looked really good in that second match. And the thing that I was pleasantly surprised is we actually saw them make adjustments from their loss to VP to that game.
And I think that's the big thing for Weibo Gaming is how impressive it was for them to do that with such a short turnaround time in a day, in the first day of this Champions Clash. But not just that, again, in those first 2 series for every match for day 1, you don't have that opportunity to take those adjustments map for map as much because the series aren't going to be as long.
Yeah, also some teams just really had a tough draw in their first match, and they kind of went in with the expectation that they may or may not be fighting their way through the lower bracket after that first one. Let's talk about how the map pool affected us. We did see Antarctic Peninsula back in the mix, and it was picked yesterday. Penguins were spotted. We love penguins.
You had some nasty words for that penguin.
It was a nasty penguin, okay? That penguin looked filthy. If someone watched the broadcast and saw there's something going on with one of those penguins.
There's probably a lore reason.
Why he's dirty.
There's got to be some lore.
Maybe the other penguins are really bullying him. Like, we don't have to do that
way to make me feel bad. Way to make me feel bad.
The facility could have malfunctioned and then he became dirty from it.
Okay, I'm just a horrible human being, I guess. You know who's been bullied
Symmetra.
I
He's been
thought
banned out the
you were saying
most
me.
yesterday, which honestly was a bit of a surprise, especially because one of that Symmetra bans came from Twisted Minds themselves.
Yeah.
What was that all about, Ash?
I was kind of confused from that because it didn't really seem to impact the approach that they were going to have in that series, right? It may be a little bit of a throwaway ban there from Twisted Minds in that series up against all gamers, but overall, I think that the bans are going to look different heading into today.
Yeah, and some of these bans like could be used to protect some of those like cat bastion, different type of looks, right? Where I think today with the longer series, it's going to be much different in terms of what we see in that ban and even map selection process.
Yeah, definitely. First 2-3 will change a lot heading into the day, where yesterday some teams might just have been able to squeeze in based on hero bans and map selections. So today, you know, they have to show what they got. They should have to open more pages in their playbook, or rather flip more pages in their
Turn
playbook.
to the other
It
page.
made so much more sense in my head before it came out of my mouth. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, I do, of course, also want to remind everyone watching a little PSA drops, because day 2 drops are different from day 1 drops. Now, we got Fuji-san at daytime. Is that date? I guess that's daytime. Or is like sunset?
Have you
Sunset
actually
time?
connected your thing? Because you've read this about
it's
1,000
literally-
times, and you're like, oh, I
I
gotta
have
do
it
it.
on
Like, have
my
you
phone
finally
right.
done
Look,
it?
look, look.
Oh, you actually are.
I
You're
She's logged in.
I'm logged in.
You're
and I'm
farming
live on
in
my
real
phone.
time.
That's right.
She doesn't lie on broadcast, Matt, like some people, okay?
Well,
like,
she did up until like 2 days ago, but
True, that's factually correct. No, but yeah, definitely make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and start collecting. Now, each day we have different drops, and of course we also have a rerun, so in case the time zones are messing with your ability to like catch all the action, don't worry, we got you covered all day and all night. Now, speaking of coverage, let's take a look at today's schedule to see which games we have in store for you. We're kicking things off in the upper bracket with some absolute bangers. Twisted Minds going up against Crazy Raccoon, and afterwards it's going to be Zeta Division going up against VP, and of course we have Dallas and Weibo Gaming in the lower bracket.
what a way to open up the
Right?
day. Like Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoons. You know the crowd is going to be absolutely crazy. And I feel like that's such a great way to start off the second day of Champions Clash as well, filling this room with energy.
it's like a grand final caliber game, right? I mean, these are the games we usually see much later in the tournament, but with the way the kind of brackets swung and with seedings with these teams, that's a game we're going to get here really early. And Twisted Minds, look, the meta may not be exactly kind of going their way.
But history does, though. Like,
Yes.
historically, the last few opportunities they played each other, Twisted Minds had the upper hand. They won against them in the World Finals, World Championship last year, then once again in the second. They just won all
EWC
the...
last year as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then in the boot camp, 4-1, if you want
Yep.
to count the boot camp as like a serious competition, you can, you cannot, that's okay. But, you know, just historically, they did have the upper hand, yes, in a different meta, but like they showed us yesterday already, Ash, that they can pivot away from the Cat Bastion.
They can pivot away from the Cat Bastion, but it was up of a different caliber of an opponent when it came down to all gamers. Now, facing up against the pioneers of Cat Bastion, a little bit of a different story. Matt, we already talked about how these hero bans are going to make a really big difference in this matchup, as well as the map selections. What direction are you kind of expecting here? For them?
I think they're going to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of their bans towards some of that like Cat Bastion type of stuff, right? They're the higher seeded team, so they'll get the #1 kind of like map selection for control and be able to kind of control bans there. I also think this is a series where like last year you may have been even a little bit more worried about Twisted Minds in this one, but you have Jaewoo who can like play Tracer. You can like, it kind of takes them to another level, which this is the type of game you kind of get him for, to be able to play like a Tracer in something that doesn't exactly maybe kind of favor Tracer at the moment, but he can just dominate.
Exactly. Now, their opponents, of course, Crazy Raccoon, they are the originators of the composition that we see quite a lot of right now, the Cat, the Bastion, and they've played really well yesterday. Not many cracks in their armor were showing. In fact, they were kind of, I don't want to call it trolling, but they were certainly having some fun with it. I mean, yeah, Mizuki spotted for them as well as Zeta. I still don't know if that's... Is that a bait? Are they baiting us? What is happening?
I feel like it's a little bit of the bait. I think that it would be funny if we saw it again. I don't think it would come out in this particular matchup, though, that's for sure. And I think that the conversation of Twisted Minds already having been able to kind of be comfortable playing what they were playing previously, I feel like Crazy Raccoons, this is a team where we've also seen them be able to flex into different comps that aren't the Cat Bastion. You also have players like Soccer who's been so consistent throughout this season so far, and I think that the firepower on this squad is definitely going to be bringing it to TM.
Yeah, but there's something with like how Zoe was talking about, right? That TM has won 3 straight games against CR. It's like starts to get in your head a little bit. You go to these internationals, like TM, they probably, even though they know the meta is not great for them right now, they're going up against the team that kind of like originated it, that I know really kind of formed it. They still have to probably feel pretty confident because they're like, hey, we've had this team's number over a numerous amount of series and maps at this point. Like a lot of those series were like first to fours, right?
Yeah.
So like they're beating them in extended series too.
And they beat them even when they had to pivot away from the Symmetra meta at the time, right? So they were able to actually, you know, play different things into Crazy Raccoon and still have the upper hand. So it wasn't gimmicky. It was like straight up honest, honorable Overwatch that they were playing against him. So if we're looking at predictions for this one, I gotta be real. Like I personally, I'm gonna go TM for that one. Because I think yesterday has showed us that, yes, when they played the Cat Bastion, like it didn't look great. As soon as they switched away from it and played into their strength, it looked phenomenal. And it is really hard to ban them out with hero bans because the individuals in the backline, in the front line, they can just kind of play it all still, right? Like Quartz, like whether it was on a Freya, on a Cassidy, on a Sojourn, like it doesn't really matter. Like they can still pop off like that. Like I have a lot of faith in them to do really well. Also, I really like your jerseys. You know,
They're fire.
You know,
Yeah,
they're fire. New jerseys kind of popping off. I'm available to get one. Just say.
I'm a
Turn
potential wearer of the jersey.
I could be a candidate. No, but like jokes aside, like I'm really feeling pretty good about their chances despite the meta. How about you, Ash?
And I think you should, but I'm not going to agree with you this time around.
Ooh.
So yeah,
what?
I'm so sorry. I am going to be going with Crazy Raccoons for my prediction for this one. I think that you talking about the flexibility of the backline is a great point, but I've also got my eyes on the fact that we've seen a lot of flexibility in the different gameplay styles from Crazy Raccoon. This backline, we saw them in yesterday's matchup. They were happy to take that aggression to DF, especially on that Alari pick there for Chorong, versus a TM who have a bit more of a passive backline. They like to play that supportive role a lot more, and I think that that's something that Crazy Raccoons could take advantage of.
Those are all extremely valid points. In a rare occurrence, I'm going to agree with Zoe, though.
Wait, what?
And I'm going to take Kristen Mines.
That's cursed. Is this cursed?
No,
this feels cursed.
I just believe they're going to figure out a way. I think like when you are a team that have had the success that they've had recently, like you can kind of take that confidence and do crazy stuff with it. And I think that like the gap between these two teams is like not that large that like they're just going to kind of like, you know, roll over and CR is going to like dominate. Where I think that with the longer series, being able to kind of decide this first game on control, I think TM's going to pull it out.
Yeah, no, now let us know in chat who you think is going to have the upper hand. Regardless of who is winning this one, the loser will just drop into the lower bracket and get another run for the title.
Yeah, the loser just has to play for their tournament lives a little bit later. That's it.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, the loser's just almost going home.
But the storyline is way cooler if you're coming from the lower bracket. Crazy Raccoon has done it before. They can do it again. Look at me, just already predicting TM once again in that very sentence. Now, before we get into the action, we are heading into a very quick break. And when we come back, we have some very important World Cup news for you. So you don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We should be right back.
トにお越しの皆さん、そして生中継の視聴者の皆さん、こんにちは。本大会のマッチアップが始まる前にオーバーワッチワールドカップ2026年の最新情報をお届けするために特別な方にお越しいただいてます。オーバーワッチ eSports ディレクターのフェルナンドさん。Hello everyone on stream, in the venue and around the world. Today we're going to do a little bit of some new reveals for the Overwatch World Cup 2026. And for that we have a special guest from Blizzard, the Director of Esports for Overwatch, Fernando. How are you doing today, Fernando?
Doing good, thank you, Gavin. I'm very happy to be here with our Japanese fans.
Awesome, well take it away.
So, you know, the Overwatch World Cup is extremely exciting this year. We've had teams qualify through conference cups, and also all 3 past championship winners are in the tournament.
今年のオーバーワッチのワールドカップがやはり本当に楽しみで、もちろん前回の全ての優勝チームが来ていますし、本当にいろんな強力なチームがコンファレンスカップから来ております。
We also have some incredible new teams competing in the tournament, like Pakistan, who are looking to make Overwatch esports history by making it all the way to the group stage.
そして今回は初めてのチームがいろいろ来てまして、例えばパキスタンとかも初めてここまでオンライン予選まで追加してグループステージまで行けるかどうかという新たなオーバーワッチの歴史を作りたいところですね。So, what's next, Fernando?
Our main tournament is officially kicking off with the online qualifiers. So let's have a look.
そしてオンライン予選で本大会が始まるというところでちょっと見ていきましょう。
The online qualifiers are here. You'll see Asia holding their qualifiers May 29th through the 31st, and the Americas and EMEA will be holding theirs from May 30th and the 31st to June 6th and June 7th.
オンラインの予選がやってまいりました。アジアは5月29日から5月31日、そして EMEA とアメリカは5月30日と31日、そして6月6日と6月7日で行われます。
We're also extremely excited to celebrate the return of the Overwatch World Cup with a fleet of drops.
そしてワールドカップが戻るということで、新しいドロップを記念に持っていきました。So Fernando, what drops are you most excited for? どれのドロップが一番楽しみでしょうか?
I would say probably the Watch Party Spray and the Esports Loot Box. The Esports Loot Box gives me a chance to catch up on some items that I've missed throughout the season.
やはりウォッチパーティーのスプレーもそうですし、e スポーツのルートボックスで、今まで見逃したドロップをいろいろ手に入れるチャンスが再び戻るというところですね。
The next couple of weekends are going to be very exciting for us. So here are the groups from around the world.
これからの週末が本当に楽しみなので、今からのグループを見ていきましょう。So what group are you looking forward to the most? どれのグループが一番楽しみなんでしょうか?
America's B for sure. I mean, this group is extremely exciting. I can't imagine like what 2 teams are going to be making it out of it. So just very excited for that.
やはりアメリカの B ですね。本当にエキサイティングなグループで、どのチームが勝ち上がるのかが本当に見えないので、すごい見るのが楽しみってなっております。
So just remember, follow Overwatch Esports and follow your favorite teams on their social.
なのでやはりOverwatch eSportsをフォローして、そして好きなチームをぜひ SNS でフォローしてください。
And to make it even easier to show your conference pride, we have some awesome skins to show.
そして自分の好きなコンファレンスをやっぱプライドを持って示せるためにいろんな新しいスキンもリリースしております。
Get ready to show that pride. And these skins are going to come available this Tuesday, May 26th at 11 a.m. Pacific.
もうぜひ自分の好きなバンドルを買って、それぞれが発売日は日本時間で朝3時5月27日の水曜日となっております。Is there anything else you want to cover? 他に何かありますでしょうか?
Yeah, thank you for asking. We actually have one more announcement to make.
もう一つの発表があるそうです。
After online qualifiers, our team will be taking the Overwatch World Cup to Busan.
オンライン予選が終わりましたら、グループステージはブサンでOverwatch Esportsチームがやってまいります。
In August, our top 16 teams will be arriving in Korea to play in the group stage before heading to Anaheim in September and compete in the finals at BlizzCon.
8月にトップ16のチームが韓国に来て、グループステージを行ってから9月にアナハイムでブリズコンでファイナルが行われます。
Lastly, for the first time in a while, our top 16 teams are going to have jerseys. We'll be revealing these jerseys at a later date, and you'll be able to get them once they go live on our website.
そして最後にトップ16チームは公式ジャージもリリースする予定なので、その情報もぜひ追って SNS で見てください。
So that's it for today. We don't have any other announcements, but we're very excited to see everyone at the Overwatch World Cup from online to Busan to Anaheim.
それでは今日の発表が終了となりますが、これからオンラインでも物産でもアナハイムでも皆さんと会えて盛り上がることをとても楽しみにしてます。Thank you so much, Fernando. Fernando, ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, everyone.
さあ、ということで本日のメインイベントが始まります。岸さん、よろしくお願いします。
はい、ということで会場にお越しの皆さん、そして世界中からご覧の皆さん、こんにちは。はい、ありがとうございます。ということでいよいよ Day2 がスタートしてまいります。本日の MC を担当する岸大我です。よろしくお願いします。さあ、昨日は、激しいね FT2 ですけれども試合がありまして、さまざまなチームが勝ち上がり、そして敗れてしまったチームも中にはいました。その中でも、やはり、バスティオンうまく使いこなしたネコバス構成であったり、あとは新メタルを使ったダイブがかなりうまいチームが勝ち上がったなという印象もありますけれども、ぜひね、世界中からこの日本でやっていることを、我々はこう幸せに思っておりますけれども、もうたくさん世界にね日本の熱さを発信したいので、皆さん会場盛り上がる準備できてますか？ありがとうございます。そして今から選手もね登場しますので、ぜひ皆さんにたくさんのエールを送っていただきたいと思っております。じゃあもう一回いきますよ。盛り上がる準備できてますか？ありがとうございます。今日一日世界中に日本の熱さを届けていきましょう。さあ、それでは本日の第1試合を控える両チームを呼び込んでいきます。まずはこのチーム、Twisted Minds。対するはクレイジーラクーン。さあ改めましてツイステッドマインズ VS クレイジーラクーンの試合です。ここからは実況席よろしくお願いします。
Welcome to Tokyo. Twisted Minds taking on Crazy Raccoon in what is shaping up to be potentially, well, we hope, I guess, one of the most competitive cross-regional matches we've yet to see here in the Champions Clash, Johnny.
This tournament is scaling up quickly, Jake. Day 2 already, and we're about to witness probably the best match we've seen so far this tournament. Two teams that are hopeful to make the top 3 here at the Champions Clash. Twisted Minds, I'm praying, Jake. I'm praying that this is a good one, because as much as Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons was peak 2024, 2025, this could potentially be a 2-team tournament after this very matchup. Twisted Minds, yet to see how they fare against these Korean teams in a new meta.
Everything's shaping up for Crazy Raccoon and Zeta, you know, really hometown turf for these two organizations, two Japanese organizations, to just run away with the tournament. Twisted Minds, they're still the current world champion, but it doesn't feel that way considering that this is a meta built and developed by these Asian teams and one that they're expected to win on. So for Twisted Minds, the ball is in their court. How are they going to innovate? How are they going to adapt? It's going to be the name of the game because Crazy Raccoon always keep their opponents guessing.
Yeah, definitely the underdogs going into this one, but you got to put some respect on their name. We always talk about how talented the Twisted Minds roster is from top to bottom. The tanks, damage players, and the support players. But looking forward to see how someone like Funny Astro adapts to this meta. I said yesterday that I think this is a bit of a main support tournament because I think that these Jetpack Cat players, they have unparalleled amounts of impact in positioning their Bastion correctly and making sure that your hitscan player can really deliver, because Quartz, usually an elite player on this roster that has so much impact, especially in the World Finals, taking over games as the Sojourn player. He doesn't really move around as much anymore. It's up to the Jetpack Cat to put Quartz in a position to succeed.
It's interesting because you look at both Funny Astro and Quartz, and they're players that you really want to have kind of unleashed in their own right to be able to make plays, whether it's the Lucio or the hard hit scan. And this is a meta that asks the two of those players to both make sacrifices, to come together, to form, you know, a single unit, really an entire cohesive team. Meanwhile, the rest of the match is often incredibly chaotic, and so I think in a LAN environment, it's a true test of a team's ability to communicate and adapt on the fly. One that, you know, I think is not impossible for Twisted Minds, but historically, they have played much more grouped up, you know, coordination comps, where Crazy Raccoon look very comfortable in these kind of chaotic dive matches.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon as well. I think that they are kind of defining this meta really well. When we look at Zeta Division, which is the #1 seed in Asia, they have a bit more flair to them. Violet Shoe, they can wake up and say, we want to play the Alari, we want to play the Batiste, we'll shake things up a little bit. I think Crazy Raccoon so far, because they've had to pick up players like Vigilante to fill the shoes of Shoe, and Stalker getting more playtime over Lip, they've kind of played more default. They play the meta without as much flair. As we take a look here at the bounce, Jake.
Pretty surprising, Johnny, to see a Winston ban. I mean, Winston's just not a hero that I think has looked good at all in this meta. I mean, with the amount of Mauga and Bastion being played, Reaper as well. You know, a lot of conventional Winston counters are very much in the meta, but still, Twisted Mind's going to get rid of that first. I think they're probably saving some of these more impactful bans. Remember, now that we're in that 1-to-3 format, teams get a little bit more time to stretch their legs and get into the series. So you really want to look deeper down the pipe, and I think that's what Twisted Minds are doing with this opening ban.
Yeah, and it looks like they banned second as well as the EMEA #1 seed here. Crazy Raccoon going to ban out the Cassidy, and so both of these bans kind of tell me that maybe Twisted Minds were looking for a more Lucio Cassidy kind of approach, which we have seen some teams do when they don't want to match that Jetpack Cat and try to maneuver again around the outside angles of this Ilios map. And I think this is going to be a matchup, Jake, where both of these teams are going to feel each other out, see what they can bring when it comes to different kinds of compositions. What can we learn from this matchup as we get deeper into the tournament?
Definitely. And opening up on Ilios, bit of a surprising choice, you know, for TM in the world that this is Crazy Raccoon's comfort zone, right? Historically, these Korean teams have looked like Ilios is their best map by far. I think they might be a little bit surprised as well, frankly, on the rollout. But TM, queuing up, they might just go pound for pound in the Cat Bastion mirror. A win here would really just flip the script on this match and put Crazy Raccoon on their heels.
Yeah, that would be very surprising if Twisted Minds are able to match Crazy Raccoon, but they are the reigning world champions. This is an early opportunity, Jake, for Twisted Minds to get a grasp on how they fare against a team like Crazy Raccoon. Is this a composition we can rely on in a deeper as this tournament progresses? Or is this maybe a composition that we'll have to abandon for our best chance of winning this very tournament? Junbin's going to play his iconic signature Wrecking Ball, and this is something they like doing, combining Heesang with Junbin. Try to put pressure on the backline of Simple.
Bastion forms traded, now Tracer's poking, prodding, looking for any advantage. None found just yet. Junbin in the back having a bit of opportunity to work now, putting some pressure on, takes a lot of damage in the trade, but actually slams over the wall and rolls out, so he's doing just fine. TVNT, though, finds Vigilante left alone on the Ana. One of the difficult parts about this comp, protecting the Ana. Often she goes without resources, but it will cost TVNT his suit.
Yeah, and Jay was peeling for his team right now, so that was TVNT completely alone, getting the job done here. Both teams kind of brawling, contesting this point right now. It's up to the Tracers, the Diva players. Can they find any of these picks?
Oh, first flip does come in. TVNT low on the Baby Diva. Does go down to Hee-Sang, but Junbin loses almost all of his HP in the process, and Quartz finds Stalker crucially, winning the duel in the sky. Now, Cat Bastion for Twisted Minds, able to rain down terror from above. Hee-Sang desperate now, looking for something, anything to bring his team back in, but it's Junbin who finds it first.
No cooldowns available for Jaybu as Crazy Raccoon looking to fight back in this one. Simple, under a lot of pressure, Suzu is forced, and this looks like Crazy Raccoon going to win this very fight. Quartz still alive here with TVNT.
Maybe.
Oh, the drop!
Oh, Junbin crawls back up, saved by the team, but Quartz still running rampant on the point. Turret form force, they're trying to desperately finish him off with Funny Astro. Two with the heals, perfect peel to keep the Bastion alive, into the artillery form as well, clearing the minefield, staying alive, and finally both Bastions off, but this whole time, the point ticks up for Twisted Minds.
And Junbin finds another frag onto Simple here. Vigilante is going to get close to that Nano as well. Twisted Minds just building percentage this very moment, but with Funny Astro down, the sustain is gone, and this should be Crazy Raccoon flipping the point any moment.
An absolute tour de force for Junbin. A score of kills already on this match. He's got, what, 8, 9? I mean, a disgusting performance on Wrecking Ball still. Twisted Minds, the incredible staying power on point, puts them in pole position to close out this first round. Crazy Raccoon,
percentage.
No room for mistakes now.
No room for mistakes whatsoever, and Stalker already putting a lot of pressure onto Twisted Minds here from these guys. Vigilante has this Nano boost as well, so Crazy Raccoon, they're gonna look to find an opportunity here to put pressure onto Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are so split right now. You have two people completing the point.
Nano comes out, it's on to Hee-Sang, unconventional in this matchup, but the Kitsune rush from Simple, TVNT's pressure on the point, gets the flip through. A Diva Bomb looks like pulled off the map, TVNT popping that to stay alive. Junbin with the slam takes down Jaywu, and finds another onto Quartz. Junbin does it all!
Popping off here on the Wrecking Ball. Twisted Minds, they managed to flip the point here actually, so 75% and counting. Still doing a good job. Just playing the objective here for now. So Crazy Raccoon, they end up winning the fight, but only at 30% so far.
Really fantastic play from TM, getting these flips in the mid-fight, meaning Crazy Raccoon has to work so hard to move the needle on this objective. Junbin's doing everything he can, but it's not really translated into advantage on the map just yet.
Gotta look out for the dive here. Hee-Sang goes down early!
Oh, duel in the sky, heals coming up, Simple. Great awareness to keep his Bastion alive. Now, opportunity for Quartz to push forward a minefield, forced out of the point, just to hold on to this contest. Beautiful positioning there from Jaywu, and a double blink gets him to the pack. Now he's in on top of Vigilante. Tracer comes back trying to peel this one out, but this makes a lot of space for Twisted Minds now seizing control of the skies.
They're just playing so well positionally here. Funny Astro is going to go down. There's a lot of sustain out here for Twisted Minds. See if they can find the pick here. Try to keep up in this very fight.
Pulse bombs out, Quartz forcing the artillery, making space, but as you mentioned, the cap does go their way. Junbin finds another boop off. Unstoppable on this Wrecking Ball. Still, Twisted Minds in control, playing with the house cash right now, trying to potentially finish this fight, but it seems that Junbin has done a little bit too much. He needs to clean this one up, but as we move toward 99, it's Hee-Sang pulled up.
Wow!
Funny Astro with one, TVNT with another. Crazy Raccoon, Nano on Stalker in desperation. Will it be enough? Junbin needs to find something else in this fight, but they find the flip in the chaos.
3 versus 3 right now, onto the point. A lot of health here for Crazy Raccoon still. Jaywu trying to put pressure, pulls bomb!
Huge pulse from Jaywu, and Junbin is low as well. Twisted Minds battling back into this. Simple on the road back, on the warpath, looking to drop this Kitsune rush and contest the point. A pull off the map though would be deadly, and it finds TVNT. Beautiful by Chorong, protecting the opportunity for CR. Stalker back on the Reaper, looking to brawl this one out. Quartz looking left, right, and center, but all he finds is a pulse bomb. Twisted Minds now out of gas on this first checkpoint. Just a stagger from Jaywu to hold on, but Crazy Raccoon, through the fire and the flames, somehow they get this first round done.
What a way to kick off this series. All right, 99 to 96%. Twisted Minds doing a fantastic job playing the objective there. Giving themselves a win condition, but Crazy Raccoon, they're just too much. The mechanical prowess securing those picks. Winning a lot of those fights while Twisted Minds focus on the objective.
Just incredibly well done. I mean, it comes down to these tiny moments. these deathmatch fights. I really feel like you got to give that first round to Junbin, though. If there's one individual, it's the Wrecking Ball, constantly staying alive, even in the fights. I mean, Twisted Minds played the strategic game immaculately well. Tons of flips just from the pressure they put down on the point. But Junbin gives it back in spades with the individual prowess on Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, so head over to Ruins here. It's going to be a neutral fight, so look out for these Bastions. Usually you see one big commit in these aerial duels, of course. When you swap over to the form, that's when a lot of damage comes online. So it's just about picking your opportunity here. See if the Tracers can open things up. That's Zeus forced onto Simple, actually. This could be the time to strike for Crazy Raccoon.
Here it go. Choice with a lot more fighting power alongside the Diva. And Quartz finds a nade connection onto Vigilante. Is he going to go down, though? Punishment attempted by Crazy Raccoon, but the Cat Bastion combo is separated and cut to pieces. Twisted Mind finding the first 2 kills on the fight. Certainly going to hold on to this point and grab the first capture as well.
These are fantastic signs for Twisted Minds fans right now. The way they're staying competitive in this one as they retreat towards the objective here. Crazy Raccoon just trying to get a couple of picks here and there. Churang does pick out Funny Astro. But Twisted Minds are looking really impressive here, Jake.
And Johnny, on Ruins, the Ana's walk-up is a lot more fraught, all right? On Lighthouse, you can pretty reliably get up to that high ground and start putting down damage, finding opportunities for those Bionades. But on Ruins, every step is fraught with danger.
Yeah, I gotta keep an eye on Jawo here. As Heesang put some pressure onto Quartz. Turret form is forced out, as well as the Suzu, so a lot of pressure on the Twisted Minds here.
Simple on slivers of HP. Beautiful peel from Funny Astro. Just barely keeps this Kiriko alive, but not for long. Stalker finds one. A pulse bomb is out. Not needed, though, as Jungbin Slam takes down Quartz. Now Twisted Minds just trying to hold on to this point for everything they can. Jawo finding that kill onto Vigilante and just injects just a little bit of possibility into this fight, but Heesang shuts that down.
Yeah, great execution by Crazy Raccoon. Getting on top of Quartz there. Maybe identifying that the Bastion was a little bit out of place. And 1 second is enough for Crazy Raccoon to capitalize accordingly as they try to set up quite aggressively here with the Wrecking Ball, with the Tracer. Vigilante is coming up on that Nano, but he's going to have to build it quickly as Twisted Minds look to re-engage with 5 ultimates.
Holding forward on the high ground. Junbin, though, taking a lot of pressure in this trade from Jawo. And with the slam out, there's an opportunity for Twisted Minds to step up, put some pressure on the point. A massive bank of ultimates forms. A Nano comes out to open the fight. Heesang into the backline, being attacked from all sides. But TVNT with the Matrix minimizing his impact as well. The Kitsune Rush on point gives Twisted Minds an incredible base of firepower from which to fight. Junbin Slam comes in. But where's the value from it? Stalker takes down Funny Astro. Chorong cleans up Quartz. Even the artillery armor is not enough, but a 3-on-3 on point. Still winnable for either side.
Jawo kinda cooking here. 3 versus 3. Good pulse bomb. Junbin's going to peel away, so for the time being, Twisted Minds, a lot of pressure on towards the point here. Recall forced by Heesang, but he finds a pick.
Big pulse onto Simple, shutting down some of the heals for TM. And with point and control of CR, they're trying to desperately hold on to it, get that extra percentage. A duel in the skies, the Cat. Trade is good for Funny Astro, though, who shuts down Chorong, looking for that desperate trade. Vigilante over to the Kiriko himself now, sees the value in the ability to brawl out in these low numbers.
And it can't be understated how much TVNT is doing here on this Diva. The peel is perfect for Quartz with the defense matrix and able to sustain throughout these fights, giving an opportunity to the likes of Jawo to come up clutch. 58% and ticking here for Twisted Minds. As a big swing is coming through here for Crazy Raccoon.
It's a big move, a duel in the skies, but it looks like Quartz has the better. Support comes in. A deep move, a desperate one, I dare say, for Crazy Raccoon. And with losing the Bastion this early, TVNT self-destructing to remake. They're in pole position to move toward 99.
Heesang finds something onto Jawo. A lot of pressure onto Funny Astro as well. This is the way these compositions are playing. Very brawly, back and forth. Always looking for an opportunity to get a pick. No recall. He's going to be okay for now.
Huge that he stays alive, but a little bit off sync now with Junbin. Heesang steps back up to the plate. Twisted Minds may need to yield the capture control for now, and they're forced to. Now, the opportunity for the repush. Junbin is low. TVNT steps up, holds the corner, but with turret form out, there's an opportunity for Quartz to put the pressure down. Junbin tries to drop the minefield to slow things down, but with Kitsune Rushes traded on point, it's anybody's game. The next kill could very well decide this. And Junbin, he finds Quartz first with the Bastion down. Twisted Minds running low. TVNT finds one, but will it be enough? They need yet more. And Funny Astro does it on the Cat. Shuts down Heesang without DPS. Can CR battle back into this?
Twisted Minds got this. Crazy Raccoon dropping very low at the minute, and Jawo coming back into this fight. They should be able to stabilize here. 11% though. Crazy Raccoon should be able to regroup here. Both Tracers with a pulse bomb here, Jake.
Heesang It's almost a necessity. He needs to find something, but with Bastion up in the air, your targets are so limited here. Desperation for the Tracer. Twisted Minds turning, healing. And with Heesang forced to recall, he's already in dire straits. The turret form comes out on point. The cleanse saves him for now. Great support from CR, but it costs Vigilante his life. Now Heesang pulses out, but it's on to TVNT with self-destruct ready. Jaewoo now looking for those punishes, trying to shut down the enemies. Junbin doing what he can in the face of Quartz, but Quartz remains healthy, standing tall, strong on this point. The self-destruct right space and time. Funny Astro stays alive, and it seems the Crazy Raccoon struggle and fail to find a finish on round 2.
Twisted Minds closing things out here on Ruins. Going to force a third round. Junbin doing a good stall impression for now, but surely not.
Just dribs and drabs coming back to the point. Junbin has another touch in him, but Quartz comfortable in this back high ground position. Bastion untouchable. Jaewoo does die to Vigilante. Some possibility, but the numbers are just too low.
They're playing really calm, composed here. Are Twisted Minds playing objective really well. You can see the difference in style. Crazy Raccoon at times, they're going for very wild swings with this Bastion. You can see they're hard committing, going in with the extra speed boost from the Jetpack Cat, and then hoping that Stalker finds that extra pick. Meanwhile, I feel like Twisted Minds, they're sitting back, they're rotating around the map really well and playing around TVNT's defense matrix. And this slower, more composed approach is working out for Twisted Minds so far.
I feel that so much is asked of Junbin and Heesang in this style, right? You know, TVNT, what he'll provide with the matrix, with the defensive utility of a self-destruct to reset his health, incredibly consistent, incredibly valuable. But Junbin, that X factor, that unknown, can sometimes be where championships are won. The willingness to gamble, to take a risk, to trust a player. But will Jun be able to find it? Knockoffs abound here on Ilios Well. Historically, a chaotic map as the duel in the skies already begins. Quartz looking for that tracking advantage. TVNT up in his face, though, is going to mitigate the outgoing damage from Stalker.
Both teams looking to reset here for the time being. Junbin trying to get into a good position here. It's going to knock Simple, force the teleporter actually. This could be an opening here, but Junbin forced to withdraw. Both teams taking their time for now.
A lot of pressure on the extremities. Heesang takes a big shot to the face. It's going to slow him down, send him back, looking for a health pack. TVNT forcing the issue on this point. You've got to stay contesting, lest you give up the flip early. Jaewoo, without recall, playing with reckless abandon here on the flank, takes heavy pressure from the Jetpack Cat, but he's just out of gas. Recall on half a second cooldown, but they find the kill. TM now desperate, looking for the trades, but Crazy Raccoon deny. 3 kills in the fight, and soon to be more.
A simple error from Jaewoo, capitalized on. No cooldowns available for the recall or the blink. And that lone pick is enough for Crazy Raccoon to secure that very first fight. And now Junbin already with mines up here. Can maybe pick a spot here where he'd like to leave them, make it difficult for Twisted Minds to wrap around on this high ground.
So much freedom for Junbin on this map. So much ability to come in and hit the back line. Simple though, already under attack. Cleanse is out. Out of answers, Stalker into the form. Quartz maybe with an opportunity though to punish, and Twisted Minds need to seize any chance that they get now. Swarming forward inside the lighthouse. Quartz over the top of the Bastion. But Junbin already sent into the back with the minefield. Beautiful tracking from Quartz, but it's not enough. The artillery provides the help to keep Stalker alive.
This is the timing for Twisted Minds. They dropped the Kitsune Rush, but they couldn't find any value. In any minute now, Crazy Raccoon are going to turn the fight's momentum here. And with a pick onto Simple, this is all Crazy Raccoon in this one.
The trust in Junbin seems to have been warranted. Stalker finding Simple, takes the legs out from under Twisted Minds, and Heesang will finish them. Finds the completion in the fight, and in this one, it really has felt like a different story. Finally, with room to work with on Ilios Well. Crazy Raccoon taking it to the spawn doors right now, Johnny.
That was a massive fight that Twisted Minds just lost there. So much investment. Quartz temporarily on the Widowmaker, but can't find the pick required as they push Junbin back here, and this could potentially drag on to the very final fight here. Vigilante has his Kitsune Rush. Crazy Raccoon can pick their timing here. When do they want to deploy?
They're gonna need to move fast. Double support ultimate available for Crazy Raccoon. Hold on, big damage into the backline, but Stalker finds Quartz. Vigilante stays alive into the backline with this Kitsune Rush. Self-destruct forced out, just trying to keep players alive. So wrong, a slight misstep cost him his life. Still, it's not gonna be enough. Twisted Minds need something more. And in desperation, 95% of the clock, Crazy Raccoon hunting kills, hunting opportunity, wanting to take this first map against the world champs.
Twisted Minds got nothing going for them in this one. And Lighthouse Going the way of Crazy Raccoon, but also well here, looking to be theirs as they close things out. Jabu, Quartz dropping a quick succession. And while it was competitive for a couple of rounds there, Crazy Raccoon, they come out on top.
Massive signs of life from Twisted Minds in the Jetpack Cat comp. But Crazy Raccoon making it to that third and decisive round on Ilios Well with the Junbin Wrecking Ball and the Heesang Tracer is not a place you want to find yourself on the other side of the server from.
What a great first map in this series, a showcase of style between both teams there. And Twisted Minds did well with the D.Va composition, but that one failed engagement where they couldn't secure any value with the Kitsune Rush. It kind of just allowed Crazy Raccoon to get away with things on that third and final round. Now they get the opportunity to get the map pick and the first ban. See what they want to do in this one. Do you want to keep playing the Jetpack Cat? Is this a matchup you're pretty happy with? And I would be pretty happy with it if I'm Twisted Minds here, Jake. But you take this opportunity to maybe force something like a New Junk City, a Circuit Real, one of these very one-sided, one-dimensional kind of maps and force a different playoff style.
You always have the opportunity in this best of 5 to break this Jetpack Cat Bastion combo. And it's something that you look at a player like Quartz and, you know, it's hard to argue with it when he wants to go that way, when he can pull out a more conventional hit scan like the Sojourn. You'd be hard-pressed to find an opponent who can really stand tall against him. Stalker, though, for his part, from what we've seen from him in this tournament, it has been deadly. I mean, he has been shooting back in the worst kind of way when he plays these core hit scan like Cassidy.
Yeah, he's really wanted to commit to this hit scan role for a while now and gets the opportunity to do so here on this Crazy Raccoon roster, of course, replacing Lip, who is currently the substitute for Crazy Raccoon. It's been an adapting phase for Crazy Raccoon, and obviously they've adjusted extremely well to this new meta coming their way, making things a little bit easier for them after a rough start to the year. And this is maybe Twisted Minds thinking about, okay, you look really good in the Jetpack Cat composition, but maybe we can beat you if we force some kind of Lucio or Juno Brig style.
They have a lot of opportunities, a lot of tools in the toolbox. And so for Stalker, you mentioned this as a test for him as a player, and it's going to get difficult. Got to get harder before it gets easier. This Twisted Minds, I mean, I think what they've shown is that they do not go down without a fight. And you look back to this first round, very easily could have gone the other way, and we would have been looking at a 2-0 for Twisted Minds. I felt strategically on Ilios Well, the Wrecking Ball looked like drastically stronger, but on the first 2 maps, I was with you. I believe the D.Va looked incredibly good, so I don't think it was crazy for Twisted Minds to go here. I mean, I was a little surprised by the Ilios pick, frankly, against the Korean teams, against a team like Crazy Raccoon. I mean, this is where they're most comfortable. Twisted Minds very nearly took it to them in 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think Zeta Division are watching this map and putting a lot of respect on Twisted Minds' names. Like, all right, we weren't familiar with your Ilios game because it's always been the Korean team's go-to map, the way they've been dominating EMEA in North America on a map like this.
What a stick.
I mean, Heesang and Junbin. I really respect Twisted Minds for how well they performed in this one because of the level of coordination required to navigate around the Wrecking Ball from Junbin and Heesang on that Tracer as well. The fact they're able to stay alive that initial engagement with the defense matrix and then turn things around, allowing Quartz the time to get the picks required with the Bastion, I think it's very impressive from Twisted Minds because we're familiar with Crazy Raccoon. We're familiar with this kind of style from them and how good they are playing the Wrecking Ball comp.
And there's individuals on this team, right? You know, they've cut their teeth, I think, as, you know, some of the best rush players in the world. But bringing on an upstart superstar like Jaewoo, you know, it just gives them an incredible versatility. Look at this. Look at that recall. That is insanely close. I mean, that's the kind of margin that Crazy Raccoon are playing on. They are punishing you on a quarter-second recall cooldown. That's just a level of play that is required to reign as champion here in Tokyo.
And that's like, what, a 40-second skirmish, both teams going back and forth, trading abilities. Chorong, we don't, I mean...
Little bit of a slip-up, little bit of a slip-up.
Well, it's kind of scary because if he just drops it, then maybe he put his team in danger. And so...
You want to get it to a good spot.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, hazardous waste disposal, bring this off the map. No one needs to worry about that anymore.
I'd be so tilted if the Jetpack Cat just said, like, okay, I'm going to drop the bomb here because I don't want to die. And then, like, wait, what about me, though? What about me, though? So Chorong, you know, he had to pick and unfortunately couldn't get away in time.
Max subs in, which says to me, you might be on with the Circuit Royale idea here. I mean, Max, I typically think we see him come in for these, like, very heavy committed off-tank style maps. And I don't know what else in the pool is really going to go that direction other than
Crazy Raccoon are gonna Crazy Raccoon. Like the Max Junbin thing has been ongoing dating back to the San Francisco Shock days. But we've seen both of these tank players, they get some playtime each. Mauga has obviously been a really popular tank to play as well in these kind of compositions, the way you can overrun into very tight corridors and then stay alive using the cardiac overdrive. Of course, you also have some extra damage output onto the enemy Bastion, enemy Jetpack Cat, if you are playing with Mauga's longer range guns. As we're going to Rialto here for Twisted Minds. Very interesting.
Interesting choice.
That is kind of a Jetpack Cat Bastion kind of map.
It seems very possible. I mean, it also seems like a place where you could opening ban Bastion as Twisted Minds and say, all right, Stalker, you've looked impressive. You know, you've beaten many a team on the warpath that it took to qualify here as the number 2 seed from Asia. But can you handle the Quartz Widowmaker on a map like Rialto? Not many players could pass that test in the world.
That's a bit of a tease, Jake. The Quartz Widowmaker, we don't get to see that often, but...
Ooh, I mean...
opportunity alone?
Like, if I were Twisted Minds, I'd be wanting to take it there. When it comes to, what kind of a player are you really going to give the ball to in a crucial map like this? In a first to 3, this second map, I think, is maybe the most important map in this series. If you drop this here, you go down 2-0. It's like a monumental task to come back in the series. But if you hold the line, you even the score at 1-1, you make your mark here as a team that will not fold easily, could change everything.
Could change everything indeed. As we talk about Max here, played against Dallas Fuel yesterday when Dallas Fuel tried to play that double flex support composition. And maybe that's a point to be made too, that by picking Rialto, you are denying the possibility of Chris Raccoon taking you to Circuit Real later on in the series. And if I'm Twisted Minds, yeah, we can put some respect on Funny Astro's name, but I'm probably more scared of a Churong Vigilante kind of double flex support lineup than I am of Twisted Minds. And so not only do we get the pick here of Rialto as an escort map, but we're also denying possibility of Circuit Real.
Yeah, I love the Bastion ban here. Deploying it obviously takes you out of what has been the dominant meta choice of this tournament. And I think it also protects the Widowmaker, which I genuinely think is a reasonable ban if you get the chance to against Quartz on this map. Illari taking it away mitigates some of the... Honestly, I think it mitigates some of the most dangerous threats in a Widow comp. When there's an Illari watching the flank on top of a Widow...
Damn, you're really locked in on the Widow, huh? You think we're going to see it?
I think it's... I'd say it's 10-1. I mean, almost certainly. This has to be Widow here. For me. At least on first point. Maybe you swap, second.
I feel like we haven't seen Widowmaker in so long that I'm kind of a little bit in denial. I mean, we had some big Widowmaker metas in the past where we just let the hit scan players do their thing.
Venomind's been buffed hugely. And you got to remember, at this level of play, it's actually really significant on a map like Rialto because, first point, there's no real way to get to the Widowmaker other than crossing the sightline. Yeah. There's that one long hallway to high ground, right? And you're defending first point. But the Venomind, there's so many places it could be. It's incredibly hard as Tracer to blink past every doorway, waste your CDs. And on top of that, you're going to meet resistance before you get to Quartz. It isn't just the Quartz show, right? It's the entire team of Phalanx around him. And so I'm so all in on this. It's going to look silly if I'm wrong, but that's how I roll, Johnny.
No, I fully believe in you, Jake. If you say that we're going to get some Widowmaker, I'm fully locked in, and I'd be so happy to see it. I'm thinking back to, Birdring popping off on Rialto, just taking over on maps like this. Like you said, it's a very iconic Widowmaker map in that sense. The defense, you got the sight lines onto the payload as you capture that first point. You can swing around the riverside area as well and try to look for some off-angle shots. And so I would love to see the Widowmaker. We feel like we haven't seen it in so long, Jake, that I'm a little bit in disbelief.
Yeah, and I think it poses an interesting question for Crazy Raccoon, because in my eyes, you look at a player like Stalker who has been a world-class flex DPS. He might be playing hitscan now, but there's no question about his ability to hold his own and surpass many of these committed flex DPS players on the flankers. So you could come out with a double flanker setup and really try to push the pace, especially with a Illari band. I could see something like that be of interest to Crazy Raccoon. This is a real test for them mentally. How do they approach a Twisted Minds, who is, I think, one of the most devastating teams in the game right now when it comes to these slow poke setups.
We'll see what kind of compositions Crazy Raccoon play here. We've seen some of the Korean teams bring out this Mizuki look. With that nerf to Lucio, the Sunbearer being a little bit worse, we've seen more teams being willing to flex over to the Mizuki, especially with the change as well to the ultimate. It now negates projectiles, whether you're shooting in or out. And so this has been a hero that's been played around with, and I think yesterday even some of the community were thinking like, okay, well, this is not a real hero pick. But some of these teams are committing.
This hero is good. I think it's been good. People underestimate the power of aura healing, AoE healing. I mean, it is hugely impactful. It just doesn't give that obvious visual punch. Twisted Mind's going to scout out the opposition, consider the way they want to approach this. For now, holding the Zarya strap. We'll see what they actually commit to when they see the full comp from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, this is such a difficult composition to break down as well.
I love that. Look at that from Chorong. Steps up on the cart and teleports back. Beautiful little micro stall.
Jaewoo's going to swap over to the Pharah, and so Poke is the name of the game here.
Pulls Chorong down to the low ground and has to teleport back. He's getting a lot of cart stall off this Mizuki. Love the value there. Stalker definitely is going to have his work cut out for him here on the Cassidy. He has to deal with Jaewoo's Pharah and Quartz's pressure from the Emery at the same time. And he's already getting low. He's the main target. Maywall does come out. Hold on. Catches TVNT. Needs to get bailed out. The cleanse is good, but still has to back off that one.
I think this is so scary because that wall is going to come up quickly as well as Funny Astro gets picked here. TVNT, I just feel like he's going to be in such trouble trying to play this Zarya, and you're kind of relying on Jaewoo, of course, to open things up here with a pick. And that's really difficult to do against a composition like this.
Still, even with that pick, Twisted Minds do not back off for a second. They continue to fight 4v5. Absolutely fearless as Quartz takes a bit of high ground control, looking to work for a pick. Emre, relatively uncontested here, which is not the sentence you want to be saying playing against Quartz.
Jaewoo in a bit of trouble here on the outskirts.
Gets run down. Beautiful rotation there. Assist onto Stalker, who shuts him down again. And now he gets deep into the backline on top of Quartz. Great moves, but not great enough. And May into the backline pulls a distraction. TVNT finds one on the counterplay and a second. Beautiful finds on the Zarya is going to set this defense on its heels. Despite the reset for Twisted Minds, their spawn is much closer.
Already 2 minutes drained off the timer here as both teams starting to build up that ultimate economy. Crazy Raccoon been very quick to build up 5 ultimates here. Funny Astro, still only 60% on this sound barrier. This should be Crazy Raccoon with some good ultimate layering winning this fight, but they're letting Twisted Minds push the card quite a bit here.
Max still getting a lot of value on the flank, shuts down Quartz. High Noon is out, putting some pressure down. Big grab, but the Mizuki ult keeps them all alive. The Kakai Sanctuary denies any kind of follow-up on that grab. Twisted Minds sent packing with 2 of their most important ults already deployed.
I feel like this is really convincing in the favor of Crazy Raccoon so far. Yes, they used 4 ultimates there, which is very important, of course, and getting value from this flux is going to be quite difficult, especially as Funny Astro approaches the sound barrier. But the clock is quickly ticking here, Jake. Twisted Minds, not a lot of opportunities left.
Quartz needs to find something with his override protocol, needs to come over the top. Already has taken some damage. Stalker in quick with the flank, wants to kind of beat the punch for these ultimates. But now override protocol turns, trying to clean up these opposition. And they do shut down Stalker, but not before he finds his one.
Crazy Raccoon continuing to put pressure on here. TVNT going to survive for now. This is maybe when you're looking for a bit of an engage, but Funny Astro is going to be forced to hold on to this sound barrier to prevent Max getting value from the flux.
Still, this card just refuses to move forward. Max dominates them on the Sigma. Every time they come to contest, he finds his punish. And even TVNT falls. Jaewoo, a desperation barrage for 1, but it's too little too late in this fight.
Quartz is going to substitute over to the Sojourn here instead. One single rail could open things up here, but you're looking at Crazy Raccoon. They're almost there for another Kitsune rush with 30 seconds left here. Twisted Minds running out of options and making some desperation swaps. TVNT over to Ramatra here as well.
Chorong feels like he's finding so much impact, almost untouchable on this Mizuki. Stalker with a little bit of room to work with, and he takes Quartz's head off from range. The Peacekeeper rings out the beat, purely defensive from Funny Astro. Stalker back in deep on the flank, the rush deployed as well. They want to break the back of Twisted Minds with the clock ticking low. Simple, a rush from him though, keep players alive and in the fight. Jaewoo grabs that overtime contest, ensure there's still a fight to be played, but into the Sanctuary is in a difficult place to fight.
So difficult, and as they're gonna walk up here, Stalker has the Deadeye as well. Jaewoo trying to peek on top of it with Funny Astro, peeks out again.
He's so dialed, but Quartz battling back, needs to shut down this opposing hit scan. The High Noon rings out, finds it smart. TVNT is down, Max, pure domination on the cart, sends Quartz running for the hills. Jaewoo desperately keeps this overtime and contest, but not for long. And the cart held at the first corner. Crazy Raccoon came to win here in Tokyo.
so mentally crushing for Twisted Minds. So competitive on Ilios, and so one-sided here on Rialto. And the Mei Sigma composition with the Mizuki, it's real, Jake. Twisted Minds scrambling for answers, and as the other teams look on, they're now thinking, what are their answers to try and take down this composition we've now seen from Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division?
We talked about the Quartz Widowmaker, much vaunted, but now the hit scan duel seems to have decisively gone in the favor of Stalker in that last round. Sure, Quartz found big damage, but never able to really break open that hold. Even when Crazy Raccoon did back off, it was but for a moment, and that golden box of victory is devastating. Twisted Minds, as they roll out on this defense, a monumental, almost impossible task lies ahead of them.
I mean, as you approach this defense, you're probably talking among yourself, thinking about what are our possible compositions here? How do we want to approach playing against this composition? It almost turns more into a bit of practice here, as this Rialto is so very unlikely for Twisted Minds to win here. I mean, it's such a solid composition because there's so much sustain. Obviously, Sigma has this poke tank, the Mei walls as well, very protective. And the Sanctuary, because of its protective power, the way it negates all these projectiles for so long, makes it so difficult to fight into, and so Twisted Minds forced to look for answers here on how to take down this composition.
They go with the Pharah once again. A lot of value for Jaywu to find in this without a hit scan on the opposing side, but a quick teleport under ensures Crazy Raccoon have a strong position from which to move this payload. Twisted Minds, they really only have one fight. No margin for error, no opportunity to give up a mistake. Quartz looking for an early pick that could offset some of the pressure on his team.
I mean, that's what it has to be, right? It has to be Quartz opening things up with a railgun shot, or Jaywu hitting some critical rockets. Symmetra teleporter don't come out from Heesang, and they're flipping the map.
He's chained! Joe-Rung, beautiful catch onto Astro. Lucio is down, and so too, the hopes of Twisted Minds now dwindling. Quartz on a sliver of HP, grabs a pack, and back into the fight. Simple, battling for his life. Has to teleport over to Quartz, needs to keep these players alive, but the cart rolls forward. Max does trade out his mech in the process. Someone has to touch, though. TVNT will do it for now, but Heesang claims his man. And Mei steps up on the cart as well, demanding a finish here on Rialto. Crazy Raccoon will not be denied. Nothing left in the tank for Twisted Mind, and a 2-0 series already on the day.
Absolutely dominant here on Rialto. Twisted Minds map pick. They come out so strong. And this is what I talked about going into the series, Jake. Crazy Raccoon, they're not messing around. They're not playing with flair. They're playing the best compositions in the game, and they're looking to execute perfectly. And that's what they did just there.
Stone-faced Twisted Minds. Can't blame them. But for Max, what a moment, right? For a player who has often been doubted. Let's just come out and say it, right? People have said, Junbin, he's the player you want in these crucial moments. Are we sure Max can step up to the plate? But he does. 11-0, untouchable. His ability to never break on that defense secures the map outright. Stalker with a masterful hit scan performance behind it, but the ability to go to the Mei, something that very few players of that hit scan caliber would be confident to bring out. So Crazy Raccoon doing something that makes them unique, that puts them in a league of their own. And you can see they're starting to feel it, starting to feel the chance to knock the world champs to the lower bracket with extreme prejudice. I mean, this could be a 3-0 against the current world champs. Things have already shifted monumentally in the world of Overwatch.
I mean, they feel like a Terminator squad. They're laughing. They're up 2-0, laughing, joking around on stage, as Twisted Minds just probably feel completely hopeless after a map like that. And like you said about Max, I mean, this is Coach Moon who's put a lot of faith into a player like this for many years now. And fans, community, they've been doubting Max, questioning the fact that he gets so much playtime over Junbin at times. But this is the perfect kind of composition for a player like him, and combining with a hyperflex player like Stalker as well. Looking so scary, bringing out a composition like this. And look, we're on day 2 out of 3 here, Jake. It's not like you have a lot of time to prepare accordingly. This is an upper bracket matchup, so of course Twisted Minds, if they lose here, they drop down. But if you're looking to win this tournament, not only do you have to figure out the Jetpack Cat composition, how can we take down the Korean teams playing that, but you also have to figure out this Mizuki composition. What are our answers to something like that?
Seems like this Mizuki poke caught them completely off guard. You also got to consider the support line for Crazy Raccoon, a player like Chorong, matched up with Vigilante. And I mean, Chorong's pedigree as a player, almost unique, right? In terms of his winning history on the main support. Talk about somebody that you want in these clutch moments, that you need to shut down a team like Twisted Minds. He delivers here on Rialto. Jaebu and Quartz have eviscerated many an opponent before this, but today, feeling lackluster, and like a fight like that, won by stock. I mean, the pure hit scan duel, right? When it goes your way, you really have to start to ask questions. It feels a strategic outplay combined with individual excellence, an unstoppable combination.
Yeah, you almost need something drastic in a matchup like this one. You're not a tank swap away. You're not a hero swap away from breaking down this composition from Crazy Raccoon. You're almost thinking like, okay, Twisted Minds, are we gonna invest in some kind of Symmetra style here, try to flip the composition, flip the position on the map to our advantage? Because it is so groundbreaking that maybe you're considering, you be waiting in the mix here.
Wonder if that's
they need
style
something,
that,
Jake.
that
I mean,
practiced, right?
I'm sounding desperate, but
you should be. You're absolutely justified. I mean, TM fans around the world are feeling desperate right now. They're feeling the pressure. Crazy Raccoon were all over them in map 2, and even things started to turn on round 3 of Ilios, right? Like 100-0 control round, also pretty brutal. Maybe an easier one to shrug off in a shorter map type, but when you make that kind of a statement defense, that's an obliteration. This was the crucial map in the series. This is the map 2. You have your pick of the litter. The rest of the pool is available. You control the ban phase as well. And that's the best you can do? I mean, questions have to be asked right now for Twisted Minds. They're lucky that they find this matchup in the upper bracket, because I'm already starting to wonder if there's any hope left for them in this series.
yeah, this is a lot of information being revealed to either team here as they look to get better as this tournament progresses. This is usually how it goes, Jake. You kick off a tournament, you think a composition is meta, and then day 2, day 3, you're starting to get a grip of what your opponents are doing. What hero composition changes do we need to make to put ourselves in a better position to succeed? But this is just an absolute game breaker of a composition we got on our hands here with the Mizuki. Max dominating on the Diva and the Sigma so far. And so we saw the map pick there. It's going to be King's Row here for Twisted Minds. Bastion ban is out of the way. You get the opportunity to deny a map like Numbani as well. King's Row makes a lot of sense here, I think.
I will say the good news, as Twisted Minds, if you can get over this hurdle, if you can somehow get through King's Row and force a map 4, the next 2 map types, Push, Flashpoint, the map picks aren't that big of a deal, frankly, right? It's not that crazy, not that game-breaking which of the 2 you get. I think New Junk City is quite a bit more enclosed than Suravasa, but in the end of the day, potato, like you can still kind of play the comps you came to play and you came to practice. However, I feel like King's Row is a place where the same style we just saw in Rialto is absolutely viable.
Yeah, and even less room to work around it, right? Because Twisted Minds are going to ban the Symmetra, actually. Crazy Raccoon deciding to get rid of the Juno. But to that point, I mean, King's Row, very narrow map, not a lot of room to operate with. And so maybe we see Jaewu continue playing the Pharah, for example. You want some aerial poke to try to deal with the composition that Crazy Raccoon are playing here. Bastion is going to be available. This is going to be Twisted Minds trying to find something that kickstarts the momentum going their way. But yes, I think you can very much expect the Mei Mizuki composition to come out once more for Crazy Raccoon here.
I feel like now it's TM who have to look at the Cat Bastion as a hopeful option for them, right? I mean, Ilios was much more competitive. We saw great play. We are praising Twisted Minds for their ability to go toe-to-toe. Maybe a place you need to double down here.
I mean, this might also be a Jetpack Cat Bastion map because there is a lot of aerial verticality on the first point, and also the second point you can play above the buildings. That's why we've seen some Pharah being played on this map recently on the second point, because you can kind of like hover around the rooftop area, get some nice rockets in. And so maybe the surprise element with Bastion Jetpack Cat, you can try to do something similar. Try to like play around the Mei Mizuki composition because they don't have a lot of speed going their way. We'll have to see what Twisted Minds decide to do here, but the Symmetra is out of the mix. The one hero they relied upon to secure the World Championship in November.
And for Twisted Minds, for some of these players, for somebody like Jaewu, to be surrounded by such veterans with such a vaunted pedigree as the rest of this Twisted Minds squad, incredible pressure on him right now.
They got it locked in. Crazy Raccoon.
Uh-oh.
They're gonna run it back.
I mean, why wouldn't you, right? At this moment.
Can't change the world by following all.
Oh, this is tech, right, by the way. This is the tech. You roll out this way with the Mei wall so that the enemy never scouts you walking to high ground. If you take the conventional staircase, you have to show the enemy playing from that spawn, as Jwoo is almost certainly doing right now. But taking this path with the Mei wall, you're still ready to defend on time, but you don't reveal the composition. So Twisted Minds still don't know anything yet about what they're facing.
Every detail matters, Jake. Every small detail matters. Crazy Raccoon showcasing why here. I love it.
Now they'll see what they're up against. Surely they've discussed this. Surely they've considered it. It's going to be the TVNT Diva. That is their reaction. Big conk down, though. Puts Bastion in an awkward spot. Immediate response, though, from Crazy Raccoon to stay alive, but it's not good enough. Twisted Minds, overwhelming, finding two. A rock goes wide for Max. And immediately Twisted Minds back on the board.
An explosive attack from Twisted Minds, securing those picks they couldn't get on Rialto. And that's going to be a brilliant first point cap for Twisted Minds as they get the payload rolling here on King's Row.
I said much was asked of Jwoo, and he immediately delivers. Coming out with a resounding concussion blast from the far off, pushes Stalker out of position. I mean, CR are instant with the reaction to try and play through the fight regardless, try to help this Bastion, but it's not good enough. Stalker, preferring the mobility, the dynamism of the Cassidy, makes that swap for second.
And as they probably look to set up these alternate angles here, Jwoo up top, and Quartz looking for any kind of sightline to hit one of these railgun shots. A lot of attention should be paid attention to TVNT on the Diva here. It's going to be under pressure from the Sigma with the accretion, but also Chorong with the chains from the Mizuki.
Oh, out of suit.
Out of suit already.
That's painful because Simple's coming up on the Kitsune rush. TVNT needs to swap and quick. They don't want to let Vigilante bridge the gap. They were trying to farm up that rush as quickly as possible. But that pick is going to give a lot of time now for Vigilante to match up potentially in the rush in a long fight. Max already finds the rock on the Astro without the speed. This attack could be neutered. And Vigilante, 10% to the rush, but may not even need it.
I mean, that's massive. They just back off. And now, this is the time to go. Jwoo, though! Huge barrage!
Over the top, unexpected, shuts down Stalker, but it costs TVNT his life, assisting the play. Max now, looking for the cleanup. He's saying Vigilante find their mark in the fight. It's a long walk back for Stalker, but still the remaining four have proven themselves to be formidable in these choke points.
And again, this is Twisted Minds. They're making plays here as Jwoo swaps over to the Tracer temporarily here. A lot of ultimates for the board on Crazy Raccoon. This is a fight Twisted Minds without some of their own should look to drain the ultimate economy for Crazy Raccoon here.
CR wisely waiting for Stalker. They know where their bread is buttered. Now they step up with the Maywall onto point. Quartz stands tall in a risky position. Flux comes out, will he find the lift? Only onto the Kiriko, but Stalker swings into the room, cleans up two, looking for more, and finds his man, Jwoo! Drops like a bag of rocks in Raccoon, straight to the spawn door now.
And so good for the ultimate economy from Crazy Raccoon. This is a team that is playing picture perfect right now. So calm, so composed, not making any mistakes, not over-investing in ultimates. Playing around what Twisted Minds are doing to play proactively, try to make some plays here. See how they set up for this next one.
Quartz with an OC, but a rock onto TVNT already puts the attackers on their heels. It's desperate what's asked of him, and he can't find a single. The Kakai Sanctuary denies the follow-up, but immediately CR move past that. They do not need the defense. They swarm forward, cleaning these attackers off of the map.
Another fight where Crazy Raccoon just invested one ultimate, and that pick is enough to turn the tide, where they can push up, secure the remaining frags, and drain some time off this time bank. Twisted Minds, they're gonna go back into this one with double support ultimate, but they need to secure some value to get this payload rolling at this time.
3 minutes on the clock. The explosive attack onto first has bought them a lot of margin in this fight. Rush is now exchanged. Stalker already finds Astro. And with TVNT has to drop the suit. Jwoo, though, finds one kill. Will it be enough? Needs yet more. The Blizzard out from Heesang provides a powerful base from which to fight. The wall denies the support from Quartz, and Jwoo just out of gas in the back. Crazy Raccoon unstoppable in the brawl.
I'm not losing my mind, right? That was an Ajax.
I think so.
That was an Ajax. I'm not losing my mind, right? 8%, of course, built up over time, but losing that Soundbear is just absolutely devastating here. Twisted Minds, no support ultimates online anymore, and Crazy Raccoon continuing to dominate on this defense.
The Ramatra could change things, needs to. A chain denies TVNT his preferred retreat. Stalker with the power shot takes down Simple. TVNT fighting, trying to brawl, but it feels desperate, it feels minimal. Flux held for Max. and just 2 minutes remain in the last 3. It seems that Twisted Minds have not made more than a few meters of progress. Crazy Raccoon barreling towards a 3-0 finish in this series.
I feel like it's 2024 again. This is the Crazy Raccoon that was dominating globally. One of the best teams in the world. And now the way they're dealing with the reigning world champions, it's just unbelievable. A minute 40 on the timer here for Twisted Minds as they look to wrap around. Quartz has the overclock here. But what hopes do you have to find picks against a composition like the May Sigma?
What a world we find ourselves in, where the Quartz overclock no longer something to fear. Stalker, just too sharp on the cast. Lucio cannot get away. TVNT finds one. It's something to hope for. May stays alive through the flux, and then finally an opportunity. Here comes the OC from Quartz, desperate to find an opportunity for the team to believe. Stalker denies him, swings deep into the flank, and takes them all.
They are unbreakable, Crazy Raccoon. The disengages are perfect and re-engage to make things difficult for Twisted Minds. Stalker with an unbelievable performance on the Cassidy so far. And they've held their second point now for what, 5-6 minutes?
Absolutely devastating. Stalker sees them coming. No question about the approach now for Twisted Minds. He's saying the Blizzard could be devastating. Jaybu over to the May himself. Will it be enough? But no! Every single time you step up to the plate, you're battered back, and he wants more. Sights on Funny Astro. Look, turns. 180 swing. Jaybu is down as well. And so too do the hopes of Twisted Minds come crumbling down. Minutes since they've last made meaningful progress on this map.
Crazy Raccoon crushing the hopes of EMEA as they look to reclaim their crown this weekend here at the Champions Clash. Twisted Minds going to have one more engage. Funny Astro rebuilt the sound barrier now. Jaybu coming up on that Blizzard. This needs to be the fight.
Blizzard is perfect. Cleanse comes out. It buys TVNT a little bit of time, but he's still frozen once again. Headshot follow-up is good. Now Stalker with high noon, but Quartz in 2. Hold on. Something to fight for in the overtime. Desperation strikes, and Twisted Minds come up for air.
That's going to be the payload continuing to push here, and overtime spawns here for Crazy Raccoon with limited movement speed to get back into this fight.
It's a good point, Johnny. One of the weaknesses of this comp is the rollout is incredibly slow. No real movement abilities across essentially the entire team when it comes to desperation recontests. But they've held so well, I think they will have time. He's
back.
Already forced the ice block, though. It's going to be hard to touch. Max is going to have to do the honors. Wayball buys a little bit of space for them to do so. Looking to find this high noon first. Zones away the backline. Quartz out of the fight.
Max blocked here. Could be devastating.
Oh, it's a big lift onto the Meg. Oh, the point! A beautiful 4C9. And Max shuts them down at the second hurdle. So much hope on the back of that first fight from Twisted Minds. And now, where has it gone?
Dare I say, Jake, I feel like Twisted Minds, this composition has really stumped them. They're not playing the normal selves, because typically a flux in overtime, it's obvious that you need to recontest the payload as two people go into the sky. But Twisted Minds, they're playing a little scattered, have a lot to think about facing this composition that they're perhaps not used to. And that forces an error like that in overtime dissipates very quickly.
It's a brutal thing. I mean, in a long overtime like that, the game ends so quickly lifted off that payload. Crazy Raccoon presenting an as yet unsolvable problem to Twisted Minds, who are going to go back to the well with a tried and true style for them, but will it be enough to win the day? So far, nothing has really moved the needle. I mean, the fights they have won, been on the back of individual plays, but it just doesn't feel reliable or consistent against the phalanx that Crazy Raccoon are presenting.
I feel like at the World Finals, when Twisted Minds did claim that crown, they were putting Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons in an uncomfortable spot. That time it was the Korean teams who felt like they were perhaps on the back foot. Their rotations weren't on point. Their support ultimates were a little bit scattered and not securing the ultimate value they required. And you can so clearly see Twisted Minds here. They're the ones who are struggling to execute in these team fights. They are on the back foot now, trying to adapt to what Crazy Raccoon are bringing their way.
Somebody has to rise up, a hero for Twisted Minds, to slow things down, but Stalker almost uncontested here, swings wide. They take the defender position already. Twisted Minds on the back foot, desperate to hold on to this point. TVNT rocked on his heels. Stalker looking for any opportunity to punish. TVNT already out of the suit. Tank gap from back, cleans up the opposition. And Twisted Minds on their heels. No one able to stand the contest. The feed fills with orange. The hopes for Twisted Minds dashed on the rocks as Chorong looks to finish the much vaunted DPS duo of these world champions.
I mean, Twisted Minds historically, they've relied on that D.Va play so much. But with the Mizuki added into the mix here, one of the first times really seeing Mizuki get a lot of value in a composition since the Heroes release. But it puts so much pressure onto the D.Va in a situation like that. TVNT can't escape with the flight from the mech.
Stalker's Bastion could be devastating here. Incredibly hard. One Sigma stun could be more than enough. Even grabs that aura out of the air. And with the form, TVNT defensive, fully backing the rock.
Oh,
the
Simple.
finish is good. Simple finds one, but not nearly enough. Stalker and Heesang stacking this payload, moving it towards its now seeming inevitable finish. And with 5 minutes on the clock, this feels impossible. A Sisyphean effort asked here of Twisted Minds.
I mean, this is an unbreakable object. There's so much sustain for the Crazy Raccoon and Twisted Minds. They're trying to poke and prod, they're trying to set up these angles, but they're just not finding the picks required. Jwoo set up the flank angle here, and he's got a pulse bomb in hand, but the ultimates from Crazy Raccoon, they're looking to close things out here, Jake.
Already the rush now puts Twisted Minds back. They're trying to bunker, staying alive, biding their time, wisely getting this first ultimate out. Now come with the rush of their own. The Sanctuary, though, allowing Crazy Raccoon to stand tall. TVNT drop inside the rush. Behind it is out from Quartz. Sanctuary protects, though, and Stalker cleans house. Recall out from Jwoo. Very little gas in the tank. The artillery from Bastion seals the deal. And Crazy Raccoon do it in 3 in Tokyo.
Are you kidding me? We came into this first match of the day hoping for a banger, a barn burner that would perhaps set the pace for the rest of the tournament. EMEA staying competitive with the Korean teams, but that was not the case. That was all Crazy Raccoon after a pretty close Ilios to kick things off for us. The Escort and the hybrid maps. EMEA had nothing to show for, and Crazy Raccoon now look like the clear-cut favorites in this tournament alongside the Korean friends in Zeta Division.
A well-deserved round of applause for the Crazy Raccoon team. It's their turn to innovate. It's their turn to present, as you said, an unsolvable problem to the EMEA teams. And now it feels almost destiny that it'll be one of our teams from Asia, one of our Japanese orgs here to lift the trophy in Tokyo. Few opportunities left, right? If Twisted Minds go down like this, who else could hold a candle to Crazy Raccoon but maybe Zeta Division?
That was the best shot. That was the best shot North American EMEA had to stay competitive with Korea here. That was so one-sided, Jake. And I'm out of ideas. I'm thinking we're Twisted Minds here. Like, what can we realistically do? Like the Pharah from Jwoo, you know, you realistically should be a good hero to poke and prod against a hero like Mei, like Sigma. But there's just not enough room to really navigate and secure those picks in the end. And I thought Crazy Raccoon did a fantastic job with that aura healing from the Mizuki to stay alive and buy enough time to turn things with Stalker's Cassidy.
And the flex picks from Heesang and Stalker, I mean, throwing these ideas like flex and hit scan to the wind, right? They're really just willing to play whatever is asked of them. We're going to go down to the stage. We've got an interview with Chorong to see how they're feeling about this incredible win.
進んだチョルン選手にお越しいただきました。勝利おめでとうございます。
こんにちは。
Congratulations on getting the win. I want to start off this interview by asking you about, I guess, CR's composition. I feel like in this Champions Clash, Crazy Raccoon have been using a lot of Mizuki. Is there a special reason as to why you guys are sort of using a lot more Mizuki here?
まずはちょっと CR の戦略についてお聞きしたいんですけど、今回結構水木を使ってる様子を見てまして、その CR が使ってる理由としては何かありますでしょうか?
이번 질문은 아무래도 요즘 보니까 경기를 자꾸 보니까 좀 미즈키가 더 많이 기용이 되는 것 같아요. 특히나 이제 라쿤 팀이 이제 뭐 경기를 할 때 그거에 대한 질문입니다. 미즈키를 좀 더 많이 기용하게 된 이유가 있으신지?
저희가 조합을 아무래도 많이 만들고 있고 무기를 갈고 있다. 저희가 뭐 루키 조합도 뭐 마스터를 했고 양바스 조합도 어느 정도 마스터를 했으니까 상대 팀이 좀 더 까다롭게 좀 만들고 싶어서 아마 미즈키까지 좀 연구를 하면서 좀 잘 통했던 것 같아요.
I feel like we have a lot of different competition under our belt, whether it's the Cat Bastion or the Lucio Kiriko. We have mastered a lot of different competition for a lot of different scenarios. So that's why I think we are utilizing more so that our opponent would have to have a harder time going up against us.
まあやっぱ CR としてはそのネコバスでもそのキリコルシオでもいろんな構成があるので逆に他のチームが対策しにくいようにこうやっていろんな構成戦略を使っていこうという考えになります。
And also, I feel like it is safe to say that Crazy Raccoon is probably one of the best teams in Champions Clash. So my second question is pretty simple. Why do you think CR is so good? What makes Crazy Raccoon so special?
そしてまあやっぱりこの勝利も含めCR は今回のチャンピオンズクラッシュでかなり強いチームとまあ位置づけはできるでしょう。なのでその CR の強さの理由としてはまあ何か理由がありますでしょうか。
아무래도 이제 크레이지 라쿤이 좀 굉장히 강한 팀이기 때문에 좀 크레이지 라쿤이 이렇게 세고 잘할 수 있는 이유가 있다면 좀 크레이지 라쿤만의 좀 이렇게 스페셜한 뭔가가 있나요?
아무래도 핵심은 제가 아닐까. 아무래도 킬러를 거의 다 다루다 보니까 상대 팀이 좀 까다롭게 느낄 것 같아요. 카와이하네요.
I feel like the main key to our strength would have to be me. I play a lot of different heroes. I have a deep hero pool, and yeah, I think that makes a lot of the other teams have a more difficult time. I think it's pretty cute.
やっぱCR の強さとしては私だと思っております。まあいろんなまあヒーローも使えるしかなり戦略になってると思うし何よりも可愛いので、はい、それがまあ一番の理由かなと思っております。
That's it for the review. Thank you so much, and yeah, Dusk, take it away.
Thank you so much, ショルンありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
それでは実況席
Now, gonna take a look at the bracket, see just what Crazy Raccoon have won, a berth into the upper final, and an incredible head of steam you can hear from Chorwang in that interview. He's feeling himself. He can smell and taste the championship here in Champions Clash.
Yeah, the confidence is oozing as we're going to get a matchup of Virtus.pro and Zeta division coming up next here to see who will face Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket final. But as we take a look at the lowers as well, Twisted Minds demoted, and the bracket flips there, of course, and so you're going to see them end up against Weibo Gaming in a lowers match later on today.
Battle of wounded pride right there. Twisted Minds, the current world champs, still current world champs, but it doesn't feel like it after that match, and the #1 seed from China in an elimination game, but that's just how it goes. We've got to crown a world champion here in Tokyo. Guys, we've got incredible matches all day, huge impact. Got to see which teams can make it to the top. But what's all coming at you right after the short break.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Hey guys, Adroll here with Langsa for the exit interview. All gamers unfortunately being eliminated today. Just wanted to ask you, despite being eliminated today, what kind of lessons did you learn in the tournament for Champions Clash? 那今天很遗憾被淘汰了，但是你觉得在这个比赛学到了什么东西？
因为我们队伍里还有很多新人，所以说就是我们比赛经验其实没有那么的充足，并且我们训练时间并没有那么久，就是我觉得给我们更多时间，我们可以把比赛打得更精彩。
So you're saying that they obviously have a new roster, some new members coming together. They still need a bit more time to sort of gel together, maybe a bit more practice time coming to this event as well. Would have helped their team a lot. So yeah, those would be the lessons learned. Second question I want to ask is, what do you think the Chinese region as a whole for Overwatch teams still needs to do to sort of catch up and improve?
你觉得中国的队在守望先锋还需要做什么进步？我觉得我们需要更多的练习，以及更多的选手来加入我们吧。
Still need more time, a lot more time to practice, and more importantly, we need probably more players getting into the competitive side to potentially become new pro players. So my final question for you, now that you guys have been eliminated, is there anything else you still want to do in Japan? 你现在被淘汰了，你觉得在日本还想做什么东西吗？
首先我们会，还是先从后面的比赛中学习一些东西，然后可能在回去之前去各自寻找一些景点。
So first of all, I'd like to probably still spend some time reviewing and going over what we could be doing better, but otherwise in Japan, doing some touristy stuff and just seeing the country. Well, thank you so much, Ling-sun. Thanks so much. 谢谢。
Welcome back, everyone, and just like that, we have our first winners finalist in Crazy Raccoon. So pretty much like we all expected here on the deck.
I think Ash had TM, right?
Yeah, you didn't have
Wait
to
a
call her
second.
out like that. That's crazy.
Am I getting gaslit right now?
Potentially.
No, I mean, me and Zoe were wrong.
The important thing is to be aware of the situation, Ash. So I think that's step one.
Awareness is key.
Exactly.
Awareness is key.
Well, we're now definitely aware that Crazy Raccoon are just that good. Quite frankly, this was anticlimactic. Especially after Ilios, like initially, the first 2 rounds were so close. And they both played the Jetpack Cat and the Bastion. Both looked good. Both first 2 rounds went like into like almost 100 versus 100, right? So like everything looked so close.
It did.
And then round 3. And then I don't know what happened. Things got a little different. And then the rest of the series happened. But it was so quick that you barely know that it even happened.
Yeah, I feel like the turning point was also when we saw the pivot from the Ana onto the Kiriko. That was where we really saw like more of the survivability there for Vigilante. And then overall, I think that on the side of CR, it was just really clean, let's be honest. You got to give credit to TM, though. Yeah. I think last time we saw them on the Cat Bastion, we also had Jaewoo on the Bastion. Then this time around, ends up being Quartz. Things change up. I don't know if that was necessarily because of the Cassidy ban that came through or if they were trying to hide it yesterday. I was impressed with how they were, managing that in the first 2 rounds of Ilios, but you could definitely tell there was discomfort.
The worry I would have for TM for the remainder of like the kind of tournament, and I think I would find it hard to believe they don't just kind of lose the next match, but maybe they could, because a lot of this series they didn't really kind of play a lot of the Cat Bastion at times, right? They lost to CR when CR was playing, a lot of these Mizuki comps that we thought were a troll yesterday may not actually be. I know with the May, it's a really good combination.
This one's still out for debate. We don't know.
we still doesn't believe.
I'm not quite bought. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the bracket. Obviously, this was probably the toughest opponents right behind Zeta division that TM could have faced. Now, in the lower bracket, they will be going up against Weibo Gaming. They looked, Twisted Mindset they looked formidable against the second seed in China, even when they had to go up against the Cat Bastion. So I low-key expect Twisted Minds to have a much easier time against Weibo.
Yeah, I definitely got to agree with you on that. It's going to be a different level of opponent heading into that lower bracket, and it's going to be about being able to brush off this matchup heading into lowers later on today.
That game's got some silly potential in it.
Weibo
TM could get a little silly with this. Because Weibo, we saw them play some Cat Bastion. It didn't look that great. Does TM go back and play it? Do they really kind of commit to something else? I think that series could get a little wild.
Well, we'll find out very soon, because we have quite a few matches to go through today. Of course, we still have a second match in our upper bracket. This one is going to be Zeta versus VP. Quite frankly, when I looked at the schedule this morning, I was like, ooh, that first one is going to be so close. The second one has potential to be not that. Now, the first one was not that close. So how excited are you about that second series?
Hey, if you're a fan of the Korean teams, I think you're really damn excited.
Oh, you're going to be eating.
You're a fan of speedrunning content.
if you made plans for the rest of the day, you're good. Honestly, you're good. Let's talk about the teams though, right? Starting with VP. I think they surprised a lot of people. We didn't expect them to play quite that dominant. minus Nambani. But other than that, like, what have we learned? What's the biggest takeaway from Virtus.pro in their first series yesterday?
Kevster's back.
Dude,
I mean, Kevster's like all the way back.
Yes.
I mean,
crazy.
Just his game on Cassidy and like, so the positives here for Virtus.pro, if you were to make an argument for VP, right, is like, you know, Landon and Psycho have this like really, you know, they've done really well at international events over the last 2 years, right? You get Kev back on land, like Fix is playing pretty well. It's just a really difficult opponent, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the toughest opponent they could draw in the field.
I mean, it doesn't matter how much Lanimal potential you have when you're going up against a team like Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think they would have preferred to face him in the first 2-2.
Yeah.
Generally, like, because first 2-3, like, they can't really do the same things that we saw them doing earlier on yesterday. They were able to not use up the bans in the first map, win it out regardless, and then they did come in with the, I think the Bastion ban, it was on map 2. Now, of course, in the first 2-3, what else can they pull out of the bag?
I think you're just going to see those bans coming out a bit earlier. I feel like that's a lesson that could be learned and even taken away from this last series with TM versus Crazy Raccoons. It felt like they were holding on to some of those Cat Bastion bans into a little bit later in the series that we expected to maybe come out.
But VP also, we saw them play the Cat Bastion, so maybe they don't really feel like they need to ban it. Like, I think at least they can try and see like what level they're at, maybe like in an early map, and then kind of go from there in terms of what they decide. Yeah, kind of like, yeah. Are we like really far away, or are we like, hey, we were a fight or two away? Like maybe
in my
we
head,
keep
I'm
going.
using transitive properties, so I see like how do VP stack up against TM? How do TM stack up against Crazy Raccoon? How does Crazy Raccoon stack up against Zeta?
Yeah.
So Zeta seems to be, you know, at the top of the food chain here in our little circle of misery.
But like comparing VP to TM in like what we saw in EMEA in stage 1, like it's like a completely different game than it is.
True.
Right?
It is. It is.
But I do get paid to make some points here on the desk, so I'm like fully committed to my draft right now, so you know. Let's talk about
That's
Zeta.
valid.
Though. Yeah, thank you so much. That's why I get paid the medium bucks. Let's talk about Zeta Division. Obviously, we hailed this team as the team to win it all. They have been so very dominant in the entire regular season. And while the playoffs for them in their region was a very close one against Crazy Raccoon, they are just like, they're just stacked top to bottom. They've not shown us any. They've not really shown us anything.
No.
I don't know if half the comps they played so far have even been real comps.
Okay, you say that, yeah. So they pulled out the Mizuki too. Like maybe the Korean teams just know something. Is that the direction we're going in with the rework that happened to his ultimate?
Do they know something? Is the Ryan back in the mix?
Hey, who knows? We saw Ryan Muirs yesterday. Everything is kind of on the table.
I mean, Zeta, like the roster is just so filthy that like it could have been a little bit of shenanigans yesterday. Where I don't think they'll they'll play for real here against VP. I think. But a lot of those weird comps we're kind of talking about, they make work. Like, like it doesn't really matter.
That's why we don't know if it's a weird comp or if they're serious.
Part of me is just like, will we see the Mizuki head-to-head with Zeta versus CR later on?
Yeah, we're going to get the stats in for that one as well. Might have Mizuki has like probably one of the highest win percentages in this tournament so far.
Oh, well,
So skewing stats right now.
Yeah, exactly. We're skewing stats. Again, something we get paid for. So it is what it is.
What do you think his win percentage is about? Like it's like 98. Like it's
probably it's up there. It's up there for sure. Predictions for this one. I'd be crazy surprised if anyone here went VP. Just like I was crazy surprised that she went for TM in our previous.
Yeah, I'm
to be
also
clear,
crazy surprised that I went
TM.
I'm so surprised. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I went TM. I didn't know.
That's how crazy that was. No, listen. I mean. Point is here really for predictions, like we don't really know what to expect from these teams, what they have in the back pocket. It is just 8 teams playing it out in such a like high stakes format that any team might have, you know, an element of surprise for us.
That is true. That is true. So you ended up going for Zeta in this.
Yes. So to finish the point, I'm going for Zeta.
I was like, she set this up.
I gotta set myself up for this one. No. Zeta all the way.
What is Zeta Division?
Zeta all the way. The way you were back in VP up, like, are you gonna be contrarian?
No. I think we're Zeta Division across the board here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be crazy not to just kind of go with Zeta.
No, I definitely got to agree with you. It would be pretty wild.
Yeah, it'll just be a matter of like how dominant is this match going to look like? Can VP fight back? And if so, can they once again like kind of provide a blueprint, maybe something that TM can take away from their match there as well? Because I really liked what we've seen from VP and how they handled the current meta in the first round yesterday. Again, that said, that was the first 2-2. This one is the first 2-3, and they have to go up against the best team that we potentially have here, the Champions Clash. So it will be an uphill battle in order to secure that final spot in the upper bracket final. We are now heading into a short breaks, and in a few minutes we're going to have Tiger on stage to bring out our teams.
No
第2試合に参りましょう。まずはこのチームです。ゼータディビジョン。対するはVirtus.pro。アッパーラウンド2ゼータディビジョン VS Virtus.pro の対戦です。それでは実況席よろしくお願いします。
A brutal beatdown by Crazy Raccoon to take down the world champions and the #1 seed in Twisted Minds not just a moment ago, but now we have Korea's #1 versus EMEA's #2. Giving a few free t-shirts to the crowd as well as Zeta Division, giving a few gifts before they, well, the crowd's hope at least, annihilate VP.
I mean, that would be insane, right? When you look at the match schedule for today and you looked at all of the games, you think to yourself, what would be closer? Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon, or Zeta coming up here against Virtus.pro? You would probably say it would be the world champions. That it would be Twisted Minds going head-to-head a 5-map full series against Crazy Raccoon, but no, a 3-0 win there for the sweep of the home team. And now we get to see how far the divide comes between our seed 2 from EMEA and our seed 1 from Asia.
Yeah, and it was a beatdown, by the way. Like, it wasn't like a 3-0, like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
that
it
little
was sort
fight
of
back. But it was like, yeah, you might as well have just punched me, Moxie, honestly, because it was that bad. Like, it was, and that's not what we expect here. But like you said, this game, in theory, is going to be not even as close, like 1% as close, because Zeta have been so damn dominant, even in Asia. It was a very long series. It went to 7 maps versus Crazy Raccoon in that Asia finals, but like, it felt like Zeta didn't really have the steam in the early few maps, and then they eventually picked it up. It feels like Zeta coming in, everybody was super scared of them, and now Virtus.pro, like, what do you think of the chances here for VP against Zeta?
Well, VP said themselves yesterday when they did their winner interview, the one team that they wanted to go up against was Zeta, and you can see that they're prepared here, right? Ana ban right out of the gates to take Shu's Ana away and force him onto the Kiriko. Something that Zeta were always prioritizing was the Ana in the Cat Bastion matchup coming on through in their region stages, but the fact that it's Ilios means that it's likely going to be things like the Wrecking Ball as that tank instead, so I think you'll be on the Kiriko anyway.
Oh, look.
Oh, they're
some signed jerseys too.
Oh.
Nice. Damn it. I thought it was just regular
I
t-shirts.
thought it was just regular t-shirts. If I'd known that they were signed, I would have been in the crowd myself.
I was about to say, I'd have been wading through that crowd too. Gimme, gimme. Yeah, Virtus.pro. They have a very tall order ahead of them because Zeta Division, I think me and Johnny were speaking about it a little bit yesterday. The fact that this team as well was rebuilt from the ground up and rebuilt with some of the best players to touch the game. I mean, look at this backline and tell me how many Overwatch teams these have been.
Who let them get you? Who let them get you?
They actually sniped it from Crazy Raccoon.
You're allowed to pick up Shu as well because like they've just been collecting the Infinity Stones. That's the best way to describe Zeta's team at the moment. And in comparison to Virtus.pro, they lost Jaewoo to Twisted Minds.
Right. Yeah, so it's like, well, Shu, we got him, and then Jaewoo, you've lost one of your best players to TM. Yeah, it's going to be tough here for VP. First map is going to be Ilios. Like you said, some Wrecking Ball could come in here, especially on this round.
Yeah, for sure. If it's Lighthouse starting off as well, then that Wrecking Ball is going to be feeling the impact, and Milgaru has a mean Wrecking Ball on him. No Cat Bastion banned out, so likely going to be seeing the bans.
Way bigger chance there from the Zeta Division side. A ton of fans coming in through from Japan and from a ton of different countries too. We've seen some English fans come up to us, which has been rather nice. So there's going to be a few of them in the crowd for VP. Ice actually hovering Mauga.
Yeah.
To start up. FACEIT obviously hopping over to the Jetpack Cat. Kevster on the Bastion. Quick teleport out. Zeta Division running different than Tank Ball. Milgaru obviously is going to be on Wrecking Ball here. So Ice wants to get to that point real quick.
Yeah, Kevster on the Bastion too means that you don't have to ban out the Cassidy, not to have to worry about stopping that
Nice
Wrecking Ball, but great Suzu. Kevster gets the best of knife,
Yeah,
and there goes
that.
Zeta's burst damage.
Oh, nice nade too. Forces the recall really on from Proper. That's got Shu waiting in the wings, but this gives VP an opening here to get Ice on the point.
They should be able to get onto the point like you said, and now you're going to be able to play that Mauga just to anchor the point itself. You're going to be able to scout out when the Wrecking Ball comes through, so Zeta, even though they have a more mobile composition, they don't get the first point cap, so they can't play the stall up.
Good slam, but Kevster instantly bathed in that Suzu. Knife on the high ground. He's not got too much of an angle there, unfortunately, to shoot anybody. He's going to have to drop again as Proper and Violet end up going down. All right, okay, good start from VP.
I worry about how they're going to be able to deal with Ice on this Mauga too, because usually you would see the Reaper come through instead of that Tracer, so Ice Nom is just going to be able to survive for infinite on this point. And if Zeta can't ice the Mauga or get to the backline with the Kiriko, they're not going to be able to actually flip the switch and get this point capped.
Kev's got the emergency out as well. Psycho's waiting for them to dive in first, then double blink to that high ground if they stay around. Heard Milgaru though, drops down, takes that mega health pack. Kevster pops the ult, he's got that overhealth so he can't be jumped on instantly, and he's got Ice Gnome at his back as well. Nice bit of damage there onto the Bastion, but Proper goes down to Lander. That's a couple of times in a row now that Lander's got the pick on Proper.
And it's huge too because Proper had the Pulse Bomb, which means that you can use Suzu freely, not worrying about the Pulse Bomb being able to come on through. You've got the Catnap as well from FACEIT potentially to disrupt Shu's usage of the Kitsune Rush as Lander pulls.
Yeah, Shu's already got that kill. Violet's going to slam into the ground and drag Ice off the edge. Nice work from Violet, but still VP with 70%.
That was Shu's rush though, invested for Zeta to be able to find the flip, which means that Virtus.pro could potentially, if they can walk onto the point with this Mauga, use one-sided rush and force Zeta Division to give up all of the space they just got back.
All right, well, they're taking this to the skies again with the Bastions. Milgaru's going to try and knock him out, or at least distract for a moment. Knife 50 HP, he's going to get around, but all good. Here comes the healing off food. Is going to be able to stay alive as Kevster goes down to Milgaru. This two-pronged attack as well. It's worth pointing in mind, like, you've got the ball slamming and the Bastion to deal with. Come on. Proper ends up going down again. Not used to seeing Proper go down this early so many times. Mine's on the point. There's a rush through it too for VP, so Ice is going to be more than safe to hang around. But the boop ends up coming in. Once again, Violet takes down Ice.
Oh, good stick! Knife is down, good exit trade there from Psycho, which means that Zeta won't be able to play super aggressively towards Virtus.pro's spawn side with the Bastion, with that Cat. So Virtus.pro will have a little bit more space to be able to work with, but 92% picked up for them. That's one fight win from being able to take this round.
Hey, and Violet's got ult again. Ice is going to have to be careful. Cage, so important in this fight though.
Yeah, if you can combine Cage with Artillery Strike coming on through from Kevster, Zeta are not going to be having a fun time.
Yeah, Cage for Ice Gnome on the point. It's going to get dragged off again. Not again! Violet is so damn good on this damn Cat.
Oh.
Zeta Division and making that fight look easy. And that Cage boxy, yeah, it was important, but
yeah.
Come on.
I mean, the Cage denied by the Catnap coming through.
Oh, it's just gross.
It's a horrible time for a Mauga. Even if you've got like the overrun in play, potentially you can use it to dodge out from the Catnap, but Ice, it must have been on cooldown. Violet perfectly tracking that Mauga's weakness, as we're going to be looking for Proper having that Pulse Bomb, which means that Landon has to hold the Suzu.
Man, he's going to have nightmares this week, I'll tell you right now, about Violet's Jetpack Cat. Well, FACEIT's got an ult of his own, the Catnapper. Wow, they take that point free. What a pulse from Proper, though. Artillery barrage comes in too. Maybe we wanted you to actually have the point there.
It was the bait
all along.
Because then they're deep enough for Shu to be able to commit the Kitsune Rush, and Virtus.pro not caught in a Mauga cage, but might as well be caught in a barrel.
Zen building, though. They need to get to the point. Slam's going to come in. Who is here to actually touch? VP get one. It's Psycho, but Fix is already dead. This Bastion's going to be alone here. Taking the skies, this knife. Hitting the skybox there for a second. It's going to be a mines, but Suzu's the only thing Landon can do to save the team now. And there's 5 players from Zeta Division locking down this point. There's just no hope, no chance, no way they're going to get that one back. That is round 1. Over to Zeta.
I mean, it's not just 5 players from Zeta, it's also the minefield as well. So unfortunately for VP, they just did not have the time to be able to sit in the space, build up the one-sided rush, and use it to be able to flip through that overtime play. Zeta, it was close. It was close. Like, there were moments, the fact that Landon was getting the better of Proper so many times, the Kiriko versus Tracer, could have opened up a lot of space, but the moment Zeta were able to get feed on the point, have that space, deny the Mauga from being able to hit the backline because they were in control,
oh, yeah.
They could keep the Kiriko out of Ice's reach, that's when they started pulling ahead.
All right, they're going to roll with the same thing. Milgaru.
Roadhog.
Milgaru.
It's
Roadhog on well?
Yeah.
All right, so we've seen some Ryan, and now we're seeing the Hog.
Okay.
Okay.
It's custom workshop time. How many people get hooked into the well?
They're getting him up on the high ground too. Oh, don't fall for it, please. Well, they know they've got a Hog now. Ice is so... What is my tank doing, man?
Look, who expects a Roadhog to play from that position?
They knew he was there. They peeked the corner.
They peeked the corner. They knew he was there, but the hook just grabs them in a little bit too deep before they can get out. And yet again, Zeta answer the question, like, what do Virtus.pro do now? Getting this Mauga back in, it did not go well on Lighthouse. It's likely not going to go well on well.
Yeah, they're going to try and stop them from pushing in, and they actually force the forms really early on. Knife hitting the hill. But now you have to fight into the Roadhog, into the well.
Kevster getting real close to an artillery strike, but it's not really going to do much to lock Zeta's players down. Knife and Proper both going low. Psycho forced a recall.
Super early too. Missing the Hog and the Flying Bastion, but all good. You're going to have to show some Mauga mentality right now. I should try and chase Milgaru down because Proper's already got a kill onto Psycho. Artillery barrage does make sure Ice has to back off. So VP, they end up losing both DPS. Fixer does end up killing both of them though, at least. But I mean, getting 2 kills at least. But are you going to be able to stay alive? Proper is still going. Violet gets yet another catnap onto the Mauga. Oh my goodness, Ice is having the worst possible time on this tank roll.
It's hellish. Ice is in just the 7th circle of hell, and it's Jetpack Cat. With the catnap off of the map, you go so many times. She's going to have earlier rush as well, so when Virtus.pro walk into it, they have nothing to be able to answer back, which means it just has to be a good disengagement play.
Knife's not taking too much damage here. Still hovering above this windmill right now. Oh, the hook! Oh! Ice! And you get saved too! Are you serious? There's just no way!
Okay, Violet is making a play to be one of the best Jetpack Cat players in the world. Like, the amount of accuracy for the catnap, the saves from the quite literal lifeline to keep Milgaru in the fight with the whole hog against Fixer. What a play!
I mean, Ice is having the worst possible time in this tank pick right now. Well, they've at least killed Knife. There is a rush on the point. They're still looking for another hook, and Milgaru gets Fixer. Whole hog into the corner. Milgaru is still alive, mind you, despite the artillery barrage landing next to him as well. Cage ends up coming in. Zeta Division on 99%, but Proper kills Kevster, and now Ice Gnome. He's had a use of the cardiac overdrive already, so he's not going to have any sustain for this point. Violet swoops in, picks up the kill on the Mauga, and Zeta Division 100-0 on well. Disgusting first map.
I think we're about to see a cat ban.
Look at that smile on Violet's face.
Oh, he's so happy.
Look at that smile on my guy's face. That is...
Roses are red, violets are blue. If he's got a catnap, you better believe Ice Gnome is in the wrong side of the kill feed. That's how that saying goes right now. Oh, they really did just read VP perfectly. Like, the fact that the Mauga was coming out, they were more than happy to let the Mauga come out to play because the catnap, the Jetpack Cat, the Bastion leverage, being able to just take out so many times the tank so that VP lost any way of creating space for the Bastion or the Trace to get anything done. So dominant from Zeta.
20-2 for Violet. Ice sitting at 8-8 on the Mauga. I mean, this is copping a Jetpack Cat ban next match.
This for sure is the Jetpack Cat ban.
I mean, that was... I mean, there's going to be less environmental as you're thinking. I mean, Ilios in general, very environmentally, if that's a word. But, I mean, that performance of Violet was ridiculous. Probably I would say, Out of all Jetpack Cat performances we've seen,
That's the
especially here,
best.
this is easily the best.
Oh yeah, I mean, we did see, I think for me, the smartest Jetpack Cat play was still the previous Ilias, where we got that little dip of the lifeline, or rather the
into
cat
the death
map
box.
into the death box while the cat's still above it, so that you only get the diva killed and still stay standing, or I guess flying. But across the board, yeah, Violet for sure, the most amount of value, the most amount of connections. Poor Ice Nom
What is my tank doing?
tries to run away
Yeah.
off of the high ground and get the drop, but look, even there, the environmental off of the hook coming through from Ilgaru, a catnap there onto ice.
It's just comedy. It's just pure comedy. I mean, and then getting saved
And
as
then,
well.
yeah.
I mean,
I tell you what, Virtus.pro, they're going to be talking to the devs. They're going to be like, hey, I know you sort of tried to fix AP, but what if we could build some rails around Illy as well? Just to make sure that
please
attacks
don't. Do not
go
listen to
off
them.
the point.
Do not listen to them. Keep it the way it is. I want to see more Roadhog.
No, it's the same people who built the Death Star, I'm pretty sure. Like, they have the same aversion to railings to
Yeah.
just let people fall off the side.
Well, Zeta Division on feeling very, very comfortable after that map. A little quick 2-0. Let's talk about what we spoke about at the top of this. We're expecting Zeta Division to be like light years ahead in terms of not really like the meta, but just how well they'll perform here, considering how dominant they've been in Korea and in the Asia Finals as well. But for VP, going to a map like New Junk City, kind of the map that you're like, okay, Jetpack Cat or like Cat Bastion, not as prevalent.
Not
Every
as many
team-
environmentals, too.
Exactly. Every team that's like, okay, we kind of don't want to play that kind of comp, they're taking us here.
Yeah, there's only 2 points really on New Junk City where you can potentially get environmentaled off by a catnap. So Virtus.pro will probably be just like crossing all limbs that they don't RNG random roll into them if they do let the cat through. But this is a first to 3 series, so even if they ban the cat now, they do still have to face it against another of the map, but then potentially they could go for the Bastion ban. As I think for Virtus.pro, I'm not surprised it's New Junk City, because this is where Kevster popped off the other day with the Cassidy. Like, generational performance. Probably the best cast performance he's put on in his whole Overwatch career.
There was substitution for Zeta as well. We'll take a couple of extra minutes here just to get everybody ready from Zeta on the stage. VP got to lock in, though. Great Kevster on that Cassidy again. But again, look at the DPS you're going against, though, Moxie.
But what if they ban the cast?
Sure.
Because like that ban is potentially there. So if Virtus.pro get first ban, maybe they actually go for the Bastion ban, so that they can then use it to save the Cassidy as well, while still removing the threat of the Bastion cat.
Yeah. A little protect. Banar for Milgaru, though. Milgaru rocking that wrecking ball a lot of time. Banar, okay. I'm liking this substitute, especially on this kind of map. If you want to play a lot of heavy, like off-tank,
Maybe
Banar
some
is
Sigma.
the guy.
Yeah, a little bit of Sigma, potentially, maybe some Zarya as well, if you want to just be able to play like super aggressive and run towards Virtus.pro so that they don't get the opportunity to create and sit in that space for the DPS to be able to get work done, since both Zeta and Crazy Raccoon, like, they're such aggressive teams. They really understand the timings to be able to go in and disengage and get out, and that's really like a good playstyle for Flashpoint, because you sort of look at Control and how fast the point percentage ratchets up on there. It ratchets up even faster on Flashpoint, so being able to take these fights really quickly but also punish your opponent when they start losing one to stagger out those picks and deny them the chance of regrouping for the next one can be the difference maker of allowing them to take 3 fights per 1 point and only limit it to 2.
I think the question is, too, with the EMEA, look at Crazy Raccoon game, 3-0 over Twisted Minds. And if Zeta keep up this kind of performance, maybe it's going to be 3-0 versus VP. Like, are we back? Is the Asia region back? Yeah, is EMEA like going down there with NA and China into that lower bracket? Mizuki ban for VP. Looking at last series, Moxie,
Yes.
Mizuki pretty crazy, but a Zarya ban for Zeta.
Yeah, I like the Mizuki ban because it also feels like something that a lot of the non-Korean teams weren't ready to be able to deal with it. It's probably like a strategy
100%.
that's been hidden in scrims. Likely everyone's come into the tournament thinking it's going to be the Bastion, going to be the Cat, and Korea's just pulled off the biggest game of Psych that we have ever seen in
But actually,
Overwatch.
Mizuki's kind of fire, guys.
Mizuki.
I hate to bring it to you.
He's so bad, guys, and then he gets double buffed because we're now playing on live patch, so he's been having 2 back-to-back buffs. The aura healing coming on out, but honestly, it's the Sanctuary. The fact that you don't play it as aggressively, but more as a defensive option against things like the overclock, and if they use the graviton as well, then you can be able to just absorb all of the incoming damage by staying inside it. But we do get the Zarya ban coming on out as well at the same time, so likely D.Va, potentially a little bit of Sigma.
Yeah, I think with, especially on these escort maps, Mizuki's so powerful holding corners. Really nice to play around. And you can play a little bit passive, aggressively too.
With the TP.
Yeah, not like a Kiriko where you can like TP at will. You kind of have to set yourself up for it. But like you being able to play on those off angles, also very annoying. You have to get cleared out. And then Mizuki TP's away. And then he's super far in the back line. And the aura healing too is just...
The chain setup as well.
Crazy, yeah.
Anything which can just like grab you to one specific spot with that follow-up, as we can have a look and see our stats coming on through from Bernal. The biggest thing, in my opinion, for stats for a tank is the amount of deaths that you have, right? Damage you're going to be expecting to be high, but it's the amount of deaths. And 4, like you said, is very low.
It's pretty low.
In comparison to like the amount of damage that you're doing as well as the limbs that you're getting, which goes to show that Bernard's got a very good read of what he can get away with, but also the synergy with his backline. Because that was like a worry too, when you're adding new players to your backline, when Shu's coming in, how well versed are you going to be when you have to add a new support? Like, is the trust going to be there to be able to pull off some of these plays, which really come down to half-a-second frames?
Yeah, we'll see if we'll see Mulgaru a little bit later on. Looks like Bernard is set up, though. We're about to get into this next map. VP have got a lot of questions to answer. Can Kevster kind of play this carry performance again with the Cassidy against the Leica Zeta division, which is, yeah, it's a tall order.
I mean, like we said, he looked insane. He was getting what? We had 2 flashpoints and he had 2 ultimates. First fight, second fight,
you got, like,
got
5 kills in the first fight.
6 kills, yeah. 6 kills within 2 fights.
That's insane.
3 kills in the first, which was absolutely wild. By the time the first fight had ended, he was 72% to the first Deadeye.
It was clicking heads.
He was clicking heads.
Yeah.
And combat rolling.
And
Get
combat rolling.
the reload into clicking heads.
Yeah. But against Proper and Knife, like, are you going to be able to do the same thing? Probably not. Like, you probably can't disrespect Zeta that much. Shu on your screen, of course, with Violet sitting next to him. Crazy backline, too. I mean, Violet, obviously, 2 championship rings. The guy is one of the greatest of all time.
Kitted out, pretty much. Like, every player on Zeta's team is just absolutely kitted out in Overwatch esports lore. Like, that's why we said they're the favorites coming into this. Even though Twisted Minds wear the championship tag, Zeta are the arguably more dominant team when you weigh up all of the years of Overwatch esports history that they have collectively. And in this meta, it looks like it favors the Korean teams because they got the jump on the Bastion Cat, and they now have the lead on the second best meta, which is that Mizuki.
Yeah, and just to like add on to that a little bit, Shu has been around since 2017, like before even like Overwatch League. He was on Flashlights in 2017. Like, he was... When you could change to other roles within the game, I know, crazy concept. He was playing a little bit of the Widow as well as the Ana. Like, the guy's been around for such a long time, a true, like, veteran status player. As we jump in to this next map.
Yeah, getting ready to go into this flashpoint. This is the true test for Virtus.pro. Like, can they come out with the turnaround after such a dominant first round? Like, this was where they were able to turn things around yesterday against WBG, but it really could have been either way if we did not see the Kevs to Cassidy. So, like we said, can he pull off a generational performance twice in a row?
All right. Bernard subbing in for Zeta Division. We're expecting Kevster, hoping Kevster has another generational performance, but playing this Tracer, you know, Proper Knife, they're going to be playing quickly. With Bernard on the off tanks, you almost know what you're going to expect. No Bastion here, no Cat, Mizuki banned for VP as well. Kevster's Tracer has to go crazy here against Zeta, but playing against Proper is so tough.
Oh, that's not a Tracer. We got baited.
That's not a Tracer. Okay.
That's the Sojourn. I was going to, like, the Tracer has more macro potential impact by being able to split the backline attention, but it's not the kill potential of something like a Castro Sojourn.
All right, still on the Bastion though is Knife. No cats. They're just going to rely on Proper's TPs to get them around.
Yeah, it's the sim. This is something that Virtus.pro used for Numbani yesterday, and it really went quite well. You're going to be able to get around the staticness of the Ramatra too, since you can only put the shield in one direction.
Wait, Knife behind them. You got to look around. 180, quick. Banar and Proper take the kills, but Knife just basically walked behind them for free there.
It's the Ram shield, right? Once you put it down, it is dedicated to that one angle, as opposed to Banaz, who's going to be much more fluid. This is one of the drawbacks of Ramatra. Go for something like a Tracer, or in this instance, a Sim TP to enable Knife's reposition, and Ice can't save the team.
Great teleport rotation. They're going to have to look out for it. They're going to have to just keep their heads on a swivel, because with Virtus.pro comp, yeah, they can use their own TP to get on somebody, but I mean, getting spammed out with the right clicks from Proper, sure. Quick reset, but they're not going to give up another kill.
I mean, this is allowing Shu as well to hit Rush faster, because Landon's down one player to be able to heal all of that incoming poke.
Right.
They're not allowing Virtus.pro, because it's only poke that they're taking, to build up something like Kevster's OC to break this fight wide open. And look, Shu's already got the Rush ready to go. Virtus.pro, if they want to match it, they have to give up point percentage.
Yeah, they could go really quick as well. Virtus.pro deciding against going through main. They're going to try and rotate through this middle choke point instead. TP up to the high ground though. Knife's in such a good spot. These little turrets aren't going to be too much as FACEIT gets poked by Knife and picked off as well. I mean, Zeta, she's just pure domination. Virtus.pro.
This is point.
They got nothing.
This is straight up first point, 100-0. Like the fact that they were getting those early limbs onto Virtus.pro, the fact that they had that fight so one-sided in the first instance with the Bastion getting that reposition. And now, while yes, Landon has one-sided Rush and FACEIT does have the sound barrier, you can't use the sound barrier at the same time as Violet, because Bernard will just be holding onto the Flux to rip all of the extra health off.
Hey, maybe Kevster can do something special here with his overclock in a moment. Proper does end up going down. The Flux is good though. Oh, and a good snipe on Psycho. Sound barrier for 4 on Zeta division. But that barrage actually is going to force Icestone to back up slightly. Banar's now alone on the point. Ravenous Vortex is going to hold him in places. Well, the rest are going to get cleaned up. A fairly expensive fight though for VP. Both support ultimates used.
Yeah, Bernard goes for the Flux to disrupt Landon's Rush, as opposed to waiting to use it to strip off the sound barrier health, and then they use Violets to be able to match. But this comes at a cost now, Jaws. You don't have the barrier to be able to beat the OC. What you're relying on is Proper Symbol, which would be great if Zeta Division were in control of the space. Now they're going to have to invade it in, walk onto the point, get the Symbol into position, which Kevster can easily overcome.
Quick TP, everybody taking that on the exact same frame there. That was pretty impressive as Proper sets up with the wall. Little turrets are going to fight each other for the moment, but here it is. All right. Now what can you really do if you're Ice Gnome? The only thing realistically is just kite back. You've got Nemesis form, so you're going to be able to survive. Proper with the TP. He's going to have an off angle for the team as he teleports away from Kevster. Still an ultimate available here for VP. They've still got this Annihilation to just turn up the tempo. Proper ends up going down to Fixer. Zeta Division now completely isolated. Every single member fighting their own individual battles as Virtus.pro. They're looking to claim this next one.
It was a long fight too, and they get Shu late, which is absolutely massive. Shu's not able to use the Swift Step and make it out with the rest of his team, so they have to wait even more time, even more point percentage, and off of the back of that one, they're not going to have the rush to be able to challenge it. Virtus.pro get the point, tying us up 1-1, and Shu will have the Kitsune Rush to go first in this next round, but you still have to worry about that OC waiting in the wings for Kevster. No Sim Wall, no Sigma to be able to shield it off.
Yeah, super early rotation. Might just be a double rush fight, to be fair. They might just one pops it and the other one's going to pop it in kind. Hopefully they can win it out. Landon's a couple of percentage away. Kevster's still with this overclock too, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Kevster's going to pop it. Instantly gets rocked though. Icestone going extremely low. Luckily though, he's got a Nemesis form to back him up. As Knife gets run over. But still, they're very low in the front line. Luckily, Icestone's still holding on. Landon healing him up in that rush. Sound barrier at full Violet. Ends up hitting 4. Flux is going to be good. It's going to tag the Lucio. But Fixer is more than alive. He was like over 75% HP there in that Flux. Bernard's Flux did nothing. Violet's beat did nothing as Zeta they lose this fight, and Virtus.pro take the point.
So many layers to that fight. Kevs are using the OC, forcing Shu to have to use the rush defensively, allows Landon to hold on for second rush, and then they can sustain
we're
that
so bad.
fight. Bernard's onto the Orisa to be able to put up the pressure onto this Ramatra. Bastion Cat comes on through from Val because this is one of those points with the environmental potential. And Knife, he can go as aggressive as he wants. He's got the artillery strike. If he goes too low for the damage from the Sojourn, he can use the artillery strike for the extra health.
Trying to like TP onto the Cat Bastion. It's like, sure, we'll just fly away. He's got another form in just a moment. Oh, you got to run, Kevster. You got to run. Knife dangerously low now, under half HP. And there is the turret form. Is he going to be able to actually get a couple of kills here, maybe? A couple of them sent towards Ice Snow, but they trade Shu for Kevster, so lack of healing now. It's only Violet, so can't pay attention permanently to Knife. Bernard ends up getting focused down by Psycho. Level 3 beam ripping through that armor as Virtus.pro making their stand. FACEIT gets shot down by Proper, sure, but they've still got a tank on the point.
Psycho on the Symmetra as well is doing such a good job being able to tread through the Orisa's defenses, even though FACEIT is not there with the rest of the team. You've got the Symbol to be able to give you that additional level of cover. And speaking about addition, Kevs is on the cast.
All right, Ravenous Vortex going to hold the approach here of Bernard, but Proper was there for the touch. Rush comes in, Knife goes down, Kevster back on the Cassidy like you mentioned. And with this Nemesis form into the Annihilation, Ice Gnome can basically be a one-man army on the point. It's going to be a tough here for Zeta Division. They catnap Psycho, sure, but is it actually enough from Violet? There's still too many ults here, it feels like, for Virtus.pro. Annihilation gets popped, Proper ends up going down, Shu to follow. Virtus.pro, wait a second here. 2 points back-to-back, 100-0.
Oh, Zeta Division, they risked it for the biscuit. Shu used the rush in that fight as opposed to Zeta calling it instead of saving it for first fight in this next one. You could have used that rush advantage to be able to play into Virtus.pro's sound barrier, but now you don't have it and you have to worry about the Deadeye too.
Just a monumental throw, honestly, from the veteran. Well, here comes the Cat Bastion again. High noon. Psycho still trying to test him. And Knife really can't move here as well. He has to stay grounded right now, out of the way of that High Noon. As they try and collapse on Bernard, the entire team is teleporting onto this Orisa. Point has been unlocked. Bernard's got the Terror Surge, Proper with the Pulse. They're going to go in, but Fix has still got the beat. Knife hounded down as Kevster does not miss. Beat onto 5. VP making this map look easy.
Landon's built up rush in that fight as well. Bernard's off of the Orisa, going for the Diva instead, wants to be able to get into that backline, wants to be able to put pressure on this Cassidy as well, because Kevster just used the Deadeye to be able to hold the space against the Bastion Cat, already 53% to the next one.
Talk about getting back up stronger. After that first map, you're thinking, wow, Zeta are going to destroy here. Even that first point in this
Look
one,
at the
like,
rush.
Insane.
Landon's about to have the rush up. Zeta Division, they can't walk onto the point. If they go too deep, Virtus.pro rush into them.
They force Suzu. Landon instantly hits the rush. Proper in the backline, still got a recall. Has to use it, but his pulse gets eaten. Psycho does end up going down. More to Barrage. I mean, it doesn't really get too much. Clears the point, I suppose, but Bernard's been demeched by the Silver Bullet. And Virtus.pro looking like they're going to win this map. Proper down, Shu dead. Virtus.pro dominating Zeta Division.
There's one more fight, and Shu went down late in that one as well, so they get one chance, one rush. Virtus.pro going to just use the Deadeye and try and put the pressure onto Zeta Division if they can get the flashbang onto Proper and stop the Tracer from getting past, so that Zeta don't have a player to touch. That could have been huge.
He's going to have to he's recalled already. Oh, still gets the kill. Oh, they don't touch though. You get the kill Proper, but you don't get the point. Virtus.pro with a map win. A dominant 3 points at the very end. Zeta Division had their number on that point 1, but 2, 3, and 4. I don't know what Smash said to VP there during that map 1 to map 2 break, but it worked wonders. VP take a map off of Zeta of all people.
It's the Cassidy. Like, Kevster goes on to the Cassidy, and all of a sudden, like, you're seeing so much more pressure on the Bastion, so much more pressure on the Cat, the tank as well. They have to swap off of the Orisa. They don't get to use the Sim TP to get Knife into really egregious off-angle positions for VP to have to deal with, and they get to actually start determining the tempo too.
20 and 5 from Kevster. Yeah, that Cassidy. It's like, wow,
he out-damaged
good yesterday.
Bastion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By how much? A
little 300.
A little bit of extra damage. Yeah, that was like kind of a return to form for Zeta. Like, hey, we want to play the Cat Bastion now. Like, that's what we crushed you with on Control. And it's like, well, actually, Kev's on the Cassidy. This map is what we talked about before.
Yeah.
Kind of perfect against the Cat Bastion because there aren't too many points where you can play around these big buildings for cover, and it's a little bit quicker as well.
Well, Zeta also had a few fumbles in terms of like going for those ults. The fact that they were still committed to taking some of those fights and using things like the rush, when you could potentially play it a little bit safer, had one-sided rush to be able to fully go into that first fight on the third point and deny the cast from having that space. Because Virtus.pro just took advantage. They knew if we used Deadeye, they used rush in the last fight. Shu can't use it aggressively against Kevstar. You can just sit with the Deadeye for the entire duration to stop Knife, to stop Violet from doing what they want. And then once the Cat Bastion are ready to go in to make a move, you've already forced Bernal so low that he has to use Terror Surge just for the extra frames of Fortify to try and survive.
Hold up. This Cassidy, this fight? Like, I mean, this is one of the points too where, like, yeah, you're not dying if you're iced too. Then as soon as Knife ends up going turret mode, and then, well, okay, now we have to back off a little bit, like Violet can kind of slingshot me away. Ice can survive so long with normal form, shield, Nemesis form, has the Annihilation. Like, he's just rolling these cooldowns just so often. It's like, you can't get him off the point, even if you're Knife on Bastion in the sky. Like, it's so tough.
Yeah.
A very good map from VP. I mean, look, I don't expect many people thinking VP are taking a map off of Zeta Division. Less in this fashion either.
I mean, they did such a good job too, because that was Ramatra with Kiriko Lucio heals.
Sure.
So the moment that Bastion actually gets to start turning that burst damage onto the Ram and you don't have your cooldowns, because the Bastion has that cap mobility, you can very easily move around the Ramatra static shield. So the fact that he was able to stay alive for that long, and then you forced Bernal onto the Orisa to counter it, but that played perfectly into Psycho. With the Sim, you saw there in the replays, every Javelin spin used defensively, just eaten through with the Sim's primary.
Rialto is the map pick for Zeta. Mizuki is it's all I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, Mizuki. Also, potential threat of like the Cat with the environmental potentials of just like taking you into the drink. So they're going to be able to bait the bans.
Yeah, I mean, VP have the ban second here. So
yes,
because Zeta have the first ban,
they've already banned Mizuki.
Yeah, there's an option to protect the Cat Bastion if you need to.
Exactly. You can go for a ban here on the support so that they then can't target the Cat, which could be huge because, as we said, VP, they already burned that ban on the Mizuki, so no matter what happens, Mizuki makes it through even if you don't go for a support or save.
Tough decisions ahead for Zeta Division.
I think you ban Cass.
I think there's a high likelihood, yeah, that they do.
I think you ban Cass because then that also means that you save like the Bastion, and then you force Virtus.pro into having to burn the Cat ban.
And you can just use it on another game type.
Exactly.
Hybrid. Obviously, we have push as well, so. All right, let's see what they want to do. We'll get the bans in just a moment. Seems to discuss and make sure they're fully locked in. But Zeta, wow. I mean, I was thinking, coming in like, okay, Zeta, if they win here, it's going to be a replay of the Asia Finals with Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division.
But it throws the power ranking off entirely too, because this was the number 2 seed of EMEA, and when we were looking at the EMEA group stages, the divide gap between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro was monumental, I think is the best way to describe it, as we can have a look and see Icenom. We were talking about Bernard coming on through with 4 devs. Icenom is able to excel past that with only 2 on the Ramatra of all things. And with Ram, like we said, with Kiriko Lucio, when Ramatra first released, teams tried to make it work with the Kiriko Lucio, and it just got overwhelmed. You might as well be trying to heal with tissue paper for the amount of good that the Kiriko Zafudas did, keeping the Ram up. So many players had to go for the BAP for the Brawl, or the Moira Avenue for the Rush.
Okay, I'm seeing it on the screen. It's not on the lower third yet, but Kiriko ban. There we go.
Tracer.
Kiriko for Zeta, protecting a support.
Yep.
Boom, VP, ban Tracer.
Interesting. So maybe they're trying, if we do see the Cat Bastion, we could see the Reaper come through instead, but then that falls off if you're not playing like the Mauga composition. Plus, by banning the Tracer, you don't have to worry about your backline as much. Much safer. You don't have to win the duels.
You can go the Ana here as well, which is what a lot of teams are playing. Like initially, they're mixing Ana a little bit, so, and you have one of the best to ever do it in Shu. So Shu, Ana, and then Violet on the Cat.
Yeah, I think it's really smart too in reaction to the early Kiriko ban, because like Ana can't win the 1v1 against the Tracer as consistently as the Kiriko, which was something that we were seeing happening on Lighthouse earlier on Ilios. So it's very much a case of like you let one team ban to read out where they're wanting to run their composition, and then when you know, okay, this has created a weakness in our composition, you take that out second. But we're headed into Rialto now. It's still one apiece, so we're guaranteed at least 2 more maps. I can't believe we're saying that Virtus.pro versus Team Zeta Division is the closer map so far today. But Virtus.pro are looking on absolute fire. Kevsta's Cast makes it through a ban line yet again.
I'm here for it. I think the crowd is here too. Mentioned before, a lot of Zeta Division fans in the crowd here in the chants, but there's VP fans in there as well, making their voices heard. As we get into this third map, we're headed to Rialto, a Kiri ban for Zeta, opening up the field here for Ana and Kat. And there it is. On the attack, at least hovering it right now, but we're seeing, oh, this is an El Clasico from Landon. Jumping on the BAP.
Without the Sigma. That's the true surprise, right? We're seeing the D.Va with the BAP, not the Sigma, not the Orisa, and not the Ramatra, the more stable anchor tanks who usually require a little bit more burst healing coming on through with the Baptiste, with the Immortality Field. BAP did get buffed. The regen is massively, like, much higher in terms of tick, as well as the cooldown coming on out. But keep your eye on Kevster on the Cassie. Like, Ice being on the D.Va means we've got disruption potential, and being able to keep the Bastion Cat in check and create space for Kevster to just click heads.
All right, what DPS are we going to see from Proper? Knife, Bastion, and Proper on the Mei instead. So it is going to be the Ana Cat backline.
I mean, the Mei's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Ice as well. You don't have to worry about Defense Matrix. The Primary just eats through it. You've got Defense Matrix to eat the Blizzard, but here's the wraparound from
the
Knife.
drive-by is crazy. Okay, they're going to be able to force people off the high ground here. Kevs has already rolled off.
Sim TP has to come through to get him back onto the high ground. Ice steps onto the low ground to keep the cut contested.
He's going again.
And he's pushed them off again.
They're going again. They just keep wrapping around this high ground, and Fix is the one caught on the rotation by Knife. This is such a horrible comp to play into. Ice Gnome needs like 4 matrices surrounding himself to like cover every possible angle. Nice first fight win there for Zeta.
I love this fight because since you have the Mei, like D.Va's not going to be playing point statically, right? The Bastion Cat also not going to be playing point statically. So what you have with the Mei, who's much more tanky with the cooldowns and the wall, you can have Proper be much more anchored on the point itself, and you can play just push Virtus.pro off of the angles.
Got to hit these nades as well. Another thing to kind of keep in mind for Ice, he's got so much to kind of work for right now. Nice little turrets there. It's going to force Knife away, but he can just dip straight back over. And this Mei is going to be a problem too for Proper. But Nice, the first one to go down though of all people. Lasered, and obviously playing on the point like this, you are very vulnerable to Sim.
Shu though, with the nano boost, could potentially come through onto Knife, but Zeta, with the kills going against them, likely going to throw the towel into this fight and just have the defense for second.
Yeah, you can't really kill the Cat Bastion here either. Like, it's so tricky to actually lock them down. So they're going to be in this forward position this whole time.
Zeta going to be looking for the regroup. Knife coming on through off of the side yet again, which means that Virtus.pro's attention split. They can't punish the courtyard cross.
Yeah, you're in the small rooms as well. Like, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, you can't punish the cross. You can't back out to the bridge. Teleport comes in. Well, there's the drive-by again. He's in, he's out, and Kevster gets knocked down. A window does end up coming through, but Bernard can sit in front of it, and even they use the wall to stop any of that damage coming through. No heals onto Ice Gnome, self-destruct on the point, but it's an easy little kill for Violet, as this point is getting away from VP fast. A beat coming in for Fixer? I mean, straight into the Blizzard? I mean, that is donezo for VP on that point.
Yeah, and now you don't have Sound Barrier for the next one. At least you have the Sim Wall to be able to stop Bernard's self-destruct or the Deadeye to try and take Zeta's Division's space back off. But the fact that Shu even used the Nano Boost defensively onto Bernard, they knew what they wanted to do, and it was shut Landon's opportunity down with the Amp. They've already been able to take the high ground away too, which means, hey look, the payload's moving for absolute free.
Thank you very much. Oh, on this high ground too. Landon is 1 HP, by the way. Oh, it is all Bernard all day in the high ground. You've either got to push into that Mei and the D.Va, or you've got to pay attention to the Cat Bastion. And they chose the D.Va this time, and they chose wrong.
Yeah, and they're taking so much damage, but they're not channeling it into support ult charge because the kills are coming through so quick, so fast.
Yeah.
So Landon, he'll have an amplification matrix in the next fight, but it's not good to go for now. Shu will have a nano boost. That will likely go onto Bernard unless it's used to engage onto Knife.
What
and
is
how
this?
do you do this? How do you deal with this if you're Virtus.pro?
Well, they've popped the sim wall at least, so Knife's going to be a little less of a pain in the ass. Well, and Landon on the high ground. He's going to have this Baptiste window soon, but Zeta Division respect it. They end up backing up.
I mean, if Landon uses the amplification matrix and Zeta can just disengage it, they will. They've got so much time to be able to play with. They can make a replay back in with that nano.
Guess who's back?
Here comes Knife with the flyby.
Got to run, Kevster. Lamb gets deployed. Window 2. They're going to try and crossfire this Bastion down, but it's just not going to work. Look at that. Chasing Landon down too. Nano on Knife. Oh my word. Virtus.pro right now, Moxie, gonna be honest, handed a 3-question quiz about what colors are in the rainbow, and they can't name any one. Come on.
Ice, you have to look to him with this defense matrix to shut the Blizzard down. FACEIT does not have the sound barrier. Zeta pick up the second checkpoint, and we roll into third. The good news is for Virtus.pro, if they win one fight, they'll be able to slow the momentum down. The bad news is they had to use Immortality Field just now.
Prob's got the Blizzard too. Artillery barrage from Knife, straight on top of the point. Oh, Ice Gnome tanks one of those in the face, but here's the drag. Self-destruct, perfectly used though. Violet hides away from it. Manages to escape alive. Proper not quite so lucky for Kevster. Eventually kind of coming alive on the Cassidy, but he ends up getting shut down by Bernard. It's going to be after a quick reset here for Zeta Division. Haven't pushed it too far around this corner, but Virtus.pro, they still lost one.
Yeah, but they hold long enough for FACEIT to be able to come through with the sound barrier to deal with Proper's Blizzard. So it's not quite the same one-sided threat that it was before. Little bit of pressure coming out from Proper, just building up the space, trying to force Virtus.pro closer, but you're likely not going to use the Mei ultimate until you've been able to pop Ice out of the mech.
It's going to be a fairly trivial thing to do if you're having to touch this point constantly as well. Kevster, High Noon. Oh, he's looking for this Cat Bastion, but the skulls really aren't built up, so it's only a tickling of damage. A nice little silver bullet shot, though, onto Violet. It goes dangerously low. He's like 1 pip of health remaining, but they've managed to escape alive.
Landon has amplification matrix. Attempt of an engagement off of the nade, but they get flanked.
Zeta are getting flanked. Shu ends up getting just crunched by Kevster. Knife also falls as Kevster gets 3 kills. Aiding with the window there did Landon. Reset for the baby D.Va. As Virtus.pro making their stand. 2 minutes to go for Zeta though.
That was a very costly ult though. Landon uses Amp, FACEIT uses Beat in the same fight. Prop has still been holding this Blizzard, by the way, which speaks volumes to the fact that Ice has been able to hold on to the mech. And speaking about holding, Knife is being held in Violet's paws, and Virtus.pro have to be able to deal with the Bastion flyby yet again.
Kev's just playing so far back to stop this Bastion over the top. Well, there he comes. Kevster gets saved, though. That's a lamp, a wall, and a matrix to try and save Kevster, and he's granted them a kill.
They got the cap. They got Violet out early, which means when Knife gets dropped in Virtus.pro's back line, he does not have the cat to be able to disengage safely. Out, looking for more exit kills here onto Proper, who does have the ice block, will be able to wait long enough, and Ice has to bail out of the fight.
What an unbelievable anti from Shu there. Stops Virtus.pro collapsing on Proper further after that ice block. There is still this Blizzard in his back pocket, but there's a minute or so to go. Nade kills Fixer, no more speed for VP. They're going to have to play this one cautiously.
Bernard uses the self-destruct too, so even though you lose the mech because they pick the Lucio, they still get to commit to the fight.
And now Proper can use this Blizzard with almost impunity, play on these corners, get the D-mech, and then you can win the fight, win the point just off of this Blizzard. Oh. There it is, round the corner, and it connects with Fixer. Couldn't get to the TP in time. So they've lost one player already, and Land is also super low. Pops the window to aid in the healing and damage output, but Knife has got nanoed again. Kevster's on the sidelines, but cannot stand up to the force Knife is putting out. Teleport bomb does not do enough for VP to hold on to this fight.
Artillery strike is there for Knife, but Virtus.pro have the closer respawns. Ice is back in the mech. Fix is about to get the sound barrier. We're headed to the last fight territory. Zeta have to find an opening, but they don't have good engagement ultimates. They can't break against the Cassidy right now.
Yeah, this beat coming up in 10% as well from Fixer. It's going to have to be clutch. He's earning this so fast with the amount of poke damage coming in. He's just about got it.
He's got the beat, and Zeta Division, because playing
He's
indoors,
waiting.
they can't get the cat bash.
He's rating, and Chu's already gone down. It's a 5v4 now with a beat. Ice has been frozen in the backline, but Knife eliminates Kevster, but they've traded each other. These spawns are going to be so good for VP. Ice Gnome just needs to live. My tank just needs to live on this point, and he's just about gone and done it. A double kill for Ice Gnome as Virtus.pro, they refuse to give Zeta Division that third point.
The Bastion Cat was so problematic on the first and second of Rialto, but the moment we headed indoors and they were able to drain the momentum scout when the Cat was looking to drop the Bastion into the back line, so many people turned and looked at Knife, the sim wall as well, being able to stop the momentum, because literally if you're playing 5 versus 5 and you have 2 players taking the attention of 3 people, that then creates disparity on the front line, right? So you can just brute force your front line to walk forward 3 versus 2, but they don't get the opportunity to do that because of the sim wall coming into play. So Virtus.pro, they dig their heels in, they find their reserves, and they hold Zeta off from a full push.
Now the defense for Zeta, having to lock in a comp here fairly early, and it looks like it's just going to be the Cat Bastion.
With
have a bit of a nicer time too for Shu though, being able to play super far back. Very hard for Virtus.pro to kind of jump on Shu at any moment, so we'll see how proper and Bernard set up for this. No surprise here, just going to be hanging around in this first little bit of the high ground. But you saw where Shu was, he was like all the way
back. He's all the way back, and you don't get punished as much in this round for having the Ana that far isolated from the rest of the team, because Virtus.pro, they banned the Tracer. So you don't have someone to split off from the main fight and go mark the Ana.
You're not healing 4 people, you're healing 2. Because Knife and Violet are doing whatever they want themselves.
Fixer with the Mercy damage boost just for Kevster to try and find an opening pick, but it only finds the D, the mech, before he swaps to the cast.
Look at him go.
Whee!
Right, it's kind of disorientating to kind of aim in a way. Well, they managed to force them off the angle at least with Kevster, luckily. Could use this TP to close the distance, no Tracer, but Sim does a decent job of that.
Perfect into the Diva too. Like, Bernard has to be the one trying to install like this cart,
TP.
and then goes a little bit low.
Little fakey.
And has to boost straight away.
Little fakey actually grabbed that corner there too as Knife goes dangerously low. A lot of Matrix coming in for Bernard. Even a wall too committed by Proper to make sure he stays up.
They've given so much ground though. They've lost corner, they've lost high ground. Virtus.pro can just hold Zeta Division hostage to the actual point and
that's
push
a
it
good
along.
kill though. Almost a perfect kill. Fix is the only healing output right now. Turret mode for Knife.
Defense
Can't eat
Matrix.
this for too much longer than Ice, unfortunately. It looks like it's going to be a reset.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, he actually Bernard gets the credit for Ice Gnome there. Boops him off the map in his meg.
That's a good chunk of ult charge as well. Violet's about to get catnap on line 2, and Virtus.pro don't have anything to really prevent one of their players from being grabbed, as it's going to be a reliance yet again on these sim TPs. Like, they've been good from Psycho, like you said, baiting Bernard, forcing the Diva to have to boost back, try and push people off. But here comes
You're very low to the
again.
ground. You're very low to the ground, Knife. Oh, and Violet gets chased down too. Way over eager it felt like there.
Just holds too close, and then Knife overextends into Virtus.pro spaces, and that's a really cheap fight win. No ultimate cost required. In fact, worse for Zeta Division, it builds Virtus.pro's ult bank up.
And Lana can just pop window down.
What? It's Deadeye.
Okay. I mean, stalling for a bit of extra time. I don't think it's even going to be a touch. Just
Violet just get paused
there is
on.
a touch, but Violet got instantly deleted.
And then the sim TP as well, because like you're trying to use that touch to get Zeta Division's players back up onto the high ground, so that Virtus.pro don't just get to pick up the first checkpoint and then take the high ground to get all of that free cart push, but they've got the sim TP. So even though Zeta Division try to get their players onto the high ground position, Psycho just makes sure that Ice can push them out of it. Shu with the nano boost though can open up this engagement. Virtus.pro, they've got the amp, but Zeta can just go past it.
That nade looks so funny flying from that far away. Everybody in the corner right now for Virtus.pro, apart from that Diva. Oh, here comes Bernard. They end up walling off. And look at that window usage too. They've got a teleport to escape as well, so they're not in any immediate danger. It's actually Knife that ends up going down first. Bernard cannot stay around here as Shu gets collapsed on by Ice, and that was probably just a solo kill.
This is something we saw from Virtus.pro yesterday against WBG when they had the Bastion cap. They just hid in small rooms and forced the Bastion to be in a position where he can't follow up. Shu knows Amplification Matrix, that yet again they try to go for the defensive nano boost onto Bernard to just sit in front and go for the defense Matrix. But Landon's already 50% to the next one, and Proper is on to the Venture.
All right, Wall's going to come in. First up, he's going to have to stop Knife at some point. That's a good tool to do it, but unfortunately they lose Ice Gnome first. Self-destruct as Proper goes down to Fixer, but they've still done enough damage. They're trading. It's kind of an awkward trade, but your spawn is very, very close. Staying in this fight versus the Sim, not advised for the D.Va, but you got the Cat next to you for the heal. So they clean up Landon last, which means the rest of Zeta can group up.
I really want to see how Zeta decide to try and hold this. Like, traditionally, when you win a fight on Rialto second as the defense, you can tax the attacks approach over bridge, but because Psycho's on the Sim, Virtus.pro can just blip right past it, plus Zeta Division, they're not
try and
really,
catnap someone off the bridge.
they're just going to try and catnap someone with Violet's ultimate, but if you're catnapping, you're not having Knife!
What? Oh, but Knife ends up killing two anyway, on the rotation. What an unbelievable play from Knife there. Shu, I wouldn't say he was baiting himself there at all for VP, but like, hey, that worked out stupendously.
But it's a fast fight, and it's one that Virtus.pro don't commit ult to, so they're coming into this next one. Double support ult, Deadeye potentially paired up with the Sim TP, so Bernard has to use the defense matrix and hold the mech for as long as possible, or Kevster could just get behind and kill everyone. There's the Deadeye, defense matrix coming on through from Ice, they can't sleep it.
They're
the
looking
TP,
this Ana.
can
They're
they get
looking this
Shu?
Ana so bad. Only a tickling of damage though, as the high ground is controlled by Knife right now. Has to be dealt with at some point, but Shu ends up killing Kevster anyway. Knife is staying alive for so long, but a D-Mech onto Bernard might help tilt the scales for Virtus.pro, but all good. The baby D.Va's still got it. Bernard ends up pistol whipping Fixer and takes him out, as Proper keeps this fight alive.
He's stalling! He's stalling with the Venture. Shu's going to be able to come back with the Nano Boost, and Proper and Violet together just shut Virtus.pro's potential down. And they hold the cart yet again on second, and that was the ult dump fight coming through from Virtus.pro. Now if they want to be able to get past, they have to deal with elbow grease and basic kit alone.
They're going to have Wall in a moment, 25% or so, but with only a minute to go, they can't afford to make any mistakes at this point with how long it takes you to regroup. Kevster trying to hit that silver bullet. Teleport ends up coming into this high ground, just trying to dissuade Shu from playing any type of aggressive. A beautiful nade, Shu! Unreal! Insta-kills Kevster, and that might have just done it. It is a quick fight, so actually maybe VP get another here, but they need to die or they need to regroup quick.
The problem for them is that Shu has Nano Boost, so if Zeta want to just start this fight fast on bridge with Nano Bastion to prevent Virtus.pro from actually getting onto the cart and hitting OT, they can.
That nade is unreal.
Antis. Shu's lineups are insane. Virtus.pro stalled out, having to wait for the anti to run out. Sim TP comes on through, but Shu's still got the Nano.
Shu's got the Nano, and it's going to give it to Proper as well. He just runs straight through them, turning them into fossils. Fixer ends up going down as well. 20 seconds to go. Landon's going to get antied as well. Ice Gnome Elite kills Proper, so both DPS now down for Zeta, and now Shu is in trouble. He's done so much heavy lifting, but that 240 bench ain't quite there just yet. Kevster saves the day for VP.
Yeah, but Virtus.pro not there on checkpoint just yet as well. Zeta can still potentially get a touch. You can see Ice trying to channel the high ground, and Proper gets the touch for the OT. Zeta have one more chance.
He's got the shock as well. It's going to be an artillery barrage too, so many ults you have to deal with now if you're Zeta Division. A pop-up from Proper is going to be deadly here. Kevster's got the Deadeye in his sight, but he manages to get away. I don't know how. Ice Gnome does chase him down though, and in OT they get that second point.
Skin of their teeth, but that's not a lot of time in the bank for Virtus.pro to get pretty much all the way through third. Worse for them, Zeta Division are about to come in with Nano Boost, and Bernard, he's had enough of the D.Va. He's thinking about going for the Zarya just to be able to beam on through, decides for the Ram instead, so far range poke, but also good shutdown potential with things like the Vortex to slow.
Nano for Shu in 15%. Knife now off the Bastion, has got Sim instead to help with that front-loaded damage.
Do you think they put the Nano Boost onto Bernard and just send him in with Ram Nemesis form and pummel on through Virtus.pro's front line?
Possible. I mean, yeah, against something like Landon, it's going to be very effective, but that golden box of victory is so close in this choke point. Proper's wall could be quite annoying here for Virtus.pro to kind of fight into.
Landing
But it's going
so
to be the
close
nano,
to the
and like
amp.
you said, just straight down the middle here. Psycho going dangerously low, 1 HP in fact, as Bernard swing and hits him over the head. There's 28 seconds to go, and VP needs to retreat.
Landon has to stay alive. He's got the amp. Zeta, that's it. They get the bat late. There is no chance for Virtus.pro to be able to cleanly set up around this amplification matrix in the OT.
Wait. What is this? Knife over the top with the sim?
I mean, Violet's got catnap. You can just use the catnap onto Landon so that you deny the ultimate uptime for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, as soon as that goes down, you know that catnap is coming in. Well, they're going to get a touch at the very least. It's going to be the D.Va that gets there in time as Bernard holds down the front line. The catnap's going to come in. That's going to steal the D.Va away, so it's just non-factor in the fight. OT ticking through, but look at the beam damage coming through for Knife right now. Bernard ends up going down, however, a savior potentially. Shu hits a fat anti, but is it actually enough? Psycho short charged up the beam, fully torqued, as finally gets another, but Kevster is just laying waste to them, but Shu comes in again. It's only Violet on the point in the 1v1, but he ends up going down. Another touch, a wall, Knife, Bernard, they've done it! Rialto is Zeta's. A nail-biting end.
Oh my goodness. It comes down to Kevster trying to get the Deadeye off, panicking, probably thinking, is Shu about to get Sleep Dart up? I have no defensives, I have to just pop it now and hope that I do enough that my sim can follow on through. But the D.Va is still in play. And Bernard is able to use the boosters and push him off contesting the cart. It comes down to the absolute wire. All of the time that Virtus.pro lost on second point of Rialto comes back to haunt them on third.
Look at this freakish stat line from Bernard. 40 limbs to 9 deaths. Insane damage from Knife on the Bastion, of course, but just an insane amount of limbs. It feels like he was almost involved in every single kill at that point.
I mean, Shu, 32 assists.
Oh, that's all those nades.
It's the
it feels
anti-nades.
like.
It's straight up the anti-nades. And what's even more impressive is the fact that like you're using them against D.Va, who's there with things like Defense Matrix, but because so many of them on second point were lineups, you're not expecting the anti come through and hit you at those specific times.
You have to Matrix like every door.
Preemptively.
Yeah, exactly. Every single door you're going through, you have
because
to
of
Matrix
the
through.
AoE.
Yeah.
Like those lineups, you don't know if when you're trying to get out, because with the Bastion Cat, something else that we sort of don't really talk about, it's not just the burst damage that you can do, it's the scouting potential too. Like being able to just dangle Bastion up on one of those roofs. There's a reason why in the past when Winston plays used to do the tech where you would use the jump and then you would slide on the roof to be able to hold your position, you would then use it for scouting. Same thing with using emotes for the third person POV around the corners, so you knew when the teams were pushing in.
Oh, we've seen a diabolical one of them from Kevster, I think.
Yeah, and then you
We don't
can
talk
just
about
like
that
relay when you want to send your anti-nade in when they're about to walk so that you get the most disruptive hit of purple possible, so it cuts right through their walk time.
I know Avril's freaking in the green room right now. That's all I know.
Crazy Raccoon are probably like, yeah, that's Shu.
Yeah.
That's just
Shu.
Shu things.
Ridiculous though from Virtus.pro, losing that map, yes, Moxie, but in that fashion, like that was
close.
1v1s at the very end. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't get much closer than that. EMEA's second seed coming into the tournament after going down to Twisted Minds in the finals. World champions are like, okay, sure, script pre-written going into stage one. TM have been dominant for so long. You're showing up like this against Asia's #1. Like,
yeah,
this is ridiculous. And this very well could be going into a map 5. Obviously, map 4 now coming up in just a moment, but where do we pivot now?
Yeah.
If you're Virtus.pro, you've got the priority ban for the next one, and we're going to either a hybrid or a push.
I think you go hybrid and you ban out the Bastion Cat so that you can get the risk of like Numbani out of the way. I think like you go hybrid, maybe you go somewhere like King's Row, you ban out the Bastion or the Cat, and then you don't have to worry about later down the line Zeta taking you to Numbani with the Bastion Cat fully in play.
I like where you're going. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Because VP, they're not running the Bastion Cat, right? Bastion Cat was on the table there for Rialto, but they were much more happy to just play a counter composition to it. Having the Baptiste being able to help out with that hit scan, Kevster just so lethal on the Cassidy with the 6-shooter. if you're not going to play it, like you want to ban it with how disruptive the Bastion Cat has been. It might not be like the thing that wins you the fights, but because it's splitting so many players' attention, depleting and diverting so many resources off what should be your win condition to have to play reactively and more defensively.
Yeah.
It's not a fun time when you have to play for second turn, because things can go wrong when you're waiting for it to be your chance. If you lose someone really crucial to the composition, like one of your support players, or maybe someone who carries the ultimate, and when these teams do ult tracking, they have a priority list of players that they want killed, and at the top of it, it's support or it's the person with the ultimate that wins the team that fight. If you pick them off on stage 1, even if you're trying to play for second turn, you have no confidence, no motivation to actually commit to that fight.
A ludicrous final fight. I mean, we can look at it here in this replay.
It's Bernard with that ram as well, the nanoverse,
right.
Full sending into Virtus.pro's team.
And that shot was so filthy too. I mean, this was Kevster really playing at what felt like 110%.
Yeah.
Like he is putting up big numbers on the Cassidy. Look at that yesterday on Junkertown. Like, that is ludicrous. And
he's back. It's old school Kevster. He's back.
yeah, it feels like it. It feels like no face Kevster when they were revealing on the LA Gladiators. Like, this guy is a menace and he will tear up the scene, and he continues to kind of do that. And it's continuing on an international stage too. Like, the guy has not lost it. It's insane stuff from Virtus.pro. Couple of minutes before we get back into this next one. Map number 4 coming up.
King's Row.
And it is going to be a King's Row pick.
Yeah, King's Row, and then likely a
Alari
Bastion or a Cat. Alari. So, Bastion Cat makes it through. Yet again.
Wow.
Unless Zeta decide to ban it out here.
I mean, you don't have to play the Bastion Cat here. You could also play like Mizuki Ana, Mizuki Kiri, Mizuki something. Like, that has been shown already by CR, so, and we've had the Mizuki ban, so.
We've also had the Violet Ilari be a standout.
Yeah.
For you to have to worry about. But I find it strange that they're going for the Ilari, because it sort of forces Violet onto the cat line.
BP overthinking it, maybe, a little bit, but maybe not so much. We'll have to see what Smash has been cooking with this King's Row. And then if we need to go to a 5th map, New Queen Street, Runa Sapi.
They use the Tracer ban too on Rialto, which means that you won't have it here in King's Row to be able to use. And yeah, there it is. Ilari ban comes on through from Virtus.pro. Zeta taking away the sim, and again, that sort of goes back to how frequently sim has been used in the EMEA methods.
EMEA. They got the sim virus.
Like,
don't know what to tell
if we could find a way to slot sim into a comp like Sim Rhine, old school SR peak check for like the true OG London Spitfire with theirs as well, and then like we play sim with everything. Sim Bastion, Sim Sojourn. But it makes a lot of sense, because like for King's Row especially, being able to go from the low ground to the high ground very easily with something like a Sim TP is really, really strong. Plus, if you don't want to have to be forced onto that dealer line, then you don't have to reserve your boosters for being able to chase the TP and then push people off with the booster impact. Something that I'm sure Zeta were not that happy about, given the fact that Virtus.pro really just played a game of cat and mouse with the Sim TPs on Rialto first. It's like, ooh, maybe we'll use our full Sim TP to push our team into your back line, so your diva has to give up all that space. But surprise, we're actually playing the front line instead, and now we have can't push.
This match is delivering a whole lot more than I expected, and I am so happy for it. I can't understate that, Moxie, honestly, especially after that first game today.
Well, the improvements that Virtus.pro has been able to make, because they looked rocky against WBG. There were moments when you watched them versus WBG, you were like doubting who would actually be able to make it out from that series. And then we see coming in today the improvements that they've been able to make. Yes, again, it was Kevster on the Cassidy being a standout, but it's other things as well. It really does feel like this team has been able to find their comfort zone in a meta that was very much about pushing these American and EMEA teams out of that comfort zone. None of them had experience both playing the Bastion Cat, but crucially as well, playing against it.
Kevster just taking a sit down, just a small bathroom break, I'd imagine, and just making sure they're ready for hopefully a longer series for them.
Like he's getting ready to just like rest the shoulders so that we go into this next map and he can just put the weight.
He is limber. I'll tell you that right now. Here's the stats from just Rialto, 152 limbs to 115 on the other side.
Look at the deaths though, 56 deaths
close
on Virtus.pro in comparison
9
to 47.
separating. I mean, that is, yeah.
I mean, Zeta were just so good at running the clock down with Virtus.pro as well, like getting cheap fight wins, using the anti-nades to stall Virtus.pro's approach, being able to cut off the amplification matrix as well, because Virtus.pro, like Landon with the map, this is a hero that he is known for.
Yeah,
everyone
he is Bap.
He is the
He is
Baptiste,
Mr. Bap.
right? He is like the Baptiste of Overwatch Esports, and he had some really good ideas in terms of using the amplification matrix. They worked out very quickly, okay, Bernard's using the D.Va, playing right in front of the amplification matrix to face tank it. When defense matrix runs out, he's got the damage reduction of the nano boost. So you see, especially on that second point with the amplification matrix, they don't do it for one specific person, they do it right down the middle so that the cast gets the damage boost, but the Bap gets to play the off angle and use the healing through it to be able to keep his DPS up. The problem is that Zeta just go right through it and catch on to Landon when he's isolated.
You see Bernard staying in as well, no Milgaru, only for control there for Zeta Division.
I mean, it's keeping your options open. You can play the D.Va, you can play the Sig, potentially you can play the Zarya as well. Wrecking Ball is decent on like maps like Numbani. Kings Row, you've got disruption potential, and he's still viable there, but it's not as problematic, and you want to have that flexibility because so many different compositions are seen in different parts of Kings Row.
All right, let's load in. Upper semis, here we go. Zeta Division up 2, sitting on match point versus Virtus.pro. Only with that single game there on New Junk City, but what a map it was. A 4-point map, but 3 of them were just VPs, just sheer domination. And from Kevster specifically, like on that Cassidy. Let's load into Kings Row then. Zeta Division want to finish this one up right here, right now. Virtus.pro, you know, EMEA, kind of living this one up. They want to take this to a map 5.
Yeah, look, Kings Row, it's home ground territory. Zeta Division starting off on the defense, and here it is. Banned out before, Violet is on the Mizuki, and Bernard, like we theorized, stays in to be able to play the Sigma. This is what we saw in Circuit Royale yesterday. You use the Mei wall, you trap people with those walls, you find the isolation, but proper, not on the Bastion, on the Echo to have more fluidity.
Ooh, I like that a lot. Echo in these kind of comps.
Against the Pharah as well.
Right.
Like, Psycho is known for being able to play the Pharah, and Echo melts Pharah alive. The moment you get her down to half health, the tracking on the focusing beam, she melts.
Knife on Mei. This DPS line, to be fair, from Zeta is just so flexible too. The Widow from Kev.
Zen volley, but not sticking on it. So yeah, it's just to get a little bit of damage as you walk out from spawn, but Bernard will be able to shield off the most of it. Kevster sticks on the Widow a little longer since Zeta had that high ground presence before swapping to the Soldier, and off of the back of that, Virtus.pro have actually been able to get their way through Choke, looking to either walk onto the high ground with the Zarya potential or onto the point to force Zeta to brawl.
Yeah, very easy, because the Sigma was just not playing that at all. They're playing on this high ground. Crossing is going to be fairly difficult on this square section of the map here on this high ground. Look at this crossfire.
Oh, good meal
that's
though.
Annoying.
Chu loses line of sight for a moment, but that's the Maywall gone. Psycho now uses it on the point. Zeta Division have to have knife anchor to stop VP from getting capped.
Yeah, super nice kill there from Bernard. It's really tough for Virtus.pro here because they have to deal with Shu somehow, but like, we haven't got a teleport.
Yeah.
We've got the speed boost. Like,
it's the Maywall.
It's tough.
It's Psycho using the Maywall
Nice
to
game.
cut off the line of sight from Shu. But then the problem is...
No more kills, surely?
Yeah.
Oh, Bernard.
Bernard.
Oh, there's one left. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't let Kevster get away with anything.
Late kill on Kevster, there we go.
Yes.
Like, Virtus.pro, they have this run-down Sigma composition with both the Zarya and the Mei being able to ignore a huge chunk of the Sigma's defenses. But if they're running down the Sigma, they're not running down Shu, they're not running down Violet. And you can see that he's already almost at nano boost.
Really hard for Icenom to stay on this point too with only a couple of bubbles. Has to use them on himself more than likely. Knife's going to be the 1 point presence, and wow, that was a shot. Knife with a nice little headshot straight into the block, and Virtus.pro, yeah, they're backing up all the way to their own choke.
Oh, potentially a pick here onto
James.
Icenorm as well.
Suzu.
Yeah, Suzu moment. Knife with that May wall though, and Virtus.pro denied more time, having to wait for the Zara to disengage.
Rush for Landon, double support ultimate for Zeta. Nano already online for Shu. Even this Sanctuary as well. Ice walled off for a brief moment. Knife gets shut down though by Kevster. Oh, and the Flux. Incredible use of free will there by Bernard. Ends up whiffing that one completely. Bernard and Violet end up just crumbling under the pressure of Virtus.pro. And that's the first point.
Yeah, Bernard tries to use the Flux to disrupt the positioning of Landon's Rush, so Zeta can keep a hold of things like the Nano Boost if the fight goes long once the Kiriko's ult ended, but the Flux whiffs, Virtus.pro get the kills, and Zeta Division lose the opportunity to last the fight long enough to have the ult advantage. Silver lining for them, they've got 4 ultimates coming into this next one, and Violet with the Sanctuary can shut down Kevster's OC. We've seen it defensively before.
Yeah, Sanctuary's so nice to use here. Against this Graviton, against the Blizzard, like...
It's sort of the answer for lacking sound barrier.
Oh, they're going to try and go in. Rock ends up hitting the bubble there of Ice. There will be a Nano Boost. No, Kevster just gets deleted. A copy and a Blizzard 2 thrown in by Zeta.
And they've still got the Sanctuary, right? Proper goes for the copy onto the Zarya so that you're a big, beefy target. You can play in front of the OC. You get the health reset. You drop onto Kevster. You deny Virtus.pro using the overclock to break through the choke. And it forces Ice now to have to use the Graviton aggressively, which means that Violet can react with that Sanctuary as Kevster onto the Cassidy, potentially looking for a flank just to blow this fight wide open.
Psycho's actually on the flank right now. This is going to reappear with the rest of the team. Wow, Zeta back all the way up. Wow, they're giving them a choke.
I mean, they can play around corners though. Like, they've got the Nano Boost to take the space back, or they can use the Sanctuary. They're playing reaction. They want to know where the Graviton comes out.
Look at Bernard's ult charge already. You're already at 80% here. There's the Blizzard. Graviton surge. Bernard does end up getting nanoed, but he's so far away from the team, but the grasp is actually going to save him. The shields end up coming up in time as well as Kevster ends up getting deleted. Nice Sanctuary from Violet 2. Does protect the backline there. The pocket on Bernard, just ridiculous.
I mean, it's the grasp, and then the shield, and then the amount of healing, even though he's outside the Sanctuary. And
what
flux.
a flux.
And Virtus.pro
whiffed the first one, did not whiff that second. On the high ground now as well.
Pixie used the sound barrier. It doesn't save Landon.
Oh, okay. Burnt through that shield as Bernard does end up getting felled.
Proper gets the stickies onto Kevster, doesn't drop the Casty though, so Virtus.pro still in this fight, and Zeta Division having to backpedal.
Yeah, they're trying to get the walls there to try and trap someone in, but they're already out of the game.
I mean, you've got Blizzard coming on through from Knife. Virtus.pro don't have a great answer to this outside of the Zarya bubbles coming on through from Ice. Where's the pick coming from? Virtus.pro, they're looking to try to just set up an off angle with
There's the Blizzard.
control.
Gonna try and get Ice. He's already got a bubble and he manages to get away. Beautiful stuff. Nice kite.
Blizzard gives them space too. They've been able to take away the Kevster flank coming out to put pressure on the backline, so Shu's building up the Nano Boost entirely uncontested.
Double hop onto the high ground. Prop's not really expecting that one. Was looking the other way the whole time.
Here comes the copy from Proper as well if they want to get aggressive. Shu with the Nano Boost could go onto the Echo, might go onto Bernard just to have the stability and push into Virtus.pro space.
Man, insane push and pull here from VP and Zeta Division, just trying to get flanks on each other, trying to get the upper hand as Ice pushes the tempo. Nano onto Proper. Sound barrier from Fixer does hit 5 and they're trying to run down this backline here. Violet's going to be in trouble. They're just going to get burned down by Kevster. In fact, nice little schmack to the face with the melee. But they end up trading for Psycho and Shu is still alive, plus they have dupe.
Yeah, but Ice is so close to the grab, and you got Violet out, so there's no defense against the grab.
They're trying to run down Shu. Shu's got to get out. Nice wraparound from VP. And there's no healers left. And Ice is at 100 energy. Nice calling from Virtus.pro to run down Shu.
Proper's still behind though. They know that he is. One of the players is marking it. Can they actually get someone on point to contest this? Looks like they've given it. Yeah. Proper might have been able to get behind, but Kevster catches him out on the Cassidy. And Psycho actually swaps to the Reaper to be able to put much more pressure on Bernard with how far forward he's been playing.
Oh wow, he was not afraid at all of that shield. Bro just stood there, didn't move, shot it, made him recall it.
Time to play around corners.
Whoa!
What a rock!
What a rock! That's one ult deleted, Kitsune Rush, but here comes the Sanctuary from Violet. Oh, the Flux still manages to connect. Kind of shocked that one here. I think Ice is probably feeling the same way.
Late grab from Ice potentially, that's why everyone's getting pressure
Oh, it's a massive grab as well. Oh, and I mean, they're still surviving too. I mean, what a nade from Shu, healing everybody up like instantly.
Yep. Proper goes for the cop onto the Zarya too to be able to get
Grab.
extra bubbles.
Free
Pull
grab.
for the Graviton.
He's got to throw it out at some point. Catches Landon and deletes him as well. Shu with the headshot. Proper dupe grab does it for Zeta.
Violet's back fast here. He swaps onto the Juno to be able to rejoin the fight and take it 5 versus 5. Fix is about to get a sound barrier up, but Shu has the nano boost, and Zeta can continue to try and apply all of this pressure onto Virtus.pro and run the clock down. Final fight territory here. The Fixer has to use the sound barrier to engage. They won't have it for the second fight to be able to actually complete the push.
This nano is going to be so scary. Fixer needs this beat, cannot go down early. Fixer dies here, it's pretty over. They've got a Blizzard too, they're going to throw it out on the point. Oh, Kets is in trouble. The Icebox is going to fade away, but it's all good. Fixer got the beat and he got it off, but Landon was just isolated from the rest of the team. A good kill from Proper and an anti onto Kevster, reels him backwards. As Proper gets a double. There's 20 seconds to go. Fight's over.
Potential late kill onto Kevster. Bernard's using the shield to be able to block line of sight, so the Mei falls early. Fixes onto the Juno, desperately trying to get onto this point to activate the OT for the speed ring.
They walled! The Ice can't get through! 1 second, 0.1. He manages to get there in time. It was a Wraith form in the end from Psycho that gets the touch.
The Flux though, the nano boost. Virtus.pro don't have good answers to this.
The Flux is unbelievable, and Psycho goes down with the Death Blossom. A rug from Bernard sends Fixer to the Stone Age. Ice ends up falling, and that's where the payload is halted. Zeta Division only granting VP those 2 points.
The ult tracking, it's so good. Like the Flux, perfectly positioned onto Psycho's position so that they get the one player with an ultimate who could flip that fight out of the way as quickly as possible, and then you don't have to worry about grouping up and getting all hit by the Death Blossom.
Bernard, again, 20-3, leading the server in damage as well, sitting at 11k.
I mean, he's been on absolute fire. He's also getting all of the space because of Violet and Chu just being able to keep that Sigma up. Virtus.pro, if they want to continue in the series, the line has been drawn in the sand. It's not a full push. We won't go to overtime rounds, but can they get the cart far enough to remain, or do they go out?
The lower bracket will await them if they end up going down. Zeta Division will face rather familiar foes in Crazy Raccoon. Mizuki Hover for Violet. This comp, very at home of VP with this.
I mean, yeah, VP going for the old faithful. Psycho on the Mei, Kevster on the Cassidy, pick potential staying power as well, with that Mei being able to anchor the point. But Ice, he doesn't have a lot of mobility on the Zarya, so potentially you use Psycho's walls just to be able to go from the low ground to the high ground, but then you're not using them aggressively. Against Zeta's team is Zeta. Well, they get the opportunity. This is the luxury of starting off on the attack. You get to read out the comp and go for something which Virtus.pro will struggle against, that being the Emre.
Proper, the master of all, is chosen the Farah for this bout.
So much range.
Yeah.
That knife has with the scope, and Virtus.pro, they just can't challenge the cost.
You give up that high ground, it's over. Like, there's just no way. You're huddled in a hotel, and you're being forced to leave. No late checkout.
Kevster not having a fun time utilizing the flashbang to make sure that Knife can't just swap to the Siphon Blaster and jump his way out of there. But Zeta, they've got their hands on the high ground, and that is not what Virtus.pro want.
Yeah, they're trying to wrap around here, but Ice actually gets anti. Like, it's Proper. It's just straight disrespecting VP right now with this flank. They've already forced the block as well. Nate was a little bit too early, but he's got the backup. I mean, Bernard's in here. A little 1v1. He pulled him into the octagon. And he didn't leave a single finger on him. Psycho had no ability to escape in that fight, and that's going to be point for Zeta.
Yeah, and he had no help from his supports because both Fixer and Landon were being run on by the other members of Zeta. A very fast point take, and one that means that Virtus.pro don't have ultimates to be able to hold Zeta off at the pass when we head to first fight on second, which means that Proper is going to be so disruptive here on the Farah. Psycho off of the Mei onto the Tracer, knows that Violet on the Juno is vulnerable to the one clip. There's no brig to be able to keep the Tracer in check.
This override protocol is going to be dangerous for Knife. He's 10% away. He's been farming on the Emre.
No Diva as well. Ice is on the Zarya, so no defense matrix, no shutdown for VP.
It's just so hard for Ice to stay up. Like, Landon has to be playing his A game right now. Knife ends up getting jumped on, but look at the support coming in from Violet.
Bernard has the flux.
They're trying to go in.
Yeah, I mean, they want to be able to go in. If Landon
Ice
uses
to
the
die.
rush, Bernard just offsets it with the flux.
1 HP, Ice, he's got no bubbles left. The flux is going to be good for him. And then we can just deal with the back line. They've completely traded spaces right now. Probably cosplaying the Mad Hatter. But Bernard is just crunching them as they try and escape. There's 4 minutes to go. The idea was there for VP, but Ice tried to cross this small, like, area towards Hotel and just got decimated.
I mean, Sigma is not normally an aggressive tank known for taking space, but because he's getting so much healing and the orbital ray there from Violet, Bernard just gets to play as aggressive as he wants. Virtus.pro do have the Graviton. This could be the turning point, but Knife with the override protocol is going to blow the fight wide open for Zeta's space.
They have to back off. They can't afford to lose anybody. Kev's around the corner is going to hit the Hindu nade, and the nice little Suzu there is going to keep him alive. Ice just lasers him down. It's a Graviton Surge as well. He's going to hit with a Rocket Barrage, and probably going to eliminate Ice and pick up Fixer. It's a high noon for Kevster, but you're not welcome here. Proper with 3. Kevster, nowhere to shoot. Make that a 4th.
What a concussive from Proper to push the Deadeye out of position so it doesn't kill the Pharah. Damage reduction, there's not a lot of time. Virtus.pro onto Icenom's Diva just to be able to try and stall Zeta off and give VP a chance at one more fight for Fixer to use the beat and give Virtus.pro a second chance.
That last map was close, but this is feeling anything but right now as Virtus.pro on their last lifeline. They've got a sound barrier. Zeta haven't got any ults here. Beat to force the tempo. Bernard's on the wrong side of the fight and gets picked.
It only got 3 though. Kevster Psycho not caught by the sound barrier, but they've got the picks on the backline. Shu falls.
Don't let him get another one.
Surely not the exit trade onto the Lucio. Ice is doing everything that he can to keep Fixer up. And Virtus.pro, skin of their teeth by the sound barrier, survive in the upper bracket for now because Zeta Division, they've got 4 minutes, Jaws. They can just play to take a fight that they're comfortable with. Force Landon to use the rush. Bernard potentially builds up the flux, disrupts the momentum, and then Zeta Division with the orbital ray get the last laugh.
Trying to force the positioning of Ice Gnome now. I think going to go forward again with this rush. Like you said, pick it up a little bit. A nice rock onto Ice Gnome is going to be good. Here comes the rush, but instant back off. There's going to be a flux actually pop from Bernard pretty quickly there. The Hindenade is actually going to hit, but the flux does manage to connect with Ice Gnome. A nice little Suzu keeps him alive at the moment, as well as that Ray coming down for fight. It's going to be so tough to fight into. There is going to be a self-destruct for Ice Gnome to keep him up, at least for a couple extra moments as Kevster pops the high noon. He's in the small corridor as Violet is in the back line.
Where's Shu? He's so close to the nano boost. Does Zeta still think it's winnable?
No, it's not.
Not with that pick from Kevster. And Virtus.pro yet again sees Zeta Division off.
Oh, what a kill. 3 minutes.
Double DPS ults though, and nano boost for Zeta. Virtus.pro have to hold Zeta off from getting aggressive, and here it comes. This was the thing that broke open Rialto. Nano boost onto Burner on the Ramatra to take the space away from Virtus.pro before FACEIT can battery up the beat.
They've got this Blizzard too. Isom needs to eat this. There's just so much for Isom to do, so much weight on his shoulders right now for Virtus.pro. Oh, no, what? Psycho gets eliminated instantly off the rip. The Blizzard gets thrown out by Knife as well. It's all falling apart. Knife gets a double. Oh, dearie me. Nano not even required. Landon takes down Shu, but Zeta on top. Virtus.pro, they made it look close, but Asia's #1 reigns supreme.
We get a rematch in the upper finals. It will be Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division. And what a match that will be. But Virtus.pro, this was the upper bracket. They get a second chance. They drop to the lower bracket. And with the improvements that they've shown in comparison to their performances in the group stages and yesterday, leaps and bounds for this team. They look so different. They look dominant. They look like they could have been first seed EMEA.
There's a couple of smiles there too. I saw Psycho giving him a big grin, and yeah, I think that's it. That hope there, that very close series.
Maps off Zeta.
Yeah, they almost got Rialto.
They almost got Rialto. It really did come down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
Like, that was one of the closest maps in Overwatch history. It's so rare that we see it come down to the wire in that fashion. But it truly was, like you said, Virtus.pro have the hope. They've got that spark now ignited. They have the motivation. They know it's possible. If you can pull maps against Zeta by letting the Bastion Cat through and dealing with that composition, you don't have to be as scared about the current meta coming on through from the Korean region.
Yeah, look, didn't expect it to be this close, but absolute banger. A 4-map series. You mentioned it already. Crazy Raccoon Zeta. It's going to be a rematch. However, Virtus.pro are knocked down to that lower bracket. They got no more lifelines left. They're going to join the Chinese and the North American teams down there as, well, they can hope they can make it through to that lower finals. In front of a home crowd, though, Zeta, well, Krusty is going to do a little bit of talking. Maybe a little bit more than talking, I think, after that one. They want to shore this one up, making sure that Crazy Raccoon match is going to go their way.
I mean, that has the potential to go the distance. Like, the last time these two teams met, it was a 7-map.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to quickly jump down to the stage, though, for a quick interview. We'll see you in a sec.
Bernard, big congratulations on getting the win. I want to ask you about, after losing New Junk City, were there any changes that the team had to make in order to secure a win?
まず聞きしたいのはニュージャンクシティで残念ながら負けてしまったところでそのチームとしてのその好前点って何かありましたでしょうか?
뉴저크 시티에서 좀 아쉽게도 패배를 한 이후에 좀 이렇게 팀적으로 어떻게 해서 끝에 가서 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단은 저희가 원래 하던 거를 최대한 좀 해보려고 했는데 이제 상대가 좀 잘 저희를 카운터하는 전략을 준비를 잘 한 것 같아서 좀 살짝 좀 플레이를 꼬아서 해보자 원래 하던 대로보다는 네 그런 느낌으로 좀 풀어 나갔던 것 같습니다.
Initially, we wanted to go with the sort of the plan and the comp that we already planned, but I feel like our opponents had a good counter, to put it simply. So we wanted to put a twist in our gameplay, and I think that's how we got the win today.
最初は予定していた構成でいきたいとは考えてたんですけど対戦相手 BP がやっぱり結構うまく対策されたというところでちょっと構成を変えて戦略をちょっと変えたところでそれでそのまま勝ちに進めたかなと考えております。
And also, looking forward, tomorrow you guys have the upper bracket finals. You guys will be facing off against Crazy Raccoons. What do you think about that match? Or how confident are you that Zeta could defeat Crazy Raccoons tomorrow?
明日はアッパーブラケットファイナルということでクレイジーラクーンと相手することにはなるんですけどゼータディビジョンとしてはどのぐらい勝つ自信はありますでしょうか?
자, 내일 굉장히 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같습니다. 제타 대 라쿤전이 또 이제 펼치게 될 텐데 베르나르 선수가 보셨을 때 내일 좀 이기실 수 있을 것 같으신가요?
일단 저희가 이제 지난 라쿤 결승전 때 이기긴 했는데 요즘 라쿤이 되게 잘한다고 생각을 해서 아마 쉽지 않은 경기가 될 것 같고요. 그래도 저희가 일단 이겨본 경험이 있기 때문에 네, 다시 한 번 더 이길 수 있도록 노력할 것 같습니다.
The last time we played against Crazy Raccoons, we did get the win, but it does seem like Crazy Raccoons has leveled up and they are a very strong team. So I do not think it's going to be easy, but we still have the winning experience against Crazy Raccoons, so we will try our best.
前回クレイジーラクーンとお会いした時は勝つことはできましたけど今回の大会においてはクレイジーラクーンはかなりレベルアップという風には見えてるので難しいとは思いますが頑張って明日も勝ちたいと思っております。 Thank you so much! ベルナル選手ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
そして実況席に戻します。 Thank you so much and thrown back to the casters.
All right, well, there is the updated bracket for you. Zeta versus Crazy Raccoon in the upper final. First three, that's tomorrow. A couple more games for you after this one, though. Look at that upper bracket there. VP taking a couple of games off of Weibo Gaming. That's Twisted Mind's match later on.
VP versus Dallas, I really don't know who to give that one to as well. Like,
It's tough.
both of them have been showing improvements. Like Virtus.pro, as we said, have been able to deal with both the Bastion Cat meta as well as play it themselves. Plus Kevster with the Cassidy in the back pocket. We do know that both these teams haven't really played the Mizuki as well, though, so you don't have to worry about that additional composition coming to the mix. Because again, I really do feel that was something like the Korean teams purposely kept hidden. Everyone was like, oh, is it a bait composition? Is Mizuki really that good? No, it turns out that, yeah, this is actually something that is very much viable and really good at shutting down things like the Sojin and that Zarya, so you don't have to ban it out.
Well, we'll find out how the match goes down. Just after this, we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Desk is going to set that one up.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night.
It's gonna be all night.
We're here joined by Coach Christopher from SSG. Hey, like we were chatting right before this interview started. Hey, things happened. It was a bit of an unfortunate outcome, I think, for SSG. But hey, I know you guys tried your best. So as a coach, Christopher, if you could sort of tell us what was the biggest, I guess, problem for SSG in the Champions Clash?
I guess it all kind of comes down to two decision points, I think. Like the first decision point is that we couldn't play Cat Bastion and we couldn't win on it, which I think makes it difficult at this moment in time. And then the second was at least today, we kind of took a gamble that we thought we could beat it as opposed to ban it. You have two options. Either you just try to ban it twice and guarantee lose that third map, or you gamble that you can win one of the maps with it open and then third map you can guarantee, but and we thought, okay, Oasis, maybe it's not that good for Cat Bastion, but I mean, to be honest, we should win Oasis, because once they pick the wrong perk, we can't lose. But we did lose. And then, yeah, I guess the same thing with Kings Row. We kind of gambled that we could beat it. And then map 3, in theory, they can't play it, but, you know, if you lose, every decision is bad, you know.
And also, I mean, you know, with losing, you also, you know, gain another experience, right, to move forward. As a coach, I mean, at this time right now, you know, with 2 losses and getting out of Champions Clash, what can you say to your, I guess, players?
I think even though it doesn't look that way, I think as a team we have made improvements through our first stage together, but I guess one thing that we also have to look ourselves in the mirror and realize is the gap between us and the teams that we want to be able to compete against is too big right now. Like it should be closer than it is, I think. So we maybe have to look inwards a little bit, you know?
Hey, I mean, but we're still in Japan. Are you, Christopher, are you staying a little bit after the event, or are you guys flying right back out and then going right back into practice?
I think we fly on Monday, but it seems that my weekend's just freed up, so I guess I guess I'm visiting Tokyo.
Where do you want to go? Is there like a food that you really want to try in Tokyo?
Yeah, I haven't eaten any. Like, I really want to get like a proper tonkatsu curry, because that's actually one of my favorite foods. I think I need to do ramen too. Like, so far I haven't had any of like the really good Japanese foods, so yes.
Hey, I hope you enjoy as much food you can get in Tokyo. They got great food. You guys definitely deserve it. Thank you for your time and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me waiting, I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. 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 Oh, this feels like home, yeah. This feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, the pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny it. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me waiting, I'm lucky when you're by my side. Yeah, yeah. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This feels like home. Oh, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Oh, yeah, yeah. Every time it feels like home. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me, and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love
特別なペイロードが到着する DHL ドロップの時間やってきました。私の棚にはデリバリーパートナーカーゴくんも一緒にいます。カーゴくん How are you doing today? めちゃくちゃ楽しんでそうです。そして一緒に通訳してるダニーさんも一緒にいます。How are you doing today, ダニー？
はい、ダニーです。こんにちは。
日本語もできるんかいっていうね。
ありがとうございます。
2日目に初めてバラすという、はい、楽しい時間になってます。はい、3人で皆さんが準備してくれてる DHL 応援ボードを探して、その中から選んだ人をカーゴくんにさらに選抜してもらって、それでプレゼントを配りしたいと思います。So we're gonna go around, pick some people, and see what we can find. And of course, for our English viewers at home, remember to use exclamation point DHL drop for a chance to win awesome prizes. So whether you're watching at home or you're here in the venue, you can win something nice.
DHL drops.
DHL drops.
DHL drops.
さあ、探していきましょう. Let's go looking.
All right. Are you going first?
Yeah, I'll
Let's
go
go
first. Okay. There seems to definitely be a lot of people out and about. Where are we going? I'll look deep first. Let me look deep. I don't want to end up just going for people in the front. Excuse me. すみません。さあ、奥から行きましょうかな。奥はどんな方がいますかね。もう二重してるキリコのコスプレをされてる方がいます。ぜひ上がってください。Okay, Danny. I got
All right,
one.
Kevin. I see one here too. I've been eyeing that person right in the back. She's wearing a Kiriko cosplay.
I already got a Kiriko cosplay.
Oh, you got the Kiriko one? Okay. Then let me move on to this side. Let's see. Oh, we got. Oh, nice drawing. Oh, Gavin, I'm sorry. I'm a rhyme man myself.
You're a rhyme man?
ライナットが大好きです。はい。こちらありがとうございます。
Okay, so we got person 2. そして3人目探していきます。3人目誰がいいですかね。めっちゃ呼ばれてる。めっちゃもうすごい圧をめっちゃ感じます。もう DHL ドロップの上にさらに自分で用意した人がいます。もうちゃんと見ようかな。もうこのでもウェイボーンアイもすごいな。これは難しい。もうじゃんけんしてもらおうかな。2人で。はい、じゃんけん。2人でじゃんけんしてもらって。じゃあ上がってください。運の女神が引き火とおります。Okay, Danny, I got my next one. Going to you.
I see one right in front of me. On a picture right there has Zeta win. Yes. はい。
もうすぐ選んじゃった。
すごいドローイング。
すぐ選んだ。
すごい。
めっちゃプレッシャー感じられる。めっちゃすごいですね。さあ最後を探していきます。最後誰にしようかな。さあ真ん中に行きますかね。誰がいいですかね。でもめちゃくちゃいいっす。もう見てるのも分かっちゃうんですよね。いいでしょう。もう可愛すぎるからやっぱりショノンさんもぜひ上がってください。さあこれでは5人が出揃いましたかね。もう1人いけるということでもう1人いきます。さあ誰にしようかな。さあ探して。めちゃくちゃいいですね。ウィーボーゲーミングの方。じゃあ行きましょう。ぜひ 上がってください。さあこれで6人になりましたね。もう出揃いましたね。バランスよく。カーゴ君なんか悪遊びしてる。あ、気づかれてないから大丈夫ですよ。じゃあ軽く皆さんのDHL 応援ボードのチャームポイントをぜひ聞かせていただきたいと思いますけど、I want everyone to tell me about your favorite parts about your DHL board. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
I'm sorry?
Just what you like about your board.
Well, first of all, he's handsome and he plays very well.
シャイさんがとてもハンサムでめちゃくちゃプレイングうまいからもうぜひ応援したいというところです。はい、次いきます。もうアナの絵がすごい。
さっきの試合で神阻害を決めてた周の穴を描きました。
はい、素晴らしいです。そのまま順番に行きましょう。
自分がタンク戦なので、昨日の Day1 のタンクミラーに、脳が焼かれたので今回も、見たいなと思うのでぜひ、見て出していただけると嬉しいなと思います。
Who doesn't love a Reinhardt mirror?
It's about Leaf in the WBG. He's the best trader ever, I think.
Woo!
To make CNOW great again.
ブートキャンプで、コーツ選手の、かっこいいプレーにちょっと感化されて今日絶対行きたいなと思ってチケット取ったのでこの後のコーツ選手の活躍すっごい期待してます。
皆さんも楽しみにしてください。じゃあ最後。
明日のゼータ戦も決勝もちょっとゼータと当たってほしくて、もうチョロンが週に勝つところを見たいですっていうやつです。
素晴らしい。さて本当に素敵な応援ボードが出揃いましたけど DHL 応援ボードの中からカーゴくん選んでもらいます。カーゴくん Which one do you like the most? おっと感じてるラインハートだ。さあこちらの TM のサインジャージをお配りします。はい、ただしこれだけではありません。もう1枚あります。なのでカーゴくんもう1人ぜひ選んでください。考えてるんですよ。Where is he going? Where is he going? He's going to the end. おお！これの応援ボードだ。Danny, can you pass it to?
Oh, you get a nice space station jersey. Here you go.
おめでとうございます。それでは本日の配達が完了しました。DHL payload successfully delivered。DHL ドロップは明日も続きますので、明日もぜひ応援ボードを持って応援してくださいませ。それではここから実況席にお戻しします。Thank you very much。ありがとうございました。
Cargo still out there, still doing the good deeds out there. That Twisted Minds jersey, by the way, was definitely cargo sized.
It definitely
that
was.
That was so fitting,
I think that was his personal jersey.
It probably was, and he gave it away. Our audience here is incredible. The energy in here is wonderful, and I am delighted because I got Moxie and Ash with me here on the desk to break down the series we just got to witness, not watching, witnessing. And we're going to set you up for our next match, which will be in the lower bracket. So everything on the line for these two teams. But first, let's talk about what we just saw. Yes, Zeta Division won it, but Ash, man, like VP, they played it so close. I don't think anyone thought that this series would be this clutch.
No, I mean, you were setting it up top of day.
Yeah,
right?
I was so
you were doing
wrong.
the math
I
and
was
everything.
so
like
wrong.
that.
And I love that I was wrong about this.
I know, it was so sick to see VP bringing it to Zeta Division. There is a world where this could have gone all 5 maps. Rialto was so close. Overall, though, I think that, you know, you have to give a lot of credit to Zeta Division. Bernard was having an insane series as well on that Sigma, but focusing back into that VP Moxie, I really am impressed with how solid Kevser has been. He had an insane game the other day up against All Gamers, and overall, he's continuing with that momentum and the prowess on that Cassidy.
Yeah, what was really impressive for me for Virtus.pro was the fact that they were able to come back with momentum, right? It was a very one-sided map of Ilios Well. Poor old Icenom, I feel like, saw more of the inside of Well than the rest of the map duration. But they were able to come through, pull a map against Zeta Division, and you saw it at the end when, like, we commented when we were casting it, when they were doing the handshake. They were happy. Like, even though, yes, they didn't physically and literally win, they still sort of won in terms of the mental game, right? You now have the confidence. You pulled a map against Zeta. You're coming into this as the 2nd seed in EMEA. You don't know if you're going to be able to come into the international stage and keep up with everyone, especially when the meta changes, but they've shown, they've proved that they can hang with these teams and they can best them.
That instills so much confidence for VP going into this lower bracket matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a short turnaround, but I guess another positive you can take away from here for VP is also like, you're coming in with hot hands, right? And we're coming in with a confidence booster, knowing that you made this look so very close, as you just said, Ash. So, yeah, what will we see from these two teams? Because neither of them is going to be super partial to playing the Cat Bash meta. Now, both of them have an opportunity to play to their own strengths here, which I think could make this a very exciting match.
Yeah, there's a world where we have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, not having the Cat Bastion come through. I think what a big standout for me as well here for the side of VP is they continue to prove that New Junk City is their best map. It was so impressive to see. They go down 100-0 on that first point, and then it's 100-0 for them, full sweeping the rest of that one.
I mean, there's actually a really smart game of the system that Dallas could potentially do if they lose the first map, and that's take us to a flashpoint, which is not New Junk City, to sweep it away from Virtus.pro side.
Yeah, and also just quickly want to mention Mizuki win rate still through the roof. Also, it's got to be meta because VP bans Mizuki and they win a map. Just saying, just throwing it out there.
If Zeta and Crazy Raccoon are both playing Mizuki, like, for sure it's meta. And it was actually doing, like, so much to be able to shut down a lot of power plays.
It really was. I'm kind of curious. I'm like, okay, do we see... DF is one of those teams where I could see them pulling the funny out.
Exactly,
you know, pulling the Mizuki out here. I think CJ is one of these players in this double flex support lineup that's been so consistent. Luke Amino's the one that we always talk about because of how aggressive he gets on that Alari, on that BAP. But CJ is always there holding down that back line.
Not just, you know, the Alari, but also the Wu Yang.
Yeah?
Like, we were seeing a little bit of Wu Yang. He's sort of fallen out. He's not as strong as he was in 2025. But Luke Amino having that flexibility and also potentially forcing out a ban on the Alari, since Virtus.pro don't really play it themselves, could be really strong.
Yeah, it's also like we had Weeds on the desk yesterday, right, for our post show, and he did say that they didn't expect to win their first match in that upper bracket, so they kind of knew that they're going to make that lower bracket run. They recovered so well at the same day in their match in the lower bracket to stay alive, and I wonder, is it giving them an advantage now? Obviously, they got to sit back during this first series. They got to watch VP. What do you think their takeaway is? Was there a particular crack in the armor that they could abuse just based on what they saw VP playing against Crazy Raccoon? No, Zeta Division, excuse me.
I think you want to get rid of the Zarya if possible during one of those maps. It's consistently been one of ICE's best heroes in the pool. We've seen him making plays, especially with those grabs as well. Sometimes, not always able to follow up on it because of how well Zeta were responding in that match, though.
I mean, potentially the Zarya, also potentially the Diva. Something that you and I were talking about in the back before the day's start was that Kellen doesn't really feel towards the Diva, right? So being able to play things like the Winston or the Sigma could actually be a really good shout for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a different series from what we've seen thus far in this tournament, because we are playing with two teams that can throw a lot of silly stuff into the mix that is not meta or not considered meta, and there might be this gentleman's agreement. Looking at the predictions here, I had to go with Dallas Fuel. I just think overall their skill ceiling is higher than what we've seen from VP. I feel like VP has shown more than one time, not just in this tournament, that they can be tripped up in terms of composition, and also maps where we take them. So I feel like for Dallas Fuel, it should be theirs to win. I hope for a close match, though, of course.
I also hope for a close match. I had to go with VP for this one. I know you're going to call me up for the recency bias, Zoe.
No, I would never do that to you,
But I mean, granted, I think with VP, what's been the most impressive to me is the fact that they've been so adaptive. We talked about how grueling the first of 2 day was yesterday, and to be able to have these turnarounds and have those comebacks that you were talking about earlier was great to see.
Yeah, I mean, I won't call you out for the recency bias, but I will join you because I'm also going Virtus.pro, right? They're coming into this hot, they've got the confidence. I think they're going to be able to take it.
Yeah, well, let's see which team is going to come out on top. They got to both bring their A game, because this one is for all the marbles. Their playoffs lives are on the line. Dallas Fuel and VP will crash after a short break.
ここからお届けするのは負ければ敗退のローアーブラケット、そしてバータスプロは先ほどの試合からの連戦になっていきます。それでは早速2チームに登場していただきましょう。まずはこのチーム、バータスプロ。対するはダラス・フューエル。ローアーブラケットバータスプロ VS ダラス・フュエル。それでは実況席よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back to the OWCS Champions Clash here, live in Tokyo. VP versus Dallas Fuel. And we had to bring in our NA-EMEA expert, Avril, in. Avril, you had to sit back and watch. You had to watch back Zeta and CR back-to-back. And then you come out here for our NA-EMEA super matches. We always get one at each event.
I mean, this is the game. This is the game that people should care about. NA versus EMEA rivalry is like the rivalry, right? I mean, we got Asia in there.
Yeah.
We got Japan and China. But really, NA, EMEA, that's what it's all about, man.
I was really impressed with Virtus.pro in their game against Zeta. Obviously, they don't come out on top because we're here in the loser bracket. Yeah. But I thought they looked really good. They played them tough on multiple different maps. Although you were saying you thought that Dallas actually fared pretty well against Crazy Raccoon.
I think they had a decent showing, but VP definitely played Zeta way closer in the game that we just watched. So right now, probably a little scary for Dallas. Also, VP pretty warmed up. They're just kind of playing back-to-back. Right? So I mean, VP are jumping straight into this one versus Dallas Fuel, who are going to need to spend a little bit of time in the practice room to get themselves going. But given how good VP played, I mean, I think VP should feel good about going to this game now.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one thing that's always kind of hotly debated, whether you want to kind of play back-to-back, you want a little bit of a break. I kind of like ending up playing that back-to-back. We can take a look here at the map set. So it's VP's map pick. they end up going with Oasis here. So this has really been, I think, outside of one time. I know we've seen some of the EMEA teams really kind of favor Oasis.
So like one or couple early Oshas so far. First bans are going to be Anna and D.Va. Targeting Ice. I mean, you saw how good Ice's D.Va was in that game versus Zeta. No surprises. Dallas are going to come in. Also, Kellen, by the way, on the Dallas side. He's a main tank player. He can jump on the D.Va, but he doesn't prefer. He would like it if we just didn't play the D.Va. This is a nice asymmetrical ban to start things out with.
So he was talking in the back, though. The Ice Zarya is kind of goes hard. I mean, I know on King's Row, he was putting up a pretty good performance there against Zeta. So we'll see where Ice Gnome goes in terms of his hero pool, because last year this team kind of comes out with Vestal and Ice on the roster for most of the season, and then this one they now kind of drop down to just Ice. So his hero pool's really, I think, been tested by a lot of teams over the course of EMEA, and then now here at Champions Clash.
Also looking towards, some of the other positions here, I'm really looking forward to the Chronic versus Kevster battle. Now, Kevster has had quite a turnaround. I think early in the year, news of him moving towards the hit scan position is like, ooh, how's this going to go? But now that we reach Champions Clash, dude, his cast so far has been deadly. It's been disgustingly good. Chronox needed to show up today.
No, it's always awesome to see Kevster kind of back on top, back on kind of the main stage, as he's been gone for a brief period of time, really just kind of those last two major events last season. I also think you're looking at like Landon here for VP to kind of have a big game. And then for VP, in their series against Zeta Division, a lot of odd sound barriers and some of the ultimates that come out from Fixa, so see if he's able to make those adjustments here going into this series. But Dallas, they've had some time to sit around and watch. Coming onto the stage maybe a little bit cold. I'm interested to see how they start off.
See where the backline lands so far. Luke Mino on the Wuyang so far. I mean, that's something that he did also play in the Crazy Raccoon game. One of the few teams, one of the few players that's willing to go in that direction. Let's see if any of the teams will actually go into the Cat Bastion. Notably, Cat Bastion not banned in an opening map. And I think both these teams not that willing to play it based on the previous matches. So they got a gentleman's agreement in this one. Just handshake it away. No Cat Bastion. Play some normal, honest Overwatch.
Get a chance to see what VP decides to do here. Is Kev, the Cassidy's available. He's been kind of locking that in the entire event. So Psycho going to go over and play Tracer. Been playing some Sim and then also some Reaper here as well. As Sunja going to come out and play the Forest. So this is actually a comfort Dallas feel that a lot of other teams are actually running with the Mizuki, right? But they're playing with the Wuyong.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect the Mizuki too early because I think it's better on those sort of hybrid escort type of maps. Really open, Mizuki might suffer a little bit. Right now, this opening fight so far, Kevster has his work cut out for him because he needs to be the one shutting down Sonja. There's no D.Va as a reminder.
Yes, Ice Gnome actually gets stunned there for a brief period of time. Has to use a cardiac overdrive. Finds Chronic, but they lose Fixa right away. So not going to have the speed to kind of get them back towards the point, close the gap, get past this Sigma Shield.
1-1 so far, but this point's still very open for either team. Ice Gnome got quite low in that fight. Needs to be careful about how he approaches Kellen. Ultimate's still a little further away. Ice Gnome's HP again, though, barely makes it out.
He is just getting chunked with rockets from the side from Sunjin as Kev is in a rough spot. Ooh, nice cleanse that comes on through the roll here. Kev using the movement, just not good enough there to stay alive as the FAR has really been an issue early.
Lied about Ice making it out, unfortunately. He got on a sliver, but still finished off now onto the Zarya, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. Landon a little bit closer than CJ towards the ultimate. CJ's basically closed the door on that one now. It is going to be Virtus.pro's opportunity to enter this new fight. Probably Deadeye to open out with.
What do you think of the Zarya pick here? Swap.
Well, certainly going to give some capability for Ice to just have a bit more safety in terms of the bubble usage here. He's just going to be personal on his bubbles. He doesn't have like great bubble targets. Still not great into, unfortunately, the Pharah, though. Sonja's causing issues.
I mean, hey, that's an odd trade, though, right? The Pharah and the Lucio kind of trading out here. You do have the Kitsune rushes for both sides. It's going to be CJ popping his as well as Landon, but Chronic with a huge railgun shot. So both supports now down for Virtus.pro. Going to be in a really rough spot here. Is still going to be Dallas Fuel in control of the point. Fixa is back. Gets a Zarya bubble there from Ice Gnome. He takes a rocket from Sunjin, but then you're going to have to wait for Landon to get back in the fight.
Not a blast available here. Not a lot of great targets, unfortunately. Might just drop it onto himself, Luke Mino, and just dive in. Possibly could be used defensively onto Sunjin, and when Sunjin wants to go towards his own barrage, be a nice safety. Virtus.pro losing a bit of time here. They need to do something about this. 70% plus on DF so far.
Deadeye for Kev as he's going to move up here. Going to get the speed, try and get him in position. Nothing really, no even damage there. It's the Sigma Shield that kind of blocks this. They're going to be walking into that gravitic flux here.
There's barrage. Straight on Ice, no personal bubble, not enough to save him. Not close enough to the sound barrier for FACEIT either, so Sonja's just going to clean up, and that might just be the end of the first round, man. Not a lot left here.
Yeah, the tidal blast here on the Sunjin. He's going to go in, trying to find anybody, but everybody around him ends up falling. You're not even going to really even need the Kellen Gravitic Flux. They will get it into OT. FACEIT so close to his sound barrier here, Avril.
He's 1 HP! Oh! They needed that. They needed it so badly. Now Ice is the only one that might get a grab here to try and save the day, but you still need to keep this touch going. Kellen with the Flux. And no grab.
No, I mean, this one is GG. That is really rare, though, I feel like, because VP, obviously, they're the team that just ends up kind of losing. They're still pretty warm and fresh. Usually it takes the other team a little bit to get going, but Dallas just kind of dominating there in that first round.
Ice as well struggling, opening up. He started on the Malga, recognizes, okay, I'm being farmed up a little bit by the Sojin on the other side here, going to make the change over towards the Zarya. Also, strangely enough, when you look towards the Malga versus Sigma, typically you would expect, okay, you have a lot of safety, charging on in, nothing's going to stop you, you can set up these fights, but unfortunately, they didn't have a lot to deal with Sonjin either, who was really putting the damage in. After Ixom gets in on the Malga, he's pretty susceptible. He's just taking damage and charging up those rails for Chronic repeatedly. By the time he changes over to the Zarya, he didn't even have time to build up a single grab.
They didn't have a lot to deal with anybody there. An ugly first round from VP. And what do they answer with? Yeah, honest Overwatch is over. They're going to go straight to the Cat Bastion here.
When all else fails,
and hey, that's one way to deal with a Pharah, right? You get that Bastion right up in the Pharah space. I mean, nowhere for Sunjin Go. And now they're going to be in. So this close quarter area is tough for the Bastion to go into, right? But that's going to force them off the Pharah right away, which I actually think this is really good for VP, because I thought the Pharah was the thing that gave them the most trouble in that first round.
Yeah, Kevster wasn't getting a lot done in the cast, unfortunately, just completely shielded away by Kellen Sigma, who's still on, by the way, trying to make his way in. Good rock to start things out with, but Virtus.pro still holding on to Cap pretty comfortably for now, waiting for Kevster's next turret form to be available.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to bait them out onto the point, right? That's when the turret form in the Cat Bastion can really start to be effective, as the Kev, going to dodge there for just a second, as this angle is so filthy, right? They're going to try and push him out by going up the staircase, but you see Sunjin already having to use recall here, and now the turret form's going to come in.
He split the team as well. You notice that Kellen actually dropped down away from the rest of the team, but Luke Mina on the other side managed to find Landon, is traded for. Kevster down as well. Psycho is doing a lot of work in this fight.
Yes, you do get Ice Gnome extremely low, though, so the Tracer's still alive here, as the point is in control by VP. You also have FACEIT and Landon here as well, is not able to save Psychos. Sunjin popping off here on the Tracer as the pulse bomb, but both supports doing a nice shot for VP, keeping each other up.
Tsuno's here for CJ. Wondering if Dallas Fuel have a good position to just drop that rush in. Landon still a little bit further away. Point still in VP's control, so Dallas
they
Fuel
get Ice Gnome back. This is great stall by VP.
Ifsa looking, not finding. CJ rips it. Landon has now finally ult, but they lose Ice Gnome so quickly. VP, are they going to even ult this one? Doesn't look like it.
Ice just got disintegrated there. I mean, he kind of steps up onto the point after coming back. I thought it was really nice from FACEIT and Landon to be able to kind of get it to that point, but Ice Gnome steps up. CJ ends up dropping the Kitsune rush, and they just run them over. So
look at the ults. So VP have held on. They have 5 ults, 64% lead as well. A lot to use here. Rush is obviously the big first ticket. See if they can maybe set something up with maybe a Kevster artillery here as well. Fix the drag Kellen off the map. Landon going down, it's going to be a big problem. That's a reset.
I mean, you lose a Landon here. This is going to buy so much time for Dallas. So we'll see now if they can keep this one rolling. So Ice Gnome going to just wait just a little bit. You do end up losing Sunjin as he uses the pulse bomb, but now, I mean, you're going to be able to use this Deadeye up on the high ground potentially. You might be able to kind of weather the storm through these big support ults.
Waiting for Landon, that's the go ticket. FACEIT taking a bunch of damage, so it could be a bit problematic, but here we go, ripping the Kitsune rush. Big response though, Flux and Tidal Blast on the other side.
Yeah, he ends up kind of keeping himself alive there, Kev, with the artillery, as it ends up getting picked up into the Flux. Ice Gnome with 2 has the Annihilation rolling, just trying to find the Tracer. It is just up to Ice Gnome, though. I think he's got maybe, it's going to be Psycho back in the fight. You do have leave FACEIT there as well up in the sky, so they do get the turn, but it costs them absolutely everything to do so.
Dallas Fuel dragged it up to 65 as also the equalize in terms of percentage points. It's Ice on when the dust settles after the Annihilation burns through. Still in the mix, and Alari now a swap from Luke Mina. No, it's actually going to be the Cat. He's still deciding what he wants to play. The Cat for the Deadeye combo has to be played. That's exactly why Luke Mina would want this.
No, now you're just going to get Chronic up in the sky, escort him is a nasty angle. It's going to really put a lot of pressure on the Ice there in the corner. Keb just rounds the corner and burns him down.
I mean, it's just Icestorm in the open to try and bait out the Deadeye, and while that's happening, Kipster turns the corner. Chronic not ready for that one. VP in a strong position now. Aerial battle, FACEIT takes it from Lukemino, and now it's just up to CJ. Dallas don't have anything left. No further touch, no Kitsune rush, and a last-minute swap to Sombra, not going to be quick enough either.
I like the adjustments from VP, though. Right, we were talking a little bit about how dominant that Pharah was in that round one, and then it looked a lot more even, right? When you have Ascension on the Tracer being matched by Psycho, it can really start to open things up for the rest of the team. And then the Bastion swap from Kev as we take a look at some of this. Psycho's only got one death, which is pretty crazy considering how that first round looked.
Yeah, he was definitely staying alive, even if VP weren't winning that first round, but they were certainly doing a lot more winning on that second round with the fact that they're showing their capability to flex back over towards the Cat Bastion, even when, you know, they've been a team that hasn't been as willing to play. Certainly Dallas as well have been a team not that willing to play. Guess what? Luke has locked it in, Chronoc's locked it in, Kellen's coming back from the Sigma, and Ice is back on the Malga.
This will be interesting, kind of, now the Malga versus the Sig, right? The Malga can obviously, you know, just get right past this shield, put that stomp onto the Sig, put a lot of pressure, so we'll see how Ice Gnome decides to play that, as already Chronic taking a lot of damage.
Well, that was aerial battle. It's going to go the way of Chronic. Kev's trying to heal himself back in, but not enough healing to save his life. That was your early opening for the 5v4 here. Point should be theirs. Virtus.pro, quick reset.
Yeah, and although Chronic took a lot of damage early, he had that turret form available a little bit later, right? So Kev and Co, they get a little bit aggressive around the corner, maybe thinking they can finish the Bastion off, but Chronic just starts vomiting out damage. Sunjin trying to make a play going into the back line there. We'll keep an eye on that flank as Kev now trying to find an angle as VP is moved their way onto the point. Ice dangerously low.
It's another situation. It reminds me of the opening round, right, where Ice was starting on the Malga, but just couldn't quite find purchase. Yes, you can sort of dive past their shield. Okay, a couple of further kills here. Long-range rock from Kellen to just knock Fixer down. And Ice, just like we saw in the first round, Matt, goes from Malga towards something else. That time it was Zarya. Now it's going to go towards the Ram. The Malga is just not quite getting him what he's looking for, even if you can charge past the shield. After he's done that, he's just in the open and dying.
Yeah, it's really rough, and you wouldn't say that Sigma is like, you know, when VP had Vistola, it was really Sigma that he was kind of playing. As Chronic using the artillery, going to get out there with a sliver of health, and that is so unfortunate there for Virtus.pro, right? If you were able to get that kill on the Bastion, would have been huge. You end up losing Landon at the hands of Sunjin, so another fight here that goes in favor. Yeah, Iceland doesn't even get dragged off the map because he just gets deleted there by Chronic as Kellen moves on forward. Dude, they are having so many issues with the Sigma, but as I say that, does he use a Flux to stay alive? No, just grabs down to the van. I mean, that's a fight you have control over, right? You probably don't need to use that ult.
Don't want to overspend on that one for sure. Dallas Fuel had a play advantage. And ultimately still pretty cheap for them, just a catnap for that little skirmish. Does get exchanged with the catnap on the other side, which is even economically better for Dallas Fuel as they go into now what will be the final fight. Kitsune Rush in hand, Flux in hand as well. Super strong combo here. Put the Flux into Landon's Kitsune Rush, it's going to be deadly.
A must-win fight here for Virtus.pro. It'll be the Pulse Bomb from Psycho. It's going to be the Suzu that comes down from CJ, cleansing that off. Gravitic Flux comes through. Not a lot of damage that comes through from that ultimate, so we'll see now as Kellen using the kinetic grass, trying to back up, soak some of that damage in as he gets back on to contest the point.
Oh, Kellen's in trouble though. He has to back out. This might just give the flip over to Virtus.pro. Still trying to hold on to this one. There's a stick for the Suzu. Right on time for Kipster to save his life. Ikestomp's still in trouble though, so this is not over. Virtus.pro have barely anything left to play through. This might be the map over.
Yeah, artillery there from Chronic, pushing players back out of that choke, but now you lose Kellen. So both tanks out of the fight now. Iceland going to come back off the spawn here in just a little bit as VP somehow magically able to flip this Avril.
It really came down to the kill into Kellen first and foremost, but then getting Lukemino on top of that one just gives VP a little bit more to play through, having that play advantage, getting Ikerstomp back with an Annihilation coming online pretty quickly. VP have a bit of work to do to climb the mountain and coming back on this round, but you start to see the vision here of how they can do it. You remember how good that previous Annihilation was last time we saw it out from Ikerstomp, winning fights, winning the map, round rather up that.
Yeah, you have the catnap here available for VP as well, so maybe they can make a play as they have to do a nice job of keeping Ice Gnome alive as he's been taking a lot of damage up at the front. That's going to be the turret form from Chronic over the top here, trying to put some damage down on a Psycho. Doesn't really come up with anything, as now a lot of pressure coming into Ice Gnome there on the point. Already uses the block. It's going to be The turret form here is going to be the artillery from Kev, putting down some damage. Tried to back them off the point barrel, but that's a Kitsune rush. They're going to get aggressive here, Dallas.
Yeah, they are. Chronic going down. Virtus.pro looking to see if they can get it further kills here. Here comes Cat, and I'm not too sure it's going to catch too many players. Maybe this one tank going down, killing off the edge, would just be the kill they require. Doesn't quite get him. Hipster going down is still a problem. He's not alive. Neither of our Bastions are there. An annihilation for Icestorm to try and keep this one further forward. Still need to get this flip in. Landon coming up with Kitsune rush.
Yeah, and I mean, Fix is still here. You don't end up having to kind of end up using that Kitsune rush just yet. You're going to have Dallas back out here trying to get another fight. It's going to be above 50% here for VP as all you lose Psycho. That's brutal for Virtus.pro.
Blocks in as well. Kellen trying to lock this one down, clean it up for Dallas Field. No Cycle still in the mix. Chronic artillery on top, but it's just landing on top of Ice. It's still pretty healthy as this tank.
Yeah, he has to back up there for a second. You're going to get everybody back in the fight. Psycho's going to be here to be able to touch as well. Going to get a Vortex over to the point. Kellen taking a lot of damage, and you have the Cat find Sunjin. That's huge.
Just blocking away all the damage. Chronic can't even get a trade here. Virtus.pro off the back of Icestorm. Playing through the defensive capabilities of his Ram, being healed up by Fixer and Landon. Unkillable on this point, no matter what Dallas Fuel are putting in. And VP, they caught it. This was like a 0-99.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
they caught up the final fight.
And now you're going to have Kellen going away from the Sigma, which has looked really good. But I think this Ram swap from VP has really paid off. They've started to hit their strides with the Ramatra in play. Pulse Bomb available, though, from Sunjin. CB is able to kind of land a big one, potentially onto Kev. See Fixa there, gonna just knock back for just a second. The Cat finds the Tracer yet again. I mean, that is brutal there for Dallas, as now we're in OT.
Now you just have to play through. Chronic has to do some magic here. CJ still has to stay alive to find this Kitsune rush. Landon gets the miracle kill. That's gonna be it, man. Virtus.pro have managed to make the comeback happen.
Bro, this is such a clutch up from VP as they steal map number 1 here from the Dallas Fuel. Avril, that was a nasty comeback by Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and again, it comes from the fact that, okay, Ice wants to start on the Malga, doesn't really work for him, makes a change up. First round, does it onto the Zarya, doesn't quite find the value, maybe probably should have played the Ram, didn't even get a grab on the first round.
Yeah.
However, you look towards what the Ram play on second and third round, particularly the Malga to the Ram swap. As soon as he swaps to the Ram, finds so much value, doesn't really die on point at all. Final fight, preventing the final Kitsune rush to come through from Dallas Fuel to save the day. Landon getting that kill. Brilliant stuff.
Some massive kills from Fixa as well on the Jetpack Cat. Like 2 or 3 times in a row, he ends up getting Sunjin the Tracer for Dallas Fuel, which so impactful. And I think you really saw the game like turn when VP decided to play that Cat Bastion, right? Like after that first round, when they kind of go to the Cat Bastion to deal with some of the Pharah play from the Dallas Fuel, that's when VP really started to get cooking.
I was wondering as well, you know, we're going to get some more Cat coming through from Fixer, because earlier on, you remember the Weibo game as well, Fixer just wasn't playing it, so you had the sort of Bastion ground composition. Mostly Kev's so happy to just play the Bastion. No Cat support at all, ground Bastion, the classic Bastion. And he kind of made that work versus Weibo. But this time around, you see the VP slide, they're like, okay, you know, versus Zeta as well, we're going to make sure we play the real combo, and we can prove that we can play the combo, even though, typically speaking, looking at a lot of the VP games, they tried to like shy away from the Cat Bastion. But if they can secure themselves as the better Cat Bastion team in the mirror against Dallas Fuel, this is now a winning matchup for them that they can rely on for the series.
Oh, absolutely. And I think just off the rip here, right in the second round, we see the first round, it was just completely dominated by the Dallas Fuel. In the second round, when they come out on the Cat Bastion, it actually just catches Dallas completely off guard, right? They're still playing the Pharah Sunjin, goes right over the top, and then he just dies instantly, does not expect the Bastion play in there, and then they never looked really comfy playing against it. So very nice swaps and adjustments there from Virtus.pro. I now think obviously the ball is in Dallas Fuel's court to make some of their own.
You mentioned this as well, but you know, with the Sunjin swap over towards Tracer, typically I would like really trust Sunjin on the Tracer. Definitely one of his best heroes. Sunjin definitely like a star player on the Dallas Fuel. But you sort of mentioned Sunjin was first picked a lot on the Tracer.
Fixa.
Yeah.
On the Cat.
Particularly on that third round. It's like, whoa, they're losing their star Tracer player quite a few times here, leading to 4v5s.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that cannot happen, especially in these matchups, as you see Fixa there just kind of chased out his counterpart in Lucamino. So looking at the series kind of moving forward now, right now where Dallas will end up getting a map pick, what would you like to see them go to? What do you want to see them start to look at to potentially ban?
Circuit Royale, and I think you really want to start leaning towards the strength of the backline. So one thing that Dallas do better than most teams, and I think only Zeta in this tournament can really sort of match in terms of the flexibility in the back line is they can play the double flex support.
Yeah.
We've seen the Alari come through from Dallas Fuel as well. Luke Mino can just move between so many different heroes on that support side, something that I don't think Fixer and Lander can do quite as comfortably. So Dallas Fuel played that circuit versus Crazy Raccoon, looked okay. I think they can move towards that again, maybe obviously versus VP.
Well, I mean, if you look okay against Crazy Raccoon, right, you look awesome just about everybody else. So it also allows Kellen to continue to play the Sigma, right?
Correct.
Kellen playing a lot of Sigma, where Circuit, by far the best Sigma map in the game at the moment. So we'll see if that is where the Dallas Fuel decide to go. Obviously, then you would kind of get into the ban process where you'd have to be worried about potentially the Sigma going. So, Avril, they don't go to Circuit. They actually go to Dorado. But Dorado is another map you can play Sigma.
Yeah, I think any escort map, right? You could have gone to Rialto here. You just want to go to something where you can get a good Sigma experience, a little bit of front-to-back type of gameplay, really make the poke work. My question will be, are we going to see Mizuki? Because the Mizuki is starting to creep up in the tournament meta, something that I don't think many people were expecting coming in, but obviously we're on the live patch, Mizuki did get buffs, and where Mizuki is getting played, Matt, is in that back line to sort of, I think sometimes to replace the Break, because Break does get played with Sigma in the past, but now you have the sort of AoE healing from the Mizuki, but with the poke potential from Mizuki to safely have the Kakai Sanctuary, but also the chains in that battle as well, having a lot of effort, being able to just poke down with his own left click, leading to quite a strong poke composition.
Right, I think the Mizuki to the Break kind of comparison is pretty good, and then also the ability for Mizuki to put down some damage at ranges that Break obviously can, right? From a little bit of a safer vantage point. It's a really interesting, and I think the ultimate has been buffed now to a point that it definitely feels viable and useful. I mean, we saw a lot of times in previous series where we see the Mizuki in play, where the Pharah is kind of just trying to shoot down rockets into it, or maybe a barrage just gets completely annihilated by that ultimate. So curious, maybe the Pharah a potential ban here as well. Like, you don't want to see that if you're Virtus.pro. Like, that's something you potentially could do, is Pharah can get some play at times on Dorado.
I think if you're Dallas, what are you prioritizing right here? Well, you called the Pharah right away.
I'm basically the coach of VP at this point.
You might just be Smash.
Yeah.
I hear you talking to the team. I was thinking you could be looking towards maybe a Kellen Sigma protect, depending on what your priority is, right? Like, how badly do you want to play the Sigma? But clearly, the priority here is to make sure that you get rid of one of the problem heroes that you don't want to deal with, which is that far.
From your point earlier, though, right, with Dallas's backline and how flexible they are, right? They get rid of the Kiri here early, which could be a little bit advantageous to them, right? They have a little bit more flexibility to play some odd stuff.
You're really looking towards removing the Lucio Kiriko composition, because that would have been the default otherwise. And we're assuming, by the way, that we're not just going to be default cat bashing here. Which could still happen
There's a possibility
on a map like this, but assuming that teams are still testing out, maybe we can get away with not playing Cat Bastion. No Kiriko, no Lucio Kiriko. That leads into the Dallas Fuel potential for more greedy double flex backline. You could, definitely an Alari in there. I would suppose.
Yeah,
I think Alari should be on the table.
Without the Kiri gun, I'm curious where we actually see VP go to, right? Typically we see...
I think Landon usually plays BAP.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking, is that potentially they go BAP. And look, BAP, if you're going to play like some Ramatra comps and stuff, that kind of that can work, right? You can kind of go to that. But they don't really have that, Fix, I would say, is primarily like a Lucio, and then now obviously Jetpack Cat type of player. You're not going to have that ability maybe to play some of those two flex support lineups.
Don't forget about the Symmetra as well. One thing I think on VP side, specifically that they have over Dallas Fuel, is the fact that Psycho brings a lot of the Symmetra experience from his time on Twisted Minds last year. Learned a lot from you being on Twisted Minds, and you saw the Symmetra play versus Zeta in the game before. I thought was a pretty big factor, to the point where Zeta had to ban out Symmetra too. So Psycho still has that in the pocket. This might be a good map to bring it out.
Yeah, I do wonder though, without the Kiri, what is the support that would go with the Cat Bastion kind of combination, right? We've seen a lot of the Kiri alongside of that combination.
You mean, Ana with Cat?
Yeah,
just a Nano the Bastion has been a very classic one. So if you are just going to default Cat Bastion, that's probably
this is a pretty good Ana map as well, right? I mean, we have seen Ana obviously historically throughout, Overwatch succeed on this map. So it'll be VP looking like on defense here to open things up.
And by the way, look at this. We have the Winston from Keldon as well. He does want to commit a bit of felony here, backed by the Ana. Winston not particularly strong in the meta, but I think, we'll see if Dallas Fuel can make this one work. You don't even really see Junmin get subbed in to play Winston these days from Crazy Raccoon, so Kellen's feeling very brave so far. Obviously still waiting for gates to open, but the Ana here obviously makes sense. If Luca's going to lock in the Cat, I'm expecting Chronic to then go towards the Bastion, then classic Cat and a Bastion trio.
Yeah, it'll be VP using Kev on the Cassidy here to open things up. Dallas Fuel, obviously some opportunities to make some changes. We'll discuss that once they kind of come to an alignment in terms of comp, as we have not seen Genji at all. So
Chronic's sticking on.
Are we going to get... Okay, so they're going to play Winston Genji here with the Widow at the start. So
this is like a classic dive with a couple of poke elements. You have the hard hit scan, long range poke from the Widow and the Alari, but then beyond that, a Genji Winston Ana is just like a super classic dive comp.
Yeah, they're going to try and put a lot of pressure onto Kev's Cassidy, but it's been so good throughout the tournament. Chronic obviously a threat to Kevster as well, right? With just the extra sight lines with the Widowmaker.
And remember, Crazy Raccoon banned away Chronic's Widow when Dallas Fuel took them to the circuit, so now we get to actually see what Chronic's been cooking. This has been definitely one of the more hyped up heroes in Chronic's repertoire. Things down early, unfortunately. Can't do much against Psycho.
No, and I mean, there's nobody that can kind of help. No Chronic up there on that high ground, right? CJ doesn't really have a vantage point. You're not going to have the Alari turret over there where Lucamino dangerously low as Ice Gnome just kind of gets in his face with Vixa. They barrel him down as Dallas Fuel now going to make just a swap here to get Chronic over to the Cassidy here. A little bit more staying power. But dude, I'm not too sure on just kind of the Genji Winston. I mean, these have been two heroes who have really been non-existent in the meta for a while.
Definitely. You're really reliant on the Ana here to do a lot of the heavy lifting with the Nano Boost. So CJ is obviously getting that done pretty quickly at the moment. Virtus.pro also starting to get some of these ultimates landed with a window available. Obviously, defensively, he'll probably not be playing that too aggressively, you would think. Really time at looking at CJ. 8% left to go. Lucamino needs to stay alive here, but Dallas Fuel, good positioning on the payload for this eventual nano push, but you don't want to have Sunjin down.
I mean, sure, you're going to have the ability to nano blade. They actually nano Chronic here right away, so they're going to try and push him up. Maybe they thought there was an opportunity to get a player coming out here, but now you don't have the ability to use the nano with that blade, which I thought they were going to be working up to.
That was either a mistake in terms of CJ just nanoing the wrong person, or Chronic was about to die and he felt like he really needed to save Chronic.
I mean, maybe I was like, was it supposed to be maybe the intended was to go on to Kellen, because then you would have rallied it into the primal, right? Which then you could have used and maybe kind of kept it going, but that's rough there.
Yeah, I mean, unless you have the blade, you're definitely popping it on your Winston for sure. And Sunjin was then. That's the other point, Matt. They did it 4v5. Sunjin dies. CJ commits the nano
and
anyway.
He had blade, so you could have just saved it, right? So a really rough spot. We'll see if Sunjin can make a hero play with this Dragon Blade, but you're going to have to fix it with the sound barrier on the other side. I mean, VP has not been pressured into using any ultimates thus far.
Doesn't look like he found anything. Lucamino, he finds a shot to the face from Kevster via the Deadeye. Easy fight win for VP. Dropping in the extra window from Landon just for safety, and now a big cleanup onto Chronic freshly onto the Sojin pick. Dallas Fuel, I think, this is just, unfortunately, whiff after whiff. Nano Boost didn't get that much value. Captive Sun, no value either.
And I mean, now you have to go over to the Lucio here, below a minute on the clock. You're going to have Chronic go back to the Cassidy here. Off, and now you're going to have Luke over to the Brig. So Brig obviously historically good against D.Va, but like you're in such a rough spot that below a minute, I mean, sound barrier still saved here for Virtus.pro. I mean, Kellen with a primal can maybe be a nuisance, but man, this is going to be really difficult because Dallas Fuel needs to get some progress. This will be a brutal spot for the cart to stop.
Pix is just saving it for the blade. He knows that Sunjin's going to pop that one eventually, which means you're not going to get it out of him. Psycho at least goes down opportunity. Dallas Fuel can find a 5v4 here, but Kellen's already popped the primal.
But now you're going to have the sound barrier comes out.
Blade?
It's going to be the blade that comes through from Sunjin just after the beat expires. So this should get huge value. It's going to be 2 with the blade as Ice Gnome still on the payload, just keeping this contested for the time being. You don't get an opportunity to stagger him out. So Dallas, in the final moments, they'll get a fight win. You may get another fight here, though, for VP. You're going to have Psycho go over and play the sim here. Going to be able to TP players back, get a little bit closer, and you're also going to have a self-destruct.
Let's see if the TP goes in. That would be the only way. Touch has been enabled. This is going to force a nano for sure. CJ is going to feel pressure to pop. Will it happen? Popped onto Kellen, of course. Big bayonet onto the backline. VP will not win this fight, but I agree with the choice to go in for the final contest because you are forcing CJ to pop nano, forcing Dallas to use ults.
And what? I mean, you gave up your self-destruct for it, right? So you give up self-destruct, they end up using a nano. You still get high ground control most likely here for Virtus.pro. A really good defense there, although Dallas Fuel does end up breaking it at the end. Not a lot of time for Dallas Fuel. They need to bunker down and hold this high ground. They have the rally to potentially do it.
I mean, the reason why it's important to get rid of the Nano, because I think that's the tempo setter for Dallas Fuel. When you look at this comp, they're now playing in even more classic dive comp because you get the Brigana as well. You really need the Nano Boost to be the initiator here, and that's gone off the table. Kevster will just force Dallas Fuel away. Not going to hit a Deadeye, unfortunately.
Oh, nice timing on the rally there from Lucamino. Gets the bash there into Kev. Not enough to finish him off, but Landon drops down, uses the Amp Matrix, and just fires down on Lucamino. So everybody from VP goes on a little bit of a flank there, Avril, and they get a nice angle with that Amp Matrix. Has made it really difficult for Dallas Fuel to get any more progress.
Well, shut down the rally pretty quickly, and Ice even gets back into mech. That could have been tricky if Ice doesn't get back into mech. Maybe DF Dallas Fuel would have a little bit more to fight in there with. But Landon with the, obviously insurance policy put into play again when Windows secures it.
What's your thoughts on the Brig at this part of the map, right? With VP kind of controlling the high ground and this little time on the clock.
I mean, if you had the rally, you could definitely push up. This would have been a hard map for the Brig on attack side before, but with the Dorado changes, you can make a push up that hill for sure. It's about the Blade now. The Blade is where Dallas once again need to find the value.
Yeah, sound barrier here for Fixa. Used it a little bit early, so there was still huge value from the Blade. It is going to be the Nano Blade that comes through. And with 2 players already dead, you don't invest the beat. Love that decision there from Virtus.pro. The fight already lost. Sunjin and Kellen coming up huge there in the feed, and Dallas will keep themselves alive.
I think 2 things there. One would be the fact that Virtus.pro were a little bit split, so you wouldn't have had a good value beat. You would have missed a few people. Obviously, then you talked about the fact that Kevster was already down.
Kev. Yeah.
More importantly, though, Matt, is look at the time remaining. Now that you've saved beat for what will be the final fight, okay, we'll lose to the Nano Blade, but when it hits 0 on the overtime, we're going to have the beat advantage.
It's going to be a pulse bomb there from Psycho. Doesn't connect with anything. Kellen going to have the primal rage there to maybe just kind of dislodge players off the high ground, but Lucamino to just dodge out. It's going to be the beat here with a Deadeye that comes out from VP as we're below 10 seconds on the clock. Everybody from Dallas has to back up.
This
now go back to the cart. Yeah.
Psycho's down now, 5v4. Deadeye's coming in for Chronic instead. This is capable for sure, especially with Kevster down. Dallas Fuel have just given themselves another point to play with. And Virtus.pro, I think they just pulled the combo too early. A Deadeye and a sound barrier so quick before the OT hit, Matt, which means Dallas Fuel could just back out, kite away from Kevster's Deadeye, and then come back in with their own.
And Dallas may be able to finish the map, man. I mean, you're looking at Sunjin getting this Blade. Fix is going to be nowhere close to beat probably at that time. You're going to have the Blade probably before there. And you might be able to kind of complete the map, which is crazy because we were basically just going to write Dallas off for dead because it didn't look like they were even going to get the first point. So it's going to be a huge comeback here for the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be the rally as Ice Gnome goes in.
Trying to get some eyes on the CJ here, but surviving. CJ beating Kevster as double Cassidy's down so far. A D-Mech into the self-destruct. Ice Gnome will not get back in his mech. VP losing this further fight, giving Dallas Fuel a bit more of a chance. You said, Matt, very capable. I agree.
This is a huge comeback here from the Dallas Fuel. You're going to line this Blade up with the Nano as well. I mean, that is going to be as good as you can ask for here for the Dallas Fuel as players from Virtus.pro.
And no beat, by the way.
Yeah. No, there's no beat on the other side for VP, and they're just funneling out here onto the cart to just stall time, right? Just stall time as much as possible. I think if you're VP, though, kind of win condition here is to force out the Blade and the Nano maybe around this area. Maybe a few players make it back, keep the Tracer alive, keep it going, and then come back off a spawn.
Well, the further this escorted payload goes, the worse it gets for VP in the sense that you can't just kite the Blade either. Because previously you would be able to. We're going to hit the final fight here. Sonja's going to have to pop this. Combo has to come through immediately. Dallas Fuel, this is their moment. Payload is in an okay place. Certainly capable within one fight, within one Nano Blade.
Yeah, they have the Nano and the Blade available. Oh, that is a 6-6 there that comes in from Psycho. And the Nano goes on to Kellen, so they don't even get it for the Blade.
Could be tricky. I mean, you don't have a play here. Sonja still needs to pop.
And they're going to get beat. They're going to get beat here for Fixa. It's going to be the Amp Matrix in the corner from Landon. It's just going to guide them out of the spawn. It's going to be Kev ending up using the Deadeye. There's going to be the sound barrier there as the Blade comes through. And VP, Avril, looks like they may be able to get a hold.
It's looking likely, especially with the spawn advantage there as well. Ike's nearly onto a self-destruct, but it won't even matter. Dallas Fuel have not managed to finish the map, but that
was doable, though.
It looked like it would have been the finisher because there wasn't a beat there either. But look at what VP did. What they ended up doing was putting the pressure onto CJ, which ended up making him whiff the Nano. He's like, I'm going to die here. I got to drop the Nano to somebody. The only person he sees, I think, would have been Kellen there. And then you don't get the Nano Blade, and then the beat comes through because the fight extends a little bit, and now you get the beat against Sonja's Blade because he takes so long to pull it through. I think if Sonja just like had the timing there earlier before the beat comes through, which there was some percentage play to work with, that could have been a winning moment for Dallas.
I think it's as simple as like Dallas was just a little bit slow to go there, right? They had the opportunity. They were just kind of like waiting and waiting and waiting. And like Ice Gnome did a great job just kind of contesting the payload, right? Letting the clock kind of barrel down. And then Psycho comes up with that huge pulse bomb there on to CJ. And at that point, you're just scrambling, right? Where it felt like for, 10, 15 seconds, there was an opportunity for Dallas to really have a set, like, executed play there that would have worked out quite nice.
And I like that Psycho went for it because you're not going up against a D.Va, so you don't have to worry about that. You're not going up against Kiriko, so you don't have to worry about the Suzu. So just go for the Hail Mary play. Like, why not? That's something the Nano is going to be the set piece for Dallas Field to work with. And he made it work, and then, because the fight got delayed again, Fixer finds beating Dallas Field. You said it, Matt, just too slow to get the feet off the ground.
And Dallas here on defense, they will play Kellen on the D.Va, so you're going to have an Ana Wooyoung backline. And Sunjun going to play the Echo, which I'm a little bit worried. Okay, so let's see what they decide to do, because it looks like VP going to opt to play some Sim. I was a little bit worried from Sunjun's perspective about Psycho playing the Tracer, which is like really good against Echo.
So two things here is, traditionally actually on Dorado, this first opening rooftop section, Echo is actually pretty decent, but you're also playing into a Sim, which I think you get extra value. However, you do die to Kipster.
Man, Dallas, so close. To even getting a map completion there would have been huge, and now you lose your Echo right off the rip here as Isom going to try and control some of that high ground. You're going to have Chronic here just farming up a railgun. He gets dangerously low. Doesn't look like there's anybody there to help him in that time, and actually uses a slide to dodge nicely, so gets out of the way. You're going to have the Echo back in the fight, but at a long distance, as Hinder there on the Kellen does not look like they're going to be able to get the kill, though. Nice job from Dallas keeping him alive.
Well, Lukamino goes down, the payload's moving forward. This should just be a one fight, one cap here. Dallas feels struggling to find any sort of momentum in terms of getting a counter trade. Not going to happen. Kipster, by the way, is about to find Deadeye.
Really fast Deadeye here from Kev as you do have Kellen go on in, but they have the TP to kind of get players out. Fixa here on the Brig, able to deal with the D.Va, and that is a first point take that is lightning fast here from Virtus.pro. Now you're going to be able to get high ground, 5 minutes on the clock. Going to be very difficult to constantly kind of dive into this like Brig BAP setup.
Straight away, look at Kellen just swapping away from the D.Va. Again, not one of his comfort heroes. He wants to play something he's a little bit more familiar with.
But is Winston better into this? I almost think it's like worse.
It probably is worse. The problem is you have to think about Kellen's hero pool, right? Like he's not known for D.Va, which causes some of the problems here. Which means that once again, this is going to be a CJ Nano on to Kellen. There's not much else they can do here. Sunjun obviously looking for the copy. A couple of good targets. D.Va, Cass, all pretty decent.
Yeah, some pressure here from the Echo on the flank. Psycho getting close to a wall as well. I think they're just trying to bait some players down, right? Just keep the payload moving and like force Kellen in that area. As Lukamino is going to use the Tidal Blast here on himself. Doesn't come up with anything with the stun. It's going to be the Ant Matrix here, which is forcing them into a weird spot. Dallas, they tried to get aggressive there. Now they're going to use a copy to try and get a wall of their own.
Oh, okay. They're putting a lot of damage in their Nano. Bio, rather, also hits Fix, and that's going to take care of the rally. Virtus.pro trying to heal their way back in towards this fight. So 1-for-1 support trade. No defense for Kellen. No support there. Ixom getting back into mech, you would think at this point as well, which means VP tank advantage. CJ trying to make his way back into the fight. Still waiting to use his Nano.
Yeah, but I mean, now, Fix obviously here coming back on the Lucio, not going to play the Brig here. You're going to have the Sim wall to work with. Dallas, yeah, you're forced to basically what? You're going to have to use the Nano here onto Kellen. Chronic, it feels like the overclock comes on through, and Fixa, they do find the kill. That is huge. So you end up using the overclock and the Nano here for Dallas. It feels like VP obviously knows this fight is potentially a lost cause. They are just going to kind of find what they can and then get out, but already a lot of cart progress.
It's the first fight win for Dallas Field as well, the stabilization fight, like to call it, where they get to dig their heels in, count the inventory here a little bit. Primal will allow them to be able to stall a little bit longer. They also, they did get the wall out of Psycho, which is nice.
So, but you can, if you're VP, right, you can either kind of go on like that wrap, right, towards this right-hand side, where Kellen would be looking. You know it's coming. Or, which they do, they TP right up there. They get one player pretty low. It's going to be Lukamino who's able to stay alive. But now you can get a pretty sick angle here for this Ant Matrix with Kev being able to fire on through.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the Sim is going to allow you to do, right? Find those creative angles. But I think Kellen needs to get aggressive. When the window comes down, he needs to get amongst that with the Primal. We're still moving across the map here for Virtus.pro.
So
they just move on top of CJ.
I mean, that is such sick play there with the Sim TP. But it's not over yet. Tidal Blast here onto the Echo. Going to knock Psycho down. And although they do get a nice play there, VP at the start, right, getting CJ out of the fight, it is the Echo and the Primal there from Kellen that come up clutch for Dallas.
And that's the thing, right? I was talking about how you need to see Kellen get aggressive with the Primal against the window. That gets even better when VP decide to drop the window inside of the bank, which is super tight and narrow. And Kellen's like, well, this is just easy for me. And he instantly gets a kill to land in the back line for VP, just melts away. Gibson out, trying to open the next fight up, and does do so.
That's brutal there. Icegnome gets quite low, doesn't have the self-destruct just yet, but will earn it here in just a second. But losing the Echo, which Sunjin had copy, could end up being the thing that breaks their hold here as Luke Amino now falls. CJ is going to get the nano. Do you decide to invest it here?
He's done it. He's popped it onto Kellen. The need to just delay this one, allow Sunjin to get back in. And wow, it's just a free kill. Chronic's even found Gifter as well. With the extra copy that Sunjin finds, the fight will go the way it does. In fact, Sunjin probably didn't even need to do that. Just didn't expect that his team would pop off that hard. Kellen and Chronic both locking in heavy for that 4v5 defense.
And no, they probably thought that one was slipping away, right? Because it definitely looked like VP was going to get it over the line. Now Virtus.pro, it's just the duplicated self-destruct thrown over the top. See if he can find anything. We'll see if VP are going to ditch the sim here with a minute 16 on the clock. The payload's so close to going over the line. No sim will make it a little bit easier of a read, right? Of knowing exactly where they're going.
So there's CJ angle, by the way. He tried to off-angle the Bionade, but doesn't quite find anything. You appreciate the play, though. VP at this point trying to find the correct positioning for the window, but bad time to get Psycho down.
Psycho didn't want to end up using the recall there. Decides to try and play for the health pack. It's going to be a immortality field that keeps players up there through a nice bio from CJ. It's going to be the Ant Matrix as well. They're not really able to get much value with it at all. Is this a weird spot?
They're stuck in the corner. They're just stuck here. Sunjin's lasering them down. Vixen doesn't want to Ajax. He's going to hold the beat. But that is unfortunate for VP because they couldn't find where they could properly use this window. Lander drops on a low ground, tries to allow his team to get an angle of the payload, but guess what? CJ drops in a huge Bionade, which instantly forces VP back, and then they can't even use the window. Got no value off the Ant Matrix at all.
So VP does have this sound barrier, though, to deal with the overclock that's going to come on through. Chronic just kind of lingering above here, the members of Virtus.pro. As he drops on down, it's going to be the sound barrier used right away, and VP is actually going to decide to fight this. Kellen just barely making out with his life. Gonna get the title blast there to stay up. Not able to find anything there with the knockback. It's gonna be Kev using the Deadeye, pushing on up as Psycho has gone huge here, coming up with 2. He was putting a lot of pressure onto the payload behind the scenes, right? Forcing some of the players back. And this is what I was talking about really early on with Sunjin playing the Echo. Psycho always the ability to go over the Tracer, forces him off of that hero back onto the Genji.
You can see what Dallas were trying to do there, right? Cut off Virtus.pro on their approach just to intercept their final push. But because they did that, like you sort of mentioned, Psycho gets the backstab, trying to just get straight to the payload, diverting attention away, and Dallas feel suddenly a super spread, and their entire final fight on that B point just went to waste a little bit. Obviously, Fixer got huge value on that beat.
Not a lot of time for VP, though. You do have the nano boost here used on to Kellen. He's going to get right on top of Landon. That is a sick dash through from Sunjin. He comes up with 2. This is going to buy a lot of time. Ice is going to get staggered out here.
You have to really credit CJ as well for that double kill because he dropped the Baronade on top of the supports in Sunjin. A single dash through, cleans them up both. And you mentioned time being a bit of a factor here, but now they're losing the capability to clean off even with the last 30 seconds. Landon doesn't have the window anymore. That would have been a huge tool for them to get the cap in. It's going to be a lot harder. You need to buy a little bit more time for Kevs to find Deadeye too.
Psycho with the pulse bomb. That was big on Virtus.pro's defense, right? That's what allowed them to kind of get that hold. And this is a great call from Dallas. They go aggressive. They collapse right on top of Kev up in the spawn. They don't want to allow them to get close.
They have to touch here as well. Tracer has to do it. Psycho's got to be the one to go in. Kellen's just delaying this so far. CJ trying to lock the door, and will he do so? He will! Dallas feel punched back on the second map.
So that was really close there, Avril. As it looked like for a while, I thought Dallas, especially with how their offense ended, I thought they were going to punt that one away. VP looked so good on their first point offense, but then Dallas really kind of turned up on defense there. I mean, a VP after their first point take had like about 5 minutes to get that second checkpoint, and they just kind of dwindled that clock all the way down. As we take a look at some of the stats here, is Psycho had a pretty good game on the Tracer, coming up with some huge pulse bomb kills. And then on the other side, I mean, Kellen playing the Winston, which is something we have not seen really anybody do, hero that we don't really think is pretty meta at this point, having a lot of success.
Well, he wasn't really that punished. I felt like he actually managed to get away a lot. He wasn't just sort of dying and repeat like you would think. A lot of Winstons in this particular meta would just be falling by the wayside quickly. CJ, I think, was a bit of a standout here because, A, to get your Winston succeed, your Ana has to be really on point as well. He's building those nanos up. Beautiful bio-nades at multiple times, and a lot of those bio-nades were fight winning. We talk about one of the strong rotations that you really need to see out of Virtus.pro shut down entirely when Landon drops in the Ant Matrix and CJ responds with a single bio that catches 3. You get the double kill dash from Sonjin. That was set up again by a bio-nade. So I think CJ was kind of an unsung hero of this map for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, just a sick player for Dallas, as you kind of alluded to before this map number 2, just a really sick backline from Dallas that allows them to do a lot of different things. Early on, it was not really allowing them to do anything. I mean, they were stuck in the spawn. It felt like minutes. But then once they started to get going, really Dallas, with some of these comps, took over the game.
Yeah, that really insane moment as well, if you remember. It looked like it was a 4v5, and it looked like it was all bad for Dallas on the B defense. And then Kellen and Kronk just saved the day. The overclock, I don't even remember if it was an overclock. It might have just been the raw rails coming in. But Kellen, I believe he had the primal for that situation. Just those 2 players kept it alive. Sonjin coming back in with the copy. Ended up not even really needing it. Burnt it anyway. But that was a really clutch fight that Dallas needed to win. That wasn't going their way initially.
Yeah, I mean, Diva, we think, is obviously like the ideal pick, right, in this type of situation. But I think Kellen, his hero pool, obviously trends more towards the Winston. You're still playing the Ana, so Ana and Winston have a good combination. And then the Genji as well from Sunjin. I mean, the Genji is a pick that we really haven't seen. Really, I mean, the last year has kind of fallen out of favor with some of the sim comps and rush comps that we've had, really highly prevalent in the meta. And honestly, if you just subtracted this ending here for Dallas, right, it was a pretty strong map overall from them, right? They had an opportunity to clearly get a full push there. They just kind of, Psycho makes a hero play, just coming up with that pulse bomb.
It's that B point, though. I think the B point offense really slowed down for Virtus.pro, because I think when we both look at this, you mentioned the 5-minute time bank after capping A. I mean, with that kind of time, with that kind of momentum, you're thinking VP should take this map pretty comfortably.
This is a huge moment too.
Oh yeah, I remember this. The window coming down, the Kelly having the perfect primal in there, chopping up Landon, getting rid of that back line. I think just a couple of those missteps, right? I think it does come down to the fact that when you look at VP trying to set up these window plays as their core set piece for a fight, 2 times I can recall distinctly that moment in the bank and the other moment sort of downstairs on the hard flank with the Bionet coming through for CJ to stop it. Those 2 big moments really stopping VP's pushes caught them up way too much on that B attack and cost them all of their time.
Yeah, and never even really to make it back to go get a touch here as we take a look at the final moments from VP. Is Ice getting juggled, getting pushed back. Psycho already used the recall. So that is map number 2 in the books as Dallas Fuel, they tie it up at 1 game apiece. So now it'll be Virtus.pro's opportunity to kind of make an imprint on this series in terms of the map and ban process. And they're quick. They already know we're going to New Junk City. This doesn't seem too surprising to you.
I mean, this is the map they won against Zeta, right? So they played the Ram heavily on this map. Sim is going to be gone, so Dallas Fuel want none of that. They know Psycho's specialty is going to be on that Sim, which was also, by the way, played by VP against Zeta Division. Wooyoung out of the mix, knowing that Dallas Fuel one of the few teams that do want to play the Wooyoung. Okay, I mean, it does target Luke a little. I don't think it's the strongest ban, but it is a directed, targeted ban. Now that they know that, okay, we won't play the Sim, it's kill, we'll play the Tracer. Our Ram is safe, though. Ram was one of the big picks from Ice on that map of New Junk versus Zeta that got them across the line. I will say, though, Sim also did a lot of works, so they're going to have to figure that part out, but at least the rest of the team looks good.
Yeah, as we take a look at the tanks here from map number 2, I mean, Kellen really popped off, and to make this work on the Winston, right, where not exactly the easiest comps to play into, it just shows kind of the level that he can play that hero at, where kind of taking control of the game from Ice in every category.
I mean, the comp just allows you to be really, really initiative heavy in terms of deciding where the fights take place and what you want to do. CJ setting up a lot of those executions for both his Genji play of Sonjin and also Kellen on the Winston, but having kind of the confidence to bring out a Brig and a Winston in the big 2-6 here, Matt, where you just don't see that comp at all.
Yeah.
It's not just about the Winston, it's the Bring On a combo as well. It's such a classic Hangzhou Spark looking type of composition that Weibo would probably be more willing to play here. But it's actually Dallas Fuel playing. We would have probably said they were a bit silly for doing that if they lost the map, but proving here that they don't even need to go towards the things that I would have expected. You remember I said Alari would have been a huge choice for them. They did play that. It didn't work out for Luke, so they said, screw it. Let's go to something else that VP are not going to expect, and they made it work.
Right. I mean, they're able to kind of make it work, kind of come out on top in that game number 2. Now with Psycho's sim gone here, like I think you probably see a lot of Tracer here potentially from Psycho. I think an opportunity to even play some Reaper, right? If you wanted to, right? Reaper, obviously, we've seen in a lot of these like Cat Bastion comps.
Yeah.
Potentially, you can work the Reaper into the mix if Kellen is going to go to that. But ooh, this would be a little bit of a wild card, right? Them bringing out the Sigma comp with the Mizuki is something that we did not maybe expect from Dallas Fuel.
Especially on a map where I don't know if you're going to get the full value out of Mizuki. I still see when you want to play these kind of Sigma-based poke compositions, to me it kind of works better on front-to-back maps like Escorts and Hybrids. So if it ends up being okay for them, Sonja going to go towards the Mei. Thought about the Torb, which would have been a bit of anti-dive, but like Zeta do a lot in the current meta, proper playing a lot of Mei, Sonja's taking a page out of his book saying, let's bring the Mei out.
Yeah, and Dallas Fuel obviously ditching the Lucio here on Flashpoint, which is always a risky move, but we'll have Luke here on the Mizuki. As for VP, they're going to go back to that Ramatra look, right? I think they expected that Sigma. Maybe they didn't expect the Sigma with the Mei. So we'll see how Dallas kind of plays into this. Is Ice already going to kind of use that Nemesis for him, see what he can find. The Maywall already out, but now have to back up.
And that's the thing, right? Maywall's gone. Now's your opportunity. Vortex with the speed boost is how Virtus.pro is going to get on top of Dallas Fuel. Just completely collapse onto them, and no speed boost on the defense to get out. In fact, there it is. Vortex straight onto Kellen. First kill.
Yeah, it's just a lot more aggression here from Virtus.pro. Obviously aided by that Lucio speed with the Tracer. They can kind of get past that Sigma shield. So we'll see how comfortable Dallas actually is on this comp. So they'll have to kind of maneuver it in, as it looks like we're already maybe going to see some changes here.
Well, the Torb out again. Interesting. I would have thought the Mei would have been stronger here. Torb is going to cause some problems for Psycho, but overall, I don't think it's going to be that impactful you would imagine. Perhaps we start looking towards, like, I don't know,
we all predicted it's going to be the Torbjorn Sigma Mizuki comps coming in here.
Yeah, we're really cooking now, Dallas Fuel.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can open this up with the Torb. Obviously, the turret's going to be pretty good to kind of deter Psycho, maybe kind of protect the back line a little bit.
Against a dive, this would make a lot of sense. If you were playing against the ball or Winston, this is 100%. But right now, we'll have to see if Sonja's really cooking or not.
Oh, nice rock there. Actually interrupts the Deadeye that comes through. Chronic ends up using his Deadeye just to deter VP from pushing on through that choke. But now it'll be Dallas coming with an advantage here with their Kitsune Rush, and they already lose Kepster here on the side of Virtus.pro.
Ice has decided whether he wants to annihilate. He's not going to do so. Chronic's just going to pop his head off. Well, Dallas Fuel now be able to get that flip. VP, though, they're looking at the situation thinking, okay, we'll let the point go across, still have 86, that's one fight territory. You got to come back in with a fixer beat, plus annihilation, drop it on top of the Dallas Fuel that no longer have any support ultimates. That's a pretty good win condition for Virtus.pro, so not a bad spot for them just yet.
Yeah, it does have Psycho here on the point, contesting it. Now getting it about to halfway, so it's going to force Dallas Fuel to back on up. That's going to allow Virtus.pro to enter through the choke. And now Kellen is in a really weird spot.
Just waiting for what's going to come through here. Flux could be interesting, though. Does pop one of the players, Kepster, into the air, but now the annihilation to put the fair into Kellen. Dallas Fuel, and with Ice Storm, he knows the win condition. Nothing to stop him. No support ultimates. Nothing to get away from as well in terms of speed boost on Dallas Fuel. And Ice Storm's all too happy just run in and punch his way into victory on point one.
Yeah, but Psycho getting to the point, getting that touch, drawing players back, it gives Virtus.pro the opportunity to kind of like not have to use the amp it up to get that like speed to close the gap onto Dallas. Allows them to kind of enter that area for free, and then just like no respect for the Sigma, right? They just kind of run right by with a Nemesis form. Once that wears out, pops the annihilation to keep it rolling, and you're just able to barrel down Kellen.
And like I said, the Mizuki now being swapped over for Lukmino Zalari, and said, I'm not convinced on a very open map like a Flashpoint is going to have the same kind of value as you would on an Escort or Hybrid. So he's going to move away from that, but still largely playing a poke composition here.
Advantage with the Kitsune Rush here for Virtus.pro. We'll see if they decide to use this at the top.
You can't just Molten Core on top of the Rush, though, so that could be a good play for Sonja, and he's looking for it.
Looks like maybe VP going to opt and go low here. They're not going to like try and dislodge the Sigma from the high ground, right? Just kind of force that Sigma down.
Well, he's got a Molten Core early, so it should be just Dallas Fuel back, or rather Virtus.pro. backing away from this one a little bit, giving space and re-entering with the Kitsune Rush, especially with Luke Mino down back. God, Psycho the hero so far.
I mean, no way that the supports can keep themselves alive. Obviously, the benefit of the double flex is to play a little bit more aggressive, but not able to protect themselves against Psycho there. You do lose Kev here towards the end of the fight, but Chronic will get cleaned up on a high ground, and I love the way that VP played that. They were not going to kind of challenge the Sigma at that range. They were going to drop down, force the Sigma down to the low ground, and then fight.
Man, some of the Tracer play so far has been so good. Psycho just completely annihilating. 1v2, double backline is gone. And that's considering the fact that Sunjin dropped in the Molten Core. Virtus.pro said, okay, well, we're just going to save our rush. We're going to re-approach. Now, re-approach is still coming in for Dallas Fuel on the opposite end of things. CJ now trying to catch up on the rush.
Yeah, Shield blocks the accretion of that off angle there for Ice Gnome as Kev is still on fire along with Psycho. The Kitsune Rush comes down there from CJ, but they already lose 2 players. One at the hands of Psycho, and then one with Kev early on as that push goes for nothing. And now what, Dallas, without the speed, right? You're thinking about, like, do you even have a really good fight here towards the end? I mean, Sunjin can maybe get a touch and then kind of try and push in behind it, but you're going to be pushing into the sound barrier plus annihilation.
It might be worth it if you can get the touch just to force the fight in, because you could still force ultimates out of VP. They have ultimates in the bank for Dallas Fuel to be able to try and collect, but largely this fight's looking all VP.
I mean, Kellen taking so much damage on the walk-up in is, though he does get the annihilation out, so that is beneficial there for the Dallas Fuel. But another point that goes in favor of Virtus.pro. Few kills here towards the end just to clean it up, but VP has looked great here, Avril, on New Junk City.
I mean, map score-wise, it's all Virtus.pro. Dallas Fuel just trying to tax away what little type of, silver linings they can get, and the silver lining here, just like we saw in the first point, is let's go in for a final push, try and get an ultimate out. Annihilation is a pretty costly ultimate, so that's nice. Captain Sun, though, is another ultimate that we'll want to see some value out of. Luke Mino struggling to get anything out of that in the last map.
Yeah, Kellen going to end up using the Gravitic Flux here. FACEIT not going to end up invest the beat, so maybe you feel like you're going to be able to kind of come back, fight this next one with that sound barrier being a better spot. Nice cleanup there from Chronic, comes up with 3 kills there. Doesn't even have to invest the overclock to do it, so you just win that fight, what, off the Captive Sun and the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, I think VP wanted to try and kite away from the Captive Sun, but still caught out by the Flux, which ended up being the actual killer. As Luke Mino didn't get too much work done on the Captive Sun. I believe it was actually Suzu'd away by Landon.
They have to be careful of positioning here. It's going to be the sound barrier that opened things up. Overclock used as well. Nice shot there from Kev, finishing off CJ. And when I was talking about worried about positioning, is okay, hold on. Chronic answering with 2, but he's the only one. Is that when Kellen is playing so far up in those positions with the speed boost available for VP, especially with a sound barrier in that situation, he becomes such an easy target for the Ramatra to just pop Nemesis for him, get behind the shield, and just barrel down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you speed into him, Vortex, pop Nemesis, and then Kellen
just dies.
Basically.
There's no way to keep him up.
At least he's got Luke Mino on the Lucio now, so slowly you look at the Dallas Fuel backline, they're slowly matching VP, but could it be too late in the day? Because they tried to make the double flex support work, and now, when for Luke Mino to catch up, it's CJ, though, that's on parity with Landon, so fuck! Kevster will not miss.
Kev has been on a tear all event long. Give him 2 more here on the exit. Oh, dude. I don't know what it is. It is this map for Kevster. He is unreal.
This hero as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Psycho has this Pulse Bomb. He's been so good connecting with these. A Pulse Bomb onto the supports could just absolutely ruin Dallas Fuel on this map. Lock it down for Virtus.pro. Both teams end up here with their Kitsune rushes.
Straight away going in. Kev needs to be a big target here for Dallas Fuel, but also they got to keep Chronic alive. They won't keep Luke Mino alive. Last point here, last fight here. Big stick. Is it going to be enough though? 4 versus 3. Icestorm nearly onto Annihilation. Reminder, VP on 99% for the cap itself. And they're looking like they'll get the flip.
Yeah, they do get the flip here for Dallas Fuel, so that stops it for the time being. You're going to have Chronic alive on an off angle. CJ here as well. There'll be Sunjin who gets a touch here, just keeping OT rolling. Luke Mino here over to the Jetpack Cat just to try and stay alive, get back into the fight quick. As Ice Gnome does have this annihilation, probably just waiting for Kellen to come in. It's going to be a touch there from Luke Mino, getting dangerously close to OT. Flaring down as it is Psycho coming up with the first pick here. Chronic dangerously low.
That's the map.
This might be it, Avril.
That's the map for sure. Annihilation just to put the cherry on top, but Chronic will get nothing more done. No OC found, no point found, and the map going back towards Virtus Virtus.pro, a dominant win here, Matt. 3-0 on this New Junk City. Didn't look like Dallas Fuel really had a strong idea of what they needed to play. Constant hero swaps, backline just couldn't keep that 1 and 2 in terms of Lucio Kiriko. This is your comp you're going to play. We had so many swaps across the board, particularly the backline, and Dallas Fuel playing a little bit too much mystery heroes to get anything done on New Junk.
And I also think, look, I mean, Psycho and Kev just really winning the kind of DPS battle, right? I mean, you see Chronic actually had a pretty good game on the Soj in terms of damage, right? But it just feels like the impact from Kev and Psycho, especially with those pulse bombs constantly, it feels like every time coming up with a kill or two. So take a look at some of the clips. What you think about this first point, just composition in the swaps here for Dallas Fuel? I feel like it put them behind for the rest of the game pretty significantly.
Yeah, I mean, I questioned the usage of the Mizuki straight away, but then you saw the Sondra swap onto the Torb, which to me is a strange call because you would want to play that if you're going up against a dive. Very punishing against any of the dive tanks, certainly against Tracer, but, okay, it's annoying for Psycho. Once you actually saw the Molten Core fight, this was not a good fight, unfortunately, for Dallas Fuel because so easy for VP just to kite that one away. It's the fact that Psycho, to me, one of the best plays he made on that particular point, which might show up in the replay here, he just like 1v2'd the backline by himself.
I think we just saw it. It was like a pretty sick play. He ends up taking out Lucamino, and then just kind of CJ is like teleporting towards him and doesn't have his back to him and just takes him out. Also, Dallas, this is another really like kind of interesting fight that we catch here on replay, which is pretty awesome because Dallas has to use a lot of their ultimates to kind of stand that push that VP is going towards their spawn, and they really have a lot here towards the end.
I'm wondering if this is starting to be a Kellen hero pool issue because the call to play the Sigma even on this map. I'm not saying you can't do it. I think Burneye even dropped the Sigma on this map, but it just seems like it's so much easier to pilot the Lucio Kiri Ram. It's so straightforward. You know what the win conditions are. And even in the first couple points, you're going up against a no Lucio on the other side, which for Flashpoint, you called it out, Matt, is a strange call to make. And it's just so easy for you to drop Vortex, speed in, punch Kellen down or whoever. And what are you going to do? If you're Kellen on the Sigma, that's just like a tough situation to be in. And he plays Sigma like throughout the whole thing. He's not really keen on the D.Va so far, and that might be hurting him right now because D.Va might have been a good call for him to swap to.
Yeah.
Maybe anything other than Sigma because eventually they play Lucio Kiri anyway.
Yeah, I also think there's like a pretty sick possibility here, right? Like, Dallas will want to play Sigma, at least what it looks like, right? We'll be going over to either hybrid or push for the next map. So, like, you do have an opportunity here for Dallas, though, right? You can pick a map that you think is maybe a little bit Sigma favored while also getting rid of the Ramatra, right? You have the ability to ban the Ramatra and then force them into maybe a D.Va, right? That could be a possibility where you can play that, force them to play the D.Va into the Sigma that comes on through.
That would be Kings if they really want to lock in for the Sigma poke comp, where, by the way, Mizuki will also be good.
Support too.
Exactly. Yeah. Mizuki will actually be good on that map as well in terms of like how that comp works on a hybrid. Kings Row, like, to me, is the obvious choice for Dallas Fuel if that is in fact the direction they're looking to go to.
Yeah. An opportunity, obviously, as some of the players take a little bit of a bathroom break here for them to come up with some answers.
I see the timer.
Dallas, yeah, you see the timer there. We don't know how accurate that timer is. Sometimes that timer is like 7 minutes, and it feels like we come back here really quick. But it'll be Numbani, the map pick here for Dallas Fuel. So see, that's the benefit of being here, right? On our stream, right? Everybody else is looking at a clock. We already know the map selection coming through. So, we know it's Numbani.
Got the leaks on the English stream,
so Numbani's a pretty decent Winston map as well, right? I mean, that was the fallback.
You know what a decent map is for Numbani is it's a good Cat Bastion map.
It is, but why Dallas feels like the team out of these two that wouldn't want to play the Cat Bastion?
Because they lost it. On OWCS, right? So they're probably the team that would not want to do it. We actually might get away with a full series that will go to at least 4 maps, by the way. You don't see a Cat or a Passion ban one time.
Yeah,
in a heavy Cat Passion, but that's insane to me. But
yeah,
it'll be fun.
It is kind of wild to see. So Numbani is the map selection for Dallas Fuel. Obviously, tournament lives on the line here as they find themselves down 2-1 against Virtus.pro. And VP has looked really, I think obviously with how EMEA has been pretty competitive, VP, we were like wondering how they would kind of fare coming into this tournament. And I think they've actually been a lot better than people expected. I thought they would have a pretty strong performance. It looks like they're kind of backing that up, and these two players are a big reason why.
And we expected Kevs to obviously lead the way in terms of the star power on the DPS side, but Psycho's been really performing as well. And on heroes that, some of the heroes you would expect him on, obviously coming in with some experience.
Bro, there were some people last year who were like, Kevs is washed. It's like, bro, stay on that side. Don't start cheering now that Kev's just coming up with some huge plays.
I think his team was in a little bit of a rough spot last year with all of the mix-ups happening. But you put Kevsa onto this VP lineup that was already finding some good success last year, Matt, and he's obviously performing. You're bringing Psycho with some good experience, and now he's also performing on the Tracer, as we saw in the series.
Psycho coming in off a World Championship, right? With TM, like bringing that kind of like experience to the table. So it is a Lucio ban here. For the Dallas Fuel as VP decides to get rid of the Maga. Yeah, what were we going to say?
I'm really hyped about the Lucio ban, and the reason why is because when you think about what went wrong in the last map, Matt, is the fact that if you want to really play the Sigma, and you're going up against Lucio, Kiri, Ram, and they're just going to speed Vortex into you, okay, let's get rid of the Lucio. Now we're going to be a slower type of matchup here. Now if you want to lean back in towards the Sigma, now you're playing like more of a slow poke style. You can put the Mizuki in there as well, make that one work. Dallas, you have more flexible supports on your end anyway. That's one of your biggest strengths versus VP.
But I think this opens the door for VP to just play Cat Bastion.
Correct. And that's what the Malga ban says to me is, okay, well, we might just prep for a Cat Bastion because you get rid of the Malga. Malga's one of the clear answers to the Cat Bastion. And you also know, by the way, that Kellen's been kind of uncomfortable with picking the D.Va so far. So if Kellen refuses to play the D.Va, can't play the Malga because it's banned, his options against Cat Bastion start to run pretty thin.
Yeah, I mean, he can try and play Winston, but it just feels like he would just be a pinata. I mean, he would just get beat up playing the Winston into the Cat Bastion setup. I mean, that would be crazy.
He could play Bull. That is on the table. He'd have to be a confident Bull, and his team would have to be ready for that when they can do. Because we've seen in Korea, Crazy Raccoon and Zeta, Milgaru, and Junbin obviously play the Cat Bastion with the Bull. So that's possible, and maybe Kellen will have to start leaning on that because running out of options here. So I think both of these bans pretty impactful. I'm telling it, by the way, in terms of where the teams actually want to go towards for what could be our final map.
Yeah, I think this, I would almost say it slightly favors VP in the sense that, I think they have a little bit more flexibility to kind of work around this here, where if you try and play some of these Sigma comps, maybe play a little bit slower, the Cat Bastion, with some of these open sightlines on Nimbani, especially if you're going to play that double flex support, right, could be really vulnerable. Both players have to be extremely careful. We're about a minute till we get into game here, live from Champions Clash, as Dallas Fuel tournament life on the line here against Virtus.pro, who's been playing back-to-back games, shooting pretty hot.
I mean, they looked warm up coming off that loss from Zeta and had some very close calls there where they maybe could have even taken more maps off of Zeta Division. I'm sure they'll be looking for a bit of revenge. I know VP believe that they have more of a life to play through in this tournament through that lower bracket.
I kind of want to see a game 5. I mean, we haven't had we've had a lot of just blowouts here. I mean, we had a game go to 3 earlier. It was the VP Weibo game, but we haven't had many close series here.
Bit of 4-mapper, Zeta VP, but no map 5s yet.
Yeah, that's true. The VP looked quite competitive against Zeta. A lot of those games are really close. I wonder as we move forward in this tournament, what it says, whether we'll see how CR and Zeta kind of stack up against each other. And then if VP can kind of get past the Dallas Fuel here and kind of continue their run.
This is also the last hope for North America, right, Matt? You've got SSG gone, Dallas Fuel.
Yep.
Holding the candle strong for NA.
Dallas Fuel being the last hope for North America is something Overwatch fans are very used to. It is something we have gotten used to throughout the history of competitive Overwatch. So they are trying to extend NA's life in this tournament. It'll be VP on defense here to open it up.
We basically discussed where we expect the comps to go, right, Matt? We called it pretty correctly here. Malga ban means that VP want to lean towards the Cat Bastion. Lucio ban means that Dallas will probably want to lean towards more of a poke composition with Kellen on the Sigma, but we are also sort of locking in Lucamina for the Cat for now, which does say that potential for Chronic to go towards the Bastion is still there, which means Dallas will be playing some sort of a weird Sigma Cat Bastion, a little bit more off-meta compared to the standard Cat Bastion.
I don't know. I mean, it's a weird look, right? If somebody can make it work, though, potentially the Dallas Fuel is Kellen has looked his most comfortable on the Sigma. So
Chronic gonna swap.
See what Chronic decides to do. The Cat in the mix. They may be waiting to
There
see
it
if they
is.
see. Okay, so they're not going to play the Bastion.
And by the way, it's Sunjin on cast, which is typically Chronic's hero. So you're going to basically have double.
No, they're going to swap.
Okay,
Yeah,
here
okay.
we go.
Chronic's going to go Bastion. Yeah. I was like, there's no way tournament life on the line. We're going, Mizuki, Hanzo, Cassidy here trying to challenge high ground.
Can I interest you into a name I've come up for this comp?
Sure. So he's had a few that we've been shutting down.
What do you think of ACAT 130?
Ooh.
Does that tickle you a little bit?
Well, I mean, see, that's where you bait me, right? You know my Call of Duty
Exactly.
roots,
That's why,
so you're
that's
trying
why
to bait me into that one.
I'm playing to your interest here.
Yeah, Zoe's had a few that Cash, I don't even know which ones are hers. She's had like 9 throughout the day. We're going for a ride there. Kevs are going over the top.
It's an optimistic rock.
Yeah, as Kellen trying to make a TikTok there, just trying to catch him across the way. As Kellen dangerously low there on the point. His pressure just coming from all sides. So for VP, I think the thing you like here, right, with that D.Va is you can control some of this high ground. It's going to be 2 ticks, though, for Dallas, as they have done a nice job weathering some of the damage coming on through.
VP got to get into this play because the point's going to go by for Dallas Field. Kips has done enough damage, he's found ultimates. We're looking towards the supports. Landon and Siege that need to be using these so far. Sunjin down to Psycho. Big kill for VP to open with.
Yeah, defense matrix gone. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here from both teams. It's going to be the artillery there from Kev, dropping it right inside that Kitsune rush. Catnap here. It is going in. Oh, you're going to try and drag Kellen into the squad, but a nice job finishing off Fixa. It's going to be the Gravitic Flux that comes on through. Kellen with another one. Kinetic Crash just trying to stay alive. Now Kellen gets piloted over towards the point.
Might still be good enough for Dallas Field. We've run out of ultimates except for the self-destruct now, which Iceland probably has to use. He's not going to do it, which says to me that VP have given this one away. The cap is all but gone now. As soon as we clear the rest of the map,
hold
it's taking
on.
a little slow.
Fixo at 1, Sunjin with 2. Let's see if you're going to be able to find any of these kills. Now, no way. Chronic coming back on the Bastion, going to clean it up. So, a wild first point here. Let's see if you decide to stay with this Cassidy. So, I feel like Psycho has been on the better end of the Tracer head-to-head throughout this. So now Sunjin going to just go over the Cassidy and just try and merely make it very difficult for Psycho to put pressure onto the back line of the Dallas Fuel.
I mean, it's also really good in terms of just comboing with Kellen a little bit more, playing together as a solid core, putting damage into the Cat Bastion. That certainly helps. If you can land those rocks too, not a lot that Ice Stomp can do against it. You can definitely hear the Bastions fighting somewhere off the map.
Yeah, well, Chronic gets the better of Kev. Kev actually put some damage down onto the Cassidy of the Dallas Fuel and not able to finish it off, even though Psycho there playing from that high ground. So this is going to allow Dallas Fuel to round that card around the corner. Without the Bastion damage, it's pretty hard for VP to fight. They are just kind of back on first point.
They went to Dallas Fuel spawn.
Yeah.
Dallas Fuel had to just push the payload. Like, okay, well, let's just get some free time with the payload here. Well, Ice and Psycho
Dude, they're going to be
some fun at spawn.
They are going to be so split here, VP. I mean, you're going to lose Fixa. You're going to lose Ice here. I mean, where are we going?
Ice just got to reset. This is kind of gross from VP. They're completely off the rails in terms of their positioning in the map right now.
You don't have time to reset, dude. I mean, they're going to have to get back here and try and get a touch. I mean, the second checkpoint almost done. Ice Accretion there connects on to Ice Gnome as he's going to have to just get out in desperation. It's going to be the Kitsune rushes yet again here to open things up. Turret forward from Chronic, putting down some damage as now the dive coming in on Sunjin. It's going to be a Catnap taking Kev for a ride. Oh, nice Suzu there as well, keeping Chronic alive there through the pulse bomb that connects from Psycho.
No self-destruct remake for Ice Gnome. It's only Kevster and Landon. While Kevster won't survive for much longer, he'll at least get a singular trade for the Kappas. I mean, this is just the culmination, Matt, of some of the mistakes from VP earlier on the B point where they're all over the map trying to go for a spawn camp. Dallas are free pushing. They give this final last minute kind of reapproach on the point to save it from VP, and they just fall apart all the way this round through.
It was
and Dallas
ugly.
get the expected cap.
It was ugly from Virtus.pro there, their second point defense. Obviously, they got really split, never able to kind of re-engage together. This is interesting now, trying to play the Ramatra here without the Lucio, right? Not going to have that speed to get right past that shield and collapse onto the Sigma. It's going to be Sunjin using a Deadeye there on and off angle. Ice Gnome not able to get up and contest the payload as the payload just continuing to roll.
I don't think Sonja got flown there. Might have been a mistake from Luke Mino. Dallas Field could have done a lot more. Kellen will find a couple of players. Would like a kill. Surely Kev? No, nothing.
No, nobody there able to finish off that kill on to Kev as Kev comes up with one as VP looks like they're finally going to get a defensive stand, Avril, but I mean, at what cost? I mean, Dallas has looked great on offense.
Unfortunately, because the Flux actually caught a couple players with Dallas still not in position to actually get the cleanup. Good news here is they pushed a decent amount of distance. Payload's in a great spot. One fight for a round win here for a full map completion. Katrina Rush available for CJ is the same for Landon on the opposite end though. This is going to be another huge ultimate exchange.
Yeah, VP though with a lot to work with, right? As Psycho ends up using the recall there, gets like a lot of damage. It's going to be CJ opening things up with the rush as Icezone tries to get aggressive. No way he's able to stay alive.
Traded for Chronic. I think losing Ice might just be a little bit more impactful. Catnap's trying to change the day here a little bit. Pulse bombs flying in. Explosions everywhere. It's VP coming out on top. Despite Ice going down, Kev's Psycho, it's the DPS line once more that'll hold steady for the rest. And we had, what, 4 ultimates being played there?
Yeah, that is really difficult for Ice to play into that as, you know, Kev moves on forward. They do deal with Kellen. You lose Fixa, but he comes back out the spawn pretty quick. But when both rushes come down, Ice decides to, like, Vortex Nemesis form push up. But, I mean, he gets hit with an accretion. He gets hit with a hinder. I mean, there's no way. He just blows up.
Never seen a Ramatra die that quick.
Yeah,
and Ice from not used to going down that quick either. Ramatra,
you've never seen Johnny play Ramatra. So.
Okay, well, Johnny doesn't use the block feature, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a coward.
Yeah.
He just runs on in. As we do see Icezone now with the Annihilation, so we'll see how he decides to play around this. So obviously a lot harder without the Lucio speed. I mean, you could just airdrop the Ramatra in with the jetpack.
Combo. Trying to find targets here. They're trying to hide as well. Surely one Kevster is not going to be protected. Sonja rips it through, and the Suzu burn too early by Landon. Beautiful stuff from Dallas Field. That could be the cap here as well. It's basically a team wipe. Psycho has a little bit of time to delay, but the payload's basically at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, you have a brief minute to delay, so Psycho can get here, get a touch, right? And then maybe you can actually just kind of airdrop Icezone in with the Annihilation. It'll be the Reaper swap from Kevzer here as well, as we're below a minute on the clock. Fixa gets there and gets a touch. It'll be VP with another great opportunity to get a hole. Nice accretion there from Kellen. Stops the push there from Icezone coming in right away, but no way.
Yep.
Sunjun can exit. No way to get him out of there, so they come up with a huge kill.
Full respect given to the Annihilation, but time is starting to run out now. Dallas Field absolutely have the payload right up against the back wall of Virtus.pro spawn. With 30 seconds left to play through, it's just a Katrina Rush. It will be matched by Landon. This is now going to be a very even fight. Dallas Field got a massive Deadeye, but that only put the payload in the correct place. Now can they finish?
16 seconds on the clock. You're going to have the Kitsune rushes here from both sides to kick things off yet again. Fixa going to use the catnap.
Kellen low.
Looks like connected with Kellen there for a second, but got interrupted. It's going to be Kevster taking out Chronic as he goes deep. 2 kills though for Dallas. Fuel make it 3. Oh, they are going to clutch up yet again, Avril. And they will get a map completion here on Numbani.
Sonjun showing up on a hero you're not really used to seeing him on. He's not typically known to be a hit scan player, but we're just discovering more and more in terms of players that are typically on the Flex DPS side. You know them as Tracer players, Genji players, etc. Guys like Kevs are moving on the cast, performing, and now Sonjun doing the same thing on the cast in the final fight, showing up when it matters. The 3K on the previous fight with the Deadeye, well-timed, not going to get baited out by the Suzu, and then the following final fight to get the job done when the tanks were starting to get low. By the way, Kellen still surviving. It was Ice that went down, and that's going to give all the room that Sonjun needs to play with to finish it off.
Kellen and CJ, a really good half from those two. Obviously, 1 death from each is... now, we've highlighted a few times the support line here for the Dallas Fuel. So flexible, so strong. Really kind of turn the tides for them in this series at moments. So it'll be Dallas now on defense. They'll come out with the Cassidy with that Bastion yet again in combination with the Sigma. Sunjun has looked much more comfortable, I would say, on the Cassidy than trying to match that Tracer.
And by the way, this is proving for Dallas as well that they can make the Sigma work. It's not quite the same poke composition that they were hoping for in terms of winning that on previous maps like, you know, Dorado and all that, but now you're looking at this situation where, okay, it's Cat Bash and Sigma, which I remind everyone is kind of a little bit more niche compared to playing the D.Va, and Kellen's avoided playing the D.Va. I mean, this was the final chance to make it work, and what a time to start to get this Sigma into its groove.
So they'll try and pressure here on the high ground. Maybe dislodge Kellen from that position is, okay, now we're going to get a Cat Bastion war here on the flank. So this is what the D.Va allows you to do, right? Icezone just kind of gets back on the flank, takes this interesting position as Kellen's going to use a kinetic grasp here, but
CJ.
Yeah, Icenom able to find CJ, collapse on him. Sunjun as well in a lot of trouble.
They want Sunjun down, and he's very low HP. There's just no support here. With CJ gone, there's no Kitsune, sorry, there's no Kiriko TP to save him. Lucamino's obviously going to be busy taking care of Kellen and Chronic and keeping them alive, and Dallas Fuel's defense is falling apart.
You do lose Kev, and you still have Chronic and Luke alive, though. So can you maybe come back and challenge us, right? No, never mind. The spawn's not coming in fast enough there. Sunjun not going to go try and contest it there on the Tracer.
Too slow for Sigma, I think.
Yeah, it was like, maybe you can get there with the Tracer and contest it, but the Sig would have never made it, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, just give it up.
Seemed like when you looked at the fight breakdown, Dallas Fuel really split. CJ down first, Sunjun's off to the side of the map, caught out next, and then you just have the rest of the players on an island by themselves. Sunjun, by the way, now swapping over towards the Tracer, so not really feeling the cast as much on the defense as he did on the offense.
Turret already burned here, though, for Kev. Just kind of buy them some space around the corner, maybe open up an angle here for Psycho to get on a little bit of a flank on a wrap. As see, maybe both teams are ready here. Admiral trying to play for a rush as well. As the first fight kind of happens pretty quick.
Oh, Kev's just going in.
I mean, Kev just gets escorted right on top of where Ice was playing. That was really nice. Ice went in. They used, obviously, the Diva boosters to kind of get past that Sigma, and then they just kind of fly Kevster in right on top, and no way they could even react.
Completely
there.
disobeying, no fly zone there is just going to be Kevster and Fixer going over the head of Kellen, dropping damage on top of Chronic, and well, Dallas Fuel with Kellen completely left by his lonesome on the payload, trying to defend it by himself. VP clean it all, and by the way, no ultimates used. They got 5 ults coming the next fight now.
An advantage on rush here for Virtus.pro, right? With how aggressive they're playing, especially kind of collapsing onto Kellen, an opportunity here. It's going to be Kellen using the accretion. You see how aggressive Fixa is getting Kev into position. Chronic in a really rough spot. He's going to use that artillery strike to try and stay alive. And he gets ice.
Well, Sanja's got the rest of it, so Dallas Fuel is still going to hold on to this one. Chronic pick up the first kill. Kellen now responding with his own. Dallas Fuel holding on, stabilizing finally on this defense after also a bit of a rough one to begin with. This is their first strong defensive win.
Yeah, self-destruct to use there for Icenom as and for Dallas, right? You ended up using the catnap, you don't have the flux, and then also the artillery strike. It is a costly fight, but it was definitely one that you absolutely must have needed to win if you plan to actually kind of hold on here to this second checkpoint. As Sunjun and Psycho just kind of marking each other here, just trying to chasing each other down.
Especially with how fast VP was on the A point as well, right? If you want Dallas Fuel, any chance of winning this map, you want to make sure that B is a slowdown.
Yeah, you're not in a position to hold ultimates there in that situation.
Speaking of ultimates, rush, CJ holding, but he'll burn. Kellen is still above the rest of the team, by the way, trying to draw attention away.
Ooh, the cat in a really rough spot. Lucamino dangerously low, being chased by Ice, but Kev coming up with 2, uses the Turret form, puts down some damage, but Sunjun coming alive here on the Tracer. I'm just not sure it's going to be enough, right? I mean, have Psycho still alive here, Icenom as well, Fixa putting down some damage. It's just going to be Lucamino here alive for the Dallas Fuel. He will fall. No way Chronic getting back in the action. So even though Sunjun was trying to go out there on the Tracer, not able to get that second point hold. And now a lot of time for VP to complete the map.
I also think positionally, like, it's a bit rough for Kellen because he's so far forward compared to the rest of his defensive team, whereas Icenom can push with Kevster. You see Chronic as the opening target. With Kevster pocketed by Icenom, it's so much easier for Kevster to get value, much harder for Chronic to do anything.
And Kellen already pretty low. As a kinetic grass, going to be the artillery here from Kev, going to be able to keep himself alive. Put a little bit of damage down, maybe just trying to get them around the corners. Oh, CJ dies at the hands of Psycho. Nice Suzu there. Landon keeps Kevster up as well. That was a pulse bomb that connected from Sunjun, just doesn't come up with anything.
Kellen on one, but he fluxes. He's going to miss it, but just trying to put the fair into VP. You'll say it's a bit of an unfortunate flux. He doesn't get anything, but he does push away Virtus.pro to save his own life. If Kellen dies there, could have been problematic, and now he's gone Diva.
Yeah, really nice Suzu there from Landon. Keeps Kevster alive through the pulse bomb, and you absolutely needed his damage in that situation. Icenom does have the self-destruct here to use over by the objective. Kellen now going over the Diva, like you mentioned. Catnap available for both Jetpack Cats. Lucamino uses his, it comes up with nothing.
Vexer's still in position to use his as well. Zeiss just needs to live, needs to use the self-destruct, and that should be able to push away Chronic on low HP. He's got to pop his own ultimate. Should have kept himself alive. 1-to-1 trade so far. Luke Mito respawns, and Dallas trying to hold on to this as much as he can. If Landon gets a rush here, it's probably just all over. It might still be over because there's barely any defenders alive.
Hey, you are so out-damaged at this point, but Luke Mito comes through, takes out Kevster off the spawn.
Rush.
Dallas trying to fight this. They do have the rush here for Landon and CJ. You're going to have the spawn advantage, though, here for the Dallas Fuel, so VP may have just been throwing those ultimates in for nothing. Is Dallas going to hold on here for a second?
They need to hold on for a lot longer as well because Virtus.pro, if they manage to get this with, I believe, above 1 minute, it's a draw-only scenario, by the way, with Dallas Fuel, so really back against the Walker. You do not want to be in a draw-only scenario. You want to make sure that if you're Dallas Fuel, you have a strong win condition. Self-destruct available for Kellen now. He's got an extra life.
And Kev goes over the top. Nice eventually to Ice Gnome. No defense matrix available to keep Chronic up. You lose CJ.
Sonjin has to be a hero.
It feels like the beginning of the end, though. Avril, Pulse Bomb thrown in. Nothing there. Self-destruct as well. Just a matter of time here. This VP finished with a minute 44 on the clock. So this puts Dallas in a really rough spot, right? They got to come up huge here on the defense.
Yeah. I mean, might still get a map 5, Matt, but not the one we expected if this goes to a draw. That's all that Dallas can hope for at this stage. As, I mean, we expected for sure to get some decent damage out of our Bastion players, but notice that Sonjin also put a decent amount of work in there as well. It's still
I mean, he started to come alive on the Tracer, where he was not really looking that way, moving that way throughout the earlier parts of the series. Psycho was really getting the better of him. I was curious what Dallas would decide to do here on defense, right? Because we did see them playing like some Cassidy with the Bastion, but it'll be the Tracer yet again.
And more importantly, no Sigma. I think we're starting to see that like maybe Sigma on the 8-point defense just doesn't have the mobility to be active enough on the map.
But it feels like way more comfortable, though, I feel like, for VP kind of playing this like mirror than it would Dallas, right? I mean, I feel like Dallas, they kind of want to play some of these Sigma styles, so.
Well, Dallas have been the team that don't really want to play the Diva as much. I mean, we've just seen Kellen choose not to do it. He's just been wanting to play as much Sigma as possible, play the Winston even. When you're choosing to play Winston over Diva, you know you really just don't want to play the Diva. So he's been forced into it now because that last 8-point defense for Dallas was not great, pretty ugly. In fact, team split up really hard and not a lot Kellen can do there in terms of being reactive. He's going to need to have all of that and then some. A minute 35 to make sure even a single tick does not go through.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel needs to be perfect here on defense to keep their Champions Clash tournament chances alive as Kev gets right over the top here onto the point. Like you mentioned, it's just one tick that they're going to need, so
T-Mac?
You can't have that here. Is Kellen getting dangerously low, going to get finished off as, man, just like that. We were talking about, maybe Diva doesn't feel as comfy there for the Dallas Fuel. Kellen gets DMAC'd right away, and that is it. VP takes the series here over Dallas Fuel, keeping themselves alive.
No draw today and no more hope, unfortunately, for North America. The first region knocked out of Champions Clash. SSG gone yesterday, Dallas Fuel gone today, and for EMEA still going from strength to strength. Both their teams in it to win it, and with Virtus.pro, a pretty competitive game versus Zeta to now a more, I wouldn't say comfortable win, but certainly an easier game for them against Dallas Fuel than the game against Zeta Division. But still, props to Dallas. They did get that one map win there. Yeah. They still full Captain Barney and forced this one to a time bank.
I know I thought VP, obviously, really strong performance. I think especially playing those matches back-to-back, pretty grueling, especially with how competitive the Zeta series was. And then now here against Dallas. And I think for Dallas, just kind of put a wrap on their tournament, right? As we take a look at some of the stats. Look, I think the backline obviously is strength. I think maybe in terms of hero pool, this didn't really break in terms in Kellen's favor, but I think a lot of bright signs for this North American team for the future.
Yeah, certainly had some good spots in there. I mean, go back to the Dorado map, I thought was quite a... Obviously, they won that map too, but what they were able to show in terms of punishing VP's mistakes, VP showing some mistakes there as well. To just, this is a team that is so capable of not having 100% clean games, and Dallas feel they need to be in positions to be to fully punish VP away and win on some unconventional cups. I mean, they won that map playing a Winston, Brig, Anna, which is not something you'll commonly see anymore in 2026?
No, not a comp that we see very often, but Virtus.pro obviously advancing through our bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket to kind of see where everything lays now, right? Where we saw CR and Zeta division really kind of mark their spots in the upper half of the bracket going to our winners finals. And then now here in our lower bracket as we kind of bring it up, VP, they get by the Dallas Fuel here. They set themselves up for another match, right? They would play 3 matches today, a really long day for Virtus.pro against the winner of TM versus Weibo.
Which is either a VP Weibo rematch from day one, or it's going to be an all EMEA showdown when one EMEA team has to go home.
That is true, and I think that would be, I think if you ask VP, they probably would want to play Twisted Minds, get revenge on them, as they have really kind of had their number throughout Stage 1 in EMEA. Let's go to the stage with Landon to hear his thoughts on that game.
さあまずこちらの勝利を振り返りたいと思うんですけど、こちらの試合結構ギリギリだったんですけど、その勝ち目になった理由というか戦略というところはどこなんでしょうか。So looking back at this match, you did win 3-1, but it definitely seemed pretty close. There were a lot of really close fights throughout. What do you think was the key to your success versus Dallas?
To be honest, I think both of our teams had a pretty similar game plan. We just clutched when we needed to clutch. Like I think most universes out there, I think we lose that map 1 and maybe like that map 4 slips away from us. But today it didn't, like we just clutched up.
結構その2人のチームは結構戦略が似てるところがあって、ただ今日は本当にもうそのやらないといけない時はちゃんとやりきった。1戦目の時もそのマッチ4つ目のマップも違うもう世界戦だったら全然負けたかもしれないですけど、今日はちゃんとやりきるところはやりきったというところで勝利できたというところですね。次はやっぱり今だとそのアジアチームすごい注目されてると思うんですけど、唯一Virtus.proがその1マップを取れたというところで、その違いというか理由はどこだと思いますか？
So right now, Virtus.pro is the only team that's been able to take a map off of the 2 Korean teams from the Asian division. What do you think is that difference that lets you do what the other Western teams and even Twisted Mind weren't able to?
Right now, Zeta, obviously Zeta are a strong team, but like our team has everything we need to beat them, I don't think there's any one specific thing. We've just got 5 good players, we got a good coach, and we believe in each other.
So you think if you match them again, you could beat them?
I'll take 3 or 4 maps, I want to beat them.
やっぱこちらのチームは本当にその必要なもの5人の素晴らしいプレイヤー、そしてコーチが用意できてるし、全然勝てるとは思いますので、全然もう1回マッチできたらもう3試合でも4マップでも全部取り切ることはできると思っております。そして最後に次のマッチが、そのウィーボーゲーミング対ツイステッドマインドの勝者になると思いますけど、どちらになってほしい、そして最後に一言お願いします。
So next up, you're going to be going up against Weibo and Twisted Mind, the winner of those 2. So I'm just wondering, who do you think is going to win, and what do you have to say to the team you expect to face?
Let's be real here. It's going to be Twisted Minds. I'm sorry, Weibo enjoyers. You're about to watch a 3-0, and then it's going to be a nice classic EMEA rematch. But I want to win this time.
その正直に言ってすみませんですが、どう考えてもツイステッドマインド3-0で来ると思いますので、そしたらやっぱヨーロッパの再戦ということで、今回は VP が勝利すると思います。Thank you so much, Landon. ありがとうございました。それでは実況席に戻したいと思います。We're going to toss it back to the casters. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love Landon. His interviews are always great. Is that we take a look at our brackets. So CR Zeta, they're done for the day. We really focusing on this lower bracket after to round out the day. Do you agree with Landon's assessment that that's going to be a 3-0 TM?
Well, first of all, Landon's always got great things to say about Weibo, as we remember. But
that's true.
Beyond that, I think TM are probably the more likely team, just given that they, their competitive pedigree, defending world champions. But they've looked kind of like a little bit off this tournament. Their previous games have been like not the best, so they look shaky. I think actually VP looked better than Twisted Minds. I think this next game could be close. I don't think it'll be a 3-0. I'm not willing to say that, but I think TM should have the advantage.
No, I think it'll be a really competitive game with, Twisted Minds. I don't think they, with obviously being the world champions and then obviously really kind of running through EMEA, I don't think they're going to go out that easy, right? And I'm excited for the last match of the day, regardless of how it shakes up, right? You get a Weibo versus VP rematch, or you get a TM versus VP game. Battle of best in EMEA, but we got a game to decide here before that final game of the day. We'll see who ends up playing VP. It'll be either Twisted Minds or Weibo. We'll have that coming up right after this break.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back to the arena. The matches keep on getting better today, and we're hoping to keep that streak going because we do have 2 more to go before we close out day 2 here at the Champions Clash in Tokyo, Japan. Zoe here, once again back with Moxie and Ash, and I mean, you guys called it, all right? VP, they took that one. And I thought it was very interesting to hear in that post-match interview here as well that they had similar ideas, but it was VP clutching it out. And what I think is extra interesting about that is I assume they're going to be tired. They played such a close and such a clutch series already earlier, right before that. And they're heading into that lower bracket, high stakes match. And then initially, right, on Control, it did look like they kind of out of steam. Like, And then suddenly they brought it back.
In a way, but for these players too, right? It's that adrenaline when they're on the stage, when they're in the server, and I think VP definitely brought that as the series was going on. Do you think that we expected it to be a little bit closer, maybe even going to all 5 maps? But I think it really came down to a lot of what we talked about, that hero pool between these two tanks, Ice being able to play that D.Va and the Zarya very comfortably throughout this series. Meanwhile, for Kellen, we talked about some of those weaknesses. He is that Winston Sigma player. They did pick into it for DF, you know, that Numbani working well for the Sigma there as well. But I think when you're thinking about that Cat Bastion meta, Ice's hero pool just works so much better.
I mean, New Junk City as well. Virtus.pro undefeated on this map type. But what I really want to talk about is Psycho's Tracer had a lights out performance. We were talking yesterday how strong Kevster was looking, but Psycho, especially on Dorado, had some really clutch moments. Like the casters talked about the Pulse Bomb being able to interfere with CJ's nano boost timing, so you don't get to line it up with the blade. But he was also pulling off some really good picks against like Chronic on the Widow, where he had an absolute insane 1v1 against Chronic. He goes, catches him on the low ground, forces him to have to grapple up, uses the recall to reposition onto the high ground, double blink across, and take the Widow down.
It was really crazy.
It really was. And I think on an individual level, it's not just Psycho, which we just saw stepping it up on the Tracer in this match. It's been fixed on the last series as well, looking so much better. Earlier on, a little more shaky in this tournament. And Icenom as well had a few maps, a few moments where we're like, ooh, this doesn't look as good, not what we want to see. And then suddenly they're stepping it up. Kevster, obviously, yesterday having a lifetime performance. So yeah, it's just each and every single one is stepping up when it's needed the most. And thus VP continued their run here at the Champions Clash. I'm so excited to see them again a little later today. Yes, that's right. They have to play first to 3 series today, which is absolutely nuts. So I hope they're fueling up in the back with some bananas, and I don't know what else the gamers eat. But yeah, let's talk about our second match here in the lower bracket. It's going to be Twisted Minds going up against Weibo. We've seen a little bit from both of these teams already. So the big question is, what have we learned about these teams and how do we feel they stacking up?
I think what's interesting about this storyline for these two teams is that Twisted Minds are still going in as the favorite. I think there were a lot of expectations for TM going into this tournament with the fact that they were defending back-to-back major events. I think, though, we've seen Twisted Minds shaky. Even in the All Gamers matchup, they weren't looking that great on the Cat Bastion. They did make adjustments going up against Crazy Raccoons. It did look better for them, but they still haven't found their footing in this meta, Moxie. Meanwhile, for the side of Weibo Gaming, it's been that different story, that underdog team coming in from China. We've seen crazy improvements, honestly, day for day, and it feels like when it comes down to these adaptations on game day, they've had that edge up.
I mean, yeah, like you said, Twisted Minds, the expectation was there for them, but they haven't really met them. Weibo, though, everyone was underestimating them as a team, and they're excelling. They're outperforming the expectation. And I think a huge part of it, honestly, we're not talking about like the Overwatch League players who already had that experience. It's the newcomers. It's the new blood. We've got Sunzo. We've got Lee Soo-min, these players who didn't really get that opportunity to be able to punch up into the Tier 1 level back in the old circuits. But they're really getting to just incubate this talent, because Lee Soo-min actually comes from a dynasty. We had a team called Wei, and we talk about Wei so often when we're looking at, like, you know, Sunjin. He was on it for a little bit of time. We had Who Are You, Top Dragon as well, and Milgaru, who's now playing for Zeta Division. But Lee Soo-min was the Lucio for Wei back in 2025. So you can see that this team is actually starting to generate a lot of powerhouse talent.
It's really impressive how Sunzo and Lee Soo-min have just become these playmakers for Weibo Gaming, but they still definitely have quite the tall hill to battle up on.
Yeah, I always love those incubation team stories. We have so many in OWCS, really. There's so many teams to find the talent, nourish the talent, and then the talent goes to a really successful team. So unlucky. But it's great to see them on this stage. Let's see what they can do today in this very match. Let's chat predictions, because we've done so well with predictions here on this tournament. Actually kind of crazy.
I think you mean we've done so well.
As a general statement, some people have definitely nailed it. Other people have swung a hammer and it went places, you know, and it do be like that. Gotta be real, for this first prediction, I cannot remember what I predicted. So I'm gonna wait until the graphic comes up, and then it's gonna be a surprise to me what passed Zoe. Obviously I picked Twisted Minds again, because I'm a ride or die. What can I say?
Hey. Valid. You know who else is a ride or die?
Yeah, it's gotta be
me,
Weibo
because
picture.
I'm still in a very Chinese time of my life, guys. The haters out there are definitely going to come for me for this prediction, I'm pretty sure. But again, I've been so impressed with Sunzo and with Lee Soo-min. I think it's going to be really interesting. I also think that we had that conversation in the green room, Moxie, about how Twisted Minds haven't really had to do some sort of lower bracket run. They do have experience and veterancy on that team. It should be something that they can, push through, but I wonder if it kind of weighs on their mind a little bit with all the expectation and pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, there's going to be stress. There's going to be pressure for sure. They're not accustomed to being in the lower bracket. Like when we actually saw them in the EMEA group stages, they were barely dropping maps. In fact, we were sort of coming in with the expectation they might be able to golden stage. They started dropping some of those maps against like Virtus.pro, who pulled out a very cheesy composition where they basically ran Vendetta Tracer. And you could argue like, okay, Twisted Minds weren't ready for that composition, for their backline to be as bullied as they were. They don't have the same excuse coming into this matchup where it was a case of like, are they going to look weak against the Bastion Cat? But it's not just the Bastion Cat that they've been looking weak against, which does mean that Weibo is looking pretty strong in terms of this matchup too, because they haven't been overly reliant on it. But I still pick Twisted Minds, I
all that said, and then
I come from a very long line of getting to see Twisted Minds like at the top, both from Tier 2 and now in Tier 1. It's been an absolute joy to get to like witness this team go from punching into Tier 2, managing to walk away with the World Cup win all the way back in 2023, and now just being able to dominate the Tier 1 scene. But that was a very different meta. That was where they could just like rely very heavily on pumping the resources out into their DPS. So now they're in a meta where they have to look away from just the DPS being those carries.
Well, it's going to be an interesting game for sure, perhaps even a clash of styles. We're about to find out on this stage. So once again, we're heading into a very quick break, and when we're back, we're going to bring our teams out together with Taiga.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I'm here to catch up with Gushui and Leave in Japan. Hi, guys. Hello. Say hello. Hello. Hi. So, what has been your favorite part of the trip so far?
我觉得最开心的回忆就是到日本之后第一顿饭吃碗拉面吧，因为我很喜欢吃拉面。
The second question is about your favorite food. You said your favorite food was ramen. What was your favorite ramen? Where did you have that ramen?
在利川的那边一个叫一兰拉面的吃的。
Ichir's a good choice. How about you, Leaf?
一样。
Same. Okay. All right. One more thing for you guys. What's one thing you guys always bring on your flight?
我一般上飞机的话就必须会带 iPad， 因为我必须在飞机上面就拿 iPad 一直去看电影看剧。洗漱包吧，长途飞机的话得洗漱一下，做完。
All right. And one final question for both of you, Gushui and Leave. What's one thing you want to experience in Japan before you leave? Here we go.
在离开日本之前，最想做的是吃到日本最好吃的拉面吧。我想吃到最好吃的素食日料。
All right. Well, that's it for the questions. Leave and Gushui, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have fun. Thank you.
If you let me, I'll prove you should be mine. Come with me through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion at two eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got love got you.
望みをつなげるのはどのチームになるでしょうか。それではチームの入場です。まずはツイステッドマインズ。対するはウェイボーゲーミング。改めましてローアーブラケットツイステッドマインズ VS ウェイボーゲーミングの一戦です。さあそれでは実況席にお戻しいたします。
Twisted. Oh, we're on camera. Hey, what's going on? I was ready for us not to be here, but there you go. Hey, we're here. I was about to bust it down as well. We're having fun. We're live. Twisted Minds versus Wayward Gaming. Johnny, EMEA's #1 seed. They're down lower bracket, bro. I mean, look. It's their fun chance.
I mean, they take a loss to Korea. What can you do about that?
What can you do about
that?
that?
I just love that Weibo Gaming consistently shows up in the lower bracket as this international opponent for some of these North American EMEA teams. It's just like, all right, we hit level 3. We're about to face up against Weibo Gaming. Here we go again.
They are literally the terrorists, bro. They got rent there. They got a house there. They got if you want Monopoly terms, they got like one of the hotels there.
We're waiting for them to level up to level 4, but they're still at level 3. They've been at level 3 for like the past year or so. That haven't quite been able to hit their stride internationally, but they're still so formidable, especially when you go to these Lucio Kiriko kind of compositions and Shai can do his thing on the Sojourn or what have you. And so Twisted Minds, yes, they come into this one as the EMEA #1 seed, but you still gotta put some respect on Weibo Gaming.
Put some respect on the cat's name. And put some respect on the Cassidy too. Quark.
All right.
No more. Please stop shooting our backline and two-tapping us.
We have so many good hitscan players at this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, what we've seen from Kevster so far, and then you're considering what Quartz did at the World Finals.
Yeah.
Now going up against the Shai as well. Like, we're just treated to some amazing hitscan players.
I bring it up every time. Everybody brings it up every time. Shai Sojourn, one of the best in the world. When it was released, my goodness, guy was
2-year-old narrative.
2-year-old narrative.
More.
Wait, it's like 4-year-old narrative. We're bringing it back. We're running it again. We're remixing it this time.
He's still got it.
He does. He does.
And he's old. He's like 24 years old.
Bro's old, 24. He's old, guys. Like, he's going to retire
around
soon.
the block.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
He's been hitting
Right.
some rails in his time.
Yeah, he really has. Leave too. I mean, look, former Overwatch League MVP as well on the Chengdu Hunters.
That was 2021?
We have a fan, actually, that has one of the signs, which was quite cool. Sunzo, though, looking really good. Right in the Art of War Part 2, Johnny. He's been looking fantastic on the tank role.
Yeah, it's a good addition to this team. Obviously, they needed a bit more of traditional off-tank player to round out Gushui's hero pool, and Sunzo, formerly Billy Deng, has stepped into that role and done a good job this tournament so far for Weibo Gaming. So we'll see how much playtime he's going to get here as Twisted Minds. They're going to, I believe Twisted Minds are going to take us actually here to OWCS.
Yep, that was their map pick, and they get the ban first of the Cat. I like the response here from Weibo, though, banning out the Cassidy, but my problem kind of lies with going later into this match. Elimination game once again. This Weibo Gaming are the lower bracket warriors at the international competition. Can they, like you said, Johnny, and aptly put it, can they actually just make it further here? Twisted Minds are former world champs. You're not expecting them to be this far down so early on.
It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of compositions we see here, because maybe we just have a gentleman's agreement. Lucio Carey, hey, back to the good old days.
I mean, I think Astro would love some of that. I think Simple too. Jaewoo too has been such a level up for the team.
Really has. Obviously popped off at boot camp.
Ooh. TVNT looking Zarya? Sunzo Zarya as well? What do you think of the Zarya right now in the meta?
I mean, Zarya's just a really good, well-rounded hero. So I like the fact that we're seeing some Zarya play. Icedome popped off on Zarya earlier today. And we've seen a couple of teams default to Zarya when perhaps they don't feel as comfortable playing something like a Diva. And she's just a stable default character to roll out with here in 2026.
This is a hit scan matchup. I want to see
man.
Shy versus Quartz, two of the best Sojin players to touch
What
the
a
game.
read.
And Sunzo shuts him down. That was such a close boot from Funny Astro. They'll almost get Sunzo off of the map, but it is all the Zaryas right now. Hit scans, nowhere to be found, but Astro gets his mark. Lee Soo-min, though, kills Astro. I mean, it's just trade on trade on trade on trade, bro. Looks like a trading card convention.
Hey, Jaewoo picking up 2 frags himself as well, and it's going to be Twisted Minds closing things out here. I mean, this is just, I'm just leaning back. This is going to be an absolute cinematic series here if these two teams are just willing to lock in these 5 heroes. Shy, Lead versus Quartz and Jaewoo.
We'll see if we do get some...
Just when I was comfortable, all set up.
All sit down. Johnny sat down. He got onto my height, sat down, and we was ready to rock and roll.
I was just straight enjoying that first team fight as a bit of an appetizer, bit of a crumble for the rest of this series, what it has to offer us. Because, again, Weibo Gaming, when they get to play these kind of compositions, they're still one of the best teams. Remember, last year they took a couple of maps of Team Falcons, for example. They were really competitive. They just couldn't get off over that hurdle. So when things stay, pretty simple, no Symmetra shenanigans, no Jetpack Cat Bastion, that's when this team really shines. And so facing off in a mirror like this, I do think that Weibo Gaming, they're going to be quite comfortable.
Yeah, you'd definitely be hoping so. A lot of the Chinese fans too have flown out to watch Weibo and all gamers.
There's so many cheers here, yeah.
Yeah, lot of chants.
Everywhere in the world, to be fair. Toronto, 2023. Hangzhou Spark had so much support.
So much. I mean, there's still Hangzhou Spark jerseys, bro.
Yeah.
Very easy to pick out, of course, being pink.
Yeah, they got traveling support wherever they go in the world.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them showed up to the mid-season last year as well.
I'm telling you.
Here we go. Unpaused. Okay, we're back in. 11%. TBNT kills Shy, though. Good start.
Standard after pause frags just rolling in. You're like, wait, where am I? TBNT gets another 2 there to really secure the second team fight here for Twisted Minds.
Nice animation cancel there from Jaewoo. Good stuff. All right, TBNT.
I mean, TBNT has been fantastic so far this tournament. We talked about his Diva when they were playing those Jetpack Cat kind of compositions, but now here on the Zarya, left an impression early on here on Oasis as we're kicking off this lower bracket series. See Weibo Gaming here is try to generate some of these ultimates. You can't let the round get too far away from you. 43% and counting. And Quartz secures another headshot. Twisted Minds, they're generating so much percentage for free here, essentially.
So much free value generated by Quartz, just landing a heady rail. And look now, TVNT, he's pretty close to this grab. We've got a rush online as well for Twisted Minds, but that is some revenge. Best serve cold.
That's nice as well, because you don't have to use one of these big ultimates to just try to get some ground. Now you can secure this point.
Nice
rush is going to drop.
Sunzo's going to have to be rather careful. One bubble still left in the tank though. TVNT ends up throwing out that grab. It ends up hitting
grab.
4 people as well. But the Suzu is just golden for Maka. Hits 4 of them as the damage rolls in. Unbelievable.
Yeah, big ultimate trades back and forth. And Funny Astro, no sound barrier available there as well. And so Lee Min now has that sound barrier advantage for his team. That was not an Ajax, right? Was that an Ajax? Ain't no way.
Roll the replay. So I was looking at the Maka health bar, I can't lie. They're going to rip this overclock though. Quartz now moving in, but Shy is going to try and match. Shy's very low though. Gets taken out by TVNT again. Bane of any DPS player, TVNT. He's a large one himself. I mean, Zarya at 100 energy are just farming people. Look at this. Large and in charge right now in that front line. Sunzo cannot say the same now. Quartz getting a couple there in that fight.
How did they fight back in that one?
I don't know.
He felt decisive like Weibo Gaming. We're off to a great start there, but Twisted Minds fight their way back. 80% in counting here. And Weibo Gaming, they don't have any ultimates here. Now they need someone like Shy to step up and get an early pick.
I mean, TVNT is just so high energy all the time. Doesn't end up backing up, but he's just so aggro around these corners. I mean, they're not Weibo aren't expecting maybe him to play so far up.
Going to push up here, force the teleport from Simple. It's going to force the rest of Twisted Minds back. Might be looking to build this Kitsune.
Nice.
But Quartz just opened things up. All right.
What a beast. It really feels like Quartz and TVNT are taking it in turns to carry right now. TVNT, though, ends up going down. This Leave gets 2 on the Tracer. Simple also falls. So it's J-Woo, Quartz, and Funny Astro try and salvage this fight, but Leave gets another.
All right. Okay.
Another one?
This is what he can still do in 2026. We're still going. Leave picking up a couple of frags there to even out the fight. And Weibo Gaming stay alive here on the very first round. And that allows them to build these crucial ultimates as well now. Twisted Minds and Weibo Gaming, both with Kitsune Rush at their disposal.
They can try and rush onto the point first. Very early Suzu usage, but that'll come up in just a moment. Sunzu, no bubbles left, and TVNT is just going to chase him down. Quartz ends up getting right-click, though. His TVNT can't do anything. He's trying so desperately hard to push the envelope. But Weibo Gaming just zip it up. I mean, Twisted Minds got ran over there.
Yeah, Sunzo with a fantastic Graviton Surge as well, really securing a lot of value in the middle of these fights. And a pick onto J-Woo at 82%. Need J-Woo to touch the point here. Funny Astro's going to get close to the Sun Barrier. TVNT has a grab as well.
He needs to hit a big one here, does TVNT. Needs to catch this front line. He's going to throw it in. He manages to collect the Zarya, but there's a lot of support coming in. Nice focus fire from Twisted Minds. 2 players in the assist feed as well, as Quartz sends the railgun. He's got the short slide, so gets up to the high ground in just a moment's notice. And TVNT's just running down the back line. J-Woo's ended up killing Lee. A nice snipe on Lee Soo-Fin. Hits him with the Ajax. And Twisted Minds, they got this first round.
Going to close things out very shortly here. Lee Soo-Min, I mean, he has to make the play, right? He has to make the touch for the point and drop the sound barrier in the process. And so very telegraphed that the sound barrier is going to come out. But still, just moments before, he was just a few percentages away from building that sound barrier early to maybe retain some of that positioning on the point. But because Lee Soo-Min, he couldn't get the healing in time. That meant that Twisted Minds, they were in full control and able to close things out in University.
15-3 for TVNT. Min-max title, by the way. Very apt for TVNT, I will say. Yeah, Lee Soo-Min, like you said, you're in a situation where like you have to hit the beat, but they're looking at you. It's like, I've got no other choice.
No one's zoning that against him. But it's an Ajax nonetheless. Add it to the count. They are fired up, buddy.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're down around, bro. They knew all the energy they can get. Different look here from TVNT. Now this is the hero he is known for and best on as well. His D.Va is so scary. One of the reasons why Twisted Minds won that World Finals.
Yeah, he plays so well with the rest of the team, rotates with Quartz, setting himself and his team up for success with that defense matrix. And you can see here, Twisted Minds, They're using the D.Va here to rotate around this point. Try to look for picks here. Sunza drops low, and the Suzu comes out as well.
He's used both bubbles.
Yeah.
Right in front of their face. Quartz just shooting him that whole time, and then TVNT's just right on the side, just shooting back at him.
They are
nice
so locked in
smack
with this
from
comp.
Jwoo too. Double support going down.
They are still so very good at this composition. This tournament so far has been about the Jetpack Cat. You can see here, poking early, prodding, trying to look for a rail. Can't quite find one, so they're going to retreat.
Yeah, just hang back for a brief moment, just making sure they don't get sniped by Quartz as they walk in.
It's all about the rushes here. Build the support ultimates.
Get it TVNT out of there. Okay, yeah, TVNT knows he's been shot in the back, needs to reposition back onto the point. They're just inting on Shy right now, and in fact, maybe the backline as Shy retreats with them. Rush ends up getting used, and they've isolated the carry here for Weibo Gaming.
They just can't build the Kitsune Rush, Jaws. They're forced to withdraw so much because Maka couldn't get it online, and Twisted Minds, they capitalized on the back of that.
It's going to be a little stagger too. Oh! Straight into the cars.
Damn.
Nice extra 10-15% there, Johnny.
Indeed, 53% here. And Weibo Gaming, it just felt like they haven't come online so far here in the second round. They have that double support ultimate as Elysium builds towards the Sunbird, but here comes Quartz. Early push.
Really nice stuff. Jwoo's already in the back as well, just trying to chase the supports down. Marker goes dangerously low. He's got this rush, but doesn't want to use it right now, but Shy with the snipe. Quartz, though, still manages to get the D-Mech after death there by the looks of things, but he already shot him, and Sunzo was D-Meching midway through that other kill. TVNT end up killing Leave here as Shy just tries to clutch out this fight here, but Simple gets another and another. Simple gets two. TV's away as well as TVNT and Simple are they just a duo carrying this fight. TVNT. Twisted Minds hold on to that fight. This could be 100-0.
Everyone in the server assumed that Weibo Gaming had won the fight. Shy pops the overclock, but can't get the value. Weibo Gaming still have their support ultimates, and they're gonna have to touch the point.
They got touch. Lee Sumin has to hit this beat. Funny Astro too. You got a touch. Oh my goodness, that was close. All right, Marker. Laying down the rush first. Twisted Minds. Paying a little bit of heed, a little caution, backing up slightly. Funny Astro knows he cannot go down here either. A counter beat, a better beat required for TM.
But you want to go second here. You don't want to be the first Lucio to drop it. Gives the opportunity to the other Lucio to respond
and
in a better
place. And
place.
they have not flipped, by the way. There's the beat. Now Astro hits his slightly better one. And now the Intonting Shy can continue as TVNT runs him down.
Brutal.
No touch there for Weibo at the end. The OT lasted so long, Johnny, that not only a couple, like 1 second off the point cost them that map. That's a 2-0 map win for TM.
The tempo was just out of control for Twisted Minds. That second round took control. And what a massive fight win that was outside of Weibo Gaming spawn. Simple gets a couple, combining with TVNT on that D.Va. And Weibo Gaming reflecting on that second round. You gotta think, we got off one Kitsune Watch, one sound barrier. We need more than that if we're gonna stay competitive in the series.
Yeah, Jwoo's looking real clean with it as well. This roster is so good, it's so well-rounded. I want to see how far they can make it. Can they make that kind of salty run back as well in their lowers?
Yeah, I mean, Jwoo is a player who was really hoping that would remain in a very tracer-oriented meta, and it just hasn't been the tournament for him so far. We saw what Jwoo is capable of at the boot camp, but obviously in this tournament, it's more about flexing over to the Reaper if need be. We've seen a little bit of tracer play in some of these Bastion compositions, but this is a series that Jwoo has more of an opportunity to leave a mark playing his signature tracer.
Well, the cat can't be banned on one side at least, so we'll see. Look at these. I mean, look at the Astro group as well. It's crazy.
Scary place to fight.
Range on that is ridiculous.
Here's the grabs. Funny Astro. Yeah, it was an Ajax.
Yeah, all right. There you go.
Well, it is scary. It's a scary prospect dropping the sound barrier while you're in a Graviton Surge.
He wasn't in the grab.
Well, he was jumping into the grab to save his teammates, I think, so. But nonetheless, tough spot to try to drop the sound barrier. There's a lot of damage being traded back and forth there.
Do we get Lee Sumins? Come on. Surely we got to replay that one. Gimme, gimme.
Oh. Wow, you're just hungry for Ajaxes.
Yeah.
Come on, we know the end result, buddy.
Yeah, it's funny.
I don't need to see it again. It's funny. You just enjoy the Lucio players trying to drop their ultimate?
You don't? Come on, bro.
It's kind of funny, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
but I
exactly.
feel bad as well.
It does feel bad for the players, but, you know, it's a cool play.
Jake would be having some words with me right now. What do you mean? What do you mean it's sad for the players? It's reality. It's what happened.
It's reality.
It unfolded.
Yeah. It unfolded before our eyes.
This fight was absolutely mental. I can't believe that Twisted Minds ended up winning that one.
TVNT and Simple duo queuing that backline.
That's crazy.
It was insane.
Yeah. And I mean, it helped them get the win as well here in the second round. So
yeah,
the tempo was just unbelievable. Like, again, swinging wide with Quartz playing the Sojourn, trying to hit these railgun shots early, putting pressure on Weibo Gaming to try and even get out, you know, something like a Kitsune Rush, for example, getting out one of these big cooldowns. That is why you want to up that tempo so much. And Twisted Minds really putting Weibo Gaming in a difficult spot there on Oasis.
Kings Row chosen by Weber.
Indeed, it's a map they've been pretty comfortable on so far this tournament, and I mean, it's pretty straight up. You know, it's the good old default. Everyone votes for Kings Row when it shows up in the ranked.
Is that true still? Do you reckon?
I think so.
I always vote it. I'm not sure about everybody else.
If you get 6-7 people in the lobby who don't vote on Kings Row...
Do you really just say that on broadcast?
I mean, what?
He doesn't know, chat. Don't worry about it, Johnny. He doesn't know. Let's look at TVNT stats from map 1. 9.6 KD. 33 elims per 10 as well. Yeah, I mean, he is absurd.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, TVNT. He clogged it. Hang on a second. He got
I'm 30 years old, damn it. It takes me some time to process these memes. TVNT, he has been popping up. I thought it was really impressive how Twisted Minds, they really took it on Ilios to Crazy Raccoon. And obviously, the series didn't end the way they wanted. That's why they're here in that lower bracket. But TVNT has just been such an amazing tank player for this team for the better part of a year now. And been part of so much success this Twisted Minds roster has seen. It's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to their loss in the upper bracket. Obviously, they have to deal with Weibo Gaming here first. But a lot of these teams, they're learning about this Mizuki comp. You know, how are we going to battle that one? Virtus.pro, they came out with some Symmetra gameplay as well, and that, you know, left a dent in a team like Zeta Division at least. And so a lot of these teams, they have different compositions on their mind, different strategies in place. I have to see if maybe they bring one of those compositions out here, try and throw the opponent off guard.
Yeah, Astro didn't have a good game, in all honesty. Just getting picked a lot of the time in their upper bracket game just first. Like, okay, well, if your Lucio or your support like that is getting picked so often, it's just so tough to like come back in the fights. The 4v5s, especially going Cat Bastion, is real tough. Bans coming up. You saw a little glimpse already, but Mizuki ban for TM. As we see a Genji ban for Weather.
Yeah, I mean, there was, like, I don't know how to describe it, like a guffaw from the crowd when they saw the Mizuki ban come out, or maybe it was the Genji ban. I mean, I don't speak Japanese, but one of the two they were like surprised about, and I assume it was the Mizuki because Twisted Minds obviously putting some respect here on Weibo Gaming's name, just like, okay, well, we're going to Kings Row. It's a really good map for a composition like the Mei Sigma, Mizuki, which we have seen more of. Yeah. We just don't want to partake in that. We don't want to have to deal with that composition right now, and we saw in the previous series with no Mizuki in the mix, it is a way harder composition to pull off.
It's kind of insane. Mizuki's almost come out of nowhere. Wasn't really good on release, to be honest, compared to, like, you know, again, the classic Kiri Lucio. He's good in his own rights, but, like, at the top level, like, Kiri Lucio is just so good. And in this tournament, it's just popped out of nowhere. It's like, oh, wait, this is, especially for Kings Row, like, very, very good.
Well, I think when Mizuki was released, we're kind of thinking about, okay, well, what is Mizuki's role in the game, right? What does Mizuki do for you? Yeah. And a lot of it was about punishing flankers. You know, you can get the chain onto a wrecking ball in your backline, for example. Now here on D.Va as well, we've seen some effectiveness against D.Va players, getting that chain online, putting them in place. But also, now we're at the point with Sound Barrier nerfed on Lucio. Mizuki is just a great alternative or a healer, providing so much healing to the rest of this team. And Sanctuary, it's a good ultimate. You know, put it in place. Now it negates projectiles from either way, whether you're shooting in or out. And I think this is a great ultimate if you just want to hold some space, which is so pivotal in the professional scene.
Yeah, it's going to get banned by Twisted Minds. Second to ban there. All right, Kings Row. Probably not playing a cat bot either. So we called it cat bot. Jetpack Cat and Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, Jetpack Cat and Bastion is a mouthful. So,
well, yeah.
I think Catbot was a good
suggestion. I like Cat Bastion. Catbot's good. I like that too.
I think you could bring it out. I mentioned to Jake earlier, like I think there's some rooftops here to play it around. I think it gets a little risky if you're the attacking team and you got to swing on the first point to try and get some value, but the skybox is pretty good. I don't mind it too much. The composition is really strong right now, but most likely going to see a bit more of default. I hate that we're calling it default, but Lucy Kiri.
All right. So look at the defense here for Twisted Minds. Simple Alari. I mean, he is a beast on Alari. And Funny Asho running the Juno instead. No Lucio. Can't really pair the Lucio with the Alari. Not too much healing to be had.
What do you think about this support duo here? As a fellow Alari player, Jaws.
Yeah. Yes, that's me.
How do you feel about this little backline for the defense?
I think it's great, honestly.
You think it's great because it has Alari in it?
Yeah. I mean, look, on Kingsrow especially, you're playing on the high ground a lot of the time. You put your pylon in a position where they can't shoot it unless they enter the corridors, and then you just like rain your little light shots down to the people on the point. I think it's good. But on the other hand, Weibo, well, they're in a cat bash.
Yeah, I think Juno as well. It's a pretty self-sufficient main support if you're not prone to getting hit by a Tracer or something like that. And also, they might be flexing over to something like a Juno Brig come second point if they're unable to hold here on first. But Weibo Gaming, they're going to play the Jetpack Cat and Bastion. Let's see how they navigate the verticality here. They try to swing and get a couple of picks here.
Jerry's so low. Build up quick shot though. A lot of poke from Simple as well. Is going to be able to kind of snipe and put a little bit of pressure on Shy and Lee Soo-min.
Oh my god, where
are they going? They're trying to like cut the entire team off, but
Sunza was like,
it's Sunza that's going down anyway. Yeah, it's so tough, right? Because you're Zarya of all people. Like, you can't really help the Cat Bastion if they're going that deep.
They're really doing a great job trying to set up the angles, but that time Sunzo kind of caught in between his Cat and Bastion and the rest of his team. Maka on the Ana, of course. I'm a little scared about Maka potentially being left alone here on this Ana. Leave is going to have to do a lot of work to fend off Jwoo here as he looks to capitalize on this pretty weak Weibo Gaming backline. But once again, can't overstate the importance of Bastion in this lineup. He is the pivotal character.
Yeah, I mean, Jwoo's getting straight up marked by Leave this entire time, so that pressure, like you said, relieved from a Maka.
They are just flying around, buddy.
They are.
Here we go. That's the third
They
form.
do be flying around. Well, a lot of that's going to get matrixed, unfortunately. Pulse mod for Jwoo too. Recall force really early on by Leave. It's going to be a pulse. Oh, not quite. Sails high in the sky, but Lee Soo-min still ends up going down. They trade a support for a DPS.
See if we can build a couple of ultimates here. I don't think they're in a rush necessarily to defend the point, Twisted Minds.
They got a touch.
They want the Captive Sun and the Orbital Ray if they can.
You can't not be touching right now. Captive Sun, straight over the top, looking for somebody. He's looking for the sports in the back line. It hits Marker. That's the double tap. Marker goes down and Leave too. I mean, wow, Simple's movement so good. It doesn't end up sniping Lee Soo-min, but doesn't matter. I mean, Jwoo's here with the cleanup.
The individual ability of these Illari players to win a fight like that, really impressive from Simple. I think the most crucial element of that fight was that Maka used the Nano Boost, and it is so effective in this Bastion comp. You want to put it on your Bastion, just confirm the engage, double down on it. But that time, having used the Nano Boost, now Maka forced over to the Kiriko as well. That was a pretty big condition here for Weibo Gaming to cap out the point.
They're going to try and kidnap somebody. Orbital Ray's coming out, so there's just too much damage, you'd think. Simple up on the high ground now, using that Orbital Ray damage. Jwoo ends up falling. There's a lot of players from Weibo Gaming right now sitting on that mega health pack. Pushes Quartz away for a brief moment. Marker's so low as Leave chases down Quartz. I mean, the entirety of Twisted Minds there were trying to capitalize on the rotations of Weibo Gaming, but it is Leave that comes up with a kill.
That should be the first point captured here for Weibo Gaming. Twisted Minds there don't want to let Weibo Gaming out of those tight areas, and you saw Quartz, for example, trying to set up on the flank there on the Cassidy, just rain damage into Weibo Gaming as they're stuck in that hotel area, but Twisted Minds got a little bit too greedy, poked a little bit too hard, and Weibo Gaming turned the tables on him.
Yeah, and if you're Leave, as soon as you hear that cast nade, you're like, well, that's a nice little kill for me, especially for someone like Leave.
See, you're heading into this second point. Simple has the Captive Sun, but It's a tough part to push into. You don't want to go too far with this one, and you also have to consider the defense matrix. Maka's going to have the Kitsune Rush here. That could be an ultimate you could use to push forward here and gain some ground.
Oh, and all right. Shy's behind. On the Rockets too. Really good against the teams that aren't running the Cat Bastion. Shy takes down Simple. Simple as well.
Leaves them in.
My goodness. Simple, Captive Sun there, tried to get it off, but shut down by Shy.
Yeah, very tough spot to get it out. Let's see here. It's going to be a swap. Simple.
Cat Bastion.
Also, just using the speed boost there to try and get his team across. Swaps back to it, actually.
They're changing their minds, maybe?
All right, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. All right.
Simple to TP.
Simple still has his brain. We're good.
That's crazy.
I'll lose you, Cat. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, that's bad.
There's no way. There's still sense in the compositions.
There is still sense here. Oh, Shy had to pop that ult to try and stay alive. Trying to find someone to shoot at. Looks like he was trying to go for a mid-air shot on Quartz. Didn't end up getting any damage to him. The stick is good from Jay, but a better Suzu there from Marco.
Sonso taking a lot of damage here.
He's down.
Bomb's going to be popped.
Oh, hello.
There's a Bastion.
Close range orbital fire here from Shy and Quartz. Quartz gets the better of Shy. So much easier when you don't have that rocket perk. Oh, the kidnap attempt. Didn't even need to steal him away. Lee Su-min's Cat has been so good.
Yeah, hitting a stun onto the Tracer like that, that's going to be enough to give your team an opportunity to close things out. Twisted Minds go for a bit of a contest here. There are a few players, but Simple going down and no mech available for TBNT. That should be Weibo Gaming capping the second point here and continuing to roll here on Kings Row.
2.5 minutes in the time bank now. They're really starting to roll with this Cat Bastion.
Let's see what Twisted Minds can do here. So Shy here, he has taken the AC 130 perk, and so Quartz sweeping over to this Bastion could potentially have the advantage in the aerial duel.
Yeah. Avro's been saying that for a while. You know, you're taking the rocket perk. It's like, well, actually now if they switch to Bastion, it's just so much more difficult.
We've been saying
to play against. We've been saying it.
We've been saying it. Obviously, you want the more direct tracking ability of the Bastion to try and pick your opponent out of the sky. Kitsune Rush is available here, Jaws.
She can suffice for a little bit of damage there, coming through from Shy as he pops out of turret form. And moving up pretty effectively here.
Space.
It's going to be a rush backwards for Marker. Attempting to kite, maybe. Kidnap? Oh, not quite. Lee Su-min finally shut down. There's still a point presence here from Shy, and he's got ult, but they have really got the bodies here to actually make this work. Nice Suzu actually covering almost the entirety of Twisted Mind's front line in invulnerability, and that's going to make sure they win the fight.
And going back to this perk discussion, I think that Weibo Gaming are in a really tough place now, because you can't necessarily rely on these hard swings anymore and try to get the aerial dominance. And so Twisted Minds are in a great position here as they're still skirmishing, trying to build some more of those ultimates. TBNT actually loses quite a bit of armor here. There's going to be a goal condition for Weibo.
No, they're going to try at least. He's trying to snipe people, but it's just not working. He's going to get melted at the moment, but a good snipe on Simple will do it. Shy with a bit of a punch in midair against Quartz, but now has descended eventually down to the ground. Quartz on such an off angle here. It's kind of frustrating for him to be dealt with, but they need to be able to get back to the fight. They've been taken up by Cat Bastion again. Quartz pops the ult for some additional health. Straight onto the high ground go the Rockets, but he does manage to get out by the looks of it. There's the kidnap over the edge. See you later.
TBNT.
Oh, there's the reset. Nice ult from Funny Astro.
Great ultimate from Funny Astro. Good rotation from Twisted Minds there as well. Took a while to get the picks required, but delaying the card being pushed. 15 seconds to go here now. Weibo Gaming, they got a great ultimate economy to work with. Let's see how they utilize this turret form from Shy. Make a decisive push onto the cart as they have the touch.
All right, yeah, double pulse bombs as well for Leave and Jaewoo. And here comes the rush. How are you sustaining against this? Funny Astro just falls over. There's not much they can do now with this Bastion. Quartz is going to have to do it all by himself. Sunzo also very low. Pulse bombs, both of them going wide. As Leave now running, but Sunzo with a double self-destruct. I mean, that is the difference maker.
Some of these teams been known to get value out of these self-destructs, and now here in overtime, Twisted Minds might get a decent attempt here to get back to the card, but this is looking like Weibo Gaming looking to cap the third point on Kings Row.
They're going to try and get out. Funny Astro swapping over. Got to go Lucio again to get another to amp it up. 1 meter to go now. Astro's already down though as Shy is on top of this high ground. He's going to hit that ult too. I mean, good luck staying alive. He's just going to use it on the point. Self-destruct. Not good for one. Quartz gets Lee Soo Min, but that's the cap for Weibo. 0 seconds in the time bank, but it will do.
You can hear the crowd in here. It is electric when Weibo Gaming gets going. So many fans in the building for this team. And that's going to help the team as well. Feel good as they try to win a map here in this series.
Three and 2 for Marco, 15 assists. We'll see how Twisted Minds want to kind of conquer this one. And that was the big thing. Dude, it feels like 9D chess. You don't play the Cat Bastion until the Bastion gets the rocket perk, and then you flip the Cat Bastion, and it's like, your Bastion's worse.
Exactly. Because a lot of that turret's form gets drained by the Diva as well. So how many rockets do you have in that form? I don't know. 12 maybe? 10? If you get half of those reduced by Ethan, yeah, by the defense matrix, I mean, you don't get a ton of value from that turret form anymore. Now, that being said, Weibo Gaming, some really good decisive pushes there, because you want a hard swing with the Jetpack Cat speed boost ability to try to get your Bastion in there, try to get one big hit onto the enemy Kiri or a weaker character like that. And Weibo Gaming, they did a great job making that happen. Obviously there, Sun Tzu's self-destruct as well, helping the team get across the finish line.
Okay, with a quick Sonic. Sees a couple of things, which is the Tracer. Looks like Quartz is going to switch up as well.
Just scouting for now, seems like, thinking about what composition they want to play.
They're not going to go... Okay, Quartz over to Soj.
No cats in the mix here. Pretty default. TVNT going to touch this point here. Force Weibo Gaming to respond. And contest as well. It's all about building these railgun shots now. Have to still be aware of Shy's turret form cooldown. Being utilized right now.
Yeah, you can hear those bullets ringing out. The Sun Tzu does a good position on the point there, just making sure that there's no free ticks, although TVNT is still going to sneak one away. He's going to attempt to kind of juggle the point here, but...
He lost mech.
Yeah, he did. They've managed to get at least one tick, but they're not going to get granted a second now. Wow, you still lose one? All right, hang on a second. Shy's really low too. J-Wook is like
low ground,
hounding him down. Luckily, Defense Mage is going to do, but Johnny, that's another tick despite losing mech.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's in a pretty good place here. As Weibo Gaming are still waiting for their 5th member to get back. Kitsune Rush being built here as well. This could be a great opportunity for Twisted Minds to get this first point.
Yeah, both rushes too. You can't step off the point now, unfortunately. Marker is going to use his in response. Suzu goes through onto Sun Tzu, but unfortunately, Shy and Leave already dead. And that's going to be the point. Nice shot from Quartz. There you go, point unlocked. Payload starting to get moving.
And so TVNT there, when he lost the mech, pushing the high ground, trying to put pressure onto the enemy Bastion when that turret cooldown is offline. Now, he lost the mech, but Weibo Gaming, they lost the high ground in the process, trying to contest that objective as well. And they couldn't really escape that very close, narrow area as well. And that allowed Twisted Minds to be in a superior position, have the better angles, come the actual team fight.
There's a sound barrier for Astro. He hasn't got a sound barrier, not yet.
Who knows?
He might do. Might be in the green room right now with a beat. Astro 5% away. Could use Quartz's ult first though, but Lee Soo Min just pops the rally, so they're able to peek around this corner a little bit and basically just negates Quartz's ult completely.
This could be a sound barrier push from Funny Astro if they want it.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get interrupted here at all. J-Woo already on the flank, kind of raring, ready to go. Has got a pulse bomb. There's the beat, like you called, Johnny. And now Maka in trouble. Maka is going to use the Suzu on himself, and now J-Woo can just turn his attention towards the brick, but Maka TPs into the front line to kill J-Woo.
Solid team fight by Twisted Minds. Easy does it with the sound barrier in hand. Still one of the most powerful ultimates in the game, despite being nerfed. Twisted Minds are going to continue pushing this card. Now, they're going to have the opportunity to set up, as you can see already, Quartz on this high ground. Have the Kitsune Rush, and that's going to be dropped on top of this card. forcing Weibo Gaming to take a lot of damage as this payload contest comes.
Well, they have the Cat Bastion now, so they're going to have to slingshot Shy in or try to, but there's not really much aerial space to use that realistically. Shy gets jumped on, pokes him on the wall as well. That might just kill him.
How is he not dead?
Somehow Marker and Isumin keep him alive, but they can't keep Sunzu up. There are the kills that Twisted Minds needed. A D-Mech onto TVNT. It's just going to be a self-destruct to get the remake. Isumin dies, and that is point.
It's been a really solid King's Row from Twisted Minds so far on this offense. Can't really complain about too much in either of the team fights that have taken place so far here on this offense. And they're rolling onto the third point with 4 minutes in hand.
Yeah, they're feeling real good about that. And they only need, what, the extra minute on the clock, right? And then you get a free attack, so
exactly.
You're in a real good spot.
Shy here, looking to contest the high ground. But the D.Va is so close range. Lisa Min drops really low, actually. Means that Sunzu has less healing available as well. Weibo Gaming taking so much poke early on in these fights. Don't want to lose too much positioning.
Yeah, Sunzo. Now with the ability to play Ram here, you've got that extra lifeline with that Nemesis form.
This is scary. Quartz has
Still
all the
taking
position
so much damage. Oh, Lisa Min's so low. Oh, tries to go for the kill back, but Quartz dashes away. Shy takes him out regardless. And Marker with a beautiful kill onto Simple. That almost looked picture perfect there for Twisted Minds.
That looked real scary for a second, the position that Quartz was in, but great job by Weibo Gaming. Coming in for the contest, forcing him to the low ground. And they're going to hold 4 now. The fans really need to rally these 3 minutes here. And this next fight is going to be a tough one. Funny Astro, beat engage.
They're just beating into this. I mean, Shy's on the wrong side of the fight right now. Same with Lee Soo-min, so it's a 3-person hold on the payload right now for Weibo Gaming. They're going to try and swing back in. You can see Shy being tangled, and they are not looking at him at all, Johnny.
It just got a little bit too crazy. Lee Soo-min carried Shy into the spawn doors of Twisted Minds, and Funny Astro thought he had an opportunity to drop the sound barrier, get a pick early, but Weibo Gaming disengaging accordingly and then collapsing, putting Twisted Minds in a really difficult place as TVNT swaps over to this Mauga. It's going to have some more direct damage to output onto the Cat and the Bastion in as well. Cardiac Overdrive going to be quite effective in these narrow angles.
Oh,
great
what a Suzu. It's nice, but Shy is still just shooting at this front line. And with Funny Astro going down, I mean, the fight's almost over, Johnny. Simple ends up using the rush to try and salvage what's left. A stomp into the front line, but Shy is going to be able to get picked up in just a moment. Pops the ult for some sustain. Oh, the pulse bomb is good, but again, the Suzu is just better. TVNT goes down, and Shy is just dominating.
Weibo Gaming in control now as TVNT pushes quite deep. Obviously relying on the cardiac overdrive timing, but couldn't get anything going there after Funny Astro dropped early again. And that's been one of the stories so far. Weibo Gaming putting a lot of pressure onto Twisted Minds Lucio player. That's half of the 3 minutes gone already.
I mean, they're not finishing with a minute, Johnny. There's just no, or over a minute, you know? 20 seconds to go, it's just no way, not at this point. TVNT is just trying to get in, get out, see if he can force a cooldown or two.
This Bastion is so scary. Have to play around it.
Cardiac Overdrive again, but TVNT was just super low already. A Cardiac Overdrive popped, yep. But guess who's got another turret full? It's Shy, could just walk around the corner. This is so tough for Twisted Minds right now. They cannot come up with answers at all to what Weibo are playing with. This is unlike Twisted Minds.
It is so very difficult because at any time, Weibo Gaming, they could swing in with this Bastion and put pressure onto Twisted Minds, but they don't have a lot of defensive ability here now. Obviously playing the Mauga here as well. Look at these rotations from Twisted Minds. They're always going to be in a tough place with Weibo Gaming having the spear angle.
Okay, he's really low. There's the focus fire that's needed. Oh, the barrage is going to come in here for Shy, but should be done and dusted. But now Shy and Lee Soo-min behind them.
Yeah, just gotta chill for now. Have to wait for this next team fight to kick it in place. But this is what I'm talking about. Twisted Minds, they have to be worried about front and back. Funny Astro with the sound barrier here crucial as we head into overtime.
Now we'll see if Lee can get a nice pulse bomb here. Uh-oh, TVNT, 1,000 HP now in the cage. Marcus trapped in here as well as the high noon from Quartz is good for one. Annihilation, Nemesis form, all used for Sunzo. as Twisted Minds in OT should be able to launch this one in. Shy kills Astro, but it's all for naught. A minute each in the time bank now, Johnny.
Just too many ultimates for Twisted Minds that time. And they end up completing the map as well. Either team gets a minute each here to try and go again. And if neither team does it, we're headed for a draw.
Oh. Classic.
Come on, we need a couple of draws at the tournament. Get one going.
A couple?
This is peak Overwatch right here. And I want to see maximum maps.
Crowd so ready for Weibo to kind of beat that lower bracket curse.
I mean, this is a team that's been hunting for a major trophy for many years now. They want to compete with the very best in the world, but as of recent, just haven't been able to secure the title yet. Haven't got their hands on that trophy. And so obviously bringing in Lee Soo-min and Maka into the mix here. Weibo Gaming looking to increase their ceiling potential to try and compete with the very best. And Twisted Minds is one of them, the reigning world champs.
The singular minute to defend against. And they've decided, you know what? We are just going to opt in for the Cat Bastion.
You got a minute to go. It's a great defensive rollout composition that works against everything.
Leaves on Reaper against this comp.
Reaper's a really solid hero in the meta now because of that long-range shot available to you after the recent change, but only have 40 seconds to go right now. There's no great Reaper target. So a lot of pressure is put onto Shy for the minute.
He's so low. He's so low. That's not a good start, but they end up killing Simple. Using Bastion is more of a distraction, it felt like there. TVNT has to let that kill go, and Lee Soo-min didn't have the thrusters available. Leave is 1 HP as well. They're able to sustain up in the hotel, though.
Living for now, 20 seconds to go. Jaewoo, that's a huge pick on Tamaka.
They have to reset. They gotta go again. You can't afford to lose anybody else now.
But it's 10 seconds.
Shy's gonna die. Oh, Jaewoo gets another kill. 10 seconds to go, Johnny. Someone's got to touch.
No one can.
No one can. Sunzo nowhere near. Oh, the cat. Oh, we're back.
They triggered it. Get your headset back on.
Oh, no.
Got a game to play.
Min. He touched half a second there, but
it was not enough. The cat was not enough. But he got the touch.
He got the touch. He did get the touch.
He did his best. All right, so Twisted Minds, a minute on the timer here. If they extend this lead to 2-0 in this series, man. That's a hole you can't just get yourself into here. A draw would be huge for Weibo.
Massive. But you just need, a lot of the time, you just need a single kill. And that is what the Cat Bastion team is just very good at, just getting that single pick early. And with how Shy and Lee Soo-min have been playing, Lee Soo-min's been phenomenal on the Cat, especially with the ults. Like,
it's really been going for it.
But they can't get crushed.
Can't get crushed. And realistically, I mean, there were a couple of team fights in this minute now. And you can't sit back on this defense either, because if you just sit back, you end up giving so much positioning to Twisted Minds on the offense. Quartz is going to make the most out of it on this Bastion as well. So Weibo Gaming for this 1 minute here have to be proactive, have to keep making plays at the scary prospect of going 0-2.
All right, trying to bait out each other's forms as well.
Everyone's just waiting for the swing.
I know. Literally waiting for someone else to pop the form. There it is. There's the form. They're going to try and go first here. Shy on the ground already. Both defensive matrices going straight over towards Shy, but Quartz is so low. So close. The crowd can feel it too, but TVNT ends up losing mech. That's not good. They need to reset, and TVNT, Johnny, needs to also die or get mech back.
60% already, though. And Jaewoo should be able to cap the point.
They're going to try and trade. They're trying to trade the backline. 10 seconds to go now. This is looking like a draw. Weibo, I think they've just gone and done it. The D-Mech on TVNT. He's got 99%. Well, he's going to get remake, sure, but where's the touch? Has to come in. Jaewoo dies. The draw. No way. The solo D-Mech on TVNT, Johnny. They left the baby diva. They don't leave him. He respawns, gets mech, they fight.
Absolutely massive draw by Weibo Gaming. And not go down into that 0-2 hole here in the lower bracket. We restart. Essentially, it's the second map here now. They get to pick another map in the pool once more. See where they take us next.
Where would you go if you're Weibo Gaming?
Well, they're looking quite competitive on this Jetpack Cat and the Bastion. So going into this series, talked about the Lucio Kiriko, how comfortable they are playing a composition like that. But maybe after what they saw in Oasis, they're feeling, we want to stay competitive here. We actually want to play what is meta. We want to play this Bastion. We feel like that is the better chance against a team like Twisted Minds. Obviously, having picked a hybrid map already, you cannot go to something like a Numbani now. You could go to Rialto if you'd like, an escort map. But you have to be wary of the picks and the bans as well.
There you go, the map 6 at the very end. We were ready for it. We had the graphics ready. Can't say we didn't.
Love a map 6, come on now. We need one per major.
One per major.
We traveled all the way here. We might as well get a 6-map series.
He says we need 2 draws in a major and 1 map 6.
I don't make the rules.
I'm good. I'm glad, honestly.
I think you probably should go to something like a Rialto here. I mean, it's very scary if you are Weibo Gaming to go to a map like that because of what we've seen from Twisted Minds in the past, but they've already utilized the cat ban back in Oasis. And so if you're a team like Weibo, you feel like, okay, we can protect the Bastion. We're guaranteed to be able to play the big meta composition for now. And based on the look of this King's Row, I felt like they learned throughout. They got better and better. And they're staying really competitive with the reigning world champs.
Well, we'll see what they want to pick. Obviously, when it does, if we do end up hitting the map 5, the map pool does get reset. So when the map 6 comes around, they could pick anything again. Worth keeping in mind if we get that far.
That indeed they can. They wouldn't go to something like a Circuit Real.
Sure.
That is for sure. I don't think either team would want to pick something like a Circuit Real in this one. Dorado, not too sure about that either. So I think Rialto is a really good pick here. Obviously, maybe they'll play spoiler, pick push or something. But I don't see it for the minute. Unless they really want to go Lucio Kiri, then I could defend something like a Runa Sapi.
Sure. I can agree with that.
I'm just saying things.
He's just saying words. Hey, that's what we got you here for. Saying some words every now and then.
That's what we do.
Hey. All right. Twisted Minds as well. Potentially ban the Bastion too. That's still like an available ban.
Yeah, I think you gotta probably protect ban the Bastion if you're Weibo Gaming.
Ban DPS. Just ban just a, I don't know, Sojin? Symmetra, yeah.
We saw earlier the Virtus.pro, they were quite happy to play the Symmetra because obviously flipping the map, still the Jetpack Cat and the Bastion have a difficult time to instantly react to a Symmetra teleporter. It's just a faster way to rotate. And so it could throw the opponent off guard a little bit if you get something like a Symmetra and a Cassidy going. And the Cassidy has already been deployed as well, been banned. And so the later the series is going to progress, it's actually something Twisted Minds have talked about, obviously, is the fact that they feel like they get better and better as the series progresses because they are so comfortable when bans have been utilized.
Yeah. When they get to play their own game, they are very good at it, masters of it. Let's have a look. Runa Sapi.
Here we go.
I mean, I'm in the same wavelength, Johnny. I think you ban DPS if you're Weibo.
We did actually see all gamers. They did play the Jetpack Cat Bastion there as well.
Yeah.
Saw some legendary Diva Bombs come through with the help of Lengsa.
The Mag Diva Bomb getting like...
Oh, that was great.
Whipped around the corner. It's pretty good.
It's a new meta. We're all learning on the fly here a little bit. We're pushing. the envelope, seeing where we can get away, playing the Cat and the Bastion. And so far, looks like teams are feeling quite comfortable here on Runasapi as well.
Faraban. Going to protect. And a Mauga team.
Yeah, and that guarantees, of course, TBNT. He's able to get away playing the D.Va if need be there as well.
Yeah, look at this, these bans as well. Cassidy, Genji, Pharah, like, and they hit the DPS, man.
They really want to protect that Bastion. They feel like it's pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, want to keep Twisted Mind's DPS on their toes, that's for sure.
So is this Sunso dropping the Zarya here once more? We saw that it was the preference of his on Oasis, all right? And so now you're probably thinking, okay, well, TBNT, maybe he goes towards something like a comfort pick, like a D.Va. That means that Counterwatch 101, we want to feel like we play the Zarya as a really good meta pick here as well. We can play that into the D.Va if need be. If we see Cat Bastion, though, the Zarya would kind of be left out to dry. Not typically a hero you would play too much with the Bastion, but it's been done before.
Let's load on in. Runasapi picked by Weibo Gaming. China's #1 and EMEA's #1, fighting out in the lower bracket to stay in the competition. First to 3, King's Row was a draw, so we're going again here. Got to lock in.
Got to lock in, heading into this third map here. Weibo Gaming, this was a comfort map pick of them against Team Falcons.
Lot of cheers still. Heavy Weibo favor.
But you need to keep the energy going.
Oh yeah.
That's being channeled to the players. They're going to feed off that energy. And on the back of a very well-earned draw as well. Feels like Weibo Gaming has some momentum going into this Runasapi.
That's why Marco's got a Overwatch League ring.
That keeps getting brought up. Yes, indeed. He won the 2023 Florida Mayhem Overwatch League Championship.
Hey, I haven't brought it up yet, so it's new to me.
It's brought up here once in a while as we see the rollout come through here. Both teams are going to play the D.Va. To be expected. But this time around, Weibo Gaming are the team opting for the Bastion, while Twisted Minds putting Quartz onto this Cassidy instead. So again, you gotta be so prepared for the Bastion flying in out of nowhere, trying to collapse with leave on this Tracer as well. A lot of heads-up play required from Twisted Minds in this one.
Yeah, a lot of it. Sanzo going really low there. See if Joey can actually snipe this kill onto leave. I don't think he's going to give him an opportunity. So Blink Smack and a quick recall. Trying to try and take care of this bot here. I mean, they're trying to put Shine in a position where he can jump onto this backline.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Quartz is so healthy, though.
Good Matrix.
Size turret form's going to run out in just a moment. I mean, he's still shooting at it. Oh, and he gets it, too. Simple maybe having to hit the reload there, unfortunately. It's funny, Astro follows him back to spawn.
Just so oppressive. You have to kite around, stay away from this Bastion for so long, and yet when the turret form ends, the pressure just never ends from a player like Shai there as well. So if you're the Cassidy, you just gotta hide out. You gotta buy time for yourself. You only really have the speed boost to work with to try and navigate, deploy where you want the Cassidy to play from and try to get a pick either onto someone like Leave, put some pressure onto Maka, for example. But it's so difficult to play this Lucio composition and try to beat the Jetpack Cat Bastion not playing it yourself. Wrapping around here, Twisted Minds, they're going to give Weibo Gaming this positioning here.
Yeah, they're going to take the higher ground, but realistically here, Quartz is going to be outranged. You're not doing too much from this distance. You can see him kind of chunking at Shai, but it's not doing much damage at all, especially through the armor.
Maka has an earlier Kitsune Rush here. Could deploy it, make things difficult.
Wow, they're going to go so quick. Simba's got his in 2%, but this bot's going to get away from them.
It's going to run around the corner. Twisted Mind's going to have to re-engage in a very tough pace.
Yeah, they're going to try and do it. They're going to lay the road on the road and re-tarmac it as they chase Sunzo out. Sunzo is not with his team right now. He's completely isolated, I think. As Marker, you can see, is being tagged by Jwoo. Manages to get back, but yeah, that is a good isolation. Oh, the pulse is so good. They trade there, but you've lost your tank, so you've lost a lot of your front line. Shy is so low as well. Amazing stuff from Jay, where they're giving his life for the teammate.
Great play by Twisted Minds, putting pressure onto Sonso early. I thought Weibo Gaming did a good job purchasing time there for the re-engage, but Shy couldn't get back into the fight quick enough. And with that, Twisted Minds taking out the D.Va player from the opposing team. That's going to allow them to clean things up here as Funny Astro gets close to the sound barrier that won't be matched from Weibo Gaming as Twisted Minds look to round this corner.
Lee zoom in too, Johnny. Can just go for a kidnap on somebody. Could even do it on Quartz. Here he goes.
There's a Bastion in our midst.
There's a Bastion behind us. There's the beat from Funny Astro too, trying to keep this fight alive. I mean, TBNT, that overhead's been stripped away very quickly.
But you're happy getting across this corner now. Open things up positionally for Twisted Minds, and Quartz in a better position here.
Way better damage here onto Shy. Still taking a bit of those nades coming in, but Shy's just super low. TBNT turns his head 180 degrees and kills Shy. Self-destruct where TBNT kills Marker is going to be able to get the remake as well. What a beautiful fight from Twisted Minds there.
It's just fantastic positional understanding from Twisted Minds. Yes, we commit the sound barrier. We don't really get the pick required that typically you'd want to see on the back of that ultimate, but the positioning is good enough. Shy caught up in a pretty poor place on the back of Lee Sumin's cat play, and now Twisted Minds, they're pushing this card, and they have a Kitsune Rush online as well.
Kitsune Rush, Quartz actually gets hit with a nade there straight up. That's going to be a team echo onto Sonso. I mean, this is
falling
going
apart.
from bad to worse for Weibo right now.
This is really not good.
They can't lose any more people, but they can't not. That's a really late death for Marker.
It is indeed, and you look towards maybe a Kitsune Rush here. Can't realistically swing if you're the Bastion through this gate as well and hit Twisted Minds from multiple angles. So Weibo Gaming, they're facing a pretty devastating team fight coming up here.
Pole spawn for Jewu as well. Marker's so low. Leaf is already dead as well. Oh, dearie me. Weibo Gaming going to have to come up with something big here. Sunzo's down now to 3-on-5. This is a disaster class right now for Weibo. Twisted Minds get a team kill on the very final stretch.
This should not be the cap still, though, because Maka has this Kitsune Rush. You wait for everybody to come online. Shy is going to have great positioning out of spawn. So Twisted Minds, if you can get this ult out and retreat, that would be good enough.
They can just play the corner too. They don't have to go anywhere right now to Twisted Minds. They can just hang out on this corner, like you said. I mean, Shy's going to have to get a kill here. Something's going to have to happen. They don't want to use ults, but Funny Astro's got this beat so soon. And Leaf goes down to Quartz. As soon as that kill comes in as well, Funny Astro's going to hit the ult symbol also as well. I mean, two support ultimate advantage here for Twisted Minds. Johnny, this is over. Weibo Gaming get a team kill, and it's done. There's 4 minutes left in the time bank, but coming out of the spawn, it's only Shy. Leaf is going to get a final touch, but there's 2 meters to go. They're going to get another one, but they got no ults.
They have the touch required, though. The Tracer and Rotor is buying enough time. Shy has to come up big here on the Bastion. Find a couple of these frags. Jewu dropping low, no recall available. Going to go down on the back of Shy. And this annihilation should not buy enough time. Funny
the remake kill on Leaf!
How did he do it?
That should not have happened, Johnny. There is no way Twisted Minds should have got away with that. That's 2-0. That's match point for TM.
What just happened? What just happened? I need to see the remake kill. If we're gonna show the Ajaxes, I need to see the remake kills. Twisted Minds absolutely dominant on Runa Sapi, essentially winning 16 fights in a row to cap out the map. That is what we're expecting from the reigning world champs.
Just a ludicrous amount of push. And that was, okay, they've almost got checkpoint. We win the fight, we get the bot control, and then we just push it all the way to the end.
They look like they were in complete control, yes? There's the Bastion flying above us, rotating around us. We have to be so cognitively aware at all times where the cat and the Bastion is. But the rotations were on point. The defense matrix from TVNT to make sure his vulnerable players didn't go down. Just immaculate coordination by Twisted Minds to navigate this meta composition we saw from Weibo Gaming.
I mean, if you're looking at it, they really only lost one fight. And that was the first one. And then he just sunk it home.
TVNT. What a star player on this Diva.
Yeah. Because at some point, it's like, we want to ban that out. Surely we get the remake.
I mean, it's a carry hero, essentially.
Yeah.
If you play like this on Diva, it's just a monstrous hero. Tremendous amount of impact on this game. And now, if you're Weibo Gaming, you're probably admitting defeat on the Bastion composition here. Maybe you just want to fight them straight up instead. Play what you've played so well. As we look at Twisted Minds closing things out once more here.
Yeah. I think Lee was top right there. I saw TVNT kind of swoop back in. Hey, TM 2-0. This is, especially after that draw and how vicious I think Weibo were kind of biting back at Twisted Minds. I mean, that was anything but vicious. They got declawed.
I mean, that's mentally crushing.
Right.
For Weibo Gaming. You're thinking, okay, we have a draw. The crowd is cheering us on. We feel like we have some momentum going our way. But I mean, after being capped out on push, now it's all in the dumps. Now you're thinking, where do we go from here? We don't have any faith in our ability to play the Cat Bastion. We're feeling like we're outmatched on the Lucio Kiri on the back of what happened on the Oasis. Do we go Sigma, Mizuki, Mei?
Sigma, Mizuki, Mei. It's a good comp. A really good comp. Let's look at Jwoo. On Runasabi, 2 deaths, 8 KD.
He's one of the best in the game right now.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about a lot of star players here in this tournament, Tracer players.
Jwoo.
Proper, Heesang.
Jwoo. He's right up there, man. He's right up there. I've been singing his praises for a while, I'll have you know.
He's so young.
He is.
Such a great prospect in this scene. He's going to have a long career.
If he's doing it this well, this early on, obviously doesn't have that title of winner, right?
He was on Virtus.pro last year.
He was on Virtus.pro last year. Hey, maybe hunting for another one this year.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Twisted Minds team that got better after they won the World Championship team. After they picked up Jwoo to replace Psycho, who now is on Virtus.pro here instead. They won out the boot camp in clean fashion as well, relying on mechanics rather than the Symmetra play that played so well for them in Stockholm last year. Then you're thinking, okay, Twisted Minds, they're looking better going into this year. But then, you know, a bit of a wrench thrown into things here with Bastion and Cat being in the meta, but they're showing that they can play around that and still feel really comfortable.
Yeah, a little weird meta, but you've been shouting like, hey, this is good, this is fun. I mean, it is.
It is fun,
has been,
all right?
If
you're hating on this meta and you're like, oh, what is happening? So this is a lot of fun. I'm having a blast being here in Japan for this major.
All right, we're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Twisted Minds, map point. You just saw us doing the little thumbs up to the producers there, I'm sure, on the camera.
Hey, everybody. We're down here.
We're down here. I don't even know where the camera is. It's somewhere up there.
It's up there in the sky.
Can't see. There's too much light in it.
It's a big skybox.
It's a big skybox.
It's a really good fire map.
It is. It is. This would be a really good fire map, actually.
Actually, probably not, because there's a lot of line of sight here. There's not a lot of cover.
Oh, there's not a lot of cover. Yeah,
you need a Mercy. We haven't seen Fire Mercy since the World Finals when Crazy Raccoon pulled it out.
Yeah, that's facts. All right, Twisted Minds 2-0. Map point now. Don't let your eyes deceive you, though. We're going into map number 4. after that draw on King's Row for our second. Now, that was a soul-crushing defeat there on Runesapi for Weber.
Yeah, now you got to think, what is our final stand? If we're facing elimination here in the lower bracket, where do we want to take things? It's going to be Circuit Royale.
Wow.
Okay, I talked about how I wasn't too sure that maybe they were feeling this map, but okay, if you trust Lee Soo-min and you trust Maka to adapt accordingly. Twisted Minds, you know, traditionally we're thinking about Funny Astro as primarily a Lucio player, a lot of main support, but he showed a lot of prowess on a hero like Wu Yang. Juno as well. If you wanted to commit to the Brawl, of course, the lore is going to be banned out from Weibo Gaming here.
The Widow from TM.
My point was going to be that Funny Astro can't sleep on that guy.
Yeah.
He has a deeper hero pool than you might think.
I mean, Simple would be the one rocking the Alari, and yeah, it gives Astro, you know, a little bit more of a job to heal the team. You know, you can't just aura heal people with Lucio, but I think Alari ban here for Weibo does make a lot of sense. I love the ban of the Widowmaker too. I mean, look, dude, come on.
Take some stuff out of the mix. Just like, I don't have to think about this hero.
Don't have to think about the Widow. Especially from a team like Weibo, come on.
This probably is going to be the Sigma composition we've seen so far from teams.
Yes.
The aura healing from Mizuki combined with the survivability tools of the Mei Wall and Sigma's shield, kinetic grasp. And that has been so effective at just putting pressure on the objective. The enemy team can't pick you apart. So that could be a composition we're seeing once more here.
All right, Twisted Minds on the defense. No Mizuki, they're just rocking the Cat Bastion.
I trust them. They're the world champs, Joss. They can do whatever they want.
Got a good cigar and a big eye.
Do it, Sonso.
No, Rhine on this map against the Poke. Come on, man.
Jake was in the green room earlier, vouching for Ryan. I swear to everyone watching the broadcast, Jake did actually want to see some Reinhardt. He thought it was a great swap, so I'm just putting it out there. Maybe not into Death by Cast Bastion. I'm not going to put those kind of words in Jake's mouth, but it did at some point say that Reinhardt was a good hero, so I'm keeping that one with me. All right, it's going to be the Sigma, Mei, and the Mizuki. Maybe they're going to adapt here when they're seeing what's on the defense of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think Shai's going to go change here. He was heading back to spawn. He's going to go Bastion. I think it's just going to be the solo Bastion here. There's no Cat. They're going to stick with Lee Soo-min on the Mizuki.
Yeah, again, the strength of this composition comes from the way you can contest the objective, the payload here. And so Twisted Minds, they obviously have a timing around the turret form here.
Wow.
And a timing around the Quartz just shooting heads, apparently. But I mean, Weibo Gaming still should be fairly effective with this composition after this team fight is all about wrapped up.
He is such a sharp shooter. I mean, you can't be jumping trying to like get from cover to cover without him ripping your head off.
No. Full focus at all times. Have to be aware where Quartz is and respect what he's capable of. You know, we've seen a couple of iterations of the poke composition. Obviously, Twisted Minds, they've had some time to think about what heroes they want to play in a composition like this, and if they feel like the damage output of a Bastion with Jaewon, that hero, and Quartz's ability to click heads is good enough, maybe this is Twisted Minds' best response to this Mei composition we've been seeing.
They've already got double DPS ult of Twisted Minds. Like, that is so quickly been built up. Oh, and Leave just gets blown up by the nade. They're going to play a little bit safe. They don't want Jaewon to get blown up here as well, but wow, I mean, that is a quick kill. And Johnny, look at the time bank already. 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
And they haven't really had a fight to begin with. Leaves now is going to swap over to the Cassidy.
This is swaps here.
They're going to match it. I mean, that's
gotta come up with the goods. It is, but it's just going to be so hard to fight into this still. You haven't got much time left at all in these comps. They take a little while to get popping, especially on these slow corners. They're going to make it a little bit quicker now with this rush. Nice rock, though, onto TVNT. Just stops him from using the grass. And Quartz. He manages to get one, but can he actually stay up and alive here on the sidelines?
Needs more.
Feels a little bit too much of a heavy lift for him. He's still up, but Simple goes down. My goodness, how's he still alive? There we go. Okay, that's going to be point for Weibo.
Twisted Minds trying to make a play there as Funny Astro can only heal one of his damage players at the same time. Left Jabo there on the Bastion. Weibo Gaming capitalized beautifully on that, and Quartz wasn't able to secure value with the Deadeye. And they start rolling here on this second point. Trying to stay alive in this series, but they have lots more to go.
Yeah, they're going to need to give a whole lot more than that, Johnny. They're still down 2 maps here. Flux is going to hit a high noon from Leave. And oh, Sunzo with a better Flux onto TVNT. Quartz falls as well. Funny Astro down, and that is Twisted Minds. Just getting scrapped with as Weibo just walk over them. I mean, that is just a differential there from Sunzo.
Great play by Weibo Gaming. Deadeye as well coming through from Leave. Can't underestimate that damage. TVNT swaps over to the D.Va to get this final contest here. They need the Matrix to remove some of this damage, give them a decent contest.
TVNT. He's still going to have to sit on this payload now. As Lee Sumin dives into the backers. There was a pause. Oh, man. I don't know what happened there.
Really hope that didn't change the outcome of that fight.
Yeah,
that was a massive fight.
Shy looking a little bit confused by the looks of things. I think it's a Weibo call for the pause.
I mean, that was just a chaotic fight. I lost my mind because I believe the accretion from Sunzo knocked Quartz out of the Deadeye as they tried to make a play aggressively through the choke point. But 2 players dead here for Weibo Gaming. 5 versus 3 scenario. It's going to allow Twisted Minds to keep contesting this second point, and obviously that cap makes a huge difference in the outcome of this map.
Yeah, we'll get word on what this pause is for. Looks like it is. Oh, is it
There's an admin
monitor? Yeah, I think that's a monitor issue maybe from Shy. He's got the monitor flipped the wrong way round.
That was not the issue.
Yeah, bro. No, not like he had, not like he was playing with that.
Yep.
Shy doesn't need a monitor to play, man. He senses it.
Maybe pull the Hanbin.
Oh, the
monitor at like
monitor.
Yeah, 70 degrees.
If no one's ever seen that, I'm sure there's many images online, but Hanbin basically played with this monitor at like, almost parallel with himself. Like, I don't know how he can.
You have to see the picture because me saying it is kind of unbelievable. It's just like, what? He played with a tilt the monitor?
Yeah, how's he doing that? Yeah, like a 72-degree angle. It's insane.
All right. Well, the monitor is working, so that's good news.
That is good news. All right, yeah. Shy just adjusting it to the preferred height. Hopefully this is just going to be the main issue and it's going to get resolved.
Such a tough position to be in here now if you're the offense because you have to regain the ground, contest the defense high ground, but then also find the picks required in a proper team fight to secure this payload over the point now. After it looked like Weibo Gaming gets so much momentum on the back of that first point cap. Not able to secure the second point here.
TVNT is on D.Va.
Indeed.
So, had to use that to get back to the point, to contest. Could be a bit more of a hindrance now if you're not on the SIG.
It does alter the matchup slightly for the tanks, of course, not playing the Sigma mirror. But I still think Twisted Minds can get away with it because they have the high ground. That means that they can play quite proactively with the D.Va in case they want to collapse on the enemy backline. Don't think they're going to survive in the neutral. The poke from the Sigma will just be too much. But Twisted Minds, they have an opportunity to make plays here with this D.Va now. Even so, they might be at a disadvantage in the neutral fights.
Yeah, you want to play them a little bit more quick. If you're the D.Va team, if you're the Sigma team, you can just you can sit there and just poke away, whittle people down.
It's going to be a slow poke and prod from the offense here to try and get that ground back. But once you have it, you should feel like you're in a really good position to neutralize the D.Va.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, though, I feel like they are a team that kind of adapts to these kind of scenarios. I'm thinking back to the boot camp where TVNT found himself on Wrecking Ball on the New Junk City. And you're thinking, okay, well, TVNT is on the Wrecking Ball. Like, it's not a great hero to be on New Junk City. But they clutched it out. They managed to make it happen. And after the map, they were laughing on stage. How do we make that happen? But that is Twisted Minds adapting to the heroes they are playing, despite the fact that it might not be on the most optimal roster, the most optimal strategy, they're still finding a way to make that work. And TVNT already, great D.Va player to begin with.
Bit bigger of a tech issue than we once thought. So we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got Twisted Minds and Weibo playing Circuit Royale coming up.
It's gonna be all night. 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 Energy flow. It's gonna be all night. Energy flow. It's gonna be all night. 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 Energy flow. It's gonna be all night. Energy flow.
about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you
What's up, everybody? I'm here and for OWCS Tokyo, and I'm joined by everybody's favorite team, Twisted Minds. We're talking today with, of course, Funny Astro and KSA. And first, guys, I just got to ask, when did you guys get into Japan, and what's it been like here in your first few days?
We got in last night. We spent a couple of weeks before that in Korea, so we've been boot camping, preparing hard. But yeah, it's been a decent amount of travel. I think we're ready for the tournament now.
As for me, I actually arrived earlier than the team. I came from Saudi. I couldn't come to the boot camp because I was sick. But I arrived and basically just slept the whole day.
Is there any one particular thing you really want to do while you're here in Japan?
Last night went out for some Japanese barbecue. It was pretty nice.
touch, you feel wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, the pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and I swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't leaving here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you I'm flying. When I'm with you I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side, yeah, yeah. When I say it I'm not lying. And every time we touch it feels like. Every time we touch it feels like. Every time we touch it feels like home. Every time we touch it feels like. Every time it feels like home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This feels like home. Oh, it feels like home. Every time we touch it feels like. Oh, yeah. Every time it feels like home. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what we like from my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body.
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do?
Welcome back. Yes, we are indeed back. This is Johnny. We're in Japan, Tokyo. No, that's not the whole show again. We're just about to get into the next next game. No, the same game. Monitor issue
Get it together.
has been resolved. It's been a little while. I need to run to the bathroom. I sprinted past all production.
You
They
did not
waved
have
me.
to say that to the camera. You did
Okay,
not have
well,
to say that.
anyway.
We were right here all the time.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to give them a little peek behind
What
the
happened,
curtain.
Joss?
I already told them. It was a monitor issue, and the issue has been resolved. So we will be unpausing the game in just a moment.
Twisted Minds up 2-0 in this series after 3 maps being played.
Yes.
We're in the middle of map 4, which is Circuit Real. And obviously, becoming very close to finishing off that second point.
Right.
Progressing on to third, but lost that previous team fight and now forced to reset with Twisted Minds establishing the high ground once more on the second point defense.
I will say, and it worth kind of talking about, is that the pause was very awkward, although
it was.
Weibo are probably going to lose this fight. If I remember correctly, there were about 2 people that were dead on Weibo's side.
Yes, it's a 5 versus 3 scenario as we're about to head back into the game very shortly. So I don't know, I've seen worse, like 5 versus 3. What would you put percentage to bring this one back? 8?
5v3.
8%?
And 8%. Yeah, probably.
We'll have Jake confirm those
maybe.
odds for you. We'll have him compute.
Astro. Numbers so far in this series. So 3 maps for Astro here. 7.5k heals per 10.
And like you said, he's had a bit of a tough go here early on in the tournament, adapting to these Korean teams. As we reload back into the game, and Weibo Gaming, they say, nope, we don't even want to take this 5 versus 3. We're going to head back into spawn. And we got 2:45 on the time bank.
8%. I don't know how.
All right, well, the
healthy Leave was.
92% happened.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's very true. Like you said, 2.5 minutes now for Weibo Gaming. Still rocking the cat bashing of both teams. They can
Here's
use
the
this
Demon
rush
Gate.
off of the high ground.
Great
oh,
Suzu.
they tried to kidnap, but yeah, the Suzu came in clutch. Sunzo now moving forward. Fortunately, half of that wasn't by himself. TVNT was pushing him into the front line.
And it's all about TVNT here. His Diva play has to manage these booster cooldowns and combine for the team. Deadeye could be used here.
He's going to use it straight over the top, but they're ready for this one. No, oh, you got to Matrix it. He's got it. He's got it primed and ready. The focus fire is too good. Matrix ran out, held that Deadeye for basically its entire duration. That is Weibo capping second.
All right, calm and composed. Get the second point cap going as they roll onto third. And Jaewoo dropping really low, but he has enough sustain, enough healing from his teammates to stay alive in this one. Take a look at the ultimates. Quick reset going into this one. Sunzo has this flux. Both Kirikos working towards that Kitsune rush. To try to set up on the high ground here. TVNT. That armor is chunked off and now have to be careful. Have to be healed back up by his Kiriko, but it's going to forfeit some space for Weibo Gaming.
That was an insane. Oh, the nade. Did you see that? Actually connected with Astro. He went super low. So he tries to get Jaewoo in a good position, but Shy ends up going down first. A free form now for Jaewoo. And it should be a free fight on top of that.
See if they can get an extra frag here. Pushing onto Sunzo. TVNT can't lose mech. Good Suzu.
He's low. Oh, the kidnap gods. No cancel there. Weibo Gaming end up not responding to this one with a giant flux. Simple falls as Maka gets 2.
Sunzo goes
what a
huge.
Flux from Sunzo.
Wow, what a play. And Maka following up there as well. saw an opportunity and capitalized on Twisted Minds being quite low after that initial skirmish. And now, Weibo Gaming, they're looking to close out this map. They're still putting pressure on.
Nice nade eat there. TVNT not letting get that one close to spawn with his teammates. Going to put Leave in a good spot as well. Oh, straight up to the high ground. Okay, not going to use that high noon Cat just yet.
2 of them available, Jaws.
Cat noon.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the Cat. Oh, and Leave is just better. 1 minute and 40 to go, but they don't need the rest of that. Absolutely not. Weibo Gaming finished that point in style.
The tiniest bit of difference was enough. The channel time was quicker for Leave. He's the one to get Deadeye kills required to win the team fight. Wow.
Unbelievably loud still. Weibo, it feels only a matter of time before this team gets it going in this lower bracket. They've had such a tough go over the last few internationals.
You can never count these guys out.
Yeah.
I mean, they are Chinese Overwatch legends. Shy and Leave. At the very beginning, they were on separate teams. They hadn't combined yet. Chengdu Hunters, Hangzhou Spark. But they said if we want to have the best opportunity to win an international major, we'll have to join forces. And they did so. But yet, not able to get across that finish line, not able to overcome some of these Korean teams. And now they're facing the reigning world champions in Twisted Minds. They have a tremendous long path to go if they want to end up winning this major. Obviously already down 2-0 in this series. But you can't count these guys out. 3 minutes could be pretty big difference here. It's 138 on the time bank for Weibo Gaming. They capped out with here as Twisted Minds get going on the offense.
Yeah, they're going to run the Cat Bash, and both teams just deciding, you know what, it's actually the best course of action. TVNT on the Diva. Leave and Quartz. I mean, I said at the very start of this map, this series, it's going to be such an insane hit scan duel. And it's proven to be just that.
Oh, that's what happens. The Diva Sigma, you're going to get those accretions to your face. Some pressure onto Weibo Gaming here, though. Twisted Minds looking to swing, perhaps?
Yeah, Shy really low, actually. I have to back up to this second corner. Or third corner, I guess.
Fighting their time. It's all about the Bastions in this one.
Yeah, just trying to make the Sigma use cooldowns. Nice dodge to the rock. TVNT's super low. So Sonzo, though. Good Suzu coming in from Simple. Saves the day. It's going to earn himself a rush, too. They're going to pop it straight away, I would imagine, right around this corner. Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. Marker's 3% away, by the way. If they come up with a kill here, it's going to be gold. But no, Marker gets it in time. There's a high noon. The Cat.
Here we go again.
Shy's already dead. Oh, not quite. Everybody's scurrying for cover, though. And Leave is completely isolated. As Quartz is a big Hindenade. Oh, we're on the floor. Oh, we're back. Oh, and Quartz joins us. What an unbelievable flux there. Sonzo just takes Quartz out completely. A ridiculous turnaround for Weibo.
I mean, the peel into the indoors area to stay protected from the Deadeye, it was so impeccably fast. And that meant, of course, that you can rotate, put pressure on the Twisted Minds backline. And Weibo Gaming, they turn things around with the Gravitic Flux. 2 minutes off the timer. Every single team fight matters in this one as they look to chunk off this time bank from Twisted Minds on the attack.
Oh, TVNT really low. And like you said, those rocks are going to be hitting you constantly if you're playing this Diva.
Hard to dodge. Turret form.
Right.
Really? Twisted Minds has the better timing here. If they want to go.
High noon.
Uh-oh.
Cat noon. Oh, straight up to the sky. Oh, and Leave just keeps on delivering for Weibo Gaming. TVNT's Adamek. Fight's done. 1 minute and 20 left.
Speaking on a map of the flying Deadeye so far. Quartz going to drop quite low here. Simple as well.
Even more stagger.
It's more time wasted. This time it's going to be Twisted Minds' turn. Quartz, 98%. Let's see if they can get things going with their own Deadeye combination here. But this is the meta now. Weibo Gaming, they're going to be prepared, tracking that ultimate intently.
Cat Noon. That's it.
Cat Noon.
Cat Noon. Twisted Minds have got it.
The Bastion for now. J-Will with the turret form.
They both actually use the right. TVNT's really low though. They can use the EAT actually to try and absorb a lot of those heals as Shy takes down Quartz. There's 40 seconds to go in TVNT. He goes for the remake.
Things are just not going Twisted Minds' way right now. They have one more opportunity in this one. And the Kitsune Rushes have been deployed. TVNT swaps over to Ramatra along with the Juno. It's just going to be for the extra speed out of spawn for the temporarily. TVNT is going to be there, Ramatra. Provide some survivability here on the point. But the ultimates from Weibo Gaming, this Flux, Leave coming up on the Deadeye. Still so many tools at Weibo Gaming's disposal.
They got Cat Noon again.
Here they go
Cat
again.
Noon. Leave pops it straight to the skies. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Leave has done it again. And he's going to isolate Funny Astro as well. I mean, there's nothing this man can't do. Weibo Gaming come back in a big way on Circuit Royale. They're not out of this. 2-1. We're going to a map 5 now, Johnny.
Flying Cowboy Dip. That's one way to get some momentum back in this series. The crowd fired up at Leave combining with Lee Sumin on the Jetpack Cat. They had the upper time every single time with those Deadeye combinations. And now they have a recipe for success as well. The Sigma composition working in our favor. We'll feel comfortable in this one. It's going to be Twisted Minds map pick. But at least Weibo Gaming have a composition they can trust.
So, like you said at the very end there as well, everything relied on getting a good High Noon or Deadeye with the Cat flying you over the top. And Twisted Minds, you want to be able to, if you're playing your own Cat, you want to be able to like push around the corner, but as soon as Leave kind of cuts you off, it's like you can't go anywhere.
Well, this is a new kind of composition we've seen. We haven't really seen this adaptation too much of the Cassidy with the Bastion. And we saw through the middle of this series, obviously, we've seen Cat and Deadeye being combined since the very release of the hero at the boot camp. But to this effect, really have to respect it. Both teams trading back and forth in this one.
Still though, Twisted Minds on the map point, so they're in the hot seat. They choose the map. They choose to ban first.
And because this is going to be our 5th map coming up.
Yep, not 4th.
We're only reduced to Flashpoint being the map picks available here. Now, we've seen a lot of new junk cities so far for teams that don't want to play the Bastion Jetpack Cat. And obviously, if you're basing this from OWCS, you could say Twisted Minds, they are the better teams when it comes to not playing the Bastion Jetpack Cat meta as much. So maybe they want to go back to a new junk city. Maybe they want to go back to basics in some of these more closed indoors kind of areas we have available on that map.
God, there's so many unreal highlights from Leave.
It's insane.
Quicker at the draw. I mean, people have been going to New Junk City to get away from the Cat Bastion.
Yep.
So, if Twisted Minds aren't really happy with how theirs is going, I mean, New Junk City seems like the perfect place.
Wow.
Oh, what a rock as well.
Are you kidding me?
We didn't see that here because we were first, like, POV of Leave. Ridiculous.
So I think that happened once before in the map, right before the pause, but we'd have to double check that. But if that is the case, that would have been 2 Deadeyes that were cancelled by Sun Tzu's accretions.
Sun Tzu as well,
impressive.
21-1.
My dude is popping off. Obviously very comfortable playing the Sigma into a hero like D.Va for TVNT.
Right.
But I think you can just look at the performance, the individual performance on this hero itself, and say that was just not a matchup diff. That was Sun Tzu putting on a display on one of his better heroes available to him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Formerly known as Billy Dang. And with how this is going now, feels like a momentum shift pause in a way, right? Where we're running this one home. Hey, Twisted Minds, it's up to you how you want to get back in. You've already banned the cat. They banned cat on map 1.
They did indeed. So now it just comes into question, do you feel like you have to deploy a ban on something like a Bastion instead? Without the cat, you know, Bastion is still a hero we see here and now. Lee Soo-min stats being showcased for you here. And like you said, I like the proactiveness coming in from this guy. He's obviously trying to make plays with the ultimate because you can get that initial stun as well to set up the rest of your team. But if you can get on top of an opponent, drag them into your own team, that is a way to win a team fight alone. You just have to be so very agile, so careful not to be picked off when you're trying to fly off with your victim.
Or even drag them off the map. We've seen a bunch of that one already. It's crazy how much Jetpack Cat augments how you kind of play, because you being literally kidnapped by, it's like, well, I can't do anything. I have to
shoot the cat, shoot the cat.
You have to, yeah, please. Or Suzu or something, just like, as long as I don't get hit, I'm fine. But yeah, real tough. But Lee Soo-min, fantastic job so far at piloting the cat.
Another veteran player as well.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
been around for many years now, even dating back to the Overwatch League days, spent some time on Seoul Dynasty. And so now finding a home here on a Weibo Gaming roster that is retooled with a Korean backline. They're finding limited international success here. And also, I mean, it deserves to be mentioned, we haven't seen Guushui in this lineup. Because of the meta that we find ourselves in, it's all about Sun Tzu this time. And so whereas before it was a 4-5-man team lineup, as we're big chilling.
Big TVNT is chilling, max and relaxing. It's reclined all the way back.
The chairs are very comfortable, I will say. They're like some Japanese chair brand, but they're very comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. We got some. Chill in the back.
It's actually how they advertise them. From what we've seen so far in the arena, it's just like the ability to lean back and get comfortable. What TVNT is doing right now, they're like, this is what we do.
This is what we do.
This is what we do.
TVNT is just full display right now, showing off that chair. Yeah, it's really...
It's getting late for these players, I mean.
I was about to say, it is pretty... There's still one more series after this, by the way.
Yeah, they are going to play the next matchup here. Virtus.pro are waiting in the wings in the final matchup of the day, the lower bracket final. But I mean, look at I hate to talk about Funny Astro because we're just looking at him, but he doesn't think there's a camera on him. But like he's looking a little tired, you know, and TVNT in the middle. Is that a yawn? There was an actual yawn.
Don't yawn.
You need the caffeine, brother. Come on. We need to get fired up once more.
Yeah, especially considering this can go to 6 maps. I mean, Twisted Minds have done that before, funnily enough, against Alcad.
Yeah, they did. Mid-season championship last year.
Yeah. That draw on Blizzard World.
Force yawning too.
Oh, we got him.
Oh, we got him.
We got him.
We got him, chat. Who's next? You know, one person yawn, and suddenly everyone starts yawning. And so it's a slippery slope for the rest of the team here. Gotta watch out if you're simple. Jaewoo.
Don't want to be caught yawning.
All right, time for some adrenaline. Back into the game.
All right. New Junk City, no surprise to see us go here, Johnny. In theory here, I do give the edge to Twisted Minds. We'll get the hard replaced, obviously, in a moment as well.
Ooh. Lee Soo-min. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are Twisted Minds expecting this composition to come out from Weibo Gaming?
Surely. I mean, surely. This is what has been, like, evolved into over the last day or so.
Twisted Minds are playing way more of a default, a way more common composition. They have to adapt their play now to what Weibo Gaming are bringing on their own end.
So it was a Bastion ban by Twisted Minds there, Johnny. A Diva ban for Weibo Gaming. TVNT is going to be still at home, though, on the Zarya. But it's all about kiting here for Weibo.
The Mei wall, so pivotal here as well. TVNT has to be careful on this Zarya as the rotate comes through from Weibo Gaming. A lot of sustain. If you're Twisted Minds, you have to rotate away and open up the angles for Jaewoo and Quartz. Mei wall has been deployed, though. This is a good time for Twisted Minds.
Quartz, you're hoping Quartz gets an opening pick, but it's actually shy. Snipes Funny Astro. And a cap, too. So it's up to Twisted Minds now if they want to stay in this.
It is so slow. There's so much percentage being drained here. Quartz going to slide out. Simple might get caught as well.
You gotta make a decision. You gotta die or get out. Oh, funny Astro almost gets caught again by Shy.
And now, honestly, if you're Twisted Minds, you start thinking about, do we need to make hero swaps? I really do feel like the composition Twisted Minds are playing right now, it is suboptimal into this new meta composition we're seeing. You can make some individual plays with the Tracer, with the Sojourn, but so very difficult.
It's just the comp that plays slower here is just such a big advantage when you have the point capped already.
Yeah, they're staying alive, they're rotating away from Twisted Minds, not giving them an inch here. Ultimates are coming online though.
They force Leaves block on the point at least, okay, by the Tracer, but Shy is just keeping Overwatch right now on this high.
Hey-o.
Good railgun kill onto Marker though, after that rush has been used. And there you go, okay, Twisted Minds grasping a victory. It's a 98% flip though.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is going to be a big enough of a difference maker. Simple building it earlier than his counterpart on Maka here. And now Twisted Minds, they want to poke and prod early. They need every single opportunity they can get to find an early railgun kill here, or maybe catch someone with TVNT's Graviton Surge coming up. 98% though. Weibo Gaming with 5 ultimates. Such a tough uphill task for Twisted Minds.
Oh man, if TVNT can grab him on the rotate,
Oh,
that's a good pick though. Straight to the dome, Shy goes down. All right, okay. Weibo have got time to back out though.
That's the overclock deployed, but 64% here for Twisted Minds now. And they have the Sound Barrier, they have the Graviton Surge. They're facing 5 ultimates, but they have very powerful ones of their own.
Catch him on the rotate here, just TVNT. He's got the high ground right now with his Graviton Surge. Rush is going to come through onto the point. There's the grab, and it hits him big. Jaywu looking for a nice little pulse.
Oh!
And there it is, Jaywu with a triple pulse bomb kill in the grab. Disaster has struck Weibo Gaming. Oh, they're losing this first point. Jaywu, TVNT.
What a comeback on this point from Twisted Minds. Individual plays out of everybody. Everything had to go right. And Twisted Minds executing brilliantly on this one. Going up 1-0 on New Junk City, looking to advance here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, at least he's been trying to deploy the Sanctuary as well, Johnny, just to no avail. Flux. Whoa! TVNT jumps out of there and they kill Shy. Straight rip the beat. Weibo Gaming, where you at? You're in the wrong postcode right now.
Shy swaps over to the Sojourn. Is this one of more swaps to come? Sunso over to the Ramatra here as well. Leaves him in. Is he going to do his part? Lucio it is. So more of a default kind of composition here. Leave sticking on the Mei for now, just to deploy the Blizzard. Can't expect a Tracer swap to come. But in this fight coming up, Simple is the one with the Kitsune Rush. One of the better ultimates in the game. Jaywu again.
How?
The individual plays from this team.
How has Sunzo been caught on the rotate? I mean, this is going from bad to worse. Cleanup kills are going to come in, Johnny, but it's given them enough time to build up ults.
This feels more like something we saw on Runasapi when it was all Twisted Minds after that initial engage. Weibo Gaming hasn't found anything.
He's given up the Blizzard.
Wow. Leaf swaps over to the Tracer, recognizing that not going to get a lot of value with that Blizzard. It's going to be so difficult to catch anyone. But now, no ultimates of their own, 73%, and Twisted Minds, they can do whatever they want.
Let's have a look from Simple. Quartz going to pull the overclock first, but Sunzo already so low, needs some desperate assistance. The entirety of Twisted Minds right now looking at Sunzo as he just melts. TVNT. That's 2 points now, Johnny. Weibo Gaming had that good first one, but that's a 200 to 98.
This map is quickly getting away from Weibo Gaming.
It feels like it's already gone.
How are they going to come back into this one? Their star players, Shy, Leave, gone missing, and it's all Quartz and Jaywu in this one. Twisted Minds trying to advance here in the lower bracket. Maka has this Kitsune Rush available, but this Graviton Surge so deadly, especially with Twisted Minds already set up in a good position here, and Weibo Gaming forced to make a play. Shy, though,
there we go.
comes alive.
Okay, Shy on the board, leave 2, taking out their mirror matches. And that's what you need. You need these opening kills from Leave and Shy to get the ball rolling.
This is what it's all about. It's not just going to be the ultimates in this one for Weibo Gaming. Yes, you need to win fights on the back of your Kitsune Rush, on the back of Sound Barrier. But where it all starts coming together is when you can line up the railgun frags and the individual plays from your damage players. They need more of that to keep things going.
I fear now for Twisted Minds trying to approach this one with Shy, with the overclock, but the Graviton Surge from TVNT could put a quick end to that. No Pulse Bomb to line up with it, but they might be okay with that. Now the beat available for Lee Soo-min. Overclock's going to get used by Shy. What's the response? Looks like a beat. Lee Soo-min's got a better beat timing now. He's going to cover 5 of them too, as Twisted Minds have to back out of this fight, at least for now.
Don't want any business to do with Lee Soo-min's Sound Barrier here. Going to look for the re-engage as well.
They've got grab. Jaewoo wins the 1v1. Sundu in trouble. Now they just get run over. Oh, it's feeling like that point 1 all over again. Look at the old Twisted Minds have saved as well. They got the bigger bang combo.
They got the Graviton Surge with the Pulse Bomb as well, but still, I like the very hesitant play from Weibo Gaming to hold on to that Kitsune Rush. Mark at that time doesn't match Simple, recognizing that they already dropped a member. And so 85% here for Weibo Gaming now. They're still in a very good position to get this point for them.
TVNT, oh, he's going to get grabbed first there. Nice little bubble onto Quartz, but Quartz still kills Shy. This hit from Leave is good for 2, though. TVNT goes down as well to Shy. Twisted Minds not using their combo. They used it. They could have done, but they were already caught in Weibos, and it's 95%.
Gotta find the Tracer. Where is Jaewoo?
They're going to give it up.
They're going to give it up. Team couldn't follow up on the Tracer touch. No need to do it. And Weibo Gaming are on the board.
You think it's a trivial fight, though, for Twisted Minds, though? This next one is a grab pulse. As soon as that point unlocks, you're hitting that grab pulse, and then you get the point for free.
A lot of pressure on Tamaka. Need to save that Suzu for the Pulse Bomb that could come out.
Well, they're actually just going to use that rush first. They actually catch Sunzo. That's a lot of healing coming in, but it's just too much. They've saved the pulse, saved the overclock as well. A really nice team fight. A cheap one for Twisted Minds as they gain the point.
Yeah, and Jaewoo expected the Suzu to come as well, so he didn't even use the Pulse Bomb that time. Didn't feel like it was the right time to drop it here. So seeing a skirmish back and forth. Again, both of these Sojourners like to be so active and always look for picks. Quartz has this overclock, and we know he likes to wide swing, but at the same time, they're building towards the double support ultimates for Twisted Minds.
Shy's just going to get soloed. He gets to make a health back. Oh, the stick is just too good. Jaewoo does it again. Oh, and Lee Soo-min. He's way far in the back line there. And that's going to be a fight to Twisted Minds. That's a back-to-back. As again, Weibo Gaming on the back foot.
Weibo Gaming on the back foot as well, and no support ultimates for this one, as Twisted Minds draw ever closer to closing out this very series. And they still have the opportunity to go fast if they want to.
Sound barrier for Funny Astro. Lee Soo-min as well, 25% away. Leave, throwing out Pulse. Don't see a kill. Unfortunate. But he's so low actually on the point. He's actually just won. The overclock is going to get pulled from Shy, but Jaewoo wins another DPS duel. This is coming down to the wire now. 10% to go. They're going to try and catch off Funny Astro, but he gets Suzu and bubbled. And now Quartz with the overclock is going to be the biggest thorn in the side. They get the touch, but Lee Soo-min goes down 92% towards the beat. And Twisted Minds have done it. Your world champions, knocking out China's #1 seed from Tokyo.
And that's as dominant play as we expect from the reigning world champions, turning up big time on the very first map and on the last one here, playing the composition they're so very good at, the Lucio Kiriko with the Sojourn. Jaewoo making those plays on the Tracer. That's why he was signed to this roster, to just round things out, improve on this roster alone. And it went 4 maps, it went 5 maps, it even did. So Twisted Minds facing some stiff competition in Weibo Gaming, but you gotta talk about the Runa Sapit, the Oasis, the way they closed out these map wins for themselves. They were so dominant on those 3 maps.
Yeah, Jaewoo just carried though towards the end. That big old draw as well on Kings Row, you can't forget. An incredible series here. And yeah, Twisted Minds, they're continuing this run in this lower bracket now. Virtus.pro obviously waiting in the wings. It's another rematch. Like, we're getting rematch after rematch after rematch from every region, it feels like now. We've got a Korea one tomorrow. We've got an EMEA one coming up in just a moment. Twisted Minds on this revenge tour, Johnny. They want to make it to the finals again.
Yeah, and it really felt like in stage one that Twisted Minds was the better of these two teams, the way they were destroying Virtus.pro in regional play. But I feel like here on the international stage, the way the meta has been developed so far, I think Virtus.pro has a better chance in this matchup than they had once prior.
Let's quickly jump down to the stage, though. Funny Astro with the interview.
さあまずはウィーボーとも激戦でしたし、前の CR の残念ながら 0-3 したという、もう今までだともうありえなかった TM のちょっとなんか初めての弱みを見えたというところなんですけど、チームのメンタル的には今どういったメンタルになっているのでしょうか。So, I mean, this right now, it was, even though it was 3-1, it definitely felt like a very struggling 3-1, like a hard 3-1. And I know even on like Twitter the other day, today you were talking about 0-3, you weren't feeling great. So how is your mental, how's the team's mental right now in this tournament?
I think we're doing a lot better than we were at the start. We're starting to find our groove. We obviously still have some little kinks that we need to work out, but yeah, I think we're confident going into our match against VP. That's a matchup that we're really happy to play. So yeah, looking good.
やっぱり最初の方はちょっと不安定のところがありましたけど、この一戦を超えて、結構そのチームの中もメンタルが良くなってきてるし、VP 相手はやっぱ慣れてる相手なので、結構それに向いて頑張れるかなと思っております。さあ、VP に関してもそうですけど、VP が今回本当にかなり今まで通りよりも強く見せてる一面もあったし、ゼータにも1マップを取ったところもかなりVP の実力が見せてるところだと思うんですけど、VP 相手だとどういう戦略が必要なのか、どういうメンタルで挑んでるのか、ぜひ聞かせてください。So going up against VP, they're looking very strong right now. They were even able to take a game off of Zeta. So how are you thinking about how you're going to beat them? Like, I mean, you don't have to say specific strategies, but it's like, what are you feeling going into the match? Do you feel like it's going to be, an easy 3-0, or you're feeling like it's going to be a little bit more of a struggle than you normally would have had against VP?
I think our games against VP are always close, but like I say, they're our rival from Europe, and we're really confident playing against them. I think they have a bit of a mental block playing against us. So no matter which matchup we play, no matter what comps we're on, we're going to win.
やっぱりVP 相手だと、いつでも激戦にはなるんですけど、向こうがメンタルブロック、やっぱ相手にするのがちょっと苦手意識が持ってるところもあって、どの構成でもどんな戦略取られても勝利できると思っております。Thank you. Thank you so much, Funny Astro! Funny Astro 選手、ありがとうございました。それでは実況席に戻します。Take it back.
All right, Funny Astro, thank you so much for that interview. Cool, calm, collected, ready for that VP bout in a moment.
Yeah, they got another match coming up in very quick succession here. So you just want to take a breather real quick. Just stay calm, collect yourself, try to buy some time to get ready for this very next one. And obviously, we talk sometimes about what series are draining, what sometimes maybe you feel a little bit warmed up.
This one especially.
That was a pretty long series right there, and it's getting late into the evening here in Tokyo, Japan, and so we'll have to see if they can reset appropriately.
Yep, they're going to need to. VP as well have had a long day. Both teams ready to rock and roll. Unfortunately, they're going to have to knock out each other. Not each other. Both of them can't go out, not just yet, but EMEA are going to have a head-to-head after this break.
What's up, everybody? I'm here and for OWCS Tokyo, and I'm joined by everybody's favorite team, Twisted Minds. We're talking today with, of course, Funny Astro and KSA. And first, guys, I just got to ask, when did you guys get into Japan, and what's it been like here in your first few days?
We got in last night. We spent a couple of weeks before that in Korea, so we've been boot camping, preparing hard. But yeah, it's been a decent amount of travel. I think we're ready for the tournament now.
As for me, I actually arrived earlier than the team. I came from Saudi. I couldn't come to the boot camp because I was sick. But I arrived and basically just slept the whole day.
Is there any one particular thing you really want to do while you're here in Japan?
Last night went out for some Japanese barbecue. It was pretty nice. Some unlimited food. It was pretty tasty. I liked it. I'm excited to try some more of that.
As for me, I'll be honest, I have nothing in mind I want to do right now. Mostly just try to help the team win. That's about it.
Does anybody have any travel superstitions? I know you guys, traveling to international competitions. You guys, Astro, you've been doing it for years now. Is there any sort of ritual or routine that you have when you travel?
I used to have a specific pair of socks that I'd only wear to tournaments, but they wore through, so they're gone now.
Is there any one thing here in Japan as a country overall, something you want to experience, see, or do before you leave? What are you excited about here in Tokyo?
We're pretty close to the mountains, so I was hoping maybe we could get one day off and I could go explore over there, maybe get a nice view of Mount Fuji, go for a hike maybe.
As for me, I haven't really thought that much about it. I'll just, after the competition, I'll see what's up.
Okay. All right, everybody. Well, that's been our quick interview here with Twisted Minds. I got to wish them good luck in the rest of the competition. Definitely a lot of expectation for our current world champion team.
Like I do. Let me take it to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's Tomorrowland.
Hello and welcome back one and all one more time for our last match of the day. This series went on and on and on and on, but what a treat it was. Twisted Minds are coming out on top of this one, and that means we're now down for the EMEA show. And I am very excited to see which of the two teams is going to come out on top, because quite frankly, in their last two series, both of them were fighting like tooth and nail in order to make this lower bracket run. Ash, Moxie, and myself are back here to break it all down. Let's talk about how Twisted Minds got this victory, because Weibo did fight back on more than one occasion. What stood out to you?
Ooh, okay. When it came down to Weibo Gaming, I think we could just continue on with that story building when it comes down to Sunzo and Lee Soo-min. This is a team that has leveled up. I was really impressed with the changes that they've made to this roster and the improvements that have come out here. I've always had that conversation, Moxie, about these teams from China needing to kind of grind, fight back in, and we're finally seeing those level ups here from Weibo.
Yeah, Chinese Overwatch has always had like a place in the Overwatch esports like history books. Shanghai Dragons, basically like that old school classics. They've come up with some insane DPS players, but it's great to see the tank players and the support players fully elevated in this current climate. The fact that they were able to actually complete that full push on Circuit Royale and then complete the full hold afterwards. Some insane stuff coming on through, and I like the fact that they tried to go for this Mizuki composition. You can see a lot of teams trying to take advantage of how quickly that one's been able to push on up into the priority of the comps, but unfortunately I think again Korea being able to hide that strategy for a little bit longer means that the teams who are trying to very quickly flip onto the Mizuki play it for one or two fights, realize that it's not quite working out for them and have to swap back.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about the competitions here, because Twisted Minds, earlier on here in this event, we saw them trying out that Cat Bastion, and they quickly, swiftly had to get off of it again because it did not seem to really suit them. In this series, though, they played quite a lot and it looked good.
It did look good, and I think that we also got to see them actually playing it the way that they wanted to. We got a preview of it in that All Gamers matchup to start off the day yesterday, and now into today, we also saw the Cassidy there for Quartz. I think that was a really big difference maker here with the Cat Bastion comp. Him being able to play that Cassidy and really just like nail down the other Cat Bastion on the other side of things was really the big difference maker, I feel like, here for TM.
Yeah, but it's a risk, right? When you're going for the Bastion with the Cassidy, it means that you're not playing something like the Reaper to be able to melt the tank or the Tracer to be able to go in and hit the backline, because the Caster isn't going to be able to help out with the backline unless they're overextending and swinging out much harder. What you are doing is putting much more pressure on things like the Bastion and the Cat, but that means that the backline can be a lot more safer, and if you don't manage to hit your shots, you're not going to be able to find a lot of value with the Cassidy. But Quartz is known. He's been one of those standout hit scans who very quickly crept up into just the anthem that we've seen, like the pantheon coming on out of the hit scan eras. Even the Korean players last year were saying that they were worried about matching up against Quartz with how dominant he could be on things like the Sojourn.
Yeah, no, Quartz has been an absolute threat for many stages now, honestly, and in years almost, right? Generally, Twisted Minds, they've been that one dominant team in EMEA, and VP really struggled all season long to catch up. There just seemed to be that tier gap between the #1 and the #2 seed in EMEA. The last 2 times those two teams faced off against each other, it was Twisted Minds. VP was the only team in EMEA that managed to at least like get a map off of them. So there is hope. Also, again, very different meta. Do you guys think like those two teams scrimmed at all with each other? Like, how familiar are they with each other in the current meta?
I don't know. Actually, I would feel like they did, and I feel like he was trying to take advantage to scrim the other international teams. So they have had the opportunity to definitely watch the gameplay from each other, but I really don't think that was their focus to play each other coming into Champions Clash.
Yeah, especially because like Twisted Minds, they lost a map to VP when VP played a sort of cheese comp on Atlas with the Vendetta, with the Tracer, and that was something that VP were known for last year. That was something that Twisted Minds specifically wanted to remove JWoo from Virtus.pro players. Like, I talked to the team, I was like, why exactly did you pick up JWoo? And they basically said, Yubi decided out of all of the players they could potentially have gone to pick him up and replace him when he goes into more of a coaching role, that JWoo was the one that he truly like trusted to be able to come through with Twisted Minds with the amount of flexibility he was bringing to Virtus.pro's roster. But for me, the big difference is that was Twisted Minds in their region.
Yeah. Right.
We had the skill divide. We talked about it on cast so many times. TM here, Virtus.pro here, the rest of the teams here. But now that we're here in Tokyo, that skill divide, TM being up here and Virtus.pro being here, it started to close. And honestly, with how close Virtus.pro's matches have been against some heavy hitters, it might be on par or past.
Yeah, and we're about to find out. You guys, you know what I'm most excited for in this matchup? There's so many really, really incredible matchups. Just like player versus player, like Psycho versus JWoo. Just like the history in this one. This is going to be so good. Like, I'm actually so excited for this one.
It's an opportunity for Psycho to try and get his revenge against his previous team, right? I think it's such a cool story that we're seeing come together now here in Tokyo. And the interesting thing too is Twisted Minds feeling like they've been a little bit on that back foot. We're finally seeing JWoo heat up in the server within these previous series today. And for Psycho, this has been a VP that have been looking very adaptable here in Tokyo.
Well, Psycho's also been popping up for the matches that Virtus.pro's been playing here. Like yesterday we were waxing lyrative about, you know, Kevster on the Cassidy, but today it's been Psycho being able to come on through with the Tracer, some really impactful pulse bomb moments as well. We know that Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds not really wanting to field towards the Cat Bastion. Virtus.pro have been banning it out. Twisted Minds not wanting to play it all that much themselves because they much prefer the hit scan of the meta coming on through. I think for one of these teams, it's going to be who can actually adjust to the new meta instead of just playing the old.
Yeah, I think that what's going to be interesting as well is we've set up this Virtus.pro team as the one that has been having that quick growth here on LAN. But at the same time, I kind of wonder, do we think they might have a bit of a chip on their shoulder? Could the past ghost of losing to TM so often in their own region maybe be something that haunts them on the stage?
I don't think so, quite frankly. Just like if you're looking at the players as individuals, they're chill like that.
They are.
Yeah, they're chill like that. And also there's a lot of like very much experienced players there. So I don't think they let it rattle them. I feel like if anything, they might just be fueled by it. Like,
yeah, motivation.
I think a lot of players take it as motivation. Like so many of us just we operate out of pettiness at that point, out of spite. And I feel like we got some candidates of that on that stage.
Well, they also, when they were asked like which team they wanted to match up against yesterday, they did not say Twisted Minds. They said Zeta, and then they pulled a map against Zeta earlier. So if that's not a confidence boost, I don't know what is.
Okay, we didn't actually do predictions for that one, but I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who do you have for this one? I feel like this could literally be a coin toss.
I'm kind of going with VP. I'm liking what I've been liking what I've been seeing. I think that for VP, they're playing a lot more into the meta. They look a lot more comfortable doing it. For the side of Twisted Minds, they do still manage to pull off these wins, playing what's been good for them. They're adjusting to that Cat Bastion. But I'm here for the upset potential. You know me, I love a good story.
I mean, recency bias, like we said, Virtus.pro have been performing far better than Twisted Minds currently. But it's so close. It really is. Like Quartz versus Kevster, and then Psycho versus Jaewoo. Like, it's going to be really coming down to the DPS, and I think that's why it's going to be so coin flippy. I'm going to be with Ash here, though. I think Virtus.pro.
I'm going to be contrary, all right? I'm going to go ride or die. I locked in Twisted Minds for this one, I guess. I think there's a lot of clutch potential on the server, like on both of these teams. So it's really just like, it's impossible to really make an educated guess here because it just depends on which of the two teams showed up. VP was incredible clutch in order to get here. They were just the better team in that moment. But overall, the games here in the lower bracket have been close, even though the score doesn't quite suggest that, right? I was super impressed with what you just saw from TVNT. I think he absolutely Zarya gapped in that last match. So I don't know. I feel like they're coming in red and hot. VP had to kind of sit out for a little bit. This was a long series.
It was.
Now, obviously, it doesn't really matter to the players like hot hats. Maybe this is just something that we use here on a desk to fill time. It very well might be. But let's find out which of the two teams is going to stay alive and continue their run tomorrow, and which team will be sent packing. We're going to get those teams on that stage very soon. Tiger will take care of you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. Night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. Night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. About it, we are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone.
Out a little bit about their trip here so far. So what has been the best thing you guys have eaten so far? You've only been here for about a day. Have you guys had a chance to explore? What'd you get a chance to eat?
Ooh, I went to this ramen place close to our hotel last night, and it was so good.
Yeah, that ramen's great.
I went to like a convenience store this morning, got like an egg sandwich and some like fried chicken they had. It was so good.
So if you had to spend an entire day in Tokyo with just one of your teammates, who would it be and why?
Oh, probably Psycho.
Psycho?
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Because the rest of my team don't like to do stuff, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's relax, play the game.
Yeah, Psycho's got like a chill vibe as well. I think he would get into some stuff. What about you?
I think I'd have to go with FACEIT. I get lost a lot. I need FACEIT to, keep me going the right way.
All right, so one of the questions I was going to ask is like, who is most likely to get lost and why? So you're immediately like, why? Does he have a history?
Yeah, kind of. He sucks with directions. Anything doesn't know where he's going.
What's one event that you got lost, or anytime?
さあということで皆さん最後の試合盛り上がる準備できてますか？ さあ全力で楽しんでいきましょう。それでは選手の入場です。まずはこのチームツイステッドマインズ。対するはバータースプロ。ローアブラケットセミファイナルツイステッドマインズ VS バータースプロの一戦です。それでは実況席よろしくお願いします。
Matt, it has turned into a long day here in the arena. Two veteran squads, no stranger to opposing one another in crucial matches, and now one of them must be sent home.
Yeah, the only two people who've been in the venue longer than us has been Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds today. I mean, they have been here all day battling through the lower bracket, and it's good. I mean, I'm excited because we've done a lot of EMEA throughout this year, and these two teams kind of like battling it out. Really, Twisted Minds getting the better of VP, a lot of it. But if there was one time where I think VP could kind of take them, I might be this event right now. They're playing pretty good.
You look at a player like Kevster, who didn't make it to Lands for what?
Yeah.
Did he make it not at all last year?
I mean, it was the first one, and then that was it.
It was a brutal drought for him as a player, given his storied history, right? And now he comes to Tokyo, and if there's one player who's come alive for Virtus.pro, it's Kevster, right? Like,
yeah,
what he pulled off against Weibo on the Cassidy was absolutely disgusting.
And these two teams, I mean, we already have the map selection and the bans already on through. So a Cassidy ban comes through here, and then also a Ramatra ban. So it's VP who they get. It's the map pick here for Twisted Minds. They defer the ban over to VP. VP gets rid of the Cassidy, which I guess, like, Cassidy's obviously strong for courts as well, but Kev has been on fire with it. I think VP may try and play Cat Bastion here against them.
Like, I think that's what the Cassidy ban signals.
Yeah.
Right? Because the Cassidy has been part of the linchpin of countering this strategy. And the Ramatra ban is also pretty interesting. I mean, Ramatra has been played a decent amount, but hasn't been like a core meta choice. So maybe both teams saving something in reserve to go deeper into a series. Even VP, they banned the Cassidy here, but I'd be surprised if they don't use it themselves going deeper down the stretch in this series.
Yeah, the one thing I can think of is that Virtus.pro, specifically Icenom, has gone over to the Ram constantly, like against some of these different types of comps, right? Like especially some of the Sigma looks. So maybe there's something that TM have kind of pulled together that's a little cheeky as the crowd here loves them some EMEA Overwatch here as we got one more game to see who makes it to Championship Sunday.
It's great to hear the energy in the arena. Still going strong for this final match of the day.
So VP come in the underdog. I think that is, without question.
Wait, hold up. Jwoo? My man? No. Just kidding. It's been a long day. Let me have some fun.
Jake was a little tired in the back, and once he sees some Junkrat, he starts to perk up a little bit. He's like, hey, hold up. Okay, so Virtus.pro come out. They're going to play some Sim here, where no cat. Interesting, yeah. So they're going to play Juno Brig here for Twisted Minds. That's an interesting look, but it looks like already they're going all the way back to the spawn.
I like this choice. I think the Sim is a serious problem for the Juno Brig, and even Astro goes over to the wing. We're getting wild and wacky in this
Brig.
I don't know what to think.
I mean, it is late, but
it's late for these teams too, man. Test of endurance here in the arena. First cap goes to Virtus.pro uncontested. An odd start to the series, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, TM basically gives it up, right? By, going back to the spawn and making these changes is Simple putting some pressure on the Kev. Can't exactly go in, kind of chase him down. The Zarya bubble there on the Simple will keep him up. Railgun shot just barely misconnecting.
Virtus.pro staying on the front foot with this Bastion Sim. Another TP forward threatens Quartz, who disrespects it. Looks like a fake TP, and they come and punish the Brig. Vulnerable, especially to the DPS that Virtus.pro are fielding. Twisted Minds really not getting much fight of anything so far in this map.
Well, with TM, right, with their composition, they're kind of banking on some of these fights going a little bit longer, right, where the Brig healing can start to kick in, right, and some of the Wuyong damage, because if these fights go pretty fast, which they have in favor of VP, the comp doesn't have enough like survivability just overall, right? They kind of need to kind of keep those going for a while. It's going to be a venture pick here. For so odd. We have not seen him play this the entire tournament.
I mean, it's good against the Sim, but I mean, for me, kind of terrible against the Bastion. I mean, the raw DPS throughput, you just cannot tolerate that on the Venture. Quartz, though, finds Fixa, an opening on the Lucio. Could be the opportunity that they needed to get back into this round. Simple. Pops the rally, but the Kitsune rush, devastating damage, overwhelms TBNT Zarya. A bash forward in desperation towards Kevster's Bastion, but he remains healthy. Number 3! From nowhere? How did that happen? The TP bomb?
Oh, that is brutal there for Twisted Minds. Both support ults. Now we're making changes there.
Psycho Sim, not the hero I would have expected him to come out on. And it's definitely not one I expected him to be making plays like that.
A little Psycho revenge game, right? Going up against Twisted Minds. They're going to go aggressive behind this beat.
He's in trouble. Quartz already down. Overwhelmed. Desperation for Twisted Minds. The grab is out. Eaten to add insult to injury. Not that it makes a difference. Twisted Minds, a shadow of their former selves. They need to wake up immediately, Matt. Virtus.pro, a statement map victory, a round victory, I should say, but where was TM in that? What are they doing with these picks?
That was wild. I mean, a lot of different hero selection, compositions that we do not see often from Twisted Minds. Have not seen throughout the tournament from anybody making those types of comps come together. Maybe just kind of trying something. Maybe there's something in scrims that potentially works here against Virtus.pro, but taking a look at the stats, I mean, TVNT had a rough one. Really, everybody from the side of Twisted Minds had a pretty brutal game there as we go into the next round. And, okay, so Virtus.pro is clearly adopted to the meta. They're not playing the Cat, but we saw Virtus.pro do this against Weibo Gaming on this one without the Cat. Twisted Mind's going to try and play Mauga here. Mauga with a Juno Brig. This is a very old comp.
They're going to try to overwhelm. Here comes Mauga straight to the backline, trying to get on top, but a deft use of the Sim teleporter gets Psycho and his allies up to the high ground and into a safe position. Once again, TVNT dives into the backline, a big stomp on top of Kevster, followed up by Quartz, and this time he'll make good on the promise.
Yeah, and I think the one thing here for Virtus.pro, right? You don't have the ability to kind of get that bash in the sky, right? And really kind of avoid the Mauga stomp, right? So you get rid of, would you be surprised if they went Cat here? No, maybe for,
I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
They're going to just put a Reaper in the mix. So just ditch the Sim, and I guess when TVNT comes in, they're just going to try and punish really hard.
Let's see what Psycho can get done on this Reaper. He's going to be crucially important. Simple also making some space on the point. Quartz already forced up the high ground, but willing to cede that ground. He's got some good space from which to fire. TVNT, a big stump again. Great form, though. Keeps Kevster alive. Fixa gets caught in the chaos, and Jwoo hunting, pecking from the sides, finds his second.
Yeah, and I think if I'm Virtus.pro, I would love to see them kind of go to his Jetpack Cat. That is a pulse bomb that would have been insane to connect with. This place would have went nuts.
A little speculative, but we'll allow it. Jwoo with 3 on the fight. And the Mauga finding some purchase for Twisted Minds.
It's just now for Virtus.pro. You're making Kevster such an easy target, right? Like, the idea with the Jetpack Cat in the mix with the Bastion is to get Bastion up in the sky, make him kind of like, you can't really engage with him. This feels like it's perfect for Twisted Minds to play into. And I mean, now you're going to have Rally. When you have the Ray, it's going to be even stronger. I mean, feels like VP maybe playing for that sound barrier, then maybe making some adjustments. It'll be the Kitsune Rush here for Landon. Getting Reaper inside of it. That's going to be the Rally used.
Overwhelming damage, trying to come over the top. TVNT, the Ray is going to sustain him through, but a sound barrier allows Psycho to continue to fight despite the rally. Cage, though, could be just too much for Virtus.pro to respond to. Landon trapped like a rat, dropped down by the dual miniguns. TVNT will have them all, and this could be another round back as quick as the first.
I mean, this is a slaughtering here. Twisted Minds have bounced back in a massive way. So it'll be a self-destruct from Ice Gnome here. He gets a touch, and Simple will chase him down. And just like that, we are 1-1.
And I have to agree with you, Matt. Where was the Jetpack Cat? It would have been, I think, so nice against a Brig, right? Like, what is she gonna do against a Flying Bastion?
Yeah, I mean, that's not much. I mean, 2 rounds down, one heavily in favor of VP, the other heavily in favor of Twisted Minds. I mean, it feels like if you're going to run that Bastion there, you would have most certainly needed the Cat.
If I didn't know any better,
he might have just avoided altogether.
If I didn't know any better, I'd have said that they banned Cat this map. Like, it really...
Right, yeah.
With the way the meta has shaped, and both of these teams have played the Jetpack Cat Bastion, have looked good with it. Maybe just fearing that the counter picks are too strong. Simple going to be happy to be on the Brig in this matchup. Against the D.Va, going to be easy to consistently proc that Inspire.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds, let's see, they're going to wrap around towards the right side. For a second there, I thought maybe they would have wanted to make some changes, potentially, but it'll be Psycho here getting the TP down. Going to be able to kind of go from high ground to low. TP's gone, killed there by TM.
Space taken from Twisted Minds here. In a dominant position on point, a TP forward onto Quartz. Sends him for a quick rotation slide, but the team quick to recoalesce around him. Now, a bit of advantage for Virtus.pro. They're the ones to put a dominant pressure on point. Still, Quartz with the wide angle means you're never safe, you're never comfortable in this matchup.
Oh, TP, they go in aggressive. Okay, they put some pressure down on a Simple here.
Oh, Jay-Woo. From behind with the Tracer, devastating with these dual pulse pistols. And without Kevster, damage severely lacking for Virtus.pro. Feels like a matter of time. TVNT will find the next, and it's turning into dribs and drabs, a stall game for Virtus.pro, but an inevitability. Twisted Minds looking comfortable. Every TP responded to beautifully by Quartz.
You know, VP, we've obviously seen them succeed with a lot of comps here at Champions Clash, but for me, I feel like they were playing this Bastion Cat at a higher level than probably Twisted Minds was, and then Twisted Minds is not going to opt into like mirroring it, right? So if you can kind of take them out on it, potentially would have been in a pretty good spot. So it'll be point control here for Twisted Minds, Rally and Ray available here. So a very strong combination, a very difficult point to take back. It's going to be contested for an extremely long time as Railgun shot there and Afixa not enough to finish him off though.
Quartz comfortable in his element, an instant headshot. Sends Landon scurrying for cover. Kitsune rush, buys a little bit of space, but Twisted Minds continue to twist the screws. Ray over the top and a beat force out from Fixa. Can they find that offensive utility? No, it's Simple into the fray with the rally. Eisnom does find Quartz in the chaos. The sim wall further providing a bit of space and cover for VP to work with, but TM still in control here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got TVNT here with a self-destruct as well. You're going to be able to extend this for an extremely long period of time. He's going to get demeched here, going to use it. As Jay-Woo finds Fixa. Jay-Woo has been unbelievable here to kick this one off, but Ice Gnome gets him right back. So the Tracer out of the action. It's going to be Kev's chance with an overclock here, Jake, as we're already at 70% here.
Needs to come up big.
Minds.
One shot connected, Simple with a depth shield to block the second. Shield broken, a rail to the back, but where's the finish? Maybe it's coming for you, Kevster. TVNT desperate for the kill, but can't find it, loses the suit. Simple and Quartz, though, find their mark, and now Jay-Woo ready to clean house.
I mean, just the level of play from Jay-Woo right now is at such a high level. I mean, you can kind of see, right, like how important he was to add him to this roster, just give them that explosive Tracer play. And he may kind of carry them here to this first map win as Fix is just going around the outside trying to get a touch.
Oof. They came out so strong, Matt. Twisted Minds were reeling on round one, and a completely different story in the following two.
Yeah, and the rally there, we don't catch it from Simple's POV, but rally bash denies Fixa from actually making it there towards the point. So TM.
A little bit of love there for Jay-Woo from Quartz. I'd love to see. I mean, Jay-Woo had a big map. He came back in a major way after that first round.
I mean, sheesh. I mean, he was kind of farming.
22-2.
It's crazy as well, thinking about how that first round looked so good for VP, and then seeing the stats at the end of this with the TM win. it's like, how did they take that first round? I think a lot of the first round, maybe looking back on it, was TM going all the way back to spawn and switching their comp, giving up that early point, and then control to the sim, and never really being able to get it back.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, when teams fully yield the mid-fight on control. You're basically on retake from the first fight. Cheeky little TP bomb play from Psycho, showing what's possible on the sim. I also feel like, TM kind of beat themselves on round 1. And then maybe they right the ship, right? It's just maybe a momentary lapse. They come back in so much stronger. The Mauga comp looking well practiced here. Still,
if they would have won Cat here, I think they could win that round.
I totally agree. I think this Brig is really powerful into the Lucio matchup, especially with Lucio nerfed. I really don't mind the Brig at all. The reason I think we don't see her much in this tournament is because of Jetpack Cat, right? Like, Brig has no ability to deal with flyers. And Jetpack Cat Bastion is just about the most devastating flyer in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could have given them a lot of trouble, like some other teams have given TM some trouble here. And this is really what kind of gave them the momentum to storm back. I mean, this second round was not particularly close. And then, look, you guys just watched the third round. I don't need to tell you what happened there. I mean, just TM just kind of walk over them. So now, for Virtus.pro, like, how do you think they view this series, right? I would have thought potentially they would have looked at it as, let's kind of do what we've seen some teams do with it. Twisted Minds has been pretty public. They don't love playing Jetpack Cat Bastion. So, like, maybe kind of just stick it to them in that. But it almost doesn't seem like that's where VP wants to go. And I kind of get it from the sense that Kevster's been that good, but Kev's played the Bastion at a really high level here, too.
I like Kevster on the Bastion. I think he has a really strong look on the hero. I agree with you. I think they've played the overall comp really nicely. And this is a team that's, to Funny Astro's point in that post-game interview, they've lost too many times before. You'd almost want VP to be willing to take some risks here, to take some gambles. But a straight-up heads-up battle like that, and one that TM are comfortable in, feels like we almost already know how that plays out. VP, though, bring us to New Junk City. They haven't lost here, to my knowledge, right? So far this tournament.
I think so. Yeah, they've been great.
It's been disgusting. They have wiped the floor with their opposition on New Junk City.
Yeah, and I wonder what VP decides to do in terms of, like, ban here, right? We saw the Ramatragon in the first map, and then we saw the Cassidy. So we'll see where VP decides to go in terms of the banning process. We can take a look, though, Simple. Playing Brig, I mean, a pretty fantastic game. And also, I mean, look, a part of this kind of stat line and like the performance goes into, there was really no punishment for the Brig. No real attempt to kind of collapse on the Simple there in rounds 2 and 3.
Yeah, when you're on the back foot and Brig can get up there and be that threat, not just defensively, but offensively, right? That changes the game. Simple, one of those players, when I see a Flexport player on Brig, I know they're always going to be looking for those opportunities, ready to strike, and Simple just had a great read of that in that last round. The last 2 rounds, really. Just, they couldn't respond to him. Every dive in from those Sim TPs responded to well, making sure Quartz was always healthy, always ready to fight.
What do you think the ban? Okay, so the first ban here is going to be from Team. They're going to get rid of the Sim, which I know rare to see Twisted Minds get rid of the Symmetra, but I actually like that call. I mean, Psycho, that was pretty effective in that first round with the Bastion.
Honestly, strategically, I understand this from TM. Like, VP have shown they really want to play this Sim. As a fan, I want to see VP off Sim. I want to see Psycho taking the Tracer duel. And yes, it's Jabu on the other side. That's not a matchup you're excited to see. But for Psycho as a player, I think that's one that he needs to take if they want to win this series, if they want to show real fight, real threat, which is what is needed to stay alive. Remember, one of these teams is going home at the end of this series.
Do you think VP would think about a Diva ban at some point?
It's an option. It's interesting. Right? I mean, TM have probably leaned more heavily on the Diva than just about any other team in this tournament.
In the world, probably over the last like year and a half. And like, Isome's pretty good on Diva. I wouldn't say it's like kind of the pick for him. So maybe they get a Zarya ban. Okay, so that's one that TVNT can also partly play, right? So potentially you're worried about some of the compositions that TM can do with that Zarya in action. So yeah, I think there could be a potential opportunity because we've seen Ice play the Ramatra at a really high level, right? As we take a look at the top banned heroes. Man, people are still worried about the sim. Just the mobility, it just kind of messes the game all up for everybody.
Pretty interesting how relatively little Cat and Bastion have been banned compared to their prevalence, their place in the meta. I mean, it's come to the point where people are playing Bastion as a conventional hit scan now, right? Like, you're not even with the Cat comp. They're just valuing what Bastion can offer, the incredible damage throughput, ability to just churn through tanks and damage dealer supports alike. Will it be featured here on New Junk City, though? This has been a map type, or rather a specific map that we've seen, I think, more of the Sojourn than the Cassidy. People wanting that ability to just maybe be less cooldown reliant for that hit scan.
I mean, you could play, like Twisted Minds could play something like could you see them play some of those Mei comps?
I like the Mei. I wonder for either of these teams, they've almost toyed with bringing out the Mizuki, but
Kev is pretty sick on the Mei. I mean, Jacob can play the Mei as well, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't really feel like maybe TM's like preferred style of play, right? Like in terms of how that Mei looks, but it's definitely something that I think they can work in. I imagine for VP, we're going to get Kev on some sort of hit scan and then Tracer from Psycho with the sim gone.
You could look at the Zarya ban as enabling Cassidy, I think, on New Junk City, where, I mean, Cassidy's ultimate weakness as a hero is a comp that just runs you over, right? That like disrespects your close range threat and just dominates you even where you are strong, right? The Reaper, the Zarya, just, you know, no fear, tanking the flashbang, take a bubble, keep running. Cassidy just doesn't have great tools to respond in that kind of an all-out aggression scenario. You take the Zarya out of the equation, though, and it's a lot more difficult to see a strat that overwhelms in that way.
You look how high Funny Astro's headrest is. I mean, that is, it's the first thing I
thought
saw.
you were going to say
cameras.
he's looking so happy, his spirits are so high, the headset.
He's got that ready to like.
He's got that crank, dude.
TVNT is just chill maxing in between games.
I love when TVNT goes on the full layback. I've been watching.
Full recline mode. I mean, maybe that was why Funny Astro has the headrest that high. Maybe he knows something different when he leans that chair back and he can take a little snooze in between
med mode.
But yeah, I think that's a good call to Cassidy, right? Because Kev has played. I mean, if you were to make a highlight reel of Kevster,
a monster on this
you
map.
can make a 3 or 4 minute highlight reel of Kevster just on this map, just playing Cassidy. So like, I think that's a really good shout on getting rid of that Zarya and maybe kind of powering that up. But I also think Psycho's looked really good on Tracer throughout this event, so I don't think it's that crazy or worrisome here for Virtus.pro that the sim is gone.
Yeah, like I get that they like the sim and it's, they've looked comfortable playing around it, trying to turn one of those historical tools for Twisted Minds against them. But flexibility, the name of the game in modern Overwatch, and both of these rosters have it in spades. It's a question of how they deploy it.
So VP has played, ice on the ball in the past, but would be a little odd in this one. Most likely, I mean, we have not seen the go towards this at all. I think for Twisted Minds, this is like a comp that, well, yeah, I mean, you could see them play this. Yeah, I mean,
right?
This is, yeah.
I mean, Simple's going to speed ring and swap to the carry in this comp.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, this is bread and butter. This is comfort. This is, frankly,
but isn't that like what you wouldn't want, like, to allow them to just play the comfort? Because, like, we've seen this match in EMEA how many times now?
It's tough, the devil you know versus the devil you don't.
True.
See what Kevster can get done with the Ramatra frontlining. No Zarya to overwhelm him. There's certainly going to be opportunities for this Cassidy.
Ice has looked nice on the Ram, though, throughout this tournament, as you see Kev.
Ooh, wait, put some good early damage down. Psycho gets the cleanup. Oh, but Simple from range drops Kevster with some spam kunai. That's massive. Gives Twisted Minds a chance to fight back into this one. VP need to close the gap, need to activate Ice Stomp's Ramatra, but the vertical mobility advantage to D.Va.
Yeah, and they always have to be worried about the quartz, right? As TVNT gets low, he's going to get some healing there towards the end as Ice Gnome takes a railgun shot, not fully charged though, so nobody in control of the point just yet. Both teams, I was going to say back at full strength, but Landon and Kev fall. And this most certainly will result in a Twisted Minds point take.
Great awareness from TVNT. Punishes Kevster off the respawn. Landon even TP's back in a fruitless attempt to save the core hit scan. Twisted Minds really playing that fight to perfection, taking the challenge, but always being ready to punish that respawn. That was their ultimate goal the whole time.
TM's going to rack up some percentage here. I mean, Quartz going to get very close to an OC as Psycho takes a railgun shot there. This is going to be really tough, I think, on Kev, right? You were talking about it, but like, TVNT, Jehu, even Simple gets really aggressive into the back line, and can they keep that Cassie alive? As shot there for Quartz connects, gonna have to heal everybody up here for VP, but he's got an overclock here really early.
Nice shield buys quite a bit of space here, but Rush comes out from Simple, trying to take it right back. Landon responds in kind. Quartz finds himself in an awkward angle, trying to fall back. Kevster able to fight strong on the rush. TVNT dropped just percentage points before self-destruct. Now, advantage, and Kevster will clean it up. Finds one more on the fight, Landon with another, and the flip comes back in for Virtus.pro. On top of a positive economy trade, this puts them right back into the match.
And I think TVNT thought he was actually going to be able to survive enough to get that self-destruct and then maybe be able to get it back and then kind of extend that fight. That's where you kind of see divas like him and Ziad, like they kind of just push it all the way to the absolute max and just time that one. No, not exactly, as TVNT takes some shots there. Going to make it back to the rest of the team, though.
Yeah, Disruptor spot, buying a bit of space and time. Opportunity on the defense. Quartz with the OC. Fixa ready to respond with the beat, but holds his nerve for now. A better beat as well. Funny Astro only finding 3. A dominating economy trade for Virtus.pro. But will it be enough? They need the kills to clean this fight up. TVNT with the Celtic. And Psycho Bomb Jewu. Okay.
Hold on, but Quartz answers back with a railgun shot. So we'll see how Twisted Minds decides to play this. Virtus.pro very close to taking the lead here. He does have the Annihilation to work with, but just going to back out here. Has the shield to play with. Doing a nice job kind of rotating through the cooldowns.
Absolutely boxing them out on the Ramatra. No ultimates left in the tank for Twisted Minds. 20% to that rush. It feels a long way away. Jewu now forced to stall, but Annihilation comes out. Funny Astro drop. No hope to come through that choke point. Eisnom takes a bit of poke in the trade, but with the player advantage, Quartz dropping low. A rush from Simple desperately tries to keep this team in the fight. High Noon, opportunity for the repeat. TVNT, though, holding on to this OT. Better rush onto the point, though, provides a decisive advantage for Virtus.pro. Will it be enough? They need to find these kills. TVNT loses the suit and has to come back down to the point to keep the OT running, where Kevster more than happy to claim the skulls.
Kev is cleaning up still. VP, they battle back. They end up taking that first point. I love the way that Icenom played it, like at the start of that fight, right? TVNT moves through the choke. He sees Funny Astro directly behind him. What he vortexes, keeps Funny Astro locked down, and then just pops Annihilation, just kills him instantly. Gives him that advantage in terms of supports right away. And guess what? VP is going to get control over the high ground here early as TM's in a weird spot.
Lucios have been odd notice this tournament. Very vulnerable to the amount of damage throughput coming through against them. But now in a much more open flashpoint, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Ramatra to hold these chokes down. TVNT putting a lot of pressure on the point. For now, Virtus.pro reeling. A peek through on lower, but you find yourself fully corralled. Quartz with all the room to work with. And Eisnom just overwhelmed. Too much damage comes through. Hold on. Overconfidence, though. Kevster finding that kill back provides an opportunity for Virtus.pro, but they need to get more out of the fight. And maybe Kevster will do it with the beat from Fixa.
I was like, there's no way they're going to beat this. I mean, hey, if Kev is shooting like that, who cares if you don't have your tank? You use whatever you can to keep him up. I mean, the sound barrier, he gets one. They kind of even it up 4v4. Then they end up using the beat there to keep him alive. And that is allowing VP to climb back into this one. A rough map 1 for Virtus.pro, but looking to take their second flashpoint here would be a hot start.
Rare mistake from Quartz to open that fight. Kevster shut him down and brought his team kicking and screaming. Early beat from Astro, though. They need to find some quick kills off the back of this. Kevster gets low, but support is good. Landon, the rush stabilizes the backline. Kevster with the High Noon as well provides a bit of purchase for the team. A self-destruct from TVNT will mitigate this repush, but he takes massive damage on the Risu. Pulse Bomb drops him out again, and Eisnom looking for more. The rush is a threat, but Kevster is yet more dangerous. 6-shooter, all he needs. But Quartz finding that counter kill. The mech drop. What? TVNT. How does he do it?
I mean, he remax on top of Fixa and takes him out. We'll see if that is good enough.
Psycho?
Okay, Psycho finds one. Hold on. So still doable. Landon's here, keeping Isom alive somehow.
Psycho needs maybe one more in this fight. It's not going to be easy to find. Simple refuses to give anything for free. And TVNT back in the suit. Surely he's done enough to clean this up. Kevster poking from the outside with the assistance of Fixa, but without a tank, feels impossible.
Well, hold on.
Kevster's still going to take the challenge.
Kev kills Funny Astro. You have Psycho here, and then you're going to have Ice getting back here off spawn here in just a second. Now, Funny Astro will be back in the fight quick, but still maybe a brief window of an advantage as Porch just slides across. Dangerous position he was in there, so now it gets to a better spot. It'll be Kev walking out with the Deadeye trying to open this up.
A lot of space gains. No capitalization just yet. Quartz with the OC now in a dominant spot over the top. A body shot into Kevster won't be enough for a kill. Eisnom definitely slips away on the low ground, but he's running out of gas, needs huge support. Fixa,
beat.
99 to the beat, and comes out just in time. Virtus.pro now forced to fight this out on point. Simple with the rush from the high ground. Quartz finds Landon, and without the Kiriko, surely this is too much to ask for. Kevster needs something in this fight. We've asked for more from him in the past, and he has found a way to deliver, but this time, Jawa with the pulse denies the hope.
For Kev to do what he did at the beginning of this point and TM to take it, I mean, that is tough to swallow if you are Virtus.pro. You cannot really ask for more from Kevster there. I mean, just kind of dominating at the start of that flashpoint as TM somehow tie it up. One flashpoint apiece. Virtus.pro will get here to control the high ground. Yet again, TBNT just get to mech back, so they had to stall for just a little bit for him to get that one. But you do have, Landon does die early in the previous fight. That allows him to kind of have this Kitsune rush here. But Astro does have beat, Jake. They may just kind of run in.
They're going to go for it anyway, trying to overwhelm Kevster. The carry is good, but it's not good enough. Jawu finds his mark in the chaos. Now, Virtus.pro desperately scrambling, and they do grab Simple in the trade, which might just be enough. Eisnom stays healthy on the point. The Vortex defends his team, but TBNT still poking and prodding for more. Eisnom says, enough is enough. Gonna double down, push into Quartz's position, try to route this hit scan of Twisted Minds. TBNT loses the suit, has to self-destruct from a purely defensive position here.
Yeah, I mean, they need Kev back in the fight, though, right? They were just so low in terms of damage. It is VP connecting and holding the point. The Deadeye here for Kev, trying to see if he can catch somebody out. TBNT with the defense matrix, but he's in a weird spot, though, Jake. He gets hindered and gets demech'd.
Mech is out. Annihilation from Eisnom, though, could overwhelm. For now, it's just enough to take down TBNT, but Quartz finds Fixa on the rotate. With limited players alive, Eisnom into his last and final form, holding on to this point for dear life. But he's flanked, he's assaulted from all sides. Kevster, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Quartz finds another. Landon, though, hold on.
Ice?
Stifles Jabu. Ice takes one as well. Pride cometh before the fall. And fall they do. Twisted Minds with the desperation Malga with Simple falling. It'll be another flashpoint going against them.
This series is going to be wild. Somehow VP pulls that out. Eisnom, Fixa, and Landon still alive on the point as they are able to clutch up as TBNT. Let's see, I know the Maga may have been just to kind of get back to the point, but I also think, like, Kev, they've been taking advantage of Kev. Takes out Quartz there.
He wants more. He's not satisfied. He's picking the choke. There's no hit scan to oppose him. He'll have one and he'll take another now. Forced to fully back off the point. That might even create an opportunity for a free flip.
And this is the comp I think that VP has looked the strongest on throughout the tournament. You know that they have not lost a new Junxidia, and this comp is a big reason why Ice has looked awesome on the Ram, and then Kev just seems to be on another level on Cassie at this event. There'll be a rush from both sides. Nobody in control of the point just yet. Stomp there on the Kev. It's gonna force the beat out.
TBNT runs out of gas. The high noon overwhelms. Kevster fight yet more. Quad feed on the server, looking for more. Jabu has to run for the hills with the recall.
Dude, it is so good to have Kev back at events, man. Just the plays with him on a hit scan, a little bit more focus role here on Virtus.pro than some teams in the past, maybe try to stretch his hero pool. And he is able to just dominate on that hero. Annihilation here for Eisnom as well. And those, support ultimates available. And maybe you decide to get aggressive with that.
Eisnom wants to get aggressive in these choke points. Has found many an opportunity. They swing left on the flank, putting the pressure on the TBNT. The cage fight forces Eisnom into a duel, and one that could be difficult for him to win. Kevster assists the Maga, but gets a stomp in return. TBNT trying to regroup. Now with that lifesteal activated, gonna really put a challenge on the Eisnom, who finds himself on an awkward angle. things falling apart for Virtus.pro. Twisted Minds will reclaim the flashpoint.
And the Maga Stomp seems to be really strong at targeting the Cassidy, right? Time and time again. That time Kev actually just kind of gets inside of the cage. It's a swap from Icenom here over to the Diva. But, you know, Kev gets inside the cage, tries to kind of help his Ramatra stay alive, but constantly TVNT using that charge to try and land right on top of the cast.
Icenom goes over to the Diva, prefers the matchup into the Maga here. With rushes available for both sides, it could be Fix's beat that makes the difference, or maybe just the high noon from Kevster, taking all the space away. TVNT, a desperation charge. Jwoo touching point just to hold the OT. Kevster gets low though, and Malga finds an opportunity. Deep to the backline. Quartz comes in with the OC as well, but maybe TVNT bites off more than he can chew. Kevster now with room to work with, and Psycho takes down the hope of Twisted Minds. That pulse bomb evaporates Quartz. Jwoo and Astro will need to find a way to get this overtime touch, but it won't be easy.
I wonder if Twisted Minds had an idea that Fix had that sound barrier. It builds up to it pretty quick, because Funny Astro only at 90%, and he doesn't get the touch. Virtus.pro able to take map number 2 and tie this series up.
We've got a game on our hands, Matt, and one that looks, at least from the eye test, to potentially be a new era for Virtus.pro. One in which maybe the mental block could start to break down, and I think a lot of it comes from Kevster. His ability to show up in a team's moment of need. This is a map they've gone to time and time again, and it's because Kevster keeps on delivering.
It's just an unbelievable performance yet again from Kev. 15k plus damage. I mean, we saw the clips on Cassidy, and to tie it up, I mean, this is just going to be a all-out slugfest of a series. Two teams that know each other extremely well. It might be a little bit of a different meta, obviously, you know, patch just recently and just kind of shakes things up a little bit, but you know, these two teams, I mean, these are comps we would see potentially in, like, I know, EMEA. Nothing crazy, right? We're not seeing any, like, you know, Bash and Cat on a lot of these maps. Like, it's a lot of, like, okay, we're going to put Quartz and Kevster on hit scans, and we're going to see who dominates.
Sure, something that the fans won't be too upset about, considering the fireworks showcased across this game. Icenom showing why, hey, maybe there's a good reason you might want to consider banning out the Ramatra, but now protected for the rest of the series, right? He's going to be able to keep bringing this out, and it looks like a real problem, right? TVNT goes to the Malga, but then the counterpick of the Diva proves to be an adept response.
Yeah, and I think when TVNT kind of goes to that Malga and they just swap over to the Diva, they feel really comfortable there as well. So it seems like, at least for Ice, right? The Ramatra,
this kill.
That is so stupid. I mean, the fact that he's able to do that is crazy.
That's
is
one
this
of those...
Oh, no, okay, that's the pulse from the corner. I was like, where was the remake kill? I don't know if we'll have that. Oh, right there. Actually, Fix-It just gets stomped on there.
in your peripheral vision.
So now Twisted Minds, a rare map pick for them, right? Especially in these matchups here against Virtus.pro. You know, New Junk City gone. You know, an opportunity, like, would we see them go like a King's Row, right? I mean, that's a possibility. Do you want to go something that, like, even takes the, you know, Cat Bastion maybe off of the map? You know, in terms of, we just saw what? Did TM just play Runa Sapi, right?
Yeah.
No, against Weibo, so maybe that's an option. They played a lot of, you know, kind of Quartz on the Soj, and then no Jwoo Tracer on that map. So maybe we see them just kind of run that back on Runa Sapi and take us to push.
There's so many mind games between these two teams, I'm sure, right? Like, it's such a challenging one to predict because they both know each other so well. And so there's an argument to try to throw a wrench into the works and do something that you think your opponent won't expect from you. By the way,
brother,
what a clip. Like, good thing you had recall, buddy. I was about to drop 5.
Dude, it'd be so fun to be that good.
Yeah, right.
It would
Can you
be
imagine?
so fun, bro.
Oh my god, that was a nice. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it.
Well, the other parts of it would be awesome. Is you know, he's just a prime target for Twisted Minds. As I know, here's kind of like the final fight, right, where TM kind of goes in
this
and maybe,
pulse.
Yeah, that's a sick pulse there from Psycho on the exit, and then they kind of get rid of Funny Astro. As we take a look at Kevster's stats there on New Junk City, this is event-wide as well. I mean, just absolutely farming on that map.
I mean, 24 limbs per 10. He is putting in that work. I also want to give flowers to Psycho. Comes out of the Tracer, has not lost a step. Fantastic to see him on maybe a little bit more of a dynamic playmaker. Like, yes, the Symmetra team plays can be powerful, but for me, I like Virtus.pro better when they're more unleashed, more players who can step up to the plate and hit a potential home run. Twisted Minds, this one's going to put them back on their heels a little bit. They almost certainly come into this series confident, but as maps potentially start to slip away, that can change. And Twisted Minds, they doubled down on the Rialto. They played this earlier today and got obliterated. It completely backfired on them.
All right, so play it
However,
again.
It was a very different match, and I think when you go to that map in terms of your first map pick in the series, clearly it's something that has worked for you. I will also say they got brutally full held on first. We didn't get to see the scope of their defense, which is really why you picked this map.
An interesting choice, especially because we saw VP play this earlier in the day against Zeta, right? And they were kind of awesome against Zeta on this map specifically. Like, it goes right down to the wire. Virtus.pro played a really good game there, so we'll see. Okay, so it's going to be an Alari ban here to open things up, and then the other ban, Jake. Do you get rid of Bastion, maybe? Just to kind of get it off the table?
Yeah, I wonder if they're not just like traumatized by the Sigma Mizuki and maybe get rid of the Sigma, but it isn't really in Virtus.pro's style to pull out what Crazy Raccoon did earlier today. So, it's a tough call. I think when teams know each other this well, when they have this many reps against one another, when they're almost certainly each other's biggest scrim partners,
okay, there we go.
It's hard to call, but they're going to just get rid of the Bastion, ensure there's not going to be any of those Cat Bastion shenanigans, which could absolutely come into play.
Yeah, because VP, maybe you pick this, you get rid of the Alari that protects the Cat as well, right?
Yep.
And then, force them to get rid of the Bastion on the other side. So, no, actually, okay, so VP, it's Team Mac pick, yeah. So they get rid of the Bastion first, so they don't even want to deal with it. So it's not a protective.
It looked like they deferred the ban.
It looked like they deferred the ban on the graphic.
We saw it first, but maybe that was just an error.
Yeah. So VP, they get rid of the Alari. They want to take that potential away from Twisted Minds.
Definitely going to be an interesting one. I wonder if we'll see a different look, a different idea from Twisted Minds. They've had a bit of an opportunity to reflect, to watch the VOD, think, and maybe provide a different approach this time around on Rialto.
It will be VP on defense to open things up here. It'd be huge for this team, Jake, just kind of like big picture. Talking about cracking into the top 3 at International. I mean, that would speak volumes for how this team has progressed. I also think it would speak volumes to the type of players that Landed and Psycho are, right? To do it in EMEA from, multiple different teams now, to be able to crack into top 3 at Internationals would be very impressive from those 2 players specifically.
And for Kevster, what a Cinderella story. One of the best players to ever do it in Overwatch. I mean, one of the most storied players still competing at the highest level. Has been there almost since the very beginning. And still to be outputting a performance like this. Shredding the years like it's nothing.
We'll see what Twisted Minds decides to do here. Sonic Arrow going to give an idea of what VP is trying to play on defense. And then I think, okay, so they're going to go with the Zarya here. Zarya with Brig in the mix. And then the Funny Astro Juno.
This was a fantastic look for them.
Yeah.
In previous matches, TVNT, get him some energy. Be his opportunity to maybe get some revenge on Icenom from last game.
Well, I mean, you're trying to punish Icenom, right? Like, make him as D.Va really just not able to engage or like nice really move. Kind of, be offensive because you're playing into the Brig and the D.Va as Icenom gets up to the high ground there.
TP has to be deployed to refight for the high ground.
A lot of
space. This time from Vixa provides advantage to Virtus.pro. Twisted Minds now reeling, going to regroup on the low ground. Both teams vying for that strategic position.
Decent amount of space, though, gained there by Twisted Minds. They're going to get the speed ring. They're going to go. Psycho not able to get back towards the TP, and he just gets run down, just smoked there by Symbol.
Nice overwhelm. Icenom now desperation, has to come touch the payload. But Twisted Minds ready to receive all comers. A bloodbath here on first point. Twisted Minds with the Zarya finding the response.
Does VP just go ram here? Or do you continue to try and play?
Hate it at all.
Yeah, they're going to go Ram here. You cannot try and, I think, force Icenom into those aggressive plays there on the D.Va into this type of comp. It's quite nasty.
Nice TP forward. Puts Icenom in position to hold this cart. Has to come into the form, though, and as this ticks out, you could find yourself in real trouble. Quartz pops the OC over the top, looking for an angle, doesn't find anything just yet. Good evasion, and Kessler takes his back and shuts him down. The car wash sends JWoo packing, and now with the high noon, Kevster reclaims position, rally bash, shuts him down for the moment, and in the thick of the grab, the beat, not enough to sustain. JWoo finds his mark with the pulse bomb, but Vixa finds one back, and the rush is keeping Icenom stable for the moment. Hold on, they might be clutching this.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Simple here with Funny Astro. Funny Astro getting close here towards that Ray. As Funny Astro's going to pop the Ray here, Jake. You still have TVNT alive, but you lose Simple. You have Psycho coming off a spawn with the rest of VP, and Icenom still really healthy.
TVNT is just too energized. Zarya, indomitable in those final fights with energy. Definitely got pushed to their limit, though. That one was not as easy as you might have hoped. Kevster being able to shut down that overclock forced a heavy expenditure from Twisted Minds to cap first.
And I mean, Icenom went from like 100 HP to 0 there. But felt like a second. So JWoo now is going to play the Pharah here. Change it up. So we've seen him on Pharah kind of at moments throughout the tournament. So trying to put some pressure, right? The Pharah can put pressure onto the Cassie, but also like there's no way for Psycho to really engage with the Pharah. If you're going to use that TP, try and punish them for using it.
The spam is going to be oppressive here. Twisted Minds working the angles, comfortable playing a long, slow fight. Virtus.pro ultimately harassing, but not really going to be able to commit to anything before this corner.
Just rockets and poke coming down here for Twisted Minds. This TVNT is still really charged up, Jake. I mean, you don't have the support ults here for Twisted Minds, which puts him in a weird spot, but he's already at another grab.
I mean, he's doing so much. Icenom can only really vie for time, but the corner's a difficult place to break. Like this long-range Pharah spam, ultimately, you're gonna have to get aggressive. You're gonna have to force some kind of an opener here.
I mean, you're gonna get a grab plus barrage here in just a second.
That could be enough. Wants to find his way through to the backline, catch those DPS and supports, or maybe you just overwhelm Icenom. Virtus.pro with the bank of ultimates of their own. Not gonna be an easy position to break. One of the most devastating defensive holds in the entire game here.
Both teams decided to just farm up for 10 ultimates across the board here.
Rush comes out first. Landon, a bit unforced there. TVNT won't even back down. Quartz with the OC, though, not finding any value. A grab on the underside of the stairs, catches two, but the beat keeps him alive, not for long. Kevster drops the withering of the barrage. It's still not enough. The sim wall, Vixa, Landon. Supports are the ones to find the kills in this fight.
I mean, dude, that grab from TVNT was pretty sick.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm not gonna lie, that was sick.
Yeah, captures two players above him on the stairs, because kind of like drops it in, and it just kind of sucks them down from that high ground, and they kind of wrap. Simple trying to put some damage down into it, but BP able to get a hold. It's going to be
aggression.
The rally used here by Simple. They're going to use
Double
Ray here as
support.
well. What?
Icenom is low, though. Hold on. He was deep on that, but he gets bailed out by the team. Two support ults thrown in essentially for nothing. I mean, the Heinlein from Kevster came out, but you're happy to take that trade any day of the week.
Wild. I mean, you rarely see TM do stuff like that.
Punished. Now, maybe an opportunity, though. But Virtus.pro quick to regroup, quick to stabilize the health bars, and Landon 70 to that rush. Twisted Minds need to find something in the next few moments with their spam.
I mean, only a minute on the clock here, Jake. Not a lot of time.
Deadly at range, those big shots on the enemy DPS. Force Twisted Minds to regroup and play things slow. That buys the time for Landon to get towards the rush, and with 50 seconds on the clock, a tough ask for TM.
I mean, you're not going to get support ultimates for Twisted Minds. Quartz and JWoo dangerously low. Kitsune Rush comes on in as we are well below a minute on the clock. Ice just hunts down Simple.
Great evacuation, but
you can stall this a little bit too. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
This is going to be rough because there's a long road back.
Yeah.
No obvious overtime toucher.
Well, this has been brutal for Twisted Minds. TVNT does have a grab that's not exactly going to help them. I mean,
JWoo has to touch
the cart. Yeah, I mean,
20 seconds. Considering your options, JWoo, better safe than sorry, and it seems like Virtus.pro might just allow this overtime to come in. They're going to back off and play the corner that has been The linchpin of their defense.
They have beat. I mean, maybe you engage fast with beat here. It's going to be overclock and
Someone's got
Deadeye.
Whoa, Deadeye gets Astro. Beat stabilizes. Kevster battles back from inside the grab. Finds 2. And the team cleans up. Twisted Minds. It looked possible for a moment, but the beat from Fixa prevents all possibilities, and that hold is gonna sting. Twisted Minds caught in the web there for longer than they would have liked.
It's a great defense from VP. I mean, pretty fast point A take there for Twisted Minds, but not good enough to be able to kind of push to that second checkpoint. As I know Virtus.pro did a great job kind of holding that corner.
I mean, think about that double support ult thrown in. Like, I believe Eisenam got booped down to the low ground by a Farconk, and they thought maybe we can just punish with the rally, but then the Ray comes out at the same time, and you still don't get the kill. That's rough. It's the risk, right? When you don't have the Lucio, your ability to catch a tank who wants to run away from you, much less a Ramatra, very limited.
And now Twisted Minds on defense. They'll commit to this Pharah. Are you feeling this right now? I mean,
I don't mind it on the defense. I will say it's a lot easier, I think, to pilot on defense when you can play around these buildings, but it's not my preferred Pharah map. For me, it's just not great positions. The buildings are not really able to play over the top of them easily. You don't quite have the gas for it, especially on this first corner.
And I feel like Virtus.pro will see this out of the spawn, and they will just play exactly what we just saw them play, right? They'll end up playing that Ramatra with the Cassidy, Lucio with Kiri, and they'll have no problem taking this type of matchup.
Kevster is going to see what he's up against, see what he decides to go out with. Eisenam on the Wrecking Ball for now, but going to end up over on the Diva. And Psycho, love this to have the Tracer, not going to be forcing the Symmetra into that Pharah. And without a Tracer on the other side of the field, he's going to be able to get deep into this backline if he wants to.
Yeah, and maybe you play the Diva here instead of the Ram because you need some like high ground control, right? You just can kind of concede it all and like have the Zarya up there all alone, and maybe you want to make a a play around this corner as you see Ice Gnome. I mean, you have the Brig up there, the Pharah. I mean, you see Jwoo just kind of like watching that off angle, right? Knowing that Psycho could potentially come around that as it is going to be a battle for high ground. Oh!
Bashes forward. Landon will take his head off. And that's going to be more than enough opportunity to swing forward. TVNT wants to find a trade onto Kevster. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. No way out for this Zarya, so he's going to stand and fight. But against the full force of Virtus.pro, it's not enough. And meanwhile, Psycho claims a solo kill of his own. Twisted Minds. This should be a much better hold on first than what we just saw.
Yes, I mean, dude, they're trying to like fully commit to get rid of Kev, but it's such a great job from VP with like defense matrix, and then Suzu and just a raw HPS being able to keep him alive as TVNT will be able to step up, contest here. Almost a must-win fight, you think about it, for Twisted Minds with the way this has gone.
Simple still fighting. Quartz takes down Landon, and that's huge. Without the heal throughput, Virtus.pro have to beat a hasty retreat. No chance to stick around in that fight. Quartz buys a new lease on life. And this is a defense that can get a little bit scary for Virtus.pro rather on these walk-ups. A lot of space to work with, and Jwoo is going to contest every inch of it.
And I like the swap here from Jwoo over to the Tracer. I think the Pharah, I know especially with the way that Kev is hitting right now, not exactly the pick, as it's going to be a Deadeye here. They're going to try and just muscle their way through this first point.
Rush now comes out. Psycho with the pulse on the Quartz. Takes down the tip of the spear. The grab is good.
No,
but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? A 4-man rally back. Will it be enough? Fixa doesn't find the opportunity to drop the beat. Simple, though, does go down in the chaos, but with just slivers of HP, surely this is Jwoo's fight to lose. Eisenam still fighting. Forces out the orbital ray. It's nice, but it's not enough to take first point.
Man, I thought there was an opportunity to maybe beat there. I do wonder. I think it's, yeah, I mean, maybe they think that they're just going to kind of get wiped and they're going to save it. But, I mean, look,
so
you
risky,
have the
right?
beat. Yeah, it's so risky. I mean, you do have a decent amount of time to come back and beat here, right? Now with the Ramatra, maybe just kind of run them over. But if you don't win that, I mean, then you're looking at, like, you could have had an opportunity with, off a player or two to kind of use that beat. Be the overclock. Now it'll be the Sunbear. The Sunbear doesn't connect with Kev.
Yeah, it's just defending people, but Quartz still has another shot to deliver. Beautiful wrap from VP, though. They take the defender's position. Twisted Minds in an awkward spot there. Not the kind of side of the map that you want to be on, especially with Eisnam forcing the issue on Cart. TVNT, though, getting energized throughout the chaos, slowly building ahead of steam. Jaewoo finds Landon, and that could be it. Twisted Minds now with the player advantage, and 2. Surely it's too much. Virtus.pro has to find a quick reset.
It feels like VP may have fumbled this map, Jake, which is brutal. TM just clutching up here. I like the angle they took. They wrapped all the way around.
There's still a chance, Matt. Yep. No ults for TM. If you can get a decent touch here and get into an overtime fight,
10
you
seconds.
do have ult advantage, but it's so much easier said than done.
Deadeye gonna push them back a little bit. It's gonna allow them to touch.
Oh, Zarya caught, but they can't force her off the payload. Psycho now does get that OT touch. Eisnam is here in position. FACEIT, though, over the top, getting burned down. Jaewoo desperate for the kill, and he'll find it. Pulse Bomb, though, does hit on a TVNT, but a stick is good, not even needed, because Eisnam has already fallen. And a fumble, it must be. Twisted Minds hold the door on first point and defend their map pick, going up 2-1 in the series.
And with how good VP looked on defense, none of it matters. I mean, they had plenty of opportunities, it feels like, on offense, just not able to get it done. Some tremendous plays from TM, constantly able to come up clutch. So I know Jaewoo makes a swap over from Pharah to Tracer and really starts to open things up in a huge way for Twisted Minds. But if you're VP, you'll be kicking yourself watching that one back. I mean, that is tough.
Gotta hand it to Quartz and Jaewoo. They came up clutch in fight after fight. We got down to those scrappy overtime fights at the final meterage of first point, and consistently, it was the DPS from Twisted Minds to find those opening kills. And in that kind of a fight, balanced on the edge of a knife, an opening pick from a DPS is usually more than enough to get the job done.
Right, I mean, it feels like such great opportunities. We take a look at some of the highlights there. Nice Suzu and then the beat. This is not enough, though, to get that hold for VP. I'd love if we'd have, potentially, in the highlights, right? That one fight that we were talking about. That grab was sick. Oh, they actually
even the TP
one player out, yeah. The fight where FACEIT, we were like, is he going to beat? Like, the grab was there. Because I think maybe they thought that people were going to end up dying in the grab, and they actually had everybody kind of alive after.
I was like, you almost couldn't believe it. They had like 4 players in the grab. They got 4-man rally bashed. And I agree there was that like 1 second where maybe the beat comes off, but I mean, the risk of an Ajax is so high there. I mean, that's why we do see Ajaxes at this level of play, because sometimes there are moments where, with hindsight, you might say you should have risked it, but can't blame FACEIT for that one in my eyes.
And I think they got a decent use of it. It's not like they didn't get it off. It's just it didn't connect with Kev. That's the one thing.
Yeah, essentially it did its job. It mitigated the overclock.
This is it right here, I think.
Look at this. Like, how do they live? They're still alive. They're still alive. There's so many players shooting them. I will say, I don't know.
Is it because Ice didn't end up? Is it because Ice had got self-destruct, didn't have the didn't have mech? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think he Ajax is there. I really don't think you can pop beat.
We haven't had.
He's low.
We haven't had one this tournament though. It would have been nice to get one.
I mean, it's one of those spots where even if you don't Ajax, it just seems like you're gonna lose a teammate before the beat comes down, and it's gonna be thrown away.
It's just looking at it after, right? You're kind of like, yeah, maybe we take a look at TVNT. I know his ability to play Zarya has really been a huge difference maker in this series specifically, right? Giving them some trouble on that hero.
Definitely an asset. Always strong in the front line, enabling that Brig to come out, and Simple has to do some pretty monster healing in that map.
I mean, the supports from Twisted Minds always play really phenomenally, especially here on LAN. They can just kind of do so many different things with that backline of Simple and Funny Astro. And I think you can see when we see on the TM side of the stage, it's been a long day for these teams. Runasapi is the map pick here for Virtus.pro. Typically in Overwatch, you don't get a lot of 3-match days, right?
No. I mean,
a lot of
endurance
days. Yeah, this is a long day for them.
Absolutely. Against a familiar opponent in a match that may very well go down to the wire, but what confidence to take us to Runasapi against, Twisted Minds has picked this map quite often in this tournament, Matt. I mean, this is a you're going right into the Hornet's nest with this one.
Well, I mean, where would you have wanted them to go? Like, let's say, maybe both of these teams through scrims and whatnot know that they kind of have the same hybrid preference, right? Maybe they both would have like said, okay, we're both going to go to King's Row or something like that. So let's take our pick of the pushes. I imagine what's going on in the talent room is a lot like what we see from TVNT's screen right now. So he is relaxing.
Honestly, though, I like to see this from a player.
He's vibing. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, we can make fun of this, but this is like legitimately in a day this long, you need to conserve your energy.
Yeah,
There's so much is asked of him in a day
rested.
like today, and he's been rock solid. Like, find me the mistake from TVNT in the day. Like, find me a big misplay that he's done. I really don't think I've seen it.
We rarely kind of like, he has developed into a tank that is like, I mean, it's obvious. Like, he is at like the kind of like the top of the world kind of caliber, especially on like the D.Va and Zarya. But maybe let's get like put in that conversation as often because of like how strong the team around him is. But it's very rare to like maybe like when internationals, there's like maybe like 1 or 2 games you look at like where TVNT like kind of he had a little bit of an off game, whatnot. But okay, so it will be the Juno ban here from VP, and TM gets rid of the D.Va. I was like, are we going to see a D.Va ban potentially in this series? They get rid of it.
Interesting choice considering their preference for the Zarya in the first place. I mean, I don't think it's unplayable to take the D.Va into that matchup.
But maybe they feel pretty good about his Zarya into their Ram.
Yeah.
Like, they're not really worried about that type of setup.
Actually, now that I think about it, the D.Va ban makes total sense. When you ban the Juno, you almost implicitly ban the Brig. That's really the comp that gets played is the Juno plus Brig. And without the Brig on the field, D.Va is really free to get deep on the back line, get on top of a player like Quartz in particular, right? Who is somebody you want to enable. And so, okay, you say, well, you take away our Brig Juno backline, we're not going to let you get frisky on Quartz. You're going to have to fight your way through with some good old-fashioned hit scan dueling, which is a place for Twisted Minds. It's an old standby for them. If you got a player like Quartz on your roster, you want the game to be a straightforward aim duel. I mean, you just win that more often than not.
Yeah, Twisted Minds 1 map away here from joining Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon in our final day of play. I am, Twisted Minds, look, they hear a lot of the chatter, right? Like, I know you kind of look online where it's like, oh yeah, finally now that we're not on like some of the sim metas, Twisted Minds, we can get back to like, normal, scheduled programming, right? Let's just get, whether it be Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, or Zeta Division in a final. I think they want to like kind of buck that trend. I think they're probably pissed about how they looked against Crazy Raccoon because they looked quite poor. And they want to get this one, they want to run this one all the way back.
And to buy yourself a new lease on life, as you said, Matt, to survive to day 3 would be a much needed respite, but not something that the players can afford to consider yet. You got to earn your way there. 2 more maps still to potentially be played in this series. And Virtus.pro, for their tournament life, it's Runasapi.
Like you mentioned, this is a map that we've seen Twisted Minds select and have, pretty good showings here at Champions Clash. VP, I think they'll play this Ramatra. That seems to be what they go to right after the D.Va is gone. Twisted Minds.
Wait, Hazard? It's real. Wow.
No, there's who was I was reading one of the interviews with one of the players. They were like talking about how Hazard was like pretty close to kind of being in the meta, or maybe one of the interviews in EMEA
underrated
we did, and underrated, and then also Hazard gets some adjustments, right? So potentially something Hazard with the Pharah, quite interesting. And
curious what Kev can do in this one. A lot is asked of TVNT on the Hazard. Can he get aggressive? Can he shut down that Cassidy, or at least keep him under pressure so Quartz and Jwoo have room to work?
What's your thoughts on the Hazard into the Ramatra, though?
As we say that, he finds the kill onto the Lucio. Hazard, typically a tank that more or less avoids the straight-up tank battle.
Yeah.
Mitigating maybe some of the advantages that Ramatra has in the front line.
I mean, you just see the survivability as well of the Hazard, right? Being able to kind of go in, take out Kev there towards the end while blocking is... I don't think VP expected this at all.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't... now we've seen TVNT play Hazard. I wouldn't say it's like one of his like kind of go-tos, right? It's a lot of like, Ramatra, Maga, Diva, Zarya, but coming out here playing the Hazard is definitely thrown off VP maybe a little bit.
See if they can find the answers. I'd be curious about even something like the Sigma, the Zarya here. But Eisnom's going to stick with the Ramatra for now. One fight won't be enough to shake his confidence, and that's fair considering the results so far in this tournament.
Symbol's going to get this rush so fast.
Oh, you got to somehow find a way to bridge that gap. But I don't think Twisted Minds are going to give you that opportunity. Kevster needs to come up huge in this fight. A big swing now from TVNT. The rush comes in to follow it up. A full retreat from Virtus.pro, going to yield a lot of cart time, trying to find their own rush. But the damage just overwhelming. Landon, a defensive rush of his own. But TVNT still holds his ground. Daewoo finds Kevster in the chaos. A massive downpour. Huge connection.
Nice, Suzu.
Despite the rush, it's going to be overwhelming.
This has been brutal, man. VP. That is checkpoint and then some here for Twisted Minds, as they are looking to close this one out, Jake. I mean, you're going to have Kevster's Deadeye. It's going to like back them up a little bit. But Quartz with this OC. Here's going to be the Deadeye.
Oh, great jagged wall.
Yeah.
Really difficult to find the follow-up. The rail shot is good, but Eisnom does find one. Quartz, though, another with the OC. Looking for more with the help of TVNT, disrupting the backline. He's locked in, he's dialed. The very same map that this team won the World Championship on. Surely another full cap would be too much to ask for, but maybe for the fans, they've got to believe.
Quartz is like, hey, let's get out of here. I mean,
It's
just
been a long
overclocked
day.
there. Coming up with a few. We may see Daewoo be able to find an angle here on the flank with this barrage. So Fixa and, watch these sound barriers as well. Fixa and Funny Astro both with beat. As Icegnome here, a rare Hazard v Hazard matchup. It's going to be the early beat here from Twisted Minds.
Chasing Icegnome down. He's overwhelmed. He does die for that.
What do you do with this beat now if you're VP?
I mean, they've got to just hold. They can't afford to lose players. Kevster, though, caught in deep. TVNT takes down Fixa, denies the beat. Now Kevster in the sights as the cart continues to roll inexorably towards a finish. And the tournament life for Virtus.pro slipping through their fingers like so many grains of sand. Twisted Minds, undeniable.
Simple with the rush here. You're going to have to get used to this sound barrier from Fixa. This Twisted Minds doesn't want to pull through the choke just yet, playing this quite passively. Now going to end up Quartz
with two.
Dude.
It's almost all over. About a third on the fight. It's all over the grind now.
The
Desperation back to the spawn. Icegnome. They give him no quarter. Hazard, though, does make it back. Psycho to hold the point for now. Kevster finds one, but no one to touch. Twisted Minds again and again. Staying alive in this tournament. Earning a reprieve in Tokyo.
Man, it feels like, after watching that map, maybe after Rialto and the way that went for VP, you kind of ran out of steam, a little bit of confidence. Twisted Minds, although VP made it interesting, right? Still kind of hold serve as the kings of EMEA. And now I'm really interested. TM is like, hey, let's run this back tomorrow. I mean, CR versus Zeta is going to be a tremendous match. But I also think, TM, I think they're still alive in this one, right? Like, I know with the way they looked against CR, I think you probably have to, CR is playing extremely well right now. Like, if you were asking me to pick right now, I'd probably say CR beats Zeta. But, man, Twisted Minds, they get that type of style. I almost think they need to, throw out what everybody else is playing and just kind of, if you're going to go out playing the type of style that they're used to.
Yeah, go out with your own look. And, the fearless confidence in themselves has been this team's calling card.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely here to stay on Runasapi. I mean, this is Virtus.pro has New Junk City. TM has Runasapi. I feel like they full cap this map more often than they don't. That's crazy. I mean, historically in Push, we do not see full caps that often. What, 5-10% of the time? For TM, it's like 50.
Yeah, it is pretty rare to see that, but Twisted Minds, they secure their spot in the top 3. Let's go to the stage and hear from Twisted Minds.
I mean, you guys had a very long day, so I'm going to try to keep this short and simple. I want to ask you about your Tracer play. I personally believe you are probably one of the best Tracers in the Champions Clash right now. So I want to hear from you. Would you say you're the best Tracer right now in OWCS?
まあ今日はかなり長かったので短く聞きたいんですけど個人的にはすごいトレイサーがうまいと見てますけど今回のチャンピオンズクラッシュ自分が一番うまいトレイサーだと思ってますか?
재우 선수한테는 역시 트레이서에 대한 좀 질문을 하고 싶어요. 아무래도 오늘도 그렇고 항상 너무나도 좋은 트레이서 모습을 보여주셔서 어떻게 재우 선수가 보셨을 때 자기 자신이 좀 최강의 트레이서다라고 좀 말할 수 있을까요?
근데 약간 제가 잘한 것도 있긴 한데 팀원들이 좀 잘해줘서 이런 모습 나온 거라서 약간 두세 번째 경기처럼 콜 맞춰서 잘하면은 이런 모습 계속 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
I do want to say that I am pretty good, but it's not only for me. It's not only me. It's also because I have great teammates that support me to look good on Tracer as well. And if I continue this play with my teammates, I am sure that we could get more wins moving forward.
もちろん自分のプレーには自信あるんですけどそのチームメイトの皆さんがサポートしてるからそれほどうまく見られるのでこれからもチームと協力して勝ち続けたいと思っております。
Talking about, I mean, moving forward, you do have a really big match tomorrow. You're going to be facing either Crazy Raccoon or Zeta. How are you feeling about that match?
まあ明日はとても大変な一戦が待っておりますけれども明日は CR か Zeta まあ対面にはなるんですけどその対戦についてはどう思ってるんでしょうか?
아무래도 방금 또 다음 경기들에도 또 좋은 모습을 보여주신다고 얘기를 하셨는데 또 내일도 또 이제 좀 큰 경기가 있는데 제타나 이제 CR과의 경기가 되실 텐데요. 좀 그거에 대한 어떻게 생각은 어떠신가요?
두 팀 다 너무 잘해서 어느 팀이 내려올지 모르겠지만 첫 경기 보고 팀원끼리 얘기 잘해서 조합 잘 짜면은 할만하다고 생각합니다.
I think it's definitely doable. I can't really say who we're going to face off tomorrow because both of them are very scary opponents. But if we prepare well for tomorrow, I think we do have a strong chance of winning.
まあ明日本当にどちらの相手になっても2人とも強力になるのでどちらになるか分かんないんですけどただまあ今日をもってちゃんと準備をすれば明日も全然勝てる可能性はあるかなと思っております。
That's it for the interview. Thank you so much, Joe.
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
それでは実況者の皆さんに戻します。Take it away, casters. Thank you so much.
Because it's been so long.
Yeah.
ありがとうございました。さあ、今日の長い一日を振り返っていきましょう。本日のリザルトです。まずは1戦目、3セット前ではクレイジーラ君は3対0でアッパー側のマッチ、クレイジーラ君が勝ちました。そして2試合目、こちらもアッパーブラケット、ゼータビジョン VS バータスプロは3対1でゼータビジョン。さあ、そしてここからロアブラケット、バータスプロ VS ダラスクーエル3対1でバータスプロの勝利。3セット前でバータスクーエル、レイボーゲーミングは3対1、3セット前で。そしてローアーセミファイナル、3セットマインズ VS バータスプロの試合は3対1で3セットマインズが勝ち切りました。それではこれを受けて現在のトーナメント表こちらになりました。さあ、立川に集結した強豪8チームももう3チームになりました。そして明日以降はこのアッパーファイナルからそしてローアーファイナルそしてグランドファイナルを見ていく流れとなっております。さあ、それでは明日のスケジュールを見ていきましょう。明日まずはアッパーファイナルからのスタートとなります。12時スタートでデータビジョン VS クレイジーラクーンのアジア共同決定戦まずはここからそして間に小マッチを1つ挟みまして、ローアーファイナルの試合1戦目の負けた方と3セットマインズの試合そして2戦目にその後に再び小マッチを挟んで3セットマインズと2試合目の対戦相手勝った方がグランドファイナルで第1試合目を制した方との戦いとなっております。さあ、ということで早いものでチャンピオンクラスも残り1日程となりました。皆さん本日はいかがでしたか？
もう全ての試合が面白すぎたし、どれだけこの大会世界大会に準備をしてきたのか。
Welcome back one more time, one last time. I am joined by Avril, by Ash, and the ever so brilliant, funny Astro. My guy, you had the longest day in the history of days. Are you tired? Are you amped up on like adrenaline, or what's happening in your body right now?
A lot of caffeine.
Awesome.
Tons and tons of caffeine, a lot of adrenaline. It's been a really long day, but yeah, I'm just relieved that we've managed to make it this far.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's been a grueling day, that is for certain. You guys started off with a really hard matchup as well, up against Crazy Raccoons, and I think that I'm kind of curious to see what the vibes were like for the team as the day kind of carried on. Do you guys have any kind of like dip in energy? And if you did, what did you guys do to bring things back up here for this last match?
I think the loss to Crazy Raccoons wasn't that bad because it was over so quickly that it was like almost not enough time to be sad about.
Yeah.
We got rolled so hard that it was just like, we clearly weren't playing the game. We weren't ready for anything they were doing. So just to focus on the next game. We knew Weibo was going to be easy for us. I think they were a little bit more of a challenge than we expected. But then, yeah, I mean, after that, we were super confident. We're really, really confident that we're going to beat VP.
Yeah.
To both these last two matches, didn't feel like had too much difficulty. I mean, there were some close moments. So between both the Weibo game and this last VP game, obviously, you guys had to work through some stuff. So, like, what did you guys sort of learn after losing to Crazy Raccoon and then coming into these two last games?
Well, I think we just needed to start playing Overwatch, really. The first match, we really weren't playing the game. And the close moments in Weibo and VP, I'd put them down to us just playing bad. I think we had moments where we played really poorly today. Hopefully we're going to get some good rest and come back tomorrow stronger.
I'm kind of curious about your take on how the meta's been developing throughout Champions Clash. We've seen the Mizuki gameplay. What are your thoughts on it?
I like Mizuki. I think he's a pretty cool character. I'm glad that he's getting some playtime. I think he's really fun. But
no, but is it viable? I'm not asking whether or not you're enjoying
I mean, you
it.
saw the Crazy Raccoons game. We both know that's viable.
Yeah, but that's what we're wondering, right? Like, is this just like Zeta and Crazy Raccoon having fun with it? Are they like leading us on? Is this a bait, or is it like for real a composition that can be played?
I think this is it's a secret Korean meta that they've been hiding from us in scrims.
Oh no,
we didn't know about this
they
one.
withheld information.
Yeah.
What was your prep looking like? Which teams did you scrim in order to get like the best possible chances in order to like catch up to the meta that has been developing over in Korea?
We've been scrimming pretty much everyone apart from American teams. We scrimmed them a couple of times, but we didn't care too much about practicing against them. Against the Korean teams, I really think they've hidden a lot of strats from us in the scrims, which maybe took us by surprise today. But now we know what they're going to do. We're going to be better prepared coming in next time.
One last thing, sorry. I had a question just to piggyback off the meta question, because you guys started playing Brig, Juno. Talk to me a little bit about that. Kind of baited a VP maybe a little, because they stuck on the Lucio Kiriko. But you guys are thinking, we don't need the Lucio Kiriko at the moment.
That's a secret.
You know what? I respect that answer.
That's a secret.
I do respect that
for
answer.
Juno. We're going to keep that one hidden.
Super valid. I have one last question for you. I think that it's for you guys, for Twisted Minds, you guys haven't really had to play like within the lower bracket, make that kind of run. How are you feeling about being with, having elimination on the line every single match now?
We love playing in high stakes environments.
Okay.
We love reverse sweeping. We love anything where we need to try really hard. When the pressure's on, we know that we're all going to play well and we're going to be there.
So we talked about that, and some teams are just players are fueled by spite. If you lose, then you want it extra hard right after. Funny Astro, we're gonna let you rest up. Sorry for holding you hostage here on the desk, but we wanted to pick your brain once again. Congratulations to you and the squad. It's been absolutely fantastic seeing all of them in action. Also, thanks to everyone watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let's quickly take a look at our bracket so we know exactly what is coming our way tomorrow on our third and final day of competition here at the Champions Clash in Tokyo, Japan. That's right, we have our upper bracket, the fully Korean the fully Korean, I'm lacking words here. The fully Korean, give me a word.
Brawl.
Let's run with Brawl.
Derby.
I don't know how dirty it's going to be. I mean, look, these two teams are very familiar with each other, play each other so often. I wonder if any of them was able to hold something back, have something extra in their strap book.
I think Crazy Raccoon haven't struggled enough so far this tournament, so I wonder, first of all, just look at the bracket. They haven't even lost a map yet. They are the ones, to me, that there's somebody hiding something. Crazy Raccoon are still the ones potentially hiding something.
Yeah, especially when we looked at that Zeta matchup up against VP not too long ago. We saw VP really pushing them the limit. I think that it's going to be quite the brawl in tomorrow's upper final, but I gotta agree with Avril on this when it feels like Crazy Raccoon really haven't struggled thus far, and I'm interested to see if they're gonna get their revenge.
Well, okay, now that Funny Astro got kicked off of the desk, how do we feel they will be faring in the lower bracket against either of those two teams?
I think that when you he was talking about how he wasn't really ready for what Crazy Raccoons were bringing to the table today, but now they have that experience in the server. They got a feel of what Crazy Raccoons want to be pulling out, and I think that this rematch, that's if they end up playing Crazy Raccoons. We don't know who they're facing off against quite yet, but I do think there is that potential for Twisted Minds. They're an experienced team to be able to make these adjustments heading into tomorrow.
I think either way, if they want to be a champion, they're going to have to go through Crazy Raccoon, because Crazy Raccoon lose tomorrow, lower bracket straight away. Otherwise, Crazy Raccoon Grand Finals, team want to go there. So they're going to have to get past that hurdle. And currently, I do look at this Twisted Minds squad thinking, okay, they are hiding something as well, because I know our good friend Funny Asher didn't quite answer the question when I talked to him about wanted to ask about the Brig Juno stuff, but to me, if I was to sort of break that one down a little bit, Lucio did get nerfed. Brig Juno might actually end up being the secret answer here. It might be Twisted Minds. They are the ones having that little extra to push through that the other teams are not looking at.
Yeah, I mean, there's like ups and downs. I think Jake talked a little bit about the Brig in the mix there as well, right? Like that Brig obviously not being good against fire. So obviously in a meta where we do see the bashing cat like swirling around in the skies, might be a bit tricky to pull it off. They pulled it off today. It looked good. Will we see more of it? Well, we'll find out tomorrow. So yeah, we have some great bangers coming our way tomorrow, as well as not one, but 2 show matches. Nani, Ash?
I'm so excited to see what tomorrow is going to bring. A bit of a surprise on deck there for the Grand Finals Sunday.
That's right. Kevin, last thoughts here. What were your big takeaways from day 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment, the biggest takeaway has to be the fact there are 2 Korean teams, or 2 Asia teams, Crazy Raccoon, Zeta. We expect them to do well this tournament, and they are by far looking like the best teams. EMEA still in the mix, fighting in. North America and China, maybe this is just not their meta. And obviously, the double EMEA game to finish things out with, you're only going to get one to push on through, and it's going to be the defending champion of Twisted Minds. So, top 3 teams. This is an exciting final 3 teams, got to say.
It really is. Ash, what have we learned? Share with class.
Ooh, well, I don't know. For me, you guys know I've been China pilled like this entire weekend. We've learned that China are starting to slowly close that gap. I think the improvements have been really nice to see. Twisted Minds, they end up getting that top 3 finish that we were kind of expecting for them at minimum going into this weekend. I think overall, though, again, it's the big question of, are they going to be able to make those adaptations that are necessary? Those meta questions that Avril was asking there as well.
Yeah, man, there's just so much good Overwatch to have to keep track of, right? So many different regions, different metas, different players. And if you want to make sure to follow all the action everywhere, scan our QR code right here on your screens and follow us on all socials available to you. And this is where we will keep you up to date on everything that's going on tomorrow. But I'm sure you all be watching, because it is Grand Finals time. We will be crowning our champions, Clash champion. That's a weird sentence, but that is going to happen tomorrow with the show matches. We're all going to be back in action. So much more Overwatch action to come. Thank you all so much for joining us. Once again, hydrate, rest up. We see you again tomorrow, same place, same time. Thank you.
Give our